Pallet Town, the birthplace of dreams. At this moment, summer is upon us, and the Pokemon Summer Camp organized by Professor Oak is about to commence. The intention behind Professor Oak's summer camp is to provide aspiring Pokemon trainers with an opportunity to engage with Pokemon, while simultaneously serving as an excellent, practical educational experience that allows these children to accumulate a modicum of travel experience. Within an unremarkable two-story building in Pallet Town resides a boy with black hair reminiscent of Ash Ketchum. Though he is not the original Ash, he is a reincarnated soul, or perhaps a hapless individual who has consumed a bit too little of the mythical soup of forgetfulness. His real name is Xiao Ruaji, a rather peculiar name. In his past life, he was an inconsequential office worker and an ardent fan of Ash, often referred to as a diehard supporter. After years of following the series, upon witnessing Ash's victory at the Indigo Plateau Conference, he impulsively wagered his entire fortune on purchasing figurines, only to meet his untimely demise at the hands of a sudden dump truck while retrieving a package that without experiencing any pain. He was buried before he had a chance to format his phone. Then, in a hasty twist of fate, he opened his eyes and found himself in this new world. Xiaoji, it's time for dinner. Today marks the first day of the summer camp organized by Professor Oak, so don't be late, called Hanako from downstairs. Got it, Mom. He'll be down shortly, Xiaoji replied. Once he tidied up his bed, he descended the stairs leisurely. Seeing Xiaoji come down, Hanako said, breakfast is on the table. After you finish, head over to Professor Oak to check in. Mom, is it really necessary to go so early? The camp doesn't officially start until 10, and it's only 7 now, he protested. What are you saying? Have you forgotten that you're still Professor Oak's assistant? She retorted. But I'm already a level 1 researcher. Professor Oak doesn't need me to do menial tasks anymore. Xiaoji spoke the truth thanks to his extensive knowledge of Pokemon from his previous life and the awakening of his aura abilities shortly after birth. He entered Professor Oak's lab at the age of 5. In just 5 years, he ascended from a mere assistant to a level 1 researcher, now just one thesis away from becoming a Pokemon doctor. From what Xiaoji understood, researchers are classified as level 1, level 2, and level 3, with level 1 being the highest, granting the right to apply for research funding from the Pokemon League, which includes but is not limited to financial support, bodyguards, and Pokemon. Above researchers are the doctors. Of course, Xiaoji could become a doctor whenever he wished, as the simplest route would be to write a thesis on EV evolution. However, considering his young age, he did not rush to obtain his doctorate, although he had presented many findings to Professor Oak, who had assisted in filing them with the League. Xiaoji simply had not yet formalized these into written documents. You're quite the child, Hanako sighed, feeling helpless at her son's extraordinary talents. Xiaoji swiftly finished the breakfast laid out before him. Mom, I'm heading out now. Be careful on your way. Hanako cautioned. I know. He waved dismissively, confident in his familiarity with the route from his home to Professor Oak's lab, knowing he could traverse it even with his eyes closed. Upon exiting his home, Xiaoji activated the interface of his special ability, Host, Xiaoji. Abilities, Aura Power, Super Newcomer. Skills, Photographic Memory, Advanced Energy Cube Creation, Intermediate Pokemon Breeding, Culinary Expertise. Items, Rare. Candy X10, Ultra Ball X45, Great Ball X10, Luxury Ball X5, Pokeball X100, Healing Potion X404, Antidote X202, Premium Leaf Stone X1, Premium Firestone X1, Irontail Skill. Learning Opportunity X1, Rain Dance Skill Learning Opportunity X1, Aura Sphere Skill Learning Opportunity X1. Points, 8,799. League Currency, 15,574,396. Pokemon, none. This special ability, known as the Pokemon Master Assistant System, was bound to him 3 days after his birth. The system's primary functions include viewing Pokemon information, conducting random draws using League Currency, purchasing items from the system store with points, including limited-time goods that may be items from the Pokemon world or other realms, and issuing random tasks with varied rewards. Most of Xiaoji's items were obtained through random tasks. It's been 3 months since a task was issued. Can the system provide some assistance? Xiaoji lamented as he gazed at the interface. Just 5 more years until I can travel. Go on a journey. So system, please grant me a few points in rewards. The arduous journey is quite tedious. In this world, unlike what Xiaoji had learned in his previous life, one must be at least 15 years old to embark on a journey as a trainer. After all, parents are understandably reluctant to let their 10-year-old children wander, especially with wild Pokémon lurking in the wilderness. Even adults can inadvertently invite calamity upon themselves. Soon enough, Xiaoji arrived at the entrance of Professor Oak's lab, effortlessly making his way to the Pokémon breeding area. Xiaoji, why are you here so early today? Professor Oak remarked in surprise upon seeing Xiaoji, who usually exercises around this time. Professor, isn't today the first day of the summer camp? I wanted to come early to see if there was anything I could assist with, Xiaoji explained. Don't go wandering off, you're already helping by being here, Professor Oak replied, somewhat exasperated. Over the years, Xiaoji had often ventured into the Viridian Forest alone. Professor Oak was aware of Xiaoji's aura abilities, but without a Pokémon, entering the forest was perilous, given the powerful Pokémon concealed within, far beyond what mere aura could handle. The summer camp is still limited to 45 participants, right? Xiaoji inquired. He had noted that the number of participants seemed fixed in previous camps. It was initially 45, but the league realized how beneficial these activities are for you children, so they allowed me to increase the number by 10 this year, Professor Oak replied. Then you must be in for quite a profit, Professor, Xiaoji said with a mischievous grin, knowing that Professor Oak set the participant limit himself and deducing that the league's generous offer would surely benefit him. It's merely a few evolution stones and a mega stone, nothing more, Professor Oak replied dismissively. Chapter 2, Summer Camp. Xiaoji responded somewhat incredulously. Professor, rather than that, I think it would be better for the league to assign you a chef so you wouldn't have to resort to cooking instant noodles with lab equipment every day. Evolution stones are trivial for someone of Professor Oak's stature to obtain. With just a word, they would be delivered to him. The Mega Stone might be a bit more precious, but researching Mega Evolution is not Professor Oak's primary focus. Xiaoji had previously lent him one for research purposes, which was more than sufficient. Ahem, it's just an occasional indulgence, Professor Oak retorted. Grandpa, it seems Xiaoji hasn't arrived yet. A boy with a spiky hairstyle yawned as he approached, looking completely unawake. Xiaoji sighed in exasperation, thinking, I'm standing right here, can't you see me? With a resigned expression, he remarked, Shigeru, it seems you're the one who's late. Ash, what are you doing here? I am, after all, your grandfather's assistant. How could I not be here? Ugh, Ash. You only flaunt that title, which is incredibly infuriating, Shigeru exclaimed, a mix of anger and helplessness in his voice. Alas, such childish tempers. Ash spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Shigeru was on the verge of exploding when Professor Okido, who had been watching from the sidelines, quickly intervened. The summer camp is about to commence. You two must maintain a positive demeanor to make new friends. Creating a ruckus may frighten others away. Professor Okido often found it perplexing that these two youngsters could always find varied reasons to quarrel upon meeting. Was it a clash of personalities, or were they simply being mischievous? Shigeru, I shall generously overlook this instance and grant you forgiveness, Ash proclaimed, feigning magnanimity. In truth, Ash did not harbor any ill feelings toward Shigeru. Rather, it was Shigeru's character that left much to be desired. The other staff members at the Research Institute, due to Shigeru being the grandson of Professor Okido, flattered him and indulged his whims, which had fostered his arrogant and brash demeanor. What did you say? These two were truly. At that moment, Professor Okido found children to be quite the annoyance. Never mind, it's getting late. The children attending the summer camp should be arriving soon. Let us make haste. As per tradition, Professor Okido had set the location of the summer camp at the edge of the Tokiwa forest, a fair distance from his own research institute. Once outside, he observed the two still bickering and silently hoped, may this summer camp not attract any more troublesome children at the edge of the Tokiwa forest before the summer camp's entrance. Summer camp. The future most powerful Pokémon master, Sho, has arrived. A dark-skinned boy, clad in a gray t-shirt and sporting a rather unsightly hairstyle, immediately began to shout upon disembarking from the vehicle. Indeed, this young lad was none other than the infamous Sho, the one and only. Canine Pokémon like Rockruff and Silicobra might protest that he tarnishes the name of dog. A little girl who disembarked behind him, upon witnessing this, lowered her head and discreetly shifted away, clearly wishing to distance herself from the boy's antics. Sho, Pokémon do not have a hierarchy of strength. With proper training, they can exhibit remarkable battle prowess. Furthermore, Sho, your personality will hinder your ability to make new friends, Sakura chastised him, a hint of anger in her tone. As the daughter of Professor Sakuragi, the director of the Sakuragi Research Institute. Her perspective on Pokémon differed vastly from Sho's. She believed in fostering friendships with Pokémon, while Sho viewed them merely as tools for boasting. In essence, Sakura resembled Ash from the original narrative, cherishing and loving Pokémon, whereas Sho embodied a player's mentality, fixated on strength and collection. Making friends is a waste of time. I aim to capture the strongest Pokémon and become the greatest Pokémon master. I have no time for friendships. And what good are friends? They can't feed me, nor can they provide me with formidable Pokémon, Sho retorted disdainfully. However, his words succeeded in provoking discontent among the surrounding children. Those attending Professor Okito's summer camp, aside from a few local children from Masera Town, generally came from notable backgrounds, and the glances they cast toward Sho were far from friendly. Is this really the Kanto region? It certainly differs from Kalos, yet it seems somewhat different from what my mother described. I hope to make new friends. In a corner, a girl with her hat pulled low spoke with an air of tension and anticipation. When her gaze fell upon the focal point of the crowd, the clumsy Sho, a flicker of disdain crossed her features. She promptly removed him from her potential friend list. She had no desire to associate with someone so distasteful. Professor, is this the list of participants and the activities for the summer camp? Upon entering the vehicle, Ash noticed a folder resting in the passenger seat. The list is correct, but the content of the summer camp activities serves merely as a rough outline. Adjustments will be made according to the circumstances, Professor Okito replied. Though he said as much, the truth was that he had not fully planned this summer camp. He merely referenced the activities from previous years. This could hardly be blamed on him, for Professor Okito's research demanded considerable time. Moreover, with Ash providing numerous research directions over the years, Professor Okito was undoubtedly busier than in the original narrative. Ash eagerly perused the folder, having long anticipated the summer camp activities, primarily because Serena would also be attending this year. Before long, he located Serena's information. Shigeru, having approached unnoticed, saw Ash fixated on Serena's photograph, and teased, "Ash, you've been staring at that girl's profile for quite a while. Could it be that you have a crush? Would you like me to offer some pointers?" Chapter 3, The Prank Task and Props. Ash ignored Shigeru and continued to flip through the profiles, soon coming across Sho's information. Referring to him as a dog was an insult to the faithful companions of humanity, and even Pokémon like Rockruff would have objections. Showed out if you must blame someone, direct your ire at your writer. I am merely following the system's directives, Ash thought with delight. Even without rewards, he would undertake this task. It was simply too timely. He could annoy Sho, vent his frustrations, and even earn rewards truly perfect. Ding. Acknowledging that the host's task is rather unique, a limited-time shop has refreshed, allowing the host to make selections. Wow, Sho is indeed detested by both people and Pokémon. The task has been triggered, and the shop has refreshed. All right, I've made my decision. In our travels, should I encounter Sho again, I shall give him my utmost care. Ash opened the system's shop, immediately spotting 5 limited-time items for sale. The first was the most common item, the Misfortune Talisman, which could last for 7 days, ignoring distance, with effects that could stack. It was simple to use. One merely needed to hold the talisman and recite the name of the person to be cursed. The price was quite reasonable at 100,000 Union coins per talisman. Upon seeing this, Ash promptly purchased 10, wishing to acquire more, but the system had a limit. The second item was known as the Hatred Stone, which, when worn, emitted special waves that mocked all nearby beings for a duration of 30 minutes. The third item was called the Social Death Sticker, which, once affixed to a target, would ensure that all their socially awkward moments would be unwittingly witnessed and spread, lasting for 1 year. The fourth item was the Heartfelt Communicator, which, when bound to a target, would transmit their mischievous thoughts directly into the minds of those around them, causing recipients to fill in the gaps with their imaginations, lasting for 10 days. The final item was the Aversion Amplifier, which, as its name implies, would cause others to instinctively feel aversion upon seeing the selected target. All 5 items were consumables, with the latter 4 limited to 1 purchase each. Aside from the Hatred Stone and Social Death Sticker, which needed to be placed on the target, the others could be activated simply by speaking the name. Without much thought, Ash directly spent over 80 million Alliance coins to purchase all these items. Naturally, he did not rush to use them immediately. After all, the summer camp had yet to commence. What if the Misfortune Charm proved excessively potent? and sent Xiaohao away. Then the two items that needed to be on his person to take effect would be rendered idle. Soon, Professor Oak arrived with the two of them at the summer camp site. Upon exiting the vehicle, the trio became the focal point of attention. To be precise, Professor Oak garnered the crowd's admiration, as nearly all the children gazed at him with looks of reverence. Children, welcome to this Pokémon summer camp event. I am Professor Oak, the initiator of this activity. This camp will span 10 days. During this period, you will have the rare opportunity to interact with Pokémon in the wild before embarking on your journey as trainers. Cherish this chance. Before officially commencing the event, you must adhere to the rules that have been laid out. Above all, do not leave the camp unaccompanied, and certainly do not venture recklessly into the Viridian Forest. It is home to countless wild Pokémon, some of which can be quite aggressive. It is perilous, do you understand? Yes, Professor. Good, obedient children are always commendable. As he spoke, Professor Oak cast a significant glance at Ash. While he was uncertain whether the others would dare to enter Viridian Forest, he was certain that Ash would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to sneak in. With Ash possessing the aura power for protection, Professor Oak was not overly concerned about his safety. Rather, he feared that other children might follow Ash's example and sneak in as well. Even though he had already sent his Dragonite into the forest to greet the wild Pokémon, it was better to be cautious. Ash, understanding the situation, offered Professor Oak a reassuring glance. Subsequently, the professor shifted his focus from Ash and led the group of children to an open area, commencing the first lesson of the summer camp on tent pitching. Throughout the session, Professor Oak shared numerous outdoor camping tips with the children. Once the campsite was mostly set up, Professor Oak began the first lesson of the summer camp. Children, the Viridian Forest is the largest forest in the Kanto region, home to many Pokémon, with the most common being the bug-type Caterpie.as. Ash listened to Professor Oak describe the typical Pokémon found in Viridian Forest and discussed the starter Pokémon of the Kanto region. He found it exceedingly tedious. After all, he was a research-level Pokémon trainer, having spent considerable time at Professor Oak's lab. He had interacted not only with the Kanto starters, but also with those from other regions. As for Viridian Forest, he ventured in at least once a week. Observing his surroundings, Ash noticed that the other children were thoroughly engaged in the lesson, prompting him to contemplate slipping away unnoticed. Unbeknownst to him, several individuals had already discreetly strayed from the group. Swiftly, Ash made his way into the confines of Viridian Forest. Could it be that Professor Oak's words have enchanted the forest? All I see along the way are low-tier Lugia. Perhaps Professor Oak instructed his Dragonite to clear the area? Ash pondered, bemused. Typically, when he sneaked in, the outer perimeter of the forest was teeming with diverse Pokémon such as Caterpie, Pidgey, Nidoran, and Oddish. Yet now, it was all Caterpie. Lost in thought, Ash suddenly sensed two familiar auras. This aura is... No, it's Xiaohao's. Therefore, accompanying him must be Dr. Yingma's daughter, Xiaochun. Wait a moment, Xiaohao seems to have encountered that elusive Mew during the summer camp. Could it be? With this revelation, Ash retrieved a device resembling a Pokédex from his system space. This instrument was a recording device provided by the Pokémon League for researchers, capable of capturing video, accessing information, and functioning as a Pokédex. Then, Ash discreetly produced 3 prank items to bestow buffs upon Xiaohao. After applying the buffs, he quietly approached the direction where Xiaohao was situated. Chapter 4. The Trials of Xiaohao. Xiaochun tugged anxiously at Xiaohao's sleeve, recalling her father, Dr. Yingmu, had earnestly instructed her on the journey here to strictly adhere to the summer camp's rules and never to defy Dr. Oki's directives. Their clandestine venture into the forest was a blatant transgression, and should anything go awry, the repercussions would be significant. This was particularly true in the context of their families. Dr. Oki was no ordinary individual, but one of the most esteemed scholars in the realm of Pokémon research, wielding considerable influence. Moreover, Xiaohao was merely one of 10 fortunate individuals granted a spot in the camp, essentially an extra. If any incident were to occur beyond the camp's confines, it would be contingent upon Dr. Oki's disposition whether he would intervene. Unfazed, Xiaohao dismissed her concerns. What is there to fear? This place merely sounds ominous. We have been here for quite some time without incident. I shall not leave until I find a formidable Pokémon that captures my fancy. No sooner had Xiaohao spoken than an inexplicable voice echoed in Xiaochun's mind. This Xiaochun is exceedingly timid. Were it not for the fact that you're my only recognized friend, I would hardly pay you any mind. Perplexed, Xiaochun scanned her surroundings, confirming there were no others present, before tremblingly inquiring, Xiaoha, did you just hear another voice? No, not at all. There are hardly any Pokémon here. Where would the voice come from? Xiaoha replied, regretting his decision to bring along someone so feeble of spirit, feeling she was a burden. In the next instant, Xiaoha's inner thoughts transmitted once more into Xiaochun's mind, startling her anew. Here it comes again. Huh? Xiaochun gazed at Xiaoha with confusion. You followed me in like a shadow, and now you stare at me like that? Realization dawned upon Xiaochun. She was not regarded as a friend by Xiaoha, but merely an expendable sidekick. Tears welled in her eyes as she exclaimed, Xiaoha, you are truly insufferable. At that moment, Xiaoha remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, perceiving Xiaochun's reaction as utterly baffling. What a mystery. If you're scared, say so plainly. Your acting skills are so poor, even a dog would outperform you. His thoughts echoed once more in her mind. Coupled with the disdain buff bestowed upon Xiaoha by Xiaoji, any remaining fondness Xiaochun harbored for him swiftly turned negative. Xiaoji observed the scene with keen interest, witnessing Xiaochun's departure, while also receiving Xiaoha's misconstrued thoughts. However, he noted that the direction in which the girl fled did not lead out of the forest. With a hint of concern, he focused on Xiaochun's retreating figure and invoked his aura. The power of aura resides within my heart. After a moment of concentration, he sensed a familiar aura, which eased his worries. It belonged to Shiro, and he detected no particularly aggressive Pokémon nearby. Reassured, Xiaoji's attention returned to Xiaoha. While Xiaochun was indeed attractive, Xiaothi harbored no romantic inclinations. However, he would not mind creating an opportunity for Shiro, for with Xiaochun's attributes, coupling with Xiaoha seemed a waste. Meanwhile, a small, entirely pink cat floated curiously in midair, observing Xiaoji. Meow. The creature sensed something unique about this human child, drawn to an alluring quality about him. At that moment, the effects of the misfortune charm took hold, as a recently fledged Spearow flew overhead, delivering a rather unfortunate gift upon Xiaoha's head. Xiaoha felt a warm sensation on his face and instinctively reached up to touch it, only to discover it was an unappetizing deposit. This wretched Spearow has defiled my face. I shall have my revenge. Enraged, Xiaoha, not contemplating the consequences, picked up a stone and hurled it at the small bird, successfully striking it down. Xiaoji watched the scene unfold, muttering to himself, what accuracy! Truly a master of one-ball throws. But his intellect leaves much to be desired, challenging a Spearow of all creatures. In the following moment, a cacophony of furious bird calls erupted from a nearby tree, as nearly 10 large-beaked Pokémon, accompanied by countless Spearows, descended upon Xiaoha. The fallen Spearow was not to be overlooked, as it concentrated its energy and, with remarkable speed, pecked at Xiaoha's backside. The ensuing chaos was a lesson for Xiaoha, who found himself subjected to a barrage of indignities at the hands of the furious avian family. The misfortune charm proved its efficacy. If it were a permanent item, Xiaoha would be eternally cursed. As he witnessed the effects of a charm, Xiaoji eagerly anticipated the impact of the other 2 buffs he had hastily granted Xiaoha. Thus commenced Xiaoha's day of tribulations. As he fled, clutching his head, he unwittingly trampled through unknown Pokémon waste, stumbled into thickets of grass, and was either struck by falling fruit or startled by sudden attacks from unseen sources. In the midst of his frantic escape, Xiaoha stumbled upon a clear river, yet the series of unfortunate events had not imparted any wisdom upon him. With a careless disregard for potential dangers, he boldly plunged into the water, clutching his rear. Moments later, a crimson figure approached him in the water. Oblivious to the imminent threat while preoccupied with cleansing himself, Xiaoha remained unaware that the red figure was none other than a Magikarp. Upon nearing Xiaoha, the Magikarp, perceiving him as its nemesis, began to thrash about. Frustrated by the interruptions, Xiaoha seized the opportunity to slap the Magikarp across the face. What followed was a remarkable transformation. Enveloped in a radiant light, the Magikarp swelled in size. Noticing this, Xiaoha hastily swam toward the shore, and as he clambered onto dry land, The Magikarp completed its evolution into a Gyarados, gathering energy particles in its formidable maw. It became evident that a slap across the face is a grievous insult to any creature. Xiaoji, observing the spectacle, gasped in astonishment. Oh no, Hyper Beam. In a moment of quick thinking, he conjured an aura sphere in his left hand, successfully intercepting the Gyarados' attack, just as it was about to strike Xiaoha. With no time to ponder the origin of the aura sphere, Xiaoha seized the opportunity amidst the rising smoke and fled back into the forest, exclaiming in frustration, "What on earth is happening today? Why am I so cursed?" Xiaoji wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, realizing that while the Gyarados' Hyper Beam would not have killed Xiaoha, it could have severely injured him. The true drama had only just begun, and Xiaoji had no intention of letting it conclude so swiftly. Meow. Just as Xiaoji prepared to pursue the unfolding drama, the pink floating cat appeared before him once more. Chapter 5, Mew Mew. Ash gazed in astonishment at the pink feline floating midair. Mew placed a paw to its mouth, curiously circling around Ash a few times before gently descending in front of him. "You are quite remarkable. I sense a familiarity between us. Do you know me?" Mew's voice echoed in Ash's mind. Ash nodded. "Yes, I have come across some records about you. By the way, I am Ash, hailing from Pallet Town." "Mew, your aura resembles that of the Aura Guardians I have encountered. Do you aspire to become the next Aura Guardian? Is this the kind of power you mean?" Ash concentrated and conjured an aura sphere in his hand. "Precisely," Mew affirmed. "Although I yearn to become an Aura Guardian, I am currently too young to receive a starter Pokémon." Ash feigned reluctance, yet his eyes subtly hinted for Mew to offer him something in return. After all, he was still a minor. If Mew sought to recruit him, it would be inappropriate without compensation. Mew, upon hearing this, gently shook its head and replied, "It matters not. As long as you are willing to be my emissary, I can wait for you." Mew had been wandering outside for some time and was thrilled to encounter a human capable of expertly wielding aura at such a young age. It would not let such potential slip away easily. Realizing that further pretense would yield no rewards, Ash spoke up. "Mew, I would be willing to serve as your emissary, but should we not establish some form of compensation for our partnership?" "A partnership? Compensation?" Mew looked at Ash with curiosity. "Well, you could interpret it as a token of goodwill," Ash suggested diplomatically. "Very well. In that case, I shall present you with a modest gift." Mew placed a paw on Ash's forehead, its sparkling eyes radiating a mysterious glow, followed by a burst of vibrant light. In an instant, Ash found himself enveloped in a mystical, colorful realm, and he felt an enigmatic power surging into his being. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received Mew's blessing and acquired super abilities." The voice of the system resonated within Ash's mind. With a paw half covering its mouth, Mew concealed its delight while circling Ash a few times, declaring, "From this moment forth, Ash, you shall be my emissary. When confronted with insurmountable challenges, simply whisper Mew. Super adorable, and I shall instantly appear to fight alongside you." To capture the heart of a Pokémon, one must first win over its appetite. This was a lesson Ash had deeply internalized during his time at Professor Oak's lab. Of course, the bag of energy cubes was not originally his. It was something he had brought from the lab for protection, or perhaps as a bribe. Mew accepted the energy cubes, slowly opening the bag, unleashing a delightful aroma of berry and an abundance of energy. It casually took a piece and savored it, instantly enchanted. It had never tasted such delectable energy cubes before. "Delicious. Ash, these energy cubes you provided are far superior to any I have tasted before." As a competent wanderer, Mew had traversed many lands and sampled various kinds of energy cubes, specifically designed for humans to nurture Pokémon. Ash smiled faintly. "I'm glad you like them. By the way, Mew, you won't be leaving this forest so soon, will you?" "Indeed, Ash. Would you like to explore the depths of the forest with me?" "Well, Mew, there is someone who resembles a hideous creature, akin to charcoal. He treats Pokémon as mere tools and possesses a vile character. Most importantly, he intends to harm beings like you, mythical creatures, or legendary Pokémon. If you encounter him in the forest, I hope you will deal with him severely. Please also inform your fellow Pokémon to deny him any opportunity to capture them." Ash, leveraging his newfound rapport with Mew, unreservedly instigated animosity towards a certain individual. He was unafraid of Mew discerning his intentions. He believed that, with Mew's capabilities, it could easily unveil a child's thoughts. Moreover, considering that the individual in question was currently being targeted by wild Pokémon within the forest, it was unlikely he harbored any goodwill. Ash was confident that once Mew met this person, his reputation among mythical and legendary Pokémon would be irrevocably tarnished. Meanwhile, the disgruntled Xiaohua, having been driven away by Xiaohong, stumbled upon Xiaomao, who had also ventured into the forest. Indeed, these two crossed paths, more accurately, Xiaohua, with her head covered, collided with Xiaomao, who was observing a wild Nidoran, resulting in an unfortunate mishap. Ouch, that hurts! Xiaomao groaned, clutching the spot where he had been struck. Xiaohua, too, was holding her head, tears welling in her eyes. My head hurts. It feels like I bumped into something. What do you mean, bumped into something? I am a person, a living human, Xiaomao exclaimed. What on earth are you doing, Xiaohua? As descendants of the local Pokémon professors from the Kanto region, Xiaomao and Xiaohua, being of the same age, were familiar with each other. Wah! Xiaomao's inquiry only exacerbated Xiaohua's tears, leaving him utterly bewildered. After parting from Mew, Ash once again harnessed his aura powers to survey his surroundings. He had gathered ample information regarding Xiaohong's dubious past. Further surveillance seemed futile. Instead, he decided to seek out Serena, who had also entered the forest, in hopes of nurturing their bond. Before long, he detected two distinct auras, one belonging to a Pokémon, the other to a human. The human aura, of course, belonged to Serena. Ash had memorized the aura she emanated upon their first meeting. As for the aura belonging to a Pokémon, he couldn't pinpoint its identity, yet it felt strangely familiar. The two auras conveniently aligned in a straight line, allowing Ash to proceed without detours. His spirits lifted. Chapter 6. Capturing Piku and encountering Serena beneath an unnamed fruit tree. A Piku was confronting a Nidoking while clutching a fruit. Piku, its cheeks crackled with electricity, presenting a fierce visage at first glance. Nidoking. The Nidoking fixed its gaze on the fruit in Piku's grasp, letting out a low growl. Although the fruit was sour and unpalatable to it, that did not grant the yellow rodent the right to pilfer its treasure from its territory. Ash was taken aback by the sight of Piku and Nidoking locked in a standoff, yet the familiarity of the Piku struck him as rather intriguing. Piku? As if sensing Ash's presence, the Piku tilted its head in his direction. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the Nidoking, lacking any sense of sportsmanship, charged forward with a horn attack. Ash was almost certain that this Piku was the Pikachu with whom he would share a unique bond in the future. Realizing this, he could not allow his potential companion to be ambushed. Channeling his aura, he enveloped Piku in a protective shield, then conjured an aura sphere to strike Nidoking. Though Ash did not exert much force, the aura sphere altered Nidoking's trajectory, causing it to crash into the trunk of the fruit tree. Piku, are you all right? Ash asked, bending down to check on the little creature. Piku, thank you, human. Enhanced by the powers of the aura and the abilities bestowed by Mew. Ash comprehended Piku's words with clarity. My name is Ash, and my dream is to become a Pokémon master. Would you like to join me? To become my family and partner? Together, we can grow stronger. Piku, we're dreams, family, and partners. Piku gazed at Ash with confusion. Ash was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Piku's ignorance of such concepts. He proceeded to explain earnestly. As Piku absorbed the information, its eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, revealing a longing. From its birth until now, having witnessed countless Pokémon, it felt an emptiness within, a sense of yearning that surfaced when observing the lives of others. Piku sensed an inexplicable familiarity with Ash, and as their gazes met, filled with sincerity, it slowly extended a tiny paw. Then I look forward to our journey together, Piku, Ash declared, gently lifting Piku onto his shoulder. Thus, a bond was officially forged between the boy and a mouse. Having confirmed Piku's willingness, Ash decided to activate the system's Pokémon Information Query feature, something he had previously disabled to hone his own skills. He believed that true mastery lay in the knowledge he acquired himself, rather than relying solely on external aids. Pokémon, Piku gender, male level, 12 additional level classification. Ordinary, 110. Elite, 1120. Outstanding, 2130. Gym, 3140. Quasi-King, 4150. King, 5160. Quasi-Champion, 6170. Champion, 7180. Quasi-God, 90100. Secondary God, 101110. Primary God, 111120. Creator God, 121 unique. Ability, Lightning Rod, Performer, Max Performance. Fair Play, Stronger against the strong, weaker against the weak. Potential. Potential classifications include Ordinary, Elite, Outstanding, Gym, Quasi-King, King, Quasi-Champion, Champion, Quasi-God, Secondary God, Primary God. Potential does not define everything, as stated in a certain book. There are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. A gentle reminder, please refrain from applying settings from other works to this narrative. Skills, Tail Whip, Thunder Shock, Nuzzle. Volteco. Description, this is a special yellow rodent, the highest evolved form being Pikachu, which cannot evolve into Raichu using a Thunderstone. Ah, Piku, your abilities are indeed remarkable, Ash mused, reflecting on Piku's 3 abilities. Ding. Acknowledge the host's early bond with the future Pikachu. Reward, 10,000 points. Item, Super Electric Ball, X1. Customized top-tier energy cube for Piku and Pikachu. 5-year quota, 1 million alliance currency. Oh, splendid. This system offers quite the bounty, Ash exclaimed. The energy cube produced by the system surpassed the quality of those available in the market, providing a 5-year supply and conserving considerable resources for Ash. From the system space, Ash produced a luxury ball. Piku, would you like to enter this Pokeball and officially become my first Pokemon in this journey? Piku, the little creature tilted its head, puzzled by the luxury ball in Ash's hand. The Pokeball serves as an instrument for forging bonds between Pokemon and humans. Ash explained its significance. After listening, Piku nodded in understanding and reached out a tiny paw to tap the luxury ball. With a flash of red light, Piku was drawn into the ball. Since it entered voluntarily, the luxury ball merely wobbled twice before the successful capture echoed with a delightful chime. I have successfully captured Piku, Ash proclaimed, raising the luxury ball triumphantly. Once he struck a pose, the next moment saw the luxury ball burst forth with a radiant light, and Piku reappeared on Ash's shoulder. Compared to the standard red and white Pokeball adorned with lightning symbols, the space within the luxury ball was far superior. However, Piku did not enjoy the sensation of confinement and promptly escaped, scampering back out. Is anyone there? Underneath a tree at the edge of the Viridian Forest, Serena huddled in fear, feeling an unsettling chill in the tranquil surroundings, as if danger lurked nearby. With reddened eyes, she whispered, had I known it would be like this, I would have come. Summer camp is truly dreadful. Her sprained ankle throbbed painfully with each slight movement, leaving her helplessly calling for assistance, hoping someone would come to her aid. Are you here for summer camp too? Just then, a boy's voice interrupted her thoughts. Serena was overjoyed by the sudden voice and looked up to see a boy, considerably taller than her, with a Piku perched on his shoulder. This boy was none other than Ash, who had rushed over after successfully capturing Piku. Noticing Serena's swollen ankle, Ash gently inquired, Are you injured? Why, yes, Serena replied shyly, lowering her gaze. May I examine your injury? I learned about treating common ailments from Professor Oak. Why, yeah, that'll be fine. With Serena's consent, Ash crouched down, carefully assessing her injury. It's just a sprain. No bones are affected. Are there any other injuries apart from your ankle? Ash asked. And no, that's all. With that, Ash theatrically retrieved a medicinal spray from his pocket, purchased from the system's shop for 50 points. Piku observed its newly appointed trainer, showing concern for a female human, and fell into contemplation. Piku, so love can transfer, can it? As the spray was applied, Serena felt a significant reduction in the pain radiating from her ankle. Thank you. My name is Serena, and I'm from Lumio City in the Kalos region. I don't know what I would have done without you. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and this is my partner, Piku. Even if I hadn't found you, Professor Oak would have come looking for you. Regardless, Serena was adamant that Ash was her savior. He is not at all like the original Ash, who is rather oblivious, squandering opportunities for intimate interactions with his future wife. As for the reason he refrains from carrying her, It is, of course, to display his boyfriend prowess. Or rather, it is his fear of provoking jealousy in the Piku resting upon his shoulder. Chapter 7. Assistance from the System. Since the tender age of 3, Ash has been consciously engaging in physical training, and with the endowment of his extraordinary body, he can rival elite-level fighting Pokémon with sheer physical prowess. Such an extraordinary physique allows him to effortlessly carry not just Serena, but several others as well. Ash's straightforwardness leaves Serena blushing, her cheeks resembling ripe, delicious apples. With her arms tightly around Ash's neck, her head shyly nestled in his embrace, she dares not meet his gaze, as Ash savors the softness in his arms. Piku tilts its head and greets Serena. "Is this Piku the Pokémon you captured?" Ash responds affirmatively. "Yes, I just caught him." "How adorable." Piku beams at the compliment, clearly pleased. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 Pokémon, chat as they exit the forest. Just before they leave, Ash spots Gary, who is also accompanied by a girl. Upon seeing Ash with a girl in his arms, Gary teasingly remarks, "Ash, look at you, already acquainted with such a lovely lady." Hearing this, both Serena and May flush deep red. "How about a proper introduction?" Gary suggests, prompting the 2 girls to introduce themselves. At this moment, Gary notices the Piku perched on Ash's shoulder. He asks the Pokémon I just caught in the forest. Ash briefly explains their encounter. "Ash, you're amazing." At that moment, Serena's admiration for Ash reaches its zenith, her gaze filled with adoration. Suddenly, a notification resonates in Ash's ears. Ding! Serena's affection level for the host is at 100. Congratulations on completing the hidden task of winning her heart. Rewards: 2 Ralts eggs, 2 evolution stones, and 2 Mega Evolution Stones for Gardevoir. The system's voice echoes in Ash's ears, and he can't help but think, this system is becoming increasingly perceptive. What a formidable ally. 2 Ralts eggs and additional evolution items. Such generous rewards. Ash, being no fool, understands the system's intent. However, he knows he must find the right moment to present these gifts. Mishaps could lead to unintended consequences. Piku tilts its head in confusion. "Pika, are you alright?" "Ash, I'm fine. Sorry, I just recalled something and momentarily lost focus." Ash feigns embarrassment. "What could possibly distract you?" Gary inquires, puzzled. Serena and May share the same curiosity, aware that Ash and Gary share a unique bond. "Nothing significant. I simply remembered encountering someone at the summer camp in the forest. He seemed rather unfortunate. Having provoked a flock of Spearow and attracting various wild Pokémon during his escape, Ash fabricates a story about the misfortunes of a boy named Hao." Upon hearing Ash's tale, Serena can't help but compare it to her own experiences, realizing, so there are others who have it worse. With this perspective, she feels as though today is indeed her lucky day. Could it be true that someone is that unfortunate? Gary expresses disbelief. May shares the sentiment, realizing that the sight of Hao's misadventures would likely deter youngsters from venturing into the forest, alleviating Professor Oak's concerns. Just then, a horrific scream pierces the air from the nearby bushes. Recognizing the voice, May's mood instantly darkens. Moments later, a disheveled figure bursts forth, clothes tattered, face and arms swollen with blisters, and an unbearable stench emanating from him. It is none other than Hao, and he is not alone. Behind him follow a furious horde of Spearow and Beedrill. "Ash, is that the person you mentioned?" Gary observes with a mix of astonishment and amusement. After all, it is quite a rare occurrence for 2 aggressive Pokémon species to unite in their pursuit of a single target. It appears to be. Ash feigns uncertainty. "Should we assist him?" Serena innocently inquires, unaware of the situation's gravity. Before Ash can respond, Gary pragmatically assesses there are simply too many Spearow and Beedrill. With just a Piku, we cannot help him. Yet, if something were to happen to him, Professor Oak would certainly be troubled. "Don't worry, the professor has already arrived." Ash points to the approaching figure of Dragonite. Is that Professor Oak's Dragonite? As the most favored grandson of Professor Oak, Gary is well acquainted with the Pokémon the professor has raised. Before Dragonite even touches down, its formidable aura sends the Spearow and Beedrill fleeing back into the forest. Just as he prepares to deliver a scathing remark, Hao faints from sheer terror. Riding on Dragonite, Professor Oak feels an odd sense of having rescued the wrong individual upon hearing Hal's exclamations. Meanwhile, Dragonite casts a disdainful glance at Hal, its eyes reflecting a hint of malice, perhaps influenced by Ash's earlier mockery. Ugh, Oak, have you lost your senses? You dare bring such filth into my presence. After voicing its protest, Dragonite delivers a jolt of electricity towards Professor Oak. Ah, what have you done? Ash and Gary exchange glances, both bewildered by the unfolding scene. Professor Oak approaches Ash and the others, intending to admonish them, but upon noticing Serena in Ash's arms and May holding Gary's hand, his tone shifts entirely. You too? Really? Taking your girlfriends to such a perilous place as the Viridian Forest? If you wish to see Pokémon, you could simply visit the lab's backyard. And if you want to explore the city, a driver could easily take you there. Serena and May, hearing Professor Oak's teasing, cannot help but feel bashful, their faces flushed as they bury their heads into their companion's shoulders. Professor, please, no more jokes. Serena is injured, and I need to get her to a doctor quickly. Ash insists. By the way, when you're free, do remember to visit me. I'm curious if you recall that troublesome boy, Professor Oak states. Having arrived on Dragonite after learning that besides Ash and Gary, 3 other children had sneaked into the forest. However, given the current situation, he believes both girls are likely fine, which is a relief. Yet, the boy is another matter entirely, listening to his last cries. Professor Oak is convinced the boy is unfit to be a Pokémon trainer. Lack of luck, poor judgment, and a plethora of bad habits make him a liability, not only to Pokémon, but to other trainers as well. Understood, Professor. Chapter 8. The transaction in no time. Ash led Serena to the medical staff. The medical personnel selected for the summer camp possessed exceptional skills, and they promptly attended to Serena's sprained ankle. With Ash applying a special treatment spray, she was soon able to walk, albeit with less agility than usual. Thank you so much, Ash. Serena expressed her gratitude. Ash waved dismissively. We're friends. There's no need for such formality. Ash, where's the evidence you mentioned about that unfortunate fellow? Gary and May rushed in, urgency in their demeanor. I can show you the video, but please do not share it casually. It is first-hand information and quite valuable, Ash replied, retrieving the recording device. He had processed the video, locking away the content regarding Mew, while simplifying the footage of the unfortunate events involving Hugh to create the impression of an accidental capture. It's just a bit of money. The profits from any research outcome you produce would surpass this, Gary scoffed, completely oblivious to the value of money as a wealthy heir. Research outcome? Serena inquired, puzzled. Ash, have you become a Pokémon researcher? I'm merely riding on Professor Oak's coattails. I proposed a concept with research value. My dream is to become a Pokémon master. Being a researcher is just a means to gain more knowledge about Pokémon, Ash explained. While the video's value may not be particularly high, it could easily be exchanged for a Pokémon of elite qualifications in the right circle, Ash added. Working as a researcher at Professor Oak's lab? How impressive! Serena and May exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing May's admiring gaze directed at Ash made Gary feel a twinge of jealousy. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have refrained from his earlier comments, inadvertently aiding Ash's reputation in front of May, especially when she was now his crush. Yet, Gary was genuinely surprised by the video's potential value. Elite qualified Pokémon were rare. With proper training, such Pokémon could easily become champions, a significant asset for many gym leaders. What troubled Gary the most was Ash's superior ability to nurture Pokémon. With another 5 years until he could embark on his journey with a starter Pokémon, Ash had already caught a Piku of commendable quality. If Ash were to acquire an elite qualified Pokémon, Gary could foresee his lifelong struggle to surpass Ash. Ah, it hurts. Why wasn't I given anesthesia? A sudden scream from the next room broke the tension. My apologies. I thought you had already administered the anesthesia since you showed no reaction, Ash said, feeling somewhat guilty. Listening to the commotion next door, the group fell silent. Gary hesitantly asked, Is that unfortunate fellow in there? It seems likely, Ash nodded. By the way, are you hungry? That can wait. Let us first feast our eyes on the video, Gary replied, snatching the recording device from Ash and beckoning May to watch with him. The curious Piku, perched on Ash's shoulder, jumped to May's shoulder to gaze at the screen as well. "Do you know that unfortunate fellow?" May asked. "Not particularly well," she replied. As they watched the video, Hugh was being urgently transferred to the nearest Pokémon Center in Jubilife City due to the excessive accumulation of Beedrill toxin in his system, to prevent any disruption to the ongoing summer camp activities. Soon, half an hour had passed. After viewing Hugh's unfortunate highlights, Gary remarked, "I never imagined that little black-haired kid would be so bold. However, his luck is truly unfortunate." Ash smiled mysteriously. "Gary, this is not merely a matter of luck. It appears he is not favored by Pokémon. Did you not see the Caterpie, Metapod, and Magikarp in a video? Even Pokémon with low aggression were inclined to attack him. What was initially intended as harmless pranks on Hugh fell far short of Ash's expectations. He had deliberately exaggerated the footage, showcasing Hugh's unpopularity with Pokémon to undermine his potential as a Pokémon trainer. Having lived in this world for many years, Ash understood that obtaining Pokémon trainer qualifications was not as effortless as depicted in the anime. Any eligible youth aspiring to be a Pokémon trainer must undergo a vetting process. Those who failed this assessment would not only be barred from obtaining a Pokédex, but would also be unable to purchase standard Pokéballs or receive them as gifts. Without Pokéballs, Hugh would be rendered incapable of utilizing his superhuman abilities. The qualification review involved receiving a starter Pokémon and being issued a Pokédex, necessitating parents to pay an annual fee to ensure their child's family could support Pokémon training. Additionally, children were tested on their knowledge of Pokémon through examinations conducted by schools, which were not overly challenging. These educational institutions differed vastly from those Ash attended. They served as foundational schools where children could enroll at the age of 5 and graduate upon passing the exam. Of course, those recognized by Professor Oak, like Ash, were exempt from attending such schools. The final review was comprehensive, primarily assessing values and character. It was evident that Hugh did not meet the criteria. Based on Ash's recorded video, it's clear that this child is indeed not favored by Pokémon, Professor Oak interjected, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "However, Ash, your progress is quite astonishing. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who executed that aura sphere to block the Gyarados' hyper beam, correct?" Professor Oak inquired, stroking his chin. That was indeed my doing," Ash replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If Professor Oak noticed any discrepancies, his plans would be foiled. After all, to revoke Hugh's qualifications as a trainer, the expertise of an academic heavyweight like Professor Oak was essential. Gary, meanwhile, felt utterly bewildered, listening to his grandfather's words. It dawned on him that he was the only one left in the dark. His grandfather had already known about Hugh's extraordinary abilities. Professor Oak, visibly pleased, patted Ash on the shoulder and said, "Well done. Your actions were decisive." "It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision," Ash replied, eager to shift the conversation away from the aura sphere and Hugh. "I came to inquire about your opinion regarding the boy involved in the incident. However, after viewing your recorded video, your perspective is no longer pertinent. I have decided to apply to the league for a temporary suspension of that boy's trainer qualifications until after the summer camp concludes. By the way, Ash, your recorded video seems incomplete. Did you edit it?" Professor Oak's interest was piqued at the mention of legendary Pokémon. Over the years, aside from Celebi, he had never encountered another legendary Pokémon. The thought of Celebi made Professor Oak's gaze towards Ash shift slightly. "Professor, how much do you intend to offer for the video footage of Mew?" Ash inquired with a playful grin. 80, the professor replied. "Professor, this is the only video of its kind. One elite qualified starter Pokémon from any region," Ash countered. "Make it 100, Professor Oak added. The two individuals embarked on an extensive bargaining process, ultimately resulting in Dr. Oki acquiring from Ash a video pertaining to the mythical Pokémon Mew. In exchange for a starter Pokémon, 5 million Alliance coins, and a single guidance session with any Pokémon from his primary team. Chapter 9, The Shiny Ralts. Professor Oak, with a pained expression, clutched Ash's recording device as he departed. The content of the video was of paramount importance. Without protective measures, any loss of information regarding Mew could lead to a dangerous leak. As a witness, Ash could easily become a target for Team Rocket, the nefarious organization. Thus, for Ash's safety, Professor Oak resolved to secure the device. Wait a moment, he seemed to have forgotten to inquire about that Piku. Nevertheless, it felt familiar. Never mind, he would ask tomorrow. Professor Oak muttered to himself before dialing a number with remarkable ease. Soon, the call connected. Hanako, there's an important matter regarding Ash. Indeed, Professor Oak had dialed Ash's home. Before he could finish, Hanako interjected eagerly, Professor Oak, has something happened to Ash? Something had occurred, but it was fortuitous. Your son, Ash, had an epiphany and found himself a lovely girlfriend on the very first day of summer camp. Speaking of Ash's gossip, Professor Oak wore a delighted smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt. In the blink of an eye, the summer camp was nearing its conclusion. Throughout these days, Ash had spent nearly all his time with Serena, and their relationship had flourished remarkably. If it weren't for the time constraints of the camp, which would soon end, Serena would have believed she was deceived by her caretaker regarding her affections. Time truly flies. Ash, the summer camp is about to conclude, Serena remarked with a hint of melancholy. Yes, I know, but parting is merely a precursor to a more splendid reunion, Ash replied earnestly. Serena, as you know, my dream is to become a Pokémon master, and I have longed to travel, meet various Pokémon and companions. In the future, I hope to travel through the Kalos region with you. Ash's face radiated sincerity as he asked. Upon hearing this, Serena's smile returned. All right, it's a promise. We shall travel together in the Kalos region. By the way, Serena, I have prepared a gift for you, Ash exclaimed, presenting the Ralts egg and the Mega Evolution set he had received as a reward. I obtained this Pokémon egg in the forest that day. Ash fabricated a casual backstory. Serena waved her hands in refusal. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Moreover, it would serve you better than me. I received 2 identical ones, Ash said, producing his own egg as well. The system had thoughtfully provided an incubator alongside the egg. All right then, faced with this, Serena reluctantly accepted Ash's gift. As soon as she took the egg, both began to glow with a white light. Seeing the eggs shimmering with the imminent prospect of hatching, Ash felt a surge of joy. Just days prior, he had consulted Professor Oak about the egg's health, and it had been in perfect condition, brimming with energy, ready to hatch at any moment. Initially, he had intended to wait until it hatched before presenting it to Serena, but after so many days of silence, he had almost given up hope. What was happening? Serena asked, slightly puzzled, glancing at Ash. It's about to hatch, Serena. Professor Oak mentioned that when Pokémon hatch, they regard the first person or Pokémon they see as their closest companion, Ash explained. As the frequency of the hatching light accelerated, a brilliant radiance erupted, and both eggs simultaneously cracked open, revealing 2 humanoid Pokémon with blue, fragmented hair before them. Ash's heart raced at the sight of the 2 shiny Ralts. Wow, the system is incredible. Initially, he had anticipated merely 2 Ralts of decent quality, but they turned out to be shiny versions. The 2 Ralts fixed their curious gazes on Ash and Serena, examining them with intrigue. Ralts, they called softly before teleporting to Serena's arms and Ash's shoulder, respectively. Meanwhile, Piku, who had been observing from Ash's shoulder, was unceremoniously dislodged by Ralts' sudden appearance. Piku? Piku stared in bewilderment at the Ralts that had taken its place. Hello, Ralts, Ash greeted warmly. Piku, so love can be transferred. Piku pondered. From now on, Ralts will also be our family. Your positions are equal. Ash reassured Piku, lifting it and placing it on his other shoulder. After comforting Piku, Ash retrieved 2 luxury balls, handing one to Serena. Serena, Ralts is an emotion Pokémon. It can sense human emotions. When it perceives joy or optimism, it becomes braver. A trainer's cheerful disposition helps Ralts grow joyfully. Its horn captures warmth from people or Pokémon, causing Ralts' body to gradually warm up. Ash meticulously explained the details about Ralts to Serena. I understand. Thank you, Ash. After consulting with the Ralts, Serena used the luxury ball to capture it, but soon released it again, clearly indicating that her Ralts, like Piku, preferred not to be confined within the ball. Ralts, I look forward to our future together. Ash promptly captured his own Ralts as well. Pokémon, Ralts, shiny, Ash, gender, female level, 1 ability, telepathy, synchronized potential, champion moves, growl, charm, confusion, teleport, psychic, mystical fire. Description: this is an exceptionally gifted newborn. Pokémon: Ralts, Shiny, Serena, Gender, Female level, 1 ability, Telepathy, Synchronized potential, Champion moves, Growl, Charm, Confusion, Teleport, Psychic, Mystical fire. Description: this is an exceptionally gifted newborn. Ash was astonished as he examined the two Ralts' data. Their configurations were identical. Unbelievable. There are no two leaves alike in the world. Yet here are two indistinguishable Ralts. Serena: let us seek out the professor for a checkup for our little ones, Ash proposed. Okay. Serena nodded in agreement. Even though the summer camp was concluding, and Professor Oak had many tasks to attend to, he graciously conducted the examinations for the Ralts when Ash and Serena approached him. After the examination, Ash requested Professor Oak to take a commemorative photograph of him and Serena. Thus, the summer camp officially came to an end, with the vast majority leaving with hearts full of joy and fulfillment. Of course, one unfortunate boy was the exception, as the sole negative example of the entire camp. Professor Oak had temporarily revoked his qualification to be a Pokémon trainer. To regain his status, the boy would not only need to undergo a more rigorous theoretical examination, but also participate in practical activities at designated locations, the most arduous and grueling tasks. Furthermore, he was required to participate without a hint of complaint. Friendly reminder: this character will not become a trainer in this narrative. Aside from this unfortunate affair, the boy's notoriety had spread across all regions, marking him as a cautionary tale for all. The unfortunate video was inadvertently leaked by a temporary worker from the Alliance and was simultaneously designated as the official negative example across various regions. Chapter 10. The journey awaits time, flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed, and Ash has reached the age of 15, the perfect time to embark on an adventure. Over these 5 years, Ash and his companion Piku, alongside Ralts, have matured significantly. Under Ash's guidance, Piku has relentlessly challenged the Pokémon in Professor Oak's backyard, evolving into Pikachu after numerous battles. Ralts, unlike Piku, has little interest in fighting, yet she caught Professor Oak's attention from their very first meeting. After all, Ralts is a rare Pokémon, especially Ash's shiny version, awakening Oak's obsessive research instincts, prompting him to employ various tactics to persuade Ralts to participate in his studies. Through a battle of wits with Professor Oak, Ralts eventually evolved into Kirlia, mastering skills such as telekinesis, hypnosis, teleportation, and psychic. Host: Ash abilities: Aura Power, Super Newbie, Psychic skills, Photographic Memory, Advanced Energy Cube Creation, Elite Pokémon Breeding, Master Chef. Expert Fisherman items: Rare Candy X23, Master Ball X2, Ultra Ball X65, Great Ball X56, Luxury Ball X15, Pokeball X300, Potion X666, Antidote X323, Premium Leaf Stone X1, Premium Firestone X1, Beautiful Scales X5. Points: 121380 Alliance Currency. 233333333 Pokémon. Pikachu, Curly Identity. Pokémon Professor, Novice Trainer in the span of 5 years. Ash has achieved the rank of Level 1 Researcher, becoming the youngest and most revolutionary Pokémon Professor. He is also the discoverer of the 8th evolution of Eevee, Sylveon, having refined the theory of Eevee's 8 evolutions, and he has discovered Fairy-type Pokémon. Upon receiving his doctorate, Ash's system updated his identity information, which, while not particularly useful, showcased the system's intelligence. The 2 Master Balls he possesses were rewards following his certification. During these years, aside from Pikachu and Kirlia, Ash has nurtured several other Pokémon. Although he applied to the Alliance for them, all of which have high qualifications, Ash had no intention of capturing them for personal use. Instead, he allowed them to roam freely in Professor Oak's research facility. This was not due to dissatisfaction with their qualifications, but rather a lack of personal connection. Nevertheless, those Pokémon have recognized Ash, and after obtaining authorization for Ash's research results, the Alliance designated those Pokémon as his property. Pokémon: Pikachu. Gender: Male level, 40 ability, Lightning Rod, Actor, Max Performance, fair chance, strong against the strong, weak against the weak, qualification. Skills: Iron Tail, Surf, Thunder, Shadow Clone, Agility, Electric Terrain, Electroweb, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt. Pokémon: Kirlia, Shiny, Ash, Gender, Female Ability, Synchronize, Telepathy Qualification. Champion Skills: Protect, Growl, Charm. Shadow Clone, Telekinesis, Moonblast, Teleportation, Psychic Terrain, Psychic, Mystical Shield, Healing Wave, Hypnosis. Pikachu has reached the pinnacle of gym-level strength, just one opportunity away from becoming a quasi-champion, while Kirlia, being less combative, is slightly behind. In the early morning at Pallet Town, Ash, eager to commence his journey, appeared at the research facility with his backpack. In his pajamas and yawning, Gary, having just finished filling the water, spotted the ready-to-go Ash and remarked, "Ash, there are only 4 trainers in Pallet Town this year. You don't need to be so competitive. It's not that early. The sun is already up. Gary, you didn't stay up late chatting with May and forget about today's departure, did you?" Caught off guard, Gary fell into a momentary silence, then blushed as he retorted, "Mind your own business. Didn't you say you didn't need a starter Pokémon? Just the Pokédex and Pokéballs? Why the rush?" Ash had discussed with Professor Oak that he did not intend to claim a starter from the traditional trio. He transferred his claim and the King qualification he had traded from Professor Oak to Serena. Aside from rare Pokémon, Ash only plans to capture those he finds appealing. Once captured, he does not intend to follow the original story's path of becoming a so-called release master. If he were to release them, he would first gather them all and then let them roam in Professor Oak's backyard. Serena comes from a modest background, and her potential with starters is quite impressive. Each starter from any region has proven effective in gym challenges and performances. Taking this into account, Ash decided that transferring the selection rights to Serena would yield the best value. Additionally, Serena is a year younger than Ash and will need to wait until Ash travels to Kalos to reach the appropriate age for adventuring. The selection rights Ash transferred this year effectively gave Serena an edge over most trainers her age. By the time Ash reaches Kalos, Serena will have at least a 7.5-year-old Gardevoir and 2 starters trained for a year, plus the selection rights to Kalos starters, giving her 4 Pokémon upon debut. On the surface, she may appear to be a novice trainer, but in reality, she could very well possess gym-level strength. The thought is quite daunting. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Right, Pikachu, Kirlia? Pika Pika. Indeed. Chilu. Yes. Forget it. I won't bother with you maniacs. Ash, you are the rival I've chosen. Just don't collapse on the roadside, Gary said, yawning as he quickly made his way back to his room. Indeed, if he didn't hurry, he wouldn't even be second place. Ah, just as I expected. Ash, you are the first to arrive. Professor Oak entered from the door leading to the backyard, evidently having been tending to the Pokémon there. Good morning, Professor. Ash and Pikachu greeted in unison. However, when it came to Kirlia, the dynamic shifted. She clearly placed Professor Oak on her list of unwelcomed individuals. Ash, please wait a moment. I will fetch your Pokédex. According to the standard protocol for novice trainers embarking on their journeys, one typically receives a Pokédex and 5 empty Pokéballs. Considering Ash has been exempted from the Pokémon carry limit, I have prepared these additional balls for you. As for this Master Ball, I specifically requested it from the Alliance for you, Professor Oak explained. Though the Master Ball can capture legendary Pokémon, its success rate is not particularly high. Yet this does not diminish its status as a product banned from trading by the Alliance. Professor Oak is aware of Ash's remarkable luck and anticipates he will encounter many rare Pokémon during his travels, which is why he made this special request. I understand. Thank you, Professor. Chapter 11. Capturing the Shiny Spearow Xiao Mao. I eagerly anticipate a comprehensive battle with you at the Quartz Alliance, Ash exclaimed. Having secured his Pokédex and Pokéballs, he decided against lingering any longer. After calling out to Xiao Mao upstairs, he slipped away. Upon exiting the research facility, Ash adhered to the path laid out in the original narrative and promptly made his way to Pewter City. Not long after, he found himself entering the Pewter Forest. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has embarked on their journey. The main quest to become a Pokémon Master has commenced. The optional side quest menu has been activated, allowing the host to freely accept randomly assigned tasks from the system during their journey. Side Quest 1. Capture the Colossal Onyx, the ruler of MT Miyacha. Reward: 1000 points, a premium metal film, and several alliance coins. Side Quest 2. Foil Team Rocket's nefarious schemes. This will automatically convert into a permanent task upon acceptance. Reward: several alliance coins, several points, and a random unknown reward. Side Quest 3. Capture. Side Quest 4. Investigate. Side Quest 5. Resolve. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is being observed by a level 1 Ho-Oh. Fortune is rising, and the host has gained the favor of Pewter Forest. Congratulations on awakening the power of Pewter, beginner level. Ding. Detection confirms that the host has awakened the power of Pewter. Congratulations on completing the hidden task Heavenly Feast. Reward: Title of the Chosen One, Master Ball X1. A series of system notifications flooded Ash's mind. The plethora of side quests left him feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, these tasks were optional, or he might have felt destined to remain in Pewter City for eternity. Given that there were over 200 side quests within the city's confines, continuously refreshing. The final reward notification caught Ash off guard. Could it be that the photographer was lying in wait just outside Pallet Town for him? System, are you serious with this reward? Why can the photographer trigger a special reward while the previous delinquent received nothing? Surely, you haven't kept it for yourself. Ash endeavored to communicate with the system in his mind. To him, the psychic abilities were a result of his clandestine dealings with the delinquent. The system merely indicated that he had acquired such a capability. Upon examination, the host did not complete the hidden task during their encounter with Mew. Therefore, no reward can be granted. Ah well, if it wasn't triggered, it wasn't triggered. Ash's attention shifted to the so-called title of the Chosen One. Title: The Chosen One Effect. When worn, the probability of encountering legendary Pokémon, mythical beasts, increases by 1. Initial affection level of Pokémon raised by 20. Luck 1. Charm 1. What a lackluster title. Ash had never before encountered such a disappointing accolade. Aside from the universal attribute boost of 1, the other two effects seemed rather trivial. After equipping the title, he selected several capture-related side quests and closed the system interface. Alright, Pikachu, Chikorita, it's all up to you before we exit the forest and enter the city. Pika, no problem, I've got this. Chico, are we really relying solely on us? After 5 years of companionship, Chikorita had long since acclimated to Ash being a human-shaped Pokémon. Setting aside all else, however, Chikorita felt uncertain about defeating Ash. Chikorita, this is a training exercise for you. After receiving Ash's encouraging response, a spark of determination ignited within Chikorita. Thus, the trio, consisting of 1 human and 2 Pokémon, embarked on a journey of dominance through Pewter Forest. Even the passing Caterpies found themselves on the receiving end of a few blows. Indeed, both Pikachu and Chikorita were gym-level Pokémon, while the wild creatures they encountered were merely exceptional level. The disparity rendered the encounters akin to mere child-esque play. Naturally, Ash was not the type of callous trainer. For every wild Pokémon he vanquished, he ensured they received treatment to prevent lingering effects, offering energy cubes as a token of gratitude for the battles. It was precisely due to this kindness that Ash caught the attention of the forest's formidable Spearow. Several Spearows perched on the trees behind him, their eyes fixated on Ash's backpack. Spearow, we found food. Spearow, good. A smaller Spearow took flight from the branch. Soon, a large flock of Spearows appeared before Ash. Leading the charge were 3 subpar photographers, with the foremost being a notably larger, shiny Spearow. A shiny Spearow, how rare. To become the leader of its kin is even more exceptional. Very well, I have made my decision. Spearow, it's time for a capture battle. Ash called out to the shiny Spearow. Typically, Pokémon of alternate colors are regarded as outcasts, but this particular Spearow, having risen to leadership due to its shiny variant, must possess extraordinary prowess. Ash was no longer the naive character from the original story. He was determined to capture a Pokémon of such remarkable potential and strength. Infuriated by the provocation, the Spearow let out an angry squawk and rallied its kin for a group assault. Capture battle? It scoffed at the notion. Fine, if that's the case. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Chikorita, Psychic. Chapter 12. Xiaoxia, the assault of the fiery Sparrow was swiftly dismantled by 2 formidable techniques. Go Pokeball. In the instant the shiny, big-mouthed sparrow fell to the ground, Ash hurled the red and white sphere. With pinpoint accuracy, the ball captured the big-mouthed sparrow, emitting a soft shake before producing a satisfying thud, likely due to the speed of the capture. Ash raised the Pokeball triumphantly, exclaiming, "I have captured a Pokémon. Pika!" With a soft chime, the system acknowledged Ash's achievement of completing side Quest 37, capturing the big-mouthed sparrow, rewarding him with 5,000 Alliance coins, 30 points, and a Super Ball. Not too shabby. Ash had not expected grand rewards from merely capturing a big-mouthed sparrow. Pokémon, Big-mouthed Sparrow, Shiny, Gender, Male Level, 23 Ability, Keen Eye Potential, Near Champion Moves, Glare, Sing Peck, Fury Attack, Mimic Shadow Clone, Swift, Agility, Brave Bird Wow. It truly is a shiny Pokémon. The moves this big-mouthed sparrow possesses are quite extraordinary. Ash was taken aback upon reviewing the creature's skill set. After swiftly dealing with the fiery sparrow, Ash intended to press onward when suddenly the sky darkened, followed by a booming thunder and torrential downpour. Caught off guard, Ash had yet to activate his aura shield and was drenched in moments. The downpour arrived and departed swiftly. As the clouds parted, a rainbow appeared in the sky. Sensing something, Ash, Pikachu, and Kyrulian simultaneously looked up to see a special big-mouthed sparrow with effects soaring toward the rainbow. Ash quickly retrieved his recorder to capture the moment. This was indeed a case of an unintentional photograph being taken. As the Ho-Oh vanished, a feather drifted down into Ash's hand. "It's Ho-Oh. Pikachu, Kyrulian, one day we shall challenge that magnificent creature. Pika. Chilu. All right, let us continue our journey toward Tokiwa City." Half an hour later, Ash turned and smiled at the nearby bushes, saying, "Little one, come out. After following me for so long, you must be tired." No sooner had he spoken than a vibrantly colored, lively-eyed Pidgey fluttered out from the underbrush. Since entering the forest, Ash had been utilizing his aura detection, and this Pidgey had been tailing him since his arrival. "Pidgey, human, you're strong. May I accompany you on your journey?" The desire to grow stronger shone in Pidgey's eyes. Along the way, it had witnessed the yellow-skinned rodent and Kyrulian effortlessly dispatching opponents, igniting its wish to follow Ash. However, upon seeing Ash capture its rival, the fiery sparrow's evolution, it hesitated, fearing Ash would look down upon it. One honor. Ash was certain this was the initial form of the Pidgeot that had been released in the original story. As if fearing Ash might change his mind, Pidgey swiftly approached him, tapping its wings against the luxury ball at Ash's waist. As the luxury ball ceased its shaking, Ash held it aloft, announcing, "Yes, I have successfully captured Pidgey." With the addition of a new companion, Pikachu and Kyrulian eagerly mimicked Ash's celebratory stance. Pokémon, Pidgey Gender, Male Level, 17 Ability, Big Peck's Potential, Champion Moves, Hurricane, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Agility. After a brief respite, Ash resumed his journey. Soon arriving at the edge of a lake, gazing at the shimmering waters, he contemplated capturing a pleasing water-type Pokémon. Naturally, this decision was not merely inspired by the long-ignored beautiful scales. It was a strategic move for the upcoming gym challenge and the final league tournament. With a newfound goal in mind, Ash eagerly strolled along the lakeshore, searching for the perfect fishing spot. With his master-level fishing skills, he quickly identified the optimal location, only to find a girl with orange hair nearby, holding a fishing rod, looking despondent, an archetypal display of an unproductive fisherman. Recognizing the girl immediately, Ash approached her with a gentle smile, saying, "Hello, pardon the interruption, may I join you in appreciating the beauty of nature?" Upon hearing his voice, the girl looked up, her heart fluttering at the sight. Xiaoxia thought to herself, "Wow, a wild handsome guy. He is so gentle." The current Ash was a far cry from his former self in the original story. After 11 or 12 years of immersion and learning, his demeanor had transformed dramatically. The original Ash had been an immature, clueless boy, while now he exuded sophistication and maturity, devoid of any naivete. Anyone who saw him would instinctively compliment his handsome appearance. Of course, not as dashing as the readers watching from the screen. Xiaoxia showcased an enthusiasm that exceeded Ash's expectations. While he was momentarily taken aback, she swiftly prepared his fishing spot, eagerly awaiting his casting. Unfazed by her eagerness, Ash retrieved his well-prepared high-end fishing gear. "Hello, handsome. My name is Xiaoxia, and I'm from Hawaiian City. Thank you for the compliment. Xiaoxia, you are quite adorable as well. By the way, I am Ash from Masera Town, currently traveling to become a Pokémon master." Xiaoxia, entranced by Ash's charm, gazed at him, momentarily forgetting about her own fishing rod. This must be the dream partner every girl yearns for. Wealthy, polite, and strikingly handsome. She fantasized about embarking on an impromptu journey with this captivating young man. Thus, Xiaoxia completed her self-strategy, already calculating how to invite Ash to travel together. Meanwhile, Ash baited his hook, casting the line gracefully into the clear lake. As he finished casting, Ash noticed Xiaoxia's fishing rod beginning to tug, prompting him to call out, "Xiaoxia, you have a bite. If you don't reel it in, your rod will be dragged away." "Ah," Xiaoxia exclaimed, beginning a struggle with her catch. Attempting to maintain an air of ladylike grace, Xiaoxia was cautious in her reeling, fearful that revealing her true self might frighten Ash away. After a considerable tug, she slowly brought her catch to the surface, a medium-sized kingler. Ash stifled a laugh. He had recognized the fish's ordinary nature when it was hooked, yet the scene of Xiaoxia wrestling with it evoked a humorous semblance to a showdown with the Gyarados. Upon witnessing her first catch of the day, Xiaoxia felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Suppressing her irritation, she released the kingler back into the water. Turning to Ash, she asked, "Ash, is this your first time fishing?" "Not really," he replied. In his past life, Ash had gone fishing a few times, though he had never caught anything. Still, he had set bait. In this life, however, it was indeed his first fishing experience, a skill acquired through a system lottery. Chapter 13. Fishing. A ripple danced across the surface of the lake, and the fishing rod in Ash's hand bent under the sudden strain, arching like a bow. Without hesitation, he yanked the rod, and a kingler was flung onto the shore. This kingler was considerably larger than the one Misty had caught, and even out of the water, it thrived with vitality, thrashing about energetically. Pokémon. Kingler gender. Male level. 16 ability. Swift swim qualification. Exceptional skills. Water splash. Tackle. Are you not going to catch it? Misty inquired with curiosity. Ash shook his head, explaining, "No, I aim to challenge the Indigo League. The Pewter Gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon, and I want to see if I can capture a suitable water-type Pokémon for the gym battle." "Ah, I see. However, you must prepare yourself mentally. The variety of wild Pokémon in this lake is somewhat limited. It may take some patience to find one that meets your needs for the gym challenge." Misty had been fishing at this lake for several days, and her haul predominantly consisted of kinglers. Just go with the flow. Pikachu and Chikorita have the prowess to handle gym challenges without any issue. Chikorita, indeed a rare Pokémon. Ash, did you travel here from another region? As one of the gym trainers from the Cerulean Gym, Misty possessed a wealth of knowledge about Pokémon, and she assumed Ash was a trainer visiting Kanto from elsewhere. "Not quite. I hail from Pallet Town, and I'm currently on a journey to become a Pokémon master." "Then let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Misty, a world-class beauty. I come from Cerulean City, and my goal is to become the strongest water-type Pokémon master." Misty's voice brimmed with confidence. "Ash, you must be at the beginning of your journey, right?" "Indeed. I plan to visit the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City first." Ash intended to register for the Indigo League there. "I recall that Vermilion City has a gym as well. Aren't you planning to challenge it?" "The Vermilion Gym is the strongest in Kanto. I intend to save that challenge for last." "Ash, our goals align closely. Since I haven't figured out my route yet, why don't we travel together? It would be nice to have someone to rely on along the way." Misty looked at Ash with hopeful eyes. "Traveling together is fine, but will my plans interfere with your cycling?" Ash noticed the bicycle parked behind Misty, which was Pikachu's lifelong nemesis. 3 bicycles had met their demise at Pikachu's hands in the original story, marking him as a notorious bicycle destroyer. Sometimes, Ash found it perplexing that a motorcycle costs only a few thousand league coins, while a bicycle, which consumes as much fuel as a bowl of rice per 100 kilometers, starts at a whopping million league coins. Such pricing was utterly ridiculous. Since Misty had already arranged her plans, Ash decided not to voice any objections. All right then. During the next hour, Ash continued to reel and fish, but regrettably, despite catching over 30, none were the desired Magikarp. However, under Ash's encouragement, Misty managed to capture a Kingler of near-champion quality. Ash, what water-type Pokémon are you really aiming for? Misty asked curiously, having seen Ash catch several noteworthy Pokémon, all of which he released without hesitation. Misty, do you know about Milotic? Ash gazed calmly at the bobber floating on the lake, softly inquiring. Milotic, the most beautiful Pokémon, and a water type as well. 2 years ago, that genius doctor who discovered and defined the fairy type outlined 2 methods for evolving Magikarp into Milotic. However, both methods are quite challenging. When that genius doctor published his thesis, the value of beautiful scales skyrocketed almost tenfold, and now they are invaluable. The other method is incredibly difficult to cultivate. The concept of beauty is hard to grasp. So far, only that doctor has successfully raised 2 Milotic. The genius Dr. Misty referred to as none other than Ash himself. When Ash first embarked on researching the evolution of Magikarp and a Milotic, he approached it with a spirit of experimentation, whimsically applying for the few Magikarp from the league, while feeding them Bitterberry and energy blocks. Ultimately, he validated this unique evolution method. The evolution of Magikarp through beauty was a concept previously established in the games, where one could elevate its beauty to over 170 without using beautiful scales for trait evolution, leading to evolution upon reaching the requisite level. Ash, are you hoping to catch a Magikarp? Misty mused, envisioning herself with a Milotic. Yet, while Milotic were exceedingly rare, and she doubted her ability to cultivate a Magikarp to evolve it. Ash nodded. Yes, Misty, don't you want to become a water-type Pokémon master? Wouldn't it be wise to cultivate a Milotic as your main Pokémon? I would love to, but beautiful scales have become so inflated in price that they are virtually unavailable. Moreover, the Kingler you just encouraged me to capture will also require time to nurture. If you truly desire a Milotic, you should seek an opportunity to capture a Magikarp. If you worry about nurturing it properly for evolution, I can teach you. In Ash's view, since he had an abundance of beautiful scales, Misty was hardly a stranger, and acquiring one more Magikarp wouldn't be a burden. Come on, Misty. You've been with Ash for nearly 300 episodes. Even if you're currently a rival, what does the future hold? You're still a young girl, at most 15 or 16, and in another world, you are still a minor with ample potential for growth. We'll see when the opportunity arises. Misty pointed at the lake, exclaiming, Ash, you've caught another fish. Ah, Ash grasped the fishing rod, executing a fluid series of movements and once again reeling in a Kingler. Misty, please wait for me here. After releasing the Kingler, Ash first tidied up his fishing gear, then stretched his limbs. Leaving a remark, he dove head first into the lake. This action left Misty stunned, and she turned to Pikachu and Chikorita in disbelief, their wide, innocent eyes seemingly asking, is this person truly your trainer? Chapter 14. Capturing the ugly fish moments later, bubbles began to rise to the surface of the lake. With a splash, 2 large fish leaped onto the shore. Their bodies were adorned with earthy yellow scales, embellished with variously shaped spots. One was slightly larger and male, while the other, with more aesthetically pleasing spots, was female. It could be said that Ash had successfully captured a family of these creatures. Pokémon, ugly fish gender, male level, 21 ability, swift swim qualification, near champion skills, water splash, tackle, frenzy. Dragon breath, inherited, Pokémon, ugly fish gender, female level, 19 ability, swift swim qualification, elite skills, water splash, frenzy. Odd light, inherited. These ugly fish were nothing short of exceptional. The male's lineage likely traced back to a dragon-type quasi-god, or perhaps even an extraordinarily powerful Charizard. Otherwise, it would not have inherited dragon breath, nor would its qualifications be so high. The female, while possibly slightly inferior in lineage, still boasted impressive potential. What's going on here? This sudden turn of events startled Misty. In the next moment, Ash leaped ashore. Misty, choose one. By now, the 2 ugly fish had lost their ability to resist, their pupils swirling. Ash, you're incredible. To be able to subdue 2 water-type Pokémon barehanded underwater. Misty's eyes reflected admiration. Prior to evolving into Milotic, ugly fish had quite low combat power, but that did not mean they were powerless, especially in water. In any case, Ugly Fish had a foundational battle strength that surpassed that of a Magikarp that could only use Water Splash. Ash chuckled, just lucky. Which one do you fancy, Misty? Perhaps not. They are both from your catch. It was their first encounter, and given their lack of familiarity, Misty felt shy about accepting Ash's kindness. She could discern the high qualifications of the two ugly fish as well. Do we not agree to travel together? This pair of ugly fish is likely the only one in the lake. If I take one and you do not take the other, it will be quite lonely. Ash coaxed. The lake was abundant with aquatic plants, making it an ideal habitat for ugly fish. Thus, many still existed there. After diving for over 10 minutes, Ash had only encountered these two. His interest was not solely in their qualifications, for there were others with even better qualifications. He had even spotted one with champion qualifications. Eventually, under Ash's insistence and hints, Misty chose the male ugly fish. Since awakening the power of the evergreen, Ash increasingly felt that qualifications were merely the ceiling for the mediocre and the baseline for the capable. Previously, he had observed Professor Oak's main team as qualifications. Even those with near-champion qualifications could surpass the champion level, and those with quasi-divine qualifications could be nurtured to contend with second-tier deities. With his 3 unique abilities and external enhancements, he had no reason to fall short of Professor Oak. After capturing the ugly fish, Ash and his companions decided not to linger any longer. Once Misty had gathered her belongings, they set off towards Pewter City. Ash, it's getting late, and we are quite far from Pewter City. Why not let me ride on your bike, so we can arrive at the Pokémon Center sooner? Misty suggested. That might not be wise. My clothes are still wet. If I get yours wet too, you might catch a cold. Don't worry about it. I am destined to become a water-type Pokémon master, and my stamina is quite robust. Very well. Ash reluctantly accepted the reality. Pika Pika, I want to be outside, exclaimed Pikachu. Kyrillian, added Kyrillian as it teleported into Misty's arms. Seeing the two little ones had made their choices, Ash hopped onto his bike, and Misty took a seat on the back. Ash, please ride carefully. With Kyrillian wedged between them, Misty found it awkward to embrace Ash. Rest assured, knowing that when a girl says no, she often means yes, Ash pedaled hard, and the bike surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The sudden acceleration threatened to throw Misty off the bike, prompting Kyrillian to quickly teleport behind her and use telekinesis to stabilize her. After the thrilling moment passed, Misty, startled, quickly wrapped her arms around Ash's waist. This embrace brought forth a surprising realization. Ash's rigorous training over the years had sculpted a physique that was remarkable, complete with well-defined abs. At that moment, Misty found herself utterly captivated by Ash, who had already been labeled as handsome, generous, affluent, knowledgeable, compassionate, polite, and a true gentleman. Misty, keep your hand still, that tickles, Ash exclaimed, experiencing a mix of discomfort and delight from Misty's curious touch. Yet, regrettably, he had not fully sensed the beauty of femininity amidst this innocent yet intense moment. I'm sorry. Misty's face flushed crimson as she felt the contours of Ash's abs. Caught in a moment of spontaneity, her mind raced with thoughts. Oh no, Ash must think I'm some sort of rogue. Thus, after consuming 2 bowls of rice worth of energy, Ash and his companions entered Pewter City as dusk fell. At the city entrance, a voice called out, "Hello, please stop and cooperate with us for a routine inspection." Officer Jenny stepped out from the police booth, extending her hand to halt Ash and his group. "Thank you, Officer Jenny," Ash said, recognizing the need for compliance. He produced his Pokédex and handed it to her. Upon seeing the Pokédex, Officer Jenny's demeanor softened slightly. The issuance of Pokédexes followed strict standards, and possessing one conferred a semblance of authority akin to that of a Pokémon League official. She skillfully opened Ash's Pokédex and flipped to the last page containing his personal information. Ding! This Pokédex belongs to Ash from Pallet Town, hereby verifying his identity. Please note that if lost, it cannot be replaced, so please handle it with care. A friendly reminder from Professor Oak of Pallet Town. After the sound of the prompt, Ash's specific personal details were displayed. "All right, your identity as a trainer has been verified," Officer Jenny said, glancing briefly at the information before returning the Pokédex. Since it was issued personally by Professor Oak, There was no need for extensive scrutiny. Confirming the holder's basic information sufficed. Well, it's getting late. If you plan to stay in Pewter City, head over to the Pokémon Center to register with Nurse Joy. There's no need to wander about at night. Recently, a group of thieves targeting Pokémon has been reported in Pewter City. As she spoke, Officer Jenny pointed to the bulletin board beside the police booth, where 2 wanted posters were displayed. The posters depicted a pair with blue short hair and pink long hair, presumably a male and female, both clad in distinctive white uniforms emblazoned with a striking purple emblem on their chests. Chapter 15. The Call Beneath the Starry Sky. A balloon adorned with a Meowth emblem floated gracefully above the city of SHB, making its way toward the Pokémon Center. Inside the basket, a young man with short blue hair, clad in a distinctive white uniform, clutched a wanted poster tightly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the blurred visage on the poster was, in fact, his own likeness. Is this the wanted image of us? The police in SHB are truly unprofessional. They cannot even manage to produce a proper wanted poster, lacking even the most basic facial features, he remarked. Beside him, a girl with an unusual hairstyle chimed in. It's only natural for the rural police to have such a limited perspective. They cannot comprehend our allure. This is nothing short of a grievous misunderstanding and prejudice against us. Such behavior is utterly unforgivable. Indeed, this treatment fails to showcase the charm we possess, and it is inexcusable. I want the people of SHB to witness our true prowess. Exhibiting our strength is one thing, but let us not forget that our objective is to collect rare Pokémon. We must not lose sight of that. As the two indulged in their self-absorbed musings, a third voice interjected, startling them. It was a Meowth standing upright on its hind legs. How could we possibly forget? The two responded without a hint of surprise, engaging in conversation seamlessly. Meanwhile, Ash and Misty had settled into the Pokémon Center, while Pikachu and the others recuperated. Ash approached a public phone in the lobby and dialed home. Hello, this is Ash's mother. A familiar voice resonated from the other end. Mom, it's me, Ash. As Ash gazed at the phone screen, he saw his mother relaxing with a facial mask, an image of tranquility that made him feel unexpectedly out of place. Oh, Ash, where are you? His mother, Hanako, inquired. I've arrived in SHB. Wow, son, you're incredible. You're far more impressive than your father. He took 4 days to reach SHB, while you've accomplished it in just 1. I believe you will surely surpass him in the future, she replied confidently. Of course, I'm better than Dad. Ash would never concede to being inferior to a man who had vanished for over a decade. Since his birth, he had never laid eyes on his father or even discovered a single memento of him, not even a photograph. Thus, Ash concluded that his long-lost father had either met his demise in some forgotten corner or was entangled in an affair involving a legendary Pokémon. You do remember to brush your teeth regularly, don't you? Their essay saying, a tiger's son is not a dog, he joked. Mom, it's getting late. I need to brush my teeth and get ready for bed. Ash hastily interrupted, fearing time would slip away. Hanako was quite supportive of Ash's relationship with Serena. All right, I understand. Ash nodded in agreement, anticipating Serena's reason for reaching out. After ending the call, Ash surveyed the area to ensure Misty was absent before dialing Serena's home. Hello, this is Serena's mother. May I ask who is calling? Aunt Sachi, it's me, Ash. He peered at the screen, noticing another mother similarly indulging in self-care. Oh, Ash, Serena just stepped into the shower. You might have to wait a moment. After summer camp, Ash and Serena had exchanged contact information and occasionally spoke on the phone. Over the course of 5 years, it was impossible to keep their relationship from their families. In fact, Serena's mother, Sachi, discovered their connection within 2 months. Over the years, Ash had cleverly gained Sachi's approval. That's all right, Aunt Sachi. I have plenty of time. The prospect of seeing his future partner made Ash eager to wait, though he worried about being discovered by Misty. Then, Ash heard Sachi calling for Serena. Serena, Ash is on the phone. Hurry up. In the next moment, a Cerulean appeared on the phone screen, the evolved form of the Ralts Ash had gifted to Serena. Chilu, Cerulean exhibited a puzzled expression, not seeing its sister as usual. Cerulean, your sister is currently at the Pokémon Center recovering. She is not here with me at the moment. When both eggs hatched simultaneously, Ash's Ralts spoke first. naturally becoming the elder sibling. Chilu. All right. It was clear that Serena as Cerulean felt a bit dejected. Soon, Serena appeared on the screen. Ash, did you send over that Squirtle and Snivy? Yes, I specifically chose them for you. They should be quite delightful. They are indeed well-behaved and adorable, but Ash, if you've given them to me, what will you do? Aren't you aiming to become a Pokémon master? They would fare much better accompanying you than staying with me. It will be over 2 years before I could travel with you. Serena, having learned from Ash's mother that he had set off, was filled with anticipation for the journey, yet her age prevented her from joining him, especially with Ash so far away in Kanto. With Pikachu and Cerulean as my starters, I have more than enough. I can capture and train other Pokémon. Serena, I captured 3 wild Pokémon today. Half an hour later, Ash reluctantly ended the call. He then contacted Professor Oak, selling him footage of Ho-Oh at a high price. Had he not been concerned that the Rainbow Wing might fall into the wrong hands, he would have considered renting it to Professor Oak for research. Ash understood that Shigeru's rapid progress was largely due to the additional Pokémon, Herdier and Eevee, that Professor Oak had prepared for him. In any case, Ash had resolved that when he next encountered Shigeru, he would seize the opportunity to outmaneuver him. He possessed exceptional Firestones and Moonstones, products of the system that surpassed the quality available on the market. Chapter 16. The arrival of Team Rocket. Xiaoxia gazed at Ash by the counter, letting out a sigh of relief. Ash, so you are here. I thought you had slipped away without a word. How could I? We agreed to travel together, didn't we? Ash replied, perplexed. Was he really the type to sneak off? Pika Pika. It seems Ash's feelings for this girl. Should we intervene? Pikachu whispered to Chikorita. I'm not sure. Perhaps we should ask Serena next time? Chikorita responded softly. From their observations of Ash's reaction upon seeing Xiaoxia, they could almost ascertain that he harbored ulterior motives. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing alarm rang out. Simultaneously, the intercom of the Pokémon Center activated, announcing, Emergency Alert. Emergency Alert. There are intruders in Shinjuku City, likely a criminal organization specializing in Pokémon abduction. Please remain cautious. Crash. Before the announcement could finish, the glass above the Pokémon Center shattered. 2 Pokeballs fell to the ground, and then Weezing and Ekans appeared before Ash and his friends. Weezing promptly began spewing thick black smoke, enveloping the entire battlefield. Amidst the smoke, 2 voices emerged, a male and a female. Since you asked so sincerely, Musashi began. I shall graciously inform you, Kojiru continued. To prevent this world from destruction, Musashi declared. To safeguard the peace of the world, Kojiru added. To enact love and truth. While embracing villainy, they proclaimed in unison. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us. As the smoke cleared, the true protagonists, Team Rocket, stood revealed before Ash and his companions. Meow. A Meowth leaped down from above, landing between the duo. Ah, that Meowth can talk. A talking Meowth. It must be an exceptionally rare Pokémon. Everyone except Ash was astonished by the talking Meowth. However, the moment of awe was short-lived, as a luxury ball struck Meowth squarely in the face. The luxury ball emitted a red beam, capturing Meowth within. Moments later, the ball shook violently and erupted, leaving Meowth sprawled at Kojiru's feet, seemingly exhausted. Meowth glared around, seething. Who did that? Who nearly robbed me of my freedom? I knew it. A talking Meowth is impossible to capture. Ash anticipated success. His actions were driven by a temporary mission from his superior to have Meowth experience being captured with a luxury ball, with a Master Ball as the reward. Such a lucrative opportunity was too tempting to ignore. Nevertheless, Team Rocket's Meowth was indeed a unique entity. Although it sacrificed strength and evolution opportunities, it gained unparalleled intelligence, learning to speak and possessing an understanding of mechanics, capable of constructing anything, alongside an array of miscellaneous knowledge. Musashi and Kojiru, despite excelling in other fields, chose to engage in wrongdoing, particularly Kojiru, who came from a wealthy family, yet opted to work for others. The pursuits of the affluent were indeed peculiar. Truth be told, this trio, 2 humans and a Meowth, seemed more like protagonists than Ash's team. Hey, was that luxury ball thrown by you? Meowth's keen ears directed its ire at Ash. What's it to you if it was? Ash couldn't comprehend the trio's reasoning. They were in their headquarters, yet dared to stir trouble right outside the Pokémon Center, a sensitive location. Were they trying to draw the Pokémon League's attention? Or was it a calculated ploy by their leader to send these fools into chaos? Weezing used Tackle. Ekans deploy Poison Sting. Tear that annoying brat apart. Meowth commanded angrily. Seeing their Pokémon being directed by Meowth, Musashi was infuriated. She seized Meowth and demanded, "What is the meaning of this, Meowth?" "Exactly. Our plan was nearly successful," Kojiru echoed, voice dripping with resentment. As the trio bickered amongst themselves, Ash seized the moment to issue commands. Chikorita, use Confusion. Pikachu, prepare to deploy Thunder Wave to trap them. Though Team Rocket had recently been wanted, their worth still lay in the valuable connections they possessed. So Ash had no intention of sending them flying. After all, they had their ways of escaping, even if apprehended. Chikorita's eyes glimmered with psychic energy, and Weezing and Ekans were suddenly drawn backward. Pikachu unleashed a vast net of electricity, ensnaring Team Rocket. Ugh! The voltage may not be as high as 100,000 volts, but it's still electricity. Team Rocket felt the sting for the first time. Their resistance nowhere near that of more seasoned foes. Darn it! It's all your fault for misdirecting us, Meowth. Exactly. Our plan was almost a success. Musashi and Kojiru lamented, blaming Meowth for their failure. How can you say that? Meowth was incredulous at their accusations. Ash interrupted, enough. Whatever your grievances, save them for when you're in custody. What? You little brat, intend to hand us over to the police? Kojiru's voice wavered with panic. Once in custody, my identity will be exposed. Why wouldn't I? You're wanted by Miss Junsha, and it's clear you've committed numerous misdeeds. Letting you go would make me an accomplice. Ash gazed at Team Rocket earnestly. Wait, look at that Pokémon on the brat's shoulder, Meowth said, fixated on Chikorita. It appears weak, not strong at all. What is so special about it? Musashi merely glanced over, conceding that while Chikorita was beautiful, it seemed like a fragile vase. That's Chikorita, an incredibly rare Pokémon, a dual-type psychic and fairy. Kojiru, a well-informed heir, immediately recognized its worth. Extremely rare. Musashi's eyes transformed into the shape of coins. Meowth was equally intrigued. The fairy type alone could fetch a considerable sum, being a natural counter to dragon types, which were prime targets for Team Rocket schemes. Listening to their covetous thoughts about his companion, Ash felt an urge to teach them a lesson. For the sake of his reputation, Ash suppressed the impulse to strike them and turned to Nurse Joy, saying, Miss Joy, I have subdued Team Rocket. Please inform Miss Junsha to take them away. Thank you very much, esteemed trainer. I will contact Junsha immediately. Additionally, I will personally report this matter to the League. Your protection of the Pokémon Center will be duly rewarded. Nurse Joy expressed her gratitude as the crisis subsided. Chapter 17. Xiaoxia's fear of insects. Miss Junsha displayed remarkable efficiency. Within 5 minutes of being contacted by Miss Joy, she arrived at the scene. It was an utterly unpleasant sensation. The members of Team Rocket, confined in the police vehicle, were on the verge of tears from their grievances. Miss Junsha, these 3 members of Team Rocket are quite peculiar. I fear they may devise a means to escape, Ash remarked, adding to the woes of Team Rocket. I understand. Miss Junsha nodded earnestly. With that statement, Ash envisioned a memorable night ahead for the trio from Team Rocket. Inside the police car, upon hearing Ash's taunting words, Team Rocket seethed. That damned little brat. Their rivalry was now firmly established, marking the beginning of a tumultuous relationship between Ash and Team Rocket. Who would have thought that Brat possesses such a rare Pokémon as Chinchou? We must seize it and present it to the boss. Jessie exclaimed in frustration. Not just Chinchou, but that Pikachu as well. Did you not notice how extraordinarily powerful that Pikachu is? Meowth reminded. Indeed, capturing both Pikachu and Chinchou and delivering them to the boss could lead to promotions and raises. James mused dreamily. Then let the mission to capture Pikachu and Chinchou commence. Late that night, Misty lay in bed, casting a glance at Ash in the adjacent bed, filled with admiration. Ash, I never realized you were so formidable, effortlessly defeating such an evil organization as Team Rocket. Their abilities are quite mediocre. If you were to face them, you would easily triumph, Ash reassured her. Really? Misty's heart soared at Ash's words. Absolutely, Misty. It's getting late. You should rest early to avoid disrupting tomorrow's itinerary. Okay. Good night, Ash. Good night, Misty. After exchanging their good nights, they drifted off to sleep. For them, the night was not long, but for some unfortunate souls, it was a different story. The following morning, Ash rose early as usual to exercise, accompanied by Pikachu and Chimecho. In the open space behind the Pokémon Center, Ash released the 3 newly captured Pokémon. All right, from today onward, you shall join me in training. Pikachu, continue to enhance your mastery over electricity while attempting to fuse it to maximize your explosive power. After today's training, I will equip your tail with a weighted item to strengthen it. Spearow, your training with Pidgeotto is straightforward. You shall battle each other without my commands. But do keep safety in mind. The 2 newly joined Pokémon nodded seriously. Now off you go to train. As soon as Ash finished speaking, the 4 Pokémon eagerly sought a place to commence their training. Meanwhile, the floundering Magikarp gazed at Ash with anticipation. Magikarp, your evolution into the world's most beautiful Pokémon requires a unique training regimen, distinct from theirs. Ash chuckled as he produced a specially designed energy cube and a stack of photographs, beginning to instill in Magikarp the belief that she is eternally the most beautiful. After half an hour of persuasion, Magikarp's eyes glimmered with newfound confidence, her spirit noticeably uplifted. Just then, Misty strolled from the Pokémon Center, yawning. Rubbing her eyes, she said, "Good morning, Ash. I can hardly believe how diligent you are. No wonder you are so strong." Not nearly enough. By the way, Misty, why not release your Magikarp? I will teach you how to nurture it. Ash's promise was sincere. All right. Misty released her Magikarp, but upon glancing at Ash's, she was left dumbfounded. The transformation was astonishing. Yesterday's shy and reserved little duckling had blossomed into a confident and vain creature, with a sheen to her scales that was markedly enhanced. In disbelief, she turned to Ash and asked, "Ash, is this truly the Magikarp you captured yesterday?" "Indeed it is," Ash replied with a smile. "This change is simply too great. It's merely a small adjustment. If you follow my method, you could achieve similar results in half an hour." Such a minor change is hard to believe. Ash utilized premium customized energy cubes from the Teen Mall, each costing 50,000 league coins. And he had spent 1,000,000 in just half an hour. Of course, wealth is but a transient matter. Ash had earned enough over the years. An hour and a half later, Ash and his companions finished breakfast and embarked on their journey to Deep Gray City. Upon leaving the urban area, they re-entered the evergreen forest, and Ash immediately sensed Misty's tension. If memory served him correctly, she had a fear of insects. Insects. So many insects. Having barely ventured a short distance, Misty's scream echoed through the forest. Following her gaze, Ash observed the numerous failed evolutions of the Larvitar, clustered amidst the underbrush. Gently patting Misty's shoulder, he encouraged, "Do not fear. They are merely little bugs. I'm here with you, Misty." Chapter 18. The Caterpie and the Horned Beetle. At that poignant moment, a Caterpie had already crawled up to Xiaoxia's feet. Pokémon. Caterpie gender. Male level. 6 ability. Shield Dust qualification. King skills. Tackle. String Shot Pika Pika. Pikachu leaped down from Ash's shoulder. Noticing Pikachu's movement, Xiaoxia also spotted the Caterpie at her feet. Ash, please help me get it away. Getting rid of it is possible, but it seems this little fellow has taken quite a liking to you, Xiaoxia." Ash felt that Xiaoxia might be on the wrong path. Despite her desire to become a water-type Pokémon master, she was passively attracting bug-type Pokémon, which was rather absurd. "Hurry up and get it away." Xiaoxia was so frightened that she stood frozen, unable to move. Xiaoxia, the evolved form of Caterpie, Butterfree, is quite beautiful. Since it adores you so much, why not try to capture it? It appears to be on the verge of evolution. Consider it a test of courage. Though Ash was also inclined to capture the Caterpie, seeing how it cherished Xiaoxia changed his mind. Upon hearing his words, the Caterpie looked up at Ash with gratitude, then eagerly gazed at Xiaoxia, as if to say, "Just throw the Pokeball. I won't resist." However, Xiaoxia hesitated, fearing that Ash might misunderstand her intentions. Yet, her instinctual terror left her paralyzed. Ash noticed her wavering heart and gave Curlia a knowing glance. Curlia understood and approached the Caterpie, softly encouraging it. Caterpie, be brave. Her Pokeball is right at her waist. Upon receiving the hint, the Caterpie's courage surged. It released a strand of white silk that pulled down an empty Pokeball from Xiaoxia's waist, then boldly bumped into the button, activating the capture mechanism. Since it was a voluntary capture, the Pokeball emitted a satisfying click almost immediately. The entire process was seamless, taking less than 3 seconds for the Caterpie to assist Xiaoxia in capturing itself. How can this be? Xiaoxia was dumbfounded. She had never witnessed such a scenario before. Xiaoxia, there are numerous bug-type Pokémon in the wild. If you wish to become a water-type Pokémon master, you must overcome your fear of bugs. Caterpie is gentle, and its evolved form Butterfree is not unattractive. It suits you well. Ash reassured her, presenting a batch of bug-type energy cubes to help it evolve sooner. Ash produced a canister of homemade high-grade energy cubes, always prepared with various attributes for wild Pokémon. All right, thank you, Ash. With no other option, Xiaoxia accepted the reality. Come fort, Caterpie. With a gentle call, the Pokeball sprang open. As Caterpie emerged, it promptly crawled back to Xiaoxia's feet, attempting to ascend her leg. Under Ash's encouraging gaze, Xiaoxia hesitantly commanded, "Stop. Caterpie, you may follow me, but you must obey my commands. Until I permit you, do not come too close." Caterpie nodded in compliance. After a brief pause to organize Caterpie, the group ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, Ash spotted a golden horned beetle. "That's it," he exclaimed with excitement. Pokémon, horned beetle, shiny, gender, male level, 6 ability, shield dust qualification, champion skills, poison sting, string shot. Bug bite wasn't this the shiny horned beetle that Ash had lost to the samurai boy in the original story? With such high qualifications, that detestable samurai boy. The champion level qualification made Ash suspect that the samurai boy's involvement was a deliberate plot by the writers to prevent the protagonist from winning too early. A truly frustrating thought. With that in mind, Ash threw a Pokeball declaring, "Pidgeotto, it's your time." This time, he was determined to capture the shiny horned beetle at all costs. Pidgeotto. Use Whirlwind to lift the horned beetle, then follow up with Quick Attack to knock it down. The shiny horned beetle, sensing its adversary, panicked. Before it could react, a fierce gust of wind lifted it, followed by a powerful collision from Pidgeotto that left it dazed upon hitting the ground. With quick reflexes, Ash tossed a luxury ball. Without any surprises, the shiny horned beetle was captured. Seeing this, Pidgeotto soared joyfully above, enveloped in a glow of evolution. However, at that moment, Xiaoxia witnessed a chilling scene and shouted, "Ash, watch out behind you." With his aura sense heightened, Ash instinctively understood the danger. For those who resorted to underhanded tactics, he would stoop even lower. He crouched down, condensing a small aura sphere in his hand, and gently tossed it behind him, sending the samurai boy flying 3 meters away. Had it not been for the wooden sword in the boy's hand, Ash might have sent him packing for good with a single aura sphere. Generally, people in the Pokémon world possessed remarkable resilience, and the samurai boy managed to get back on his feet after enduring the blow. You've got to be careful when attempting a sneak attack. Make sure you can take on the one you're ambushing, Ash said with a serious tone. You're quite impressive. You must also be from Pallet Town. Let us duel, the samurai boy declared, brandishing his Pokeball. Then, Ash allowed the boy to experience a harsh lesson in reality, swiftly defeating him with his newly evolved Pidgeot in a matter of moments. Truly, you are renowned as the strongest rookie trainer from Pallet Town, the samurai boy admitted, not disheartened, as he had anticipated such an outcome. Did Shigeru inform you about this? Ash inquired, unaware of who had set the trap. This year, there were 4 new trainers from Pallet Town, including himself. Damn Shigeru, and those other 2 as well. Just wait, Ash thought, already plotting to give them a thorough thrashing upon catching up with them. Especially Shigeru. He wouldn't be called Ash if he didn't empty their pockets completely. One day, I will defeat all of you, the samurai boy declared passionately. I await that day, but as long as you remain in this small place, you stand no chance against me. Go travel, and when you can defeat Xiaohua from Leaf Village and Shigeru from Pallet Town, then come challenge me. Ash didn't extinguish the boy's enthusiasm, but seized every opportunity to address those who had set the trap. I know Shigeru, But who is this Xiaohua from Leaf Village? The samurai boy asked, puzzled. Oh, he is a globally recognized demon star, extraordinarily powerful, able to rival even the mightiest Pokémon using only his fighting skills, Ash explained. The samurai boy's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to challenge this Xiaohua. After bidding farewell to the samurai boy, Ash and his companions resumed their journey. Ash, the Xiaohua from Leaf Village you just mentioned, was he not labeled a cautionary tale several years ago? Xiaoxia inquired curiously. Indeed, Ash nodded. You know such individuals? I met him briefly during the summer camp hosted by Professor Oak, but he only attended for a day and then almost never appeared again. In truth, Xiaohua had only been at the camp for the first day before suffering severe injuries and requiring hospitalization multiple times, ultimately leading his family to secure a private room for him. Even while in the hospital, he was frequently embroiled in accidents, either being mistaken for a patient and subjected to forced treatment or injured by medical equipment. Chapter 19. A fortuitous find in the town of Deep Gray City, located in the northwestern part of the Guandu region. The name derives from the Deep Gray Gymnasium, although that was many decades ago. Nowadays, the populace associates the gym with the city itself. The reason is simple. The Deep Gray Gym is one of the weakest in the Guandu region, lacking strength and proper facilities, even hesitating to turn on the lights. Xiao Ji, are you planning to challenge the gym directly, or should we visit the Pokémon Center first? Xiao Xia inquired. We still have time. Let's head to the gym first. Xiao Ji replied eagerly, unable to contain his excitement for his first gym badge. Hey, young man, you're stepping on my goods. At that moment, a narrow-eyed, middle-aged man exclaimed, addressing Xiao Ji, who was standing on the stones. Oh, my apologies, sir, Xiao Ji said, offering an apology. Goods? Sir, there are plenty of stones by the roadside. How did they become yours? Xiao Xia retorted, clearly displeased. The stones were indeed collected from other regions by the man, but they were not purchased. After all, how could someone running a gym at a loss afford such luxuries? Intrigued by the man's claim, Xiao Ji asked, Oh, so sir, are you selling these stones for gambling purposes? Gambling stones? What's that? Wu Neng, the middle-aged man, replied, somewhat confused. Gambling stones refer to objects of high value encased in an opaque exterior, where the quality remains unknown until the outer layer is removed. Xiao Ji succinctly explained the concept of gambling stones, considering that this world emphasizes the study of Pokémon. Precious items like diamonds or jade are often mined by trained Pokémon, as demonstrated in the original text where trainers employ specific Pokémon to locate gemstones. Thus, the notion of gambling stones seems utterly foreign here. Listening to Xiao Ji's explanation, Wu Neng's eyes brightened, as if he had discovered a newfound purpose in life. He rubbed his hands together, intending to entice Xiao Ji. Young man, since you're knowledgeable about gambling stones, why not give it a try? It's still early. A little fun won't hurt. Xiao Ji recognized the narrow-eyed man as the father of Gangma. The resemblance was striking enough to forego any need for a paternity test. Xiao Ji, those are just roadside stones. They hold no real value. Don't let this man deceive you, Xiao Xia hurriedly warned. Xiao Ji remained silent, assuring Xiao Xia with a reassuring glance before turning his attention back to the stones. He examined each stone with exaggerated scrutiny, secretly utilizing his aura to sense their contents. As he acted convincingly, Wu Neng began to regard Xiao Ji as a discerning expert, silently removing the stones Xiao Ji dismissed from his inventory. While investigating, Xiao Ji sensed a peculiar aura emanating from a pockmarked stone with cracks on its surface. This fluctuation felt reminiscent of the Mega Evolution Keystone he had previously acquired for Ishinedo. Confirming the presence of a valuable item, he feigned ignorance, even displaying a look of disdain as he observed the stone concealing the keystone. He then shifted his gaze to another row of stones, starting to believe Wu Neng's claim that these stones originated from other regions. Ultimately, in addition to the keystone, he discerned the presence of 2 Mega Evolution Stones. Though identifying the specific Pokémon they belonged to would require breaking open the outer stones, he suspected that one might belong to the Mega Evolution of Steelix. After some contemplation, Xiao Ji resolved to acquire all 3 unique stones. However, to avoid raising suspicion, he directed his attention to a nearby stone that he sensed contained a fossil. Sir, how much for that half-meter tall stone over there? Xiaoji inquired. Wu Neng, with a glint in his eye, began his performance, saying, Young man, I see you know your stones. I won't take advantage of you. It's yours for 100,000. 100,000 is too expensive. It's not worth it. Xiaoji feigned a poor demeanor. 100,000 is not much, young man. You don't know the origin of that stone. I unearthed it from a relic site, and the chances of it yielding a fossil are quite high. Even if it doesn't, it might reveal jade. Really? But I only have just over 100,000 in my name. If I buy this, and it yields nothing, I might end up begging on the streets, Xiaoji lamented. Wu Neng hesitated, recalling his own children, feeling a pang of guilt for deceiving Xiaoji. How about this? Can you throw in a few smaller stones? If you can, I might just muster the courage to buy it, Xiaoji suggested cautiously. Wu Neng pondered for a moment and replied, That's not out of the question, but you'll need to point out the small stones you want, and I'll decide after inspecting them. Xiaoji mixed the stones concealing the keystone and mega evolution stones with several worthless ones and presented them to Wu Neng. No, that's too generous, Wu Neng countered. But considering your eagerness, you can have a stone for 80,000, and you may choose 3 from the small stones. Really? Xiaoji feigned disbelief, a look of astonishment on his face. After securing the stones, Xiaoji did not rush to reveal their contents, but instead borrowed a cart from Wu Neng to transport the stones towards Deep Gray City. Xiaoji, are these stones really worth 80,000 alliance coins? Xiaoxia inquired curiously. The larger stone is certainly not worth it, but the 3 smaller ones, if they were in another region, could fetch not just 80,000 but even 800,000, with people clamoring for them. Mega evolution transcends monetary value. It is destined to become one of the principal forms of combat in the future, significantly enhancing one's strength. Without mastering one of these forms, even becoming a champion would render one a mere underachiever. Xiaoxia gasped, now comprehending that Xiaoji had been playing the narrow-eyed man. Xiaoxia, you must not mention this to that uncle. Xiaoji expressed concern that Wu Neng might take offense if he learned of this. Rest assured, this matter will remain our little secret. I won't breathe a word to anyone else, Xiaoxia promised. Upon entering Deep Gray City, Xiaoji first led Xiaoxia to the most luxurious hotel before retreating to a soundproof room to unpack the contents of the stones. Among the 2 mega evolution stones, one indeed belonged to Steelix, likely the one Brock eventually obtained in the original storyline, while the other was associated with the treacherous dragon-type Pokémon, the Sky Pillar. Having dealt with the stones, Xiaoji could hardly contain his excitement as he and Xiaoxia made their way to the entrance of the Deep Gray Gym. Chapter 20. Acquiring the Deep Gray Badge. Is this the Deep Gray Gym? It doesn't appear as dreadful as the rumors suggested. Misty gazed at the exquisite stone door of the Deep Gray Gym, her face etched with confusion. Judging solely by its exterior, it certainly exuded grandeur. But what lay within was another matter altogether. Ash offered a slight smile. The Fade of the gym was not crafted by Brock and Misty. It was the handiwork of the inaugural gym leader. Pikachu, Ash, I want to battle in the first gym match. Kyrillian, so do I. Before they even crossed the threshold, Pikachu and Kyrillian eagerly volunteered for the fight. Very well, since you both wish to battle, I shall leave it to you. Ash readily acquiesced to the requests of the 2 little companions. Ash, making such a hasty decision regarding the lineup may not be wise. The Deep Gray Gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon, and Pikachu and Kyrillian do not hold the advantage in terms of type. Misty expressed her concerns. She understood that battling against a type disadvantage would be quite challenging, especially when facing a gym leader. Misty, rest assured, I am confident of victory. With that, Ash grasped the doorknob and pushed open the grand door. Behind the door lay a pitch-black corridor, the entrance appearing as a boundary between light and darkness. The hallway was not only shrouded in darkness, but also devoid of life, resembling a path to the underworld. As Ash and his companions stepped into the gym, a shadowy figure stealthily followed them inside. It's so dark. The corridor of this gym has no windows, and they can't even afford to turn on the lights. Misty exclaimed in frustration. She had never encountered such an unusual gym. The environment was utterly dismal. Greetings, I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the gym trainer. Ash called out toward a certain direction. No sooner had his voice fallen than the lights in the venue abruptly illuminated. Trainer, it is evident that this is your first gym challenge. As the gym leader, I must remind you that gym challenges are not mere street brawls. Each gym possesses its own unique rules, and the entire process of the gym challenge will be recorded. Now, Ash Trainer, are you prepared? Brock, seated with an air of solemnity, inquired. Yes, we have been ready for a long time. In that case, let us proceed according to the gym's regulations. The Pokémon used will be limited to 2, and, as the challenger, you may substitute your Pokémon. Do you have any objections? Brock looked at Ash once more. Before the duel commences, I wish to inquire, Brock, are the Pokémon you utilize from the league's configuration or your own trained main team? Ash posed his question. Regardless of the region, as long as the gym is recognized by the Pokémon League, the league will supply the gym with competent Pokémon to assist the gym leader in facing challengers. These supplied Pokémon typically exhibit strength, ranging between exceptional and beginner levels. The main team of the gym leader, however, would undoubtedly surpass these supplied Pokémon in power. Given the strengths of Pikachu and Cerulean, battling against a high-level gym opponent aligns with Ash's expectations. Brock hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. When he took over as gym leader, the league did indeed send him several Pokémon, but he had declined them. The reason, of course, was that he could not afford the expense. Raising his 10 younger siblings was already a challenge, and adding more mouths to feed would render the gym unsustainable. I understand now. Ash realized the situation. Thank you for your understanding, Ash. Jiro, you will serve as the referee for this match. As soon as Brock's words fell, a miniature version of Brock appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The battlefield of the deep gray gym was rocky, expansive, and filled with various hard, oddly shaped stones, creating a complex appearance at first glance. In the deep gray city gym challenge, we have Ash, the rookie trainer from Pallet Town, facing gym trainer Brock. I declare the match to begin, with the challenger initiating the first attack. As a referee, Jiro's voice echoed. Brock produced a Pokeball from his waist and threw it onto the field. Upon landing, a well-trained Geodude appeared in the arena. Pokémon, Geodude Brock, gender, male level, 33 ability, rock head qualification, gym skills, tackle, defense curl, rock polish. With a quick glance at Geodude's information, Ash decisively called, Cerulean, this battle is yours. Cerulean. With great enthusiasm, Cerulean teleported onto the field. A psychic and fairy type, Cerulean, and it's a shiny one. Is this truly a rookie trainer? Brock looked at Ash in disbelief at the Pokémon he had chosen. Illusion Ray. Cerulean gathered energy in its hands and unleashed a powerful wave. Geodude Rock Blast. As soon as Brock finished speaking, Geodude fired 3 hard rocks to counter the Illusion Ray. Boom! The collision of the 2 skills created a cloud of dust, obscuring visibility. In that moment, Ash's pupils flickered with a hint of blue light. Then, from within the dust, a figure shot forth. Geodude crashed heavily into a solid rock pillar, its eyes spinning in confusion. What has happened? This scene left Brock momentarily stunned. He had seen Geodude withstand Cerulean's attack, yet now Geodude was defeated. With the power of Aura, Ash operated as if he had a transparent advantage. The dust may have obscured Brock's sight, but it did not hinder Ash's. Thus, he promptly ordered Cerulean to teleport closer and execute an ice punch that swiftly took down Geodude. With a 5-level difference between Geodude and Cerulean, and Geodude's double weakness to ice, it was a miracle that Geodude's rocky head wasn't crushed. Your Cerulean has learned Ice Punch? Brock, upon seeing Geodude's injuries, began to understand the entire situation. Even if reluctant, the referee Jiro had no choice but to accept his brother's defeat. He raised a small flag and announced, the gym trainer Brock's Pokémon has lost its fighting ability. The challenger Ash is victorious. Please send out your next Pokémon. Gym trainer. Brock threw out another Pokeball. A robust Onix towered over the battlefield. Pokémon. Onix Brock. Gender. Male level. 37 ability. Sturdy qualification. Elite skills. Tackle. Roar. Bind. Rock Slide. Truly a nightmare for rookie trainers in the Kanto region. Brock's elite qualified Onix was exceptionally well trained. Ash silently mourned for the future generations of rookie trainers in Kanto, barring any mishaps. This Onix was destined for greatness, especially with the potential for Mega Evolution. He looked to Pikachu, confidence radiating from him. This is it, Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu raised a paw in agreement, ready for action. Pikachu, you say? Ash's choice, which defied type advantages, left Brock bewildered. From the previous battle, he could tell that Ash was not someone who lacked understanding of type matchups. Nonetheless, he couldn't resist reminding him. Ash, Pikachu, an electric type, is at a significant disadvantage against the ground and rock type Onix. Pikachu is my starter Pokémon. This is my first gym challenge, and I believe Pikachu can secure this victory. The match begins. Jiro waved the flag. Pikachu, Rain Dance. The conventional electric type skills indeed prove ineffective against rock and ground types. However, as the persistent Ash, he has long instilled all learnable abilities into Pikachu. The combination of water and electricity creates a reaction far more intricate than a mere addition of 1 and 1. Brock was left speechless. What kind of novice trainer is this? He is practically a seasoned strategist, having been ambushed by Ice Punch in the last round, and now allowing an electric type to seize control of the weather from the outset. Onix, use Stealth Rock. Brock swiftly commanded, attempting to disrupt Pikachu's rain dance. Alas, it was too late. Dark clouds had enveloped the battlefield, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. Pikachu executed a quick agility move, leveraging the terrain to evade the assault. With remarkable speed, Pikachu deftly avoided Onix's attacks. The 4x weak Onix found itself utterly ill-suited to the rainy environment, suffering diminished speed and defense. Sensing the opportune moment, Ash ordered Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt to finish it. Pikachu leaped above Onix, channeling a powerful surge of electricity. Onix, hold on. Brock's expression tightened with anxiety. Water conducts electricity, and what would ordinarily be a futile endeavor against a ground type now felt akin to an unfair advantage. He struggled to predict the outcome of this battle. The Onix, enveloped in Thunderbolt, emitted a pained wail. The agony was unbearable, starkly different from its previous encounters with electric Pokémon. In that moment, Onix began to doubt the legitimacy of its past battles against electric types. How could a mere common yellow mouse cause it to question its very existence? Moments later, with a resounding crash, Onix lay flat on the ground, its fighting capabilities extinguished, and Pikachu emerged victorious. With 2 Pokémon still remaining, Ash was declared the winner of this match. The victor is Ash from Palatown, announced Jiro, his tone tinged with disappointment. In the audience, Misty, who had been observing the match, approached Ash with a look of astonishment. Congratulations, Ash, on conquering the dark gray gym. Ash lifted his 2 Pokémon in joy, exclaiming, "This victory belongs to Pikachu and Chikorita." He expressed his hope that they would maintain their current enthusiasm as they progressed to the court's conference and triumph over all adversaries, claiming the honor that is rightfully theirs. Ash, don't you yearn for the wider world as well? You and your Onix shouldn't be confined to such a small place, Ash remarked. Brock felt a stirring within him. When uncertain about your choices, take a moment to quiet your mind and consult your heart, as well as your Pokémon. They're your family, aren't they? With that, Ash and Misty exited the gym, leaving Brock to ponder his path. Chapter 21. The approaching champion, Pikachu Xiao Gang. If you wish to pursue your dreams, then go forth. Father declared, resolved to no longer evade his responsibilities. After Xiao Ji and his companions departed, Wu Neng emerged from the shadows, his gaze towards Xiao Gang laden with remorse. A failure in life, he bore the weight of being a disappointing father, having created a mess he lacked the courage to confront, choosing instead to flee and placing all the burdens upon the shoulders of his eldest son. Is it truly possible? Xiao Gang looked at Wu Neng with hopeful eyes. I understand now, father. However, before I leave, there is something I wish to convey. Xiao Gang's expression turned serious. Speak, my child, even if you strike or berate me. I shall harbor no resentment. After a lengthy discourse lasting half an hour, Xiao Gang finally articulated his thoughts. Well then, is it safe to assume you won't vanish without a trace this time? Xiao Gang regarded Wu Neng with skepticism. I assure you, a man's word is his bond. Wu Neng proclaimed confidently, patting his chest. Beneath the night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia strolled side by side. Xiao Ji, it's still early. Shall we wander the streets? Xiao Xia suggested shyly. Shopping? Perhaps another time. The commercial district of Deep Gray City is rather lacking in vibrancy. Let us explore more prosperous cities in the future, Xiao Ji politely declined. His thoughts were far removed from trivial matters of romance. After the recent battle, Pikachu had grazed the threshold of becoming a champion, and he pondered how to assist Pikachu in crossing that final barrier. Suddenly, a water wheel sparked an idea. Xiao Ji recalled the original narrative, where after the first gym challenge, Wu Neng had brought him and Pikachu to harness the water wheel to generate electricity, enhancing Pikachu's voltage strength through external input, ultimately leading to a qualitative transformation that elevated Pikachu's prowess. If this method were employed, perhaps Pikachu could break through the final barrier. With this thought, Xiao Ji felt a surge of inspiration. He gently patted Pikachu's head, saying, Pikachu, I believe I have found a method that could aid your breakthrough. Would you like to give it a try? Pika, is that true? Pikachu gazed at Xiao Ji in astonishment. Indeed, the approach is as follows. Xiao Ji briefly outlined his plan to charge Pikachu. Pikachu, are you willing to attempt this? Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded affirmatively, expressing its eagerness to try. Excellent. Let us head to the electric company in Deep Gray City. Given Pikachu's current abilities, Xiao Ji doubted that the meager power generated by the water wheel would suffice. Thus, he set his sights on the electric system of Deep Gray City, leveraging his credentials as a Pokémon professor to secure assistance from the local power supply department. A task easily accomplished. Wait a moment, Xiao Ji. Are you certain this is feasible? Xiao Xia interjected, concern etched on her face. While Pikachu is indeed an electric-type Pokémon, excessive voltage could lead to grave consequences. This was Xiao Xia's first encounter with such a wild idea. She had only heard of electric-type Pokémon assisting in power generation, not in charging them directly. Fear not, Xiao Xia. Pikachu is family, and I am well aware of my limits. Before long, they arrived at the electric company in Deep Gray City. After engaging in amiable negotiations, Xiao Ji successfully persuaded the head of the department to arrange a set of facilities for his experiment. Prior to placing Pikachu within the setup, Xiao Ji utilized the system's shop to procure a formidable aura belt for 10,000 points, adorning it upon Pikachu. This item was the genuine source of his confidence in allowing Pikachu to take risks, a product of the system. It far surpassed the similar item he had encountered in his previous life within the game. This particular item could prevent death once and restore conditions to peak performance. Though it could only be used by Pokémon, not humans. With everything prepared, he approached the control panel, setting the voltage output to its lowest level. Then addressed Pikachu within the apparatus. Pikachu, I am about to commence. Pikachu nodded in acknowledgement. As a machine whirred to life, currents flowed steadily towards Pikachu, causing the electric sacs on either side of its cheeks to discharge involuntarily. The voltage gradually increased, enveloping Pikachu in a vibrant electric field. The bright yellow currents dancing around it, its lively eyes sparkling with intensity. In less than 3 minutes, the voltage surged beyond 100,000 volts, causing Pikachu's body to tremble slightly. Pikachu, hold on. This is not yet your limit, Xiao Ji encouraged. Currently, Pikachu's strength far exceeded that of its counterpart at the same point in the original narrative. 100,000 volts were merely a trifle. Pika. Xiao Ji continued to elevate the voltage, the current intensifying steadily. The bright yellow currents entwined around Pikachu began to transform, deepening in hue while consolidating its latent energy, awakening the power within Pikachu. Unbeknownst to them, the long-standing barrier to becoming a champion dissipated, and Pikachu ascended to the status of an approaching champion Pokémon. Species, Pikachu. Gender, male. Level, 44. Ability, Lightning Rod. Performer, max performance. Equalizer, stronger against the strong, weaker against the weak. Potential. Skills, Iron Tail, Surf, Rain Dance, Thunder, Shadow Clone, Quick Attack, Electric Terrain, Electromagnetic Wave, Volt Tackle, Thunderbolt. Perhaps due to the overwhelming influx of electricity, Pikachu's level surged to 44, firmly placing it in the mid-tier of approaching champions. Xiao Ji, Pikachu has already broken through. We must stop now, Xiao Xia urged, hastily calling for Xiao Ji to halt. All right. Upon witnessing Pikachu's breakthrough, Xiao Ji had no intention of continuing. He promptly shut down the machine. Seeing Xiao Ji about to release Pikachu from the apparatus, Xiao Xia cautioned, Xiao Ji, the electricity surrounding Pikachu is exceedingly potent. Please be careful. I understand. Xiao Ji responded nonchalantly. How could I be harmed? I am a master of 3 superpowers. Pikachu's electricity could never affect me. However, as fate would have it, an unforeseen incident was imminent. Just as Xiao Ji opened the device, Pikachu, eager as always to leap onto his shoulder, unleashed a burst of golden electricity from his cheeks, stunning both Xiao Ji and Cerulean in an instant. That stings. Chilu. Pika Pika. Xiao Ji, Cerulean, are you all right? The unexpected turn of events bewildered Pikachu. Oh dear. Life is arduous, Xiao Xia sighed, feeling utterly helpless. Despite her warnings, such a mishap still occurred. She could only instruct Pikachu, until you stabilize your internal currents completely, it will be wise to keep your distance from Xiao Ji and Cerulean. Pikachu nodded despondently. Ultimately, Xiao Xia had no choice but to request assistance from the personnel at the electric company to transport Xiao Ji and Cerulean to the Pokémon Center in Deep Gray City. Chapter 22. Mount Mayachacha. The following day, Ash and Kyralurian returned to normal, though they were still unable to make contact with Pikachu. Ash had attempted to use Aura to create a protective barrier before approaching Pikachu, but such a shield could only provide temporary relief, and sustaining it required considerable energy. However, Ash had received a solution from Nurse Joy. They would need to find an adversary for Pikachu to unleash the accumulated electric energy within. Once a portion of the externally absorbed electricity was released, Pikachu would regain control over the raging storm inside. Ash, I knew you would be at the Pokémon Center, Brock exclaimed as he jogged over to Ash and Misty. Noticing Brock's travel bag, Ash feigned ignorance, asking Brock, what are you up to? Ash, I want to travel with you. Is that all right? Brock inquired. Of course, but what will happen to the dark gray gym while you're away? Ash replied, well then, I look forward to your guidance. Brock responded cheerfully. Who could refuse a diligent caretaker? Since the day they set off, Ash had hoped for Brock to join them, as it would alleviate many mundane tasks, such as cooking and caring for Pokémon. While Ash was an excellent cook, he preferred to dedicate his time to training Pikachu and the others. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Misty, a world-class beauty from Cerulean City. Aiming to become a water-type Pokémon master, Misty declared with a hint of vanity. After a brief introduction, Ash resumed their journey. Due to Pikachu's condition, Ash decided to alter their itinerary and head towards Mount Mayachacha. Is it true that there are enormous onyxes on Mount Mayachacha? Brock, an experienced onyx trainer, asked with curiosity about the colossal creature Ash had mentioned. Indeed, gigantic onyxes existed. They were special boss Pokémon. In the Alola region, boss Pokémon were common, serving as a benchmark for trainers in the absence of gym challenges. This eventually evolved into a ritual known as the Island Challenge. Other regions also harbored boss Pokémon, though they often remained hidden deep within forests and mountains. The enormous onyx would likely not have emerged from the earth if it weren't for the presence of a sandshrew stuck within it. What exactly is a boss Pokémon? Is it a new type? Misty asked, perplexed. Boss Pokémon are not new. They are merely significantly larger than ordinary ones, exuding a unique aura that attracts similar species to form groups. During battles, they may summon their kin to fight alongside them. As they traveled, Ash patiently explained everything he knew to Misty and Brock, leading them to silently label him as a scholar. Before long, the group arrived near the habitat of the colossal onyx. Gazing at the large, crisscrossing indentations on the ground, Misty and Brock were thoroughly convinced of Ash's knowledge. Pikachu, we are about to find a worthy opponent for you to unleash your energy. Ash called out to Pikachu, maintaining a distance of half a meter, an optimal range to negate the effects of the electric discharge. Pikachu ignited with fierce determination, eager to regain control over the electricity surging within, so he could once again perch on Ash's shoulder. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a cloud of dust billowed in the distance, as if a fearsome creature was charging toward them. This sight exhilarated Ash. He had not anticipated such fortune, his target arriving just as they did. He instructed Kyra Lurian, take Misty and Brock to a safe location. Given the commotion, Ash understood that this boss-level Onyx was formidable. He could only ensure his own safety through aura and psychic powers, as it would be too dangerous for Misty and Brock to stand with him. Kyra Lurian complied and instantly transported Misty and Brock to a large boulder nearby. Just as they departed, a colossal Onyx, bearing deep scars across its face, charged furiously toward Ash's location. Pokémon, Giant Onyx, Boss, Gender, Male Level, 47 Ability, Broken Armor Potential, Near Champion Moves, Bind, Tackle, Harden, Sandstorm, Dragon Breath, Body Slam, Heavy Slam, Inherited, Wake Up Slap. Sand Tomb, Stone Edge. No wonder this creature could attract the fighting King Shiba from afar. Its innate talent was astonishing, and its skill set was extraordinary. The inherited move, Heavy Slam, dealt greater damage the heavier the user was compared to the opponent. Being a heavyweight Pokémon, Onyx already possessed significant kinetic energy even with standard tackle. Given the size of this particular specimen, a Heavy Slam would likely send anyone flying. Onyx, let us battle. If you win, I'll help you release the sand shrew trapped inside you. If you lose, you must come with me, Ash conveyed through aura. Roar! The Onyx bellowed. Ready for combat. Go, Pikachu! Greet the Onyx with a thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Pikachu unleashed a formidable bolt of golden lightning, striking the giant Onyx squarely in the face. The unexpected attack elicited a painful grimace from the Onyx, indicating that Pikachu's thunderbolt had inflicted considerable damage. Under normal circumstances, Ash would never have allowed Pikachu to use such a powerful move during a capture battle. However, with the immense electric energy built up inside Pikachu, the thunderbolt was amplified. Furthermore, this was the real world, not a game. The Onyx could not simply immunize itself against electric attacks. This revelation led the Onyx to shed its underestimation of Ash. Initially, it had assumed Ash was a novice unaware of type advantages, but now realized that this human had meticulously planned for this encounter. With a deafening roar, the Onyx quickly burrowed underground. After a brief tremor, the ground fell silent once more. Ash, ever vigilant with his aura detection, recognized that the Onyx had not fled, but was instead lying in wait to ambush Pikachu. Pikachu, take to the air and keep an eye on the ground. When the Onyx surfaces, unleash your most powerful electric net. As a traveler educated in both compulsory schooling and higher institutions, Ash had gleaned some understanding of physics. Pikachu's flight was a clever application of electromagnetic control. Once Pikachu was airborne, the hidden Onyx lost sight of its target. Had it not sensed that Ash remained, it might have assumed that the yellow rodent had fled. It is reasonable to note that rock and ground-type Onyxes can sense ground vibrations underground. Chapter 23. Capturing the enormous Onyx after a brief moment of contemplation. Onyx resolved to launch an assault on the last known position of Pikachu. However, this reckless charge was destined to be its undoing. As it broke through the surface, a colossal golden electric net descended from above, ensnaring it completely. Roar! I'm a serpent, not some fish to be caught. Onyx protested, feeling insulted by the yellow rodent. That human was equally nefarious. How infuriating. Pikachu, unleash your most potent thunderbolt now. Ash disregarded Onyx's mindset, eager for Pikachu to discharge its energy. The power of Thunderbolt surpassed that of 100,000 volts, though its accuracy was not guaranteed and there remained a possibility of a missed attack. Yet, with Onyx bound by the electric net and Pikachu poised atop its head, unleashing a missed attack seemed impossible. Boom! A tremendous bolt of lightning surged from Onyx's head, coursing through its entire body, the electric shock inflicting excruciating pain upon it. In no time, Onyx succumbed to the assault, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Then, Ash produced a heavy ball and tossed it towards Onyx. The ball followed a perfect parabolic arc, striking Onyx with precision, and subsequently emanating a brilliant red light that enveloped it. Perhaps relieved from the foreign object that had bound it or thoroughly subdued, Onyx offered no resistance. Once the Pokeball landed on the ground, it emitted a distinctive sound, signifying its complete capture. I have captured a Pokémon, Ash exclaimed, joyfully retrieving the heavy ball. Pika! Pikachu also jubilantly leaped onto Ash's shoulder. This time, Ash was spared from an electric shock. After the recent battle, Pikachu had enhanced its control over electricity, now able to manipulate its internal power freely. Ding! The system detected that the host had completed side quest 1, captured the dominant Onix, rewarding Ash with 1,000 points, a premium metal film, and 250,000 Alliance coins. Ecstatic, 3 joyous tidings converged, filling Ash's heart with delight. Ash, congratulations on capturing another powerful Pokémon. Misty beamed, offering her heartfelt congratulations. Ash, well done. Brock chimed in to express his approval. Mount Moon, situated between Gray City and Cerulean City, is renowned for its abundance of moonstones. Legend has it that the mountain earned its name due to frequent meteor showers. However, due to excessive mining, the company that leased Mount Moon has announced that moonstones are now nearly non-existent within its depths. I've heard there are wild Clefairy roaming around here. The fairy-type Clefairy is simply adorable, Misty exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with desire. If you like, you should capture one. I have a bit of rapport with the Clefairy in this mountain, Ash chuckled. He had previously persuaded Professor Oak to accompany him on an expedition to Mount Moon in search of Clefairy, and Clefable, as they were all pure fairy types, making them ideal subjects for experimentation. Really? Misty asked, her excitement palpable. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can inquire with Curlia. Upon hearing this, Misty turned her gaze to Curlia, which nodded earnestly in affirmation. Wonderful. Ash, you should lead the way from here. My knowledge of Mount Moon is outdated, having last visited 7 or 8 years ago. The labyrinthine caves are far too intricate, and I am unfamiliar with where the Clefairy reside. Brock relinquished the responsibility of navigation, having only accompanied his mentor a few times in his youth. Since taking over the gym, he had hardly ventured beyond Gray City, let alone into such remote mountainous regions. Chapter 24, Moonlit Mountain No Problem. Ash led his companions towards a concealed cavern. Just as they were about to step inside, a researcher clad in a white lab coat burst forth, followed by a swarm of Zubat. Help! Ash, seeing the frantic figure, sighed in resignation. Pikachu, Chikorita, lend him a hand. Pika, Chiku. In unison, Pikachu and Chikorita sprang into action. Chikorita whisked the researcher away, while Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt to disperse the Zubat. Taking advantage of the moment, Brock hurled a Pokeball at a Zubat that Pikachu had knocked down. Lee, you reckless fool, Ash admonished sternly. That voice! Ash! Lee's head snapped up in surprise as he recognized Ash's face. Ash, just in time. Something's happened to my Clefairy. You must call Professor Oak to apprehend the villains. Apprehend the villains? Professor Ash, Misty, and Brock had differing focuses. Yes, precisely. A man and a woman claiming to be Team Rocket appeared a few days ago, accompanied by a talking Meowth. Lee succinctly recounted the events. Ash could only marvel at the world's uncanny ability to rectify itself, as well as the sheer fortune of Team Rocket's trio. He waved his hand, signaling for calm. This is a minor issue. We need not trouble Professor Oak for this. I will handle it myself. Lee, contact Miss Junshaw from Sylph City to come here. But time waits for no one. Move swiftly. With a flash in his azure eyes, Ash lifted Lee effortlessly into the air, tossing him aside as if he were mere refuse. The trio from Team Rocket? It's child's play for me. Who do you think you're looking down upon, Lee? Ash scoffed, casting a disdainful glance in the direction Lee had vanished. Pika, that unfortunate soul truly deserves it. Chica. Indeed, of all the people to mention, why that bizarre old man? If he hadn't flown off so quickly, I would have liked him to experience a whirlwind. Pikachu and Chikorita reveled in their misfortune. Lee, a researcher from the Fossil Museum in Sylph City, often shirked his duties to frequent Moonlit Mountain. When Ash and Professor Oak first visited, he had shamelessly clung to Professor Oak. Over time, a bond had formed between Ash and this eccentric. After their departure, Lee took it upon himself to protect the Clefairy and other Pokémon residing in the mountain. It wasn't disdain on Ash's part. Rather, Lee was merely suited to be a mere alarm, calling for help when needed, while idly passing the time otherwise. Misty, everyone has their own secrets. When Ash is ready to share, he will. Brock whispered, aware of his own curiosity regarding the two matters. However, as they had only recently met, prying into someone else's secrets felt inappropriate. Actually, I'm not intentionally hiding anything from you. The situation is as follows. Ash began to explain to them. Wait, Ash, you are the one who discovered the mysterious fairy-type Pokémon. Misty exclaimed, envisioning her ugly duckling evolving into a Milotic. Evolution is a trivial matter, even if you desire it now, is entirely possible. Ash produced a beautiful scale. Perhaps not. This item is far too precious. Misty quickly declined, waving her hands. After all, Ash had promised to assist her. There was no need to rush. It would be better to grow closer to Ash through her ugly duckling. Ash, does this mean that during our gym battle, you used Aura to have Chikorita launch a surprise attack? Brock deduced, piecing it together. Yes, that is correct. That battle was indeed somewhat unbalanced. No, Ash, I genuinely lost that battle. Your Pikachu and Chikorita are both superior to my Pokémon, Brock admitted, not one to shy away from defeat. He simply did not understand how his Geodude had lost. He had not heard Ash's commands, and Chikorita was not the type to disregard a trainer's orders. With so many Clefairy and Clefable, we VE hit the jackpot. Not just that, broaden your horizons. That large stone is the most valuable treasure, meow. A moonstone, you mean? Exactly. If we can capture all these moonstones, along with the Clefairy and Clefable, we can redeem ourselves from the previous humiliation and easily ascend to the ranks of Team Rocket. Meowth gleefully stroked the gold coin atop its head, grinning broadly. Meowth, capturing them all seems a bit unrealistic. Thanks to your recklessness, several Clefairy have already escaped, Musashi pointed out. That is not solely my fault. Kojiro shares the blame too. Meow, thinking about being promoted? You two should be contemplating how to escape from jail instead. A scornful voice echoed from the passageway. Who goes there? The trio from Team Rocket spun around, alert and cautious. Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall graciously enlighten you. The familiar voice resonated through the tunnel. The familiar lines only fueled Musashi's anger, and she was about to charge into the passageway. Musashi, don't act rashly. That sounds like the brat who thwarted our plans in Shaller City. Kojiro quickly interjected, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Indeed, it is that little brat, Meowth concurred, filled with trepidation. They were unprepared this time. Meowth understood all too well the formidable power of Pikachu and Chikorita. Without a plan, they stood no chance against them, and their priority was to retrieve the Clefairy and the Moonstones. Upon hearing this, Musashi's anger surged further. You're afraid to fight without preparation? How spineless. Kojiro, Meowth. You two may be frightened, but I am not. Arbok, use Poison Sting to teach that brat a lesson. Musashi threw a Pokeball. Apparently, you still haven't learned your lesson. Chikorita, use Psychic to subdue them. Ash retorted, no longer playing the role of the good guy. Alas, the poor Arbok had barely emerged from its ball when it was rendered immobile by Chikorita's psychic prowess. Meowth and Kojiro realized the gravity of the situation. As they attempted to flee, they too were ensnared. We're doomed, Meow. It seems we're destined for jail once more. Meowth, have your claws grown back yet? Kojiro lamented, tears streaming down his face. Last time they were imprisoned, the police had seemed to anticipate their escape, thoroughly searching them before entering. Ultimately, it was only through Meowth's claws that they managed to dig their way out. How could they grow back so quickly, Meow? Meowth wailed. Let us hope the police won't search too thoroughly this time. Otherwise, our incarceration might be reported to the boss. If that happens, forget about a promotion. We would be fortunate not to get fired. This is dire. Chapter 25. The conclusion at Moonview Mountain. You three truly never learn, do you? Xiaoxia gazed helplessly at the trio from Team Rocket. Little girl, you have no right to speak. Musashi could hardly tolerate being lectured. Perhaps you should all reflect on your actions in custody, Xiao Zhang suggested, looking puzzled at Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. How annoying, another brat. Capturing Pikachu and the shiny Curlia just became more challenging. The Team Rocket trio thought to themselves. They belonged to an organization known as Team Rocket, a nefarious group specializing in the theft of others' Pokémon. However, these three are evidently novices, resorting only to petty crimes, Xiaoji explained. What do you mean, brat? Are you implying we're inexperienced? Exactly, brat. If you dare let us go, let's see if we can pull off a heist, they retorted defiantly. Indeed, brat. If you release us, watch us steal your Pikachu and Curlia. The trio shouted in protest. They do seem like novices, Xiao Jiang mused, stroking his chin. Enough. You should save your breath. Miss Junsha will arrive shortly. Pikachu, give them a taste of Thunderbolt. Xiaoji commanded decisively. Pikachu's demeanor shifted instantly, and a powerful surge of electricity enveloped the trio. In an instant, they were scorched, eyes rolling back as they collapsed, twitching on the ground. With Team Rocket incapacitated, Xiaoji turned his attention to the Clefairy ensnared in a large net. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to free Clefairy. Pika! Pikachu concentrated Steel-type energy in its tail and swiftly slashed, severing the net. With their bindings released, the Clefairy regained their freedom, exuberantly tossing Pikachu into the air and circling around Xiaoji and the others in gratitude. Clefable, long time no see. Do you remember me? Xiaoji asked an especially lively Clefairy before him. Clefable, I remember. You're Xiaoji. Clefable, will you continue to live here? Clefable, yes, this is our second home, but it has been discovered by bad people. You may be captured if you stay here. This grim news disheartened the Clefairy. I'll see if we can turn this place into a sanctuary and have the League send protection for you. I know every full moon is vital for you, but you must also stay vigilant. It's truly remarkable. They are genuinely communicating, Xiaoxia observed, her face filled with envy as she watched Xiaoji interact with the Clefairy. It is indeed extraordinary. Xiaojing nodded in agreement. By the way, Clefairy, I have a friend who wishes to have one as a companion for her travels. Xiaoji relayed Xiaoxia's desire to capture a Clefairy. Clefable, Xiaoji's friend? No problem. The Clefairy nodded and bounced away into a passage. Before long, it returned, clutching a pink Pokémon egg. Clefable. Here, Xiaoji, this child is about to hatch. Species, Clefa. Unhatched. Gender, female level. 0 ability. Q charm potential. Near champion moves, pound. Growl, copycat, heal pulse. Thank you, Clefairy. Xiaoji accepted the egg with gratitude. The egg's potential surpassed that of most Clefairy, indicating the profound trust Clefairy had in Xiaoji. Otherwise, it would not have entrusted such a precious egg to him. He turned and solemnly handed the Clefairy egg to Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, it will be your responsibility to care for it. Rest assured, Xiaoji, I will take good care of it. Apart from water-type Pokémon, Xiaoxia adored cute Pokémon like Clefairy. The Pokémon egg requires a specialized incubator and nutrient solution. It seems we must hasten our journey. Ambitious to become a top Pokémon breeder, Xiaojiang possessed considerable knowledge about hatching Pokémon eggs. No need, I have a ready-made incubator and nutrient solution in my backpack. Xiaoji opened his backpack, retrieving an incubator and several vials of nutrient solution. These items had been procured from the League prior to his departure, utilizing his credentials as a researcher. After all, they were deducted from his annual research funding, and now that he was traveling, he might as well put them to use. Miss Junsha from Deep Gray City arrived promptly, responding to a report from Liku. Mr. Xiaoji, thank you immensely for capturing these members of Team Rocket. Since their escape from the prison in Shikotan City, their bounty has increased. The subsequent rewards will be delivered to the Pokémon Center in Hualan City. Simply present your Pokédex to Nurse Joy for verification. With that, Junsha took the Team Rocket trio and rushed back to Shikotan City. The police forces in Deep Gray City were not on par with those in Shikotan City. Having escaped once, it was unlikely they would evade capture again, especially with the heightened security following their previous incident. Hearing about the increased bounty on Team Rocket brought Xiaoji immense joy, as it might just cost Banmu a significant sum. With everything settled, night fell, and Xiaoji and his companions prepared to camp on Moonview Mountain. That night, Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang were fortunate enough to witness the Clefairy's moonlit dance, while the Clefairy that had gifted Xiaoji the egg evolved into Clefable. The following morning, as they prepared to depart, the Clefable presented each of them with a high-quality moonstone. After expressing their gratitude, the trio set forth once more towards Hualan City. Chapter 26. Hualan City. Xiao Gang glanced at the map in his hand, and then at the landmark at the intersection, confidently stating, if we follow this road, we will soon arrive at Hualan City. Xiao Ji, Do you really feel compelled to challenge the Hualan gym? Xiao Xia inquired, somewhat troubled. The most concerning aspect is that, like the deep gray gym, the Hualan gym does not feature any Pokémon provided by the League for training. Given the current level of performance Pokémon of Hualan gym, it would be a mere slaughter if Xiao Ji were to participate. Should the League become aware of the ensuing humiliation, he might even lose his qualification to challenge the gym. Xiao Ji understood Xiao Xia's worries. He had already devised a strategy for what Pokémon to use in the challenge and intended to ensure that the Hualan gym did not suffer too greatly. Is that so? Xiao Xia appeared even more troubled. Xiao Xia, you wouldn't be hiding something from us, would you? Xiao Ji asked with a teasing smile. No, not at all. Xiao Xia quickly waved her hands in denial. Xiao Ji, the Hualan gym features a stunning water ballet, performed by the renowned Water Sisters, which is quite famous in the Kanto region and absolutely worth seeing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang felt a surge of excitement, his tone brimming with anticipation. Xiao Ji cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Xia and casually remarked, "The water ballet is indeed captivating. However, Xiao Gang, you might be disappointed. It seems one of the Water Sisters has run away, so if we go, we will only see 3 out of the 4, making the performance incomplete." What a pity! The mention of the Water Sisters struck a chord with Xiao Xia, a flicker of pride in her eyes. What you must have heard is about the Hualan Sisters, renowned for their beauty and wisdom, known as the Water Spirits, and certainly not some beauty, true and ugly duckling, right? There was a hint of skepticism in her voice. Is there such a notion? The contrast between beauty and the ugly duckling would indeed be fascinating, Xiao Gang mused. Eager to comprehend the disparity between the 3 sisters Xiao Xia spoke of and the supposed ugly duckling. Xiao Ji scratched his head, deciding it best not to engage in this conversation. Xiao Xia's expression shifted slightly, were it not for the fear of revealing her feelings. She would have liked to teach Xiao Gang a lesson. Xiao Ji recognized that Xiao Xia's demeanor stemmed from living in the shadows of her 3 stunning sisters, which left her less confident when facing her siblings. To put metaphorically, Xiao Xia was a social butterfly outside, but a recluse at home. The remainder of the journey saw Xiao Xia growing increasingly silent. The streets of Hualan City were the cleanest Xiao Ji had ever encountered, picturesque and immaculate, lined with lush trees and fragrant flowers, evoking a sense of tranquility and visual delight. Suddenly, Xiao Xia pointed toward a gathering crowd ahead and shifted the topic. Look, it seems something has happened up front. It was evident that the urge to witness a spectacle transcended age and gender, and Xiao Ji and his companions were no exception. Particularly Xiao Ji, who recalled that the theft incident in the original story had been orchestrated by the notorious Team Rocket. However, he had recently turned them over to the police, making their quick reappearance unlikely. As the trio approached, they quickly drew the attention of Miss Jun Sha, who was responsible for maintaining order. "You must be from out of town, right? We indeed have just arrived in Hualan City. Miss Jun Sha, could you please inform us of what has transpired here?" Xiao Ji, wishing to avoid the suspicion that had befallen him in the original tale, brandished his Pokédex as he spoke. Instantly, Miss Junsha's wariness dissipated, and she greeted them warmly. "Oh, so you are the strongest trainer from Mossera Town. My sister asked me to express her gratitude. You helped capture a long-sought criminal. Unfortunately, the other 3 accomplices managed to escape." Just as Xiao Ji intended to delve deeper into the situation, Xiao Gang's infatuation surfaced. He knelt before Miss Jun Sha, holding a bouquet of flowers he had somehow acquired. This display left Xiao Ji feeling embarrassed. He presumed Xiao Xia would intervene to drag him away, but to his surprise, she had quietly slipped away from the group. Ultimately, Xiao Ji had to enlist the help of Cerulean to extricate Xiao Gang, after which he learned that the water-pumping equipment and plastic hoses stored in a warehouse had been stolen overnight. "Xiao Gang, let us go. The water ballet at Hualan Gym is about to commence. We must not be late." Xiao Ji urged the still daydreaming Xiao Gang. Despite being pulled away, Xiao Gang remained oblivious, still fixated on the busy Miss Jun Sha. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, his expression abruptly turned serious. Xiao Ji, have you noticed that something seems to be missing?" After taking a few steps, Xiao Gang paused, scratching his head in confusion. "Xiao Gang, are you just now realizing this?" Xiao Ji sighed, finding his friend's delayed comprehension quite exasperating. Pikachu tilted its head to glance at Xiao Gang, then pointed at its own head, indicating to Kyrulian that this individual might be mentally challenged. Kyrulian nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the sentiment. Chapter 27. LSP Behavior? No, I'm here to learn. His waveguide detection was always active, rendering Xiaoxia's subtle movements completely perceptible to him. He estimated that Xiaoxia was already preparing for a battle against him. Hearing that time was of the essence, Xiaojiang impulsively tugged at Xiaoji, and the two dashed toward the ticket window like arrows released from a bow, zipping away in an instant, selecting their seats, paying, acquiring their tickets, and racing into the venue. Their movements were fluid and seamless, devoid of any sluggishness. Even a change from a ticket window was left unclaimed by Xiaojiang. Phew, they made it. Upon reaching the audience seats, Xiaojiang looked at the still-drawn curtain and finally felt a sense of relief, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Xiaojiang took the matter of watching beautiful women seriously, and he had chosen a prime location that offered an unobstructed view of the stage. Such discernment left Xiaoji feeling somewhat inadequate. After all, this fellow had managed to select a good spot and purchase tickets in under 30 seconds. As the curtain rose, the performance of underwater ballet commenced. Pikachu? Xiaoji, are you truly here to witness such a performance? Pikachu fixed its lively gaze upon Xiaoji. Kyrulian's eyes brimmed with skepticism as well. They both felt that Xiaoji should not be attending such a show, especially when Shalina was waiting for him. Pikachu. Kyrulian, please don't misunderstand. I am here to learn. Xiaoji earnestly attempted to persuade them. You see, this underwater ballet is a collaboration between trainers and Pokémon, and in the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions, there exists a competition known as the Grand Festival. He continued, weaving an elaborate tale. He knew that if he failed to convince these two, they might report him to Shalina, and that would spell disaster. Xiaoji, are you implying that you plan to participate in the Grand Festival in the future? A glint of cunning shone in Xiaojiang's eyes. He had heard of the Grand Festival and knew that it attracted the attention of many female trainers from both the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions. After all, wasn't it true that the foolish character from the original story had developed a special move, the double return shield, while preparing for the Grand Festival with Xiaoguang? Xiaoji intended to emulate this, hoping to grasp new techniques. Moreover, he sought to break free from the original narrative. Being crowned champion of the league was no longer sufficient for him. He aspired to win the Grand Festival title as well. Additionally, he had no intention of releasing the Pokémon he had captured, as each possessed its own personality. Some relished battle, while others enjoyed performance. With an increasing number of captured Pokémon, he needed to consider their feelings as well. On stage, the three sisters from Hualan danced gracefully in the expansive water tank, their 6 long legs captivating the audience, stirring a flurry of admiration among many. Wow, this is simply art, Xiaoji exclaimed, lost in the moment. Indeed, the underwater ballet struck a chord deep within him. The performance was enchanting, leaving him utterly spellbound. Xiaojiang's eyes were glued to the stage. However, the two were being discreetly observed by someone who had stealthily departed from the group. How infuriating! Xiaoji knows full well that the performance is incomplete, yet he appears so entranced. Xiaoxia clenched her fists, wishing to rush over and give Xiaoji a piece of her mind. Ultimately, she suppressed that urge, but it was evident that she had resolved on something, as a blue-pink scale appeared in her hand. Engrossing performances often cause one to lose track of time. In the blink of an eye, an hour had swiftly passed. The underwater ballet concluded, signaling the end of the show. With a lingering sense of unfulfillment, Xiaoji, accompanied by Pikachu and Kyrulian, made his way backstage. As he passed by a phone capable of teleporting Pokémon, Xiaoji paused, retrieving the luxurious ball containing his shiny Pidgeot from his waist, and dialed the number for Professor Oak's laboratory. The Pidgeot's qualifications were commendable, yet it fell short compared to the Pidgey, and a redundancy in their classification posed tactical challenges. Thus, he intended to send Pidgeot to the backyard of the laboratory to engage in battles with the Pokémon there, a plan he had already communicated to Pidgeot. Hello, this is Professor Oak's lab in Mossera Town. Who may I ask is calling? Upon connection, Xiaoji heard the familiar voice of the professor. Oh, Xiaoji, What brings you here? Professor Oak, it's me, Xiaoji. By the way, I recently captured a Magikarp and would like to request the transfer of a number 1 and number 3 Milotic. I have a significant purpose for them. The backyard of Professor Oak's lab housed 3 Milotic, which Xiaoji had requested to study the evolution of Magikarp, essentially gathering research data. Originally, there had been 10, but due to certain circumstances, Xiaoji had given some away as favors. After all, the loss was not his but rather covered by the League. I have received the Pidgeot, and as for the Milotic, please hold on for a moment. The professor responded promptly, and shortly thereafter, he transmitted the 2 Pokémon Xiaoji required. Xiaoji, I have sent them over. Please check. Thank you, Professor Oak. I have received them, Xiaoji replied, lifting the 2 miniaturized luxury balls in his hand. Indeed, Xiaoji, your shiny Pidgeot is quite remarkable, surpassing the one Shigeru captured. I would like to study it. Do you mind? Professor Oak inquired with a smile. Chilu, no way, old man. Kyrillian protested vehemently. Professor Oak remained unfazed, cheerfully greeting Kyrillian. You are as adorable as ever. Pikachu seems to be in good spirits as well. It appears you have all adapted to the joys of travel. Pika, Professor, your request is acceptable as long as Pidgeot has no objections, Xiaoji replied. Pidgeot was a common Pokémon, not a rare species like Cerulean from the Johto region. Thus, Professor Oak would certainly have conducted research on it. Not a problem. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak swiftly ended the call, seemingly anxious that Xiaoji might change his mind. Chapter 28. Ash vs. Misty. Ash, I didn't expect you to have other Milotic. Ash's conversation with Professor Oak was overheard in its entirety by Brock. The Pokémon sent by the League for research assistance were not caught by me, but they were officially credited to my name by the League. I plan to use one of them alongside Pidgeotto to challenge the gym, while the other will be used to train my Feebas. Ash had no intention of allowing his Feebas to evolve using the beautiful scales. Milotic was merely a means to stimulate and educate Feebas. The 2 Milotic were of different levels. One was at the mid-stage of the elite rank, while the other was merely at level 30, still not having reached gym level, posing no challenge to average gym leaders. Before long, Ash found the Hoenn trio, who had just finished their performance. The eldest sister, Sakura, with her fair and delicate skin radiating a healthy glow and exuding an alluring charm, caught Ash's attention. Wow, what a handsome little brother. Are you here for an autograph? She exclaimed. Brock, who was accompanying Ash, was completely ignored. After a moment of sympathy for him, the rest turned their envy towards Ash. Oh, so you are Ash. I must say you look stronger than May, the second sister, Iris, remarked. However, it's unfortunate, dear Ash, that our Pokémon were defeated by trainers from your hometown. Pallet Town. That's right. They were thoroughly beaten and are currently recuperating with Nurse Joy. The third sister, Peony, interjected. What? How could this happen? Ash pretended to be disappointed. The Hoenn trio had no intention of running their gym, since they had lost. It was better to let their Pokémon have more time to perform. Hey! Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and they saw Misty standing in the audience. In the next moment, she leapt down gracefully in front of everyone. Ash couldn't help but admire her agility. She truly surpassed even the best of Hoenn performers, landing from several meters high without bending her legs. Misty? The rest were left in shock, except for Ash. Sakura, I'm here to represent the Cerulean Gym in this gym challenge, Misty declared to the Hoenn sisters. Wait, does that mean you're the sister who ran away from home? Brock asked incredulously. Ash felt embarrassed, surprised by Brock's boldness. No, it seems more like the beautiful trio and the ugly duckling, Peony quipped, to which Misty grew even more irritated, not wanting to dwell on the subject further. Fearing her past would be fully exposed, she declared, I will give it my all. Ash, don't hold back. I'm quite strong. With that, Misty moved towards the trainer's command zone in the battlefield. Ash, the rules state it's a 2-on-2 battle. Brock, could you please act as a referee? Of course. Brock replied with an okay gesture as he stepped into the center of the field. Now we have Ash from Pallet Town challenging Misty, the trainer from Cerulean Gym. The battle will involve 2 Pokémon. I declare the match to begin. Pidgeotto, you're up. Ash threw out his Pokeball first. In that case, go Butterfree. Misty did not throw out Starmie as she did in the original story. The Caterpie she had caught was on the verge of evolution. And after feeding it twice with the energy cubes Ash provided, it had evolved into Metapod. After a few days of resting, it completed its evolution on the way to MT Moon. Pokémon, Butterfree Gender, Male Level, 25 Ability, Compound Eyes Potential, Elite Moves, Gust, Confusion, Protect, Poison Powder, Toxic, Shadow Clone, Substitute, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore. Wait, Butterfree, ISNT, she aiming to be a master of Water-type Pokémon? Why did she catch a Bug-type? ISNT, she also afraid of bugs? Peony looked at Butterfree in disbelief. How adorable. Too bad it's not a Water-type. Otherwise, it could perform at the gym. Sakura gazed longingly at Butterfree. Regardless, each sister had different focuses. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Butterfree, don't lose to it. Use Gust to blow it away. Misty countered fiercely. Thus, two powerful gusts of wind collided. Not bad, Misty, but I have the type advantage, Ash remarked confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, the gale created by Butterfree was blown away by Pidgeotto, almost sending Butterfree into the water. Butterfree, get up. Use Shadow Clone to approach Pidgeotto, then use Poison Powder. Oh, trying to defeat me with tactics I taught you? I want to let you succeed so easily. Ash had taught Misty several strategies, including the substitute poison tactic. Clearly, he was not going to allow her to execute her plan without interference. Pidgeotto, use Whirlpool close to the water surface. Pidgeotto flapped its wings fiercely, creating a water vortex that ensnared Butterfree. Can Misty truly win this battle? Even Sakura, who wasn't adept at battling, could see Misty was at a disadvantage. Good job, Pidgeotto. Finish it with Sky Attack. Ash was determined not to hold back. Butterfree, dodge it quickly. Misty reacted swiftly. However, with its wings wet, Butterfree's agility was significantly reduced, and it was struck directly by Pidgeotto's Sky Attack, its eyes swirling as it fainted. A flash of white light illuminated the battlefield, and atop the floating mat on the water appeared a Pokémon resembling a sea serpent. Its body was a creamy color with red eyes, a slight protrusion at the end of its head, and red, elongated eyebrows extending beyond its fur. Its tail was covered in blue and pink scales adorned with black stripes. The overlapping large blue scales at the tip of its tail were marked with red dots. This Pokémon, simply resting there, was an embodiment of beauty. Pokémon, Milotic Gender, Female Level, 36 Ability, Marvel Scale Potential, Pre-Champion Moves, Tackle, Water Gun, Bounce, Water Pulse, Dragon Breath Inherited, Sing, Water Ring, Dragon Tail. Mystical Shield. Misty was poised to allow her Phoebe to evolve, a move Ash had anticipated. He chose this particular level 30 Milotic because it possessed the ability Marvel Scale and was, of course, female. Milotic, it's truly beautiful. If we could use it for performances, our fame would surely spread to other regions. The sisters were already scheming on how to convince Misty to keep Milotic at the gym, but sadly, their efforts would be in vain. Ash, is this not the Phoebe you caught? Misty questioned, puzzled. She recalled that Ash's Phoebe had yet to evolve. This is one I just had Professor Oak send over. Misty, you should be cautious. It has been nearly 2 years since it evolved into Milotic. While its level may not surpass yours, its combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Ash warned her. This Milotic, a level 5 Phoebe evolved, had limited potential, only at gym level, but having mixed with Ash's elite Milotic for so long, it was clearly not comparable to an ordinary Pokémon. Milotic, the opponent, is formidable. Don't let your guard down. Use Water Pulse. Chapter 29. Acquiring the Water Drop Badge. Milotic, dive down to evade it. Then use Attract, Ash commanded with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, Milotic plunged into the pool, evading the wave of water and swiftly emerged, gracefully landing on the floating mat, exuding an unparalleled charm. Misty S. Milotic was immediately captivated, its fighting spirit waning considerably. Under the spell of this enchanting effect, Misty S. Milotic gazed with adoration, utterly devoid of the inclination to attack. Milotic, pull yourself together, Ash urged. Use Dragon Breath. In response to the impending attack, Misty shouted hoarsely, Milotic, snap out of it and use Mist. At the critical moment, Misty S. Milotic seemed to heed her plea and successfully unleashed Mist. Well done, Misty. However, that alone will not suffice to defeat it, Ash remarked, somewhat impressed. It was quite unexpected for Misty, who had only recently captured Milotic, to rouse it effectively. Milotic, aim straight ahead and unleash Ice Beam with all your might. With the power of Aura, the mist had no effect on Ash. Milotic, do not succumb to her. We shall also use Ice Beam. Misty countered defiantly. During the ensuing battle, Misty managed to counter Ash's moves with similar tactics, avoiding reckless abandon. Relying on her Milotic's superior level, she engaged in a war of attrition. Ash attempted to employ Milotic's ability to use Attract again, but Misty cleverly countered with Mist to negate its effects. Thus, after nearly 10 minutes of back-and-forth combat, both trainers executed a simultaneous Dragon Breath, resulting in an exchange. Ultimately, Ash, leveraging the advantages amassed by his Pidgeotto, emerged victorious in this duel. After all, his understanding of Milotic surpassed her own. Though disheartened, Misty maintained a positive outlook. Noticing Ash's indifference, she exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Simultaneously, she shot an irritated glance at Sakura, as if questioning her intentions, wondering when she had ever opposed them. Alala! The three sisters from the Cerulean Gym observed Misty's reaction and exchanged knowing smiles. Misty, we need to discuss something, Iris said, pulling Misty's hand with a friendly demeanor. This unusual attitude made Misty feel uneasy. Glancing at Sakura and Peony's expressions, she quickly realized they were plotting something regarding her Milotic. Thus, she decisively interrupted her sister's fantasies. Sister Iris, we can negotiate about other matters. But if you're planning something with my Milotic, that is absolutely out of the question. That Pokémon is my main companion, and I intend to travel with it. I will never entrust it to you and squander its potential. Surely, we are not those kinds of people. We would never keep Milotic at the gym. You can always reach out to us if you need it. Besides, you are set to travel with Ash, who is incredibly skilled. Taking Milotic along may not result in it participating in battles, and keeping it cooped up in a Pokeball is hardly ideal. Showcasing it elsewhere wouldn't be considered a betrayal of trust, Iris argued. No, absolutely not. Misty shook her head vigorously. If Milotic had been captured by her own efforts, she might have considered her sister's request. However, since Ash had facilitated her capture and provided the beautiful scales for its evolution, and with the promise of traveling alongside Ash, a bond that symbolized their profound friendship, she could never part with it. Three lovely sisters. If you require Milotic for a performance, I might be able to assist you, Ash interjected, stepping in to alleviate Misty's distress. Misty seemed to grasp something. Ash, you can't be suggesting. I can lend a Milotic I just used at the Cerulean Gym for a water ballet performance, Ash proposed. This decision was not made impulsively. Keeping Milotic at Professor Oak's lab was akin to treating it as a mere pet, an inefficient use of resources. Moreover, the Milotic had undergone a drastic transformation from its previous shy demeanor, becoming exceedingly vain after its evolution, making it suitable for performances. Ultimately, after much negotiation, Ash secured a deal for Milotic's involvement in the Cerulean Sisters' water ballet, with both parties sharing the profits equally. Ash would provide Milotic along with essential promotional strategies, while the sisters would be responsible for the performances. In essence, the arrangement could be viewed as the Cerulean Sisters working for Ash. Of course, Ash stipulated that the Milotic could not be used for gym challenges, a condition he would ensure was monitored by the Pokémon League in the Kanto region. In his capacity as a professor. Chapter 30. The battle against the Beast Master Xiaoming the following day, as the morning sun bathed the earth in its golden light. Ash and his companions bid farewell to Hualan City, setting forth towards the Kuray Leaf Gym. Once beyond the city limits, the number of wild Pokémon increased along their path, with the likes of Oddish, Rattata, and Pidgey appearing in abundance. Get the final blow, commanded Ash as Pidgey unleashed a flash of electricity, sending Rattata tumbling to the ground. Are you all right, Rattata? Ash asked. Xiaoming? Who is that? Ash pondered, somewhat perplexed. His recollections of certain minor plot lines were hazy. He only knew that on their way to Kuray Leaf City, they would encounter Bulbasaur, Charmander, and the ancient Dragonite from the ancient lighthouse. Xiaoming was a well-known trainer in the vicinity, boasting a private gym halfway up a nearby mountain, rumored to have achieved an astounding 98 consecutive victories. 98 consecutive victories? Have all those challengers been defeated? Ash mused, unimpressed by the notion of a trainer obsessively chasing such a streak, especially considering that trainers in this region were generally less skilled than those from others. Nevertheless, to provide Pidgey and Metapod with some battle experience, Ash resolved to confront this beast master Xiaoming. Soon enough, Ash and his friends arrived at the so-called private gym, which was rather modest, with the entrance proudly displaying the record of victories claimed by the Rattata trainer. Excuse me. Oh, have my 99th victory fertilizer arrived? Before Ash could finish his introduction, the door swung open, revealing a green-haired youth who stepped out. 99 victories? Fertilizer? What a bold statement. Ash's competitive spirit was ignited, and he retorted, whether you are fertilizer or not remains to be seen. Let us battle. Oh, you must be the challenger. Come in. Xiaoming glanced at Ash, hardly considering him a threat. Shortly thereafter, the two found themselves on a battlefield. Go Sandshrew. Pokémon. Sandshrew gender. Male level. 29 ability. Sand Veil qualifications. Gym skills. Scratch. Rollout. Sand attack. Dig. Ash observed Sandshrew's stats and thought, ah, a peak extraordinary level Sandshrew. No wonder he boasts so confidently. This level of strength was nearly gym tier, and there was no way that the average trainer in shorts or a bug-catching boy could compete with him. Pidgey, it's your turn. Xiaoming commanded, brandishing his trainer's whip. Sandshrew, attack. Upon receiving the order, Sandshrew took a few steps back before launching itself into the air, curling into a ball and hurtling towards Pidgey. Clearly, this combination of moves had been practiced. Ash grinned, finding it amusing. Pidgey evaded and used Steel Wing. With Sandshrew airborne and lacking leverage, it became an easy target. As Pidgey deftly sidestepped, a surge of steel energy coalesced within its wings, delivering a powerful strike that sent Sandshrew crashing to the ground. Dazed, Sandshrew shook its head. Though it had not lost its fighting spirit, it was clearly injured. Pidgey used Whirlwind to lift it up. Pidgey flapped its wings rapidly, conjuring a whirlwind around Sandshrew. Seeing Sandshrew about to ascend, Xiaoming urgently commanded, Sandshrew, use Dig. Pidgey, do not give it a chance. Use Razor Wind to finish it. Pidgey unleashed two razor-sharp gusts aimed directly at Sandshrew, who had only begun to tunnel without any means of escape. As dust settled, it lay dazed, eyes spiraling in confusion. Sandshrew has lost its battling capacity. Pidgey is victorious. Brock announced, as was his habit. Yay! Ash won. Misty cheered loudly. Pika! Pika! Pikachu and Chikorita joined in the jubilant celebration. The disparity between the two trainers was stark. However, Xiaoming and his Sandshrew demonstrated considerable teamwork, as Brock noted. I had initially planned to achieve 100 consecutive victories before challenging the gym, but it seems I was rather naive, Xiaoming admitted. Though Ash also possessed a strong desire for victory, he did not agree with Xiaoming's stagnant approach, wasting time in such a manner. Xiaoming, may we observe your training methods? Despite his reservations regarding Xiaoming's actions, Ash recognized that training a Sandshrew to such a level was no small feat, of course. Xiaoming replied, turning to lead Ash and his companions into the tent. The tent was spacious, filled with various training equipment, with numerous Pokémon engaged in rigorous workouts. Sandshrew, having recovered, eagerly rejoined the training regimen. Are these training methods too harsh? Can your Pokémon handle it? Misty asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Misty, these exercises are not overly severe. They're primarily designed to enhance resilience. It may appear cruel, but each training session remains within their limits. Most importantly, these creatures are in excellent health. Your breeding skills must be quite commendable, Xiaoming. Ash observed, his aura revealing the state of the Pokémon within the tent. Indeed, only through such training can they overcome type disadvantages, ensuring they have a chance against opponents who exploit those weaknesses, Xiaoming explained. Ash saw no issue with resilience training. In fact, he had developed similar strategies for Pikachu and the others. However, training with the goal of defeating opponents of opposing types seemed less beneficial than simply capturing a variety of Pokémon to diversify his team and enhance its adaptability. Especially for a novice like Xiaoming, acquiring Pokémon of different types would yield far greater benefits than this rigorous training. Xiaoming's expression darkened. Just then, two mechanical arms emerged from above the tent, reaching for Pikachu and Chikorita. There was no need to guess. Such commotion could only be caused by Team Rocket. Ash had no desire to become entangled with them, so he commanded, Pikachu, use Iron Tail to sever it. Chikorita, use Solar Beam. With a resounding explosion, Team Rocket's trio shouted their signature retreat line from midair. What an annoying feeling. Chapter 31. Bullying in the Pokémon world after bidding farewell to Ash. The group embarked on their journey once more, soon arriving at a mist-laden forest. The dense fog caused Brock, who held the map, to break into a sweat. His already limited sense of direction was now rendered utterly ineffective, leaving him unable even to discern landmarks. Brock, are you sure we haven't taken a wrong turn? I feel like we've been going in circles since we started, Misty said, pressing closely behind Ash, her nerves frayed. I think we might have lost our way in this forest, Brock admitted, his wise gaze futilely scanning the map devoid of reference points. Ash, you should use your psychic abilities to figure something out, Misty suggested, recalling Ash's aura powers. Misty, as much as I wish to exit this forest swiftly, being lost is being lost. There's nothing I can do about it, Ash replied, equally exasperated. The aura detection functioned as a radar for hostility, not as a compass, leaving him powerless in this situation. Misty, feeling increasingly anxious, clutched Ash's shoulder tightly. What should we do? I don't want to be trapped in this forest. Misty, try not to panic. This fog isn't created by people or Pokémon. It will eventually dissipate. Once it clears, we can find our way out, Ash reassured her. He contemplated the possibility of a Pokémon responsible for the fog, but it seemed unlikely that Suicune, the one known for its rainbow feathers, would be the culprit. Regarding human involvement, Ash recalled a nearby noble academy where he had been invited to attend a couple of classes when the fairy type was announced 2 years ago. Though many graduates from that academy were merely theoretical thinkers, he had to concede that some possessed genuine research capabilities. If the fog wasn't naturally occurring, it was highly probable that an experiment was underway at the academy. This thought reminded Ash of a certain student from the academy who, during his visit, had been attempting to regain his qualifications as a Pokémon trainer. Less than 3 kilometers from Ash and his companions, 4 or 5 youths encircled a treadmill, where one boy was running vigorously. Among the onlookers, a red-haired boy held a notebook and sternly questioned the runner, at what level does Pidgey evolve? And what is its evolved form called? This, well, because of you, our entire class has suffered. How can you still remain here? Boss, teach him a lesson. If he can't handle it, he'll transfer out. How could that happen? If he leaves, we lose our fun, the others chimed in. Wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy. Bullying in schools is a universal occurrence. Ah, I didn't realize your school maintained such a tradition, a voice interrupted. Who dares meddle in our affairs? The red-haired boy scowled, turning to face Ash. Ash, somewhat surprised, replied, I don't even know you. You must be from the junior class, right? And what's wrong with that? Who do you think you are, meddling in our Pokémon school's matters? Are you so eager to lose your trainer qualifications? The red-haired boy's disdain was palpable, especially as he scrutinized Ash and his companions, who were dressed for travel. Judging by your attitude, I assume someone in your family works for the Pokémon League? Ash remarked with interest, intrigued by the boy's bravado, curious about the connections behind his words. Of course, I hail from the Dragon's Heritage Clan. The Dragon's Heritage Clan? Misty and Brock exclaimed in shock. The Dragon-type Elite Four member, Lance, was known to originate from this clan, and both were familiar with the backgrounds of the Elite Four due to their own experiences in the gym circuit. Scared, are you? The boy's face radiated pride. Spare me. You're probably just a distant relative of the clan, lacking the dragon's power. No wonder you can only act tough in a small place like this. Ash, well versed in the intricacies of such families, knew that only those in the direct lineage or those who had awakened the dragon's power truly counted as members. For lesser branches, the League might show them some courtesy in trivial matters, but when it came to significant issues, they were of little consequence. The same could be said for Professor Oak's family, albeit with greater strength. Thus, to avoid trouble, Ash thrust his Pokédex towards the boy's face. Upon hearing about Professor Oak, the red-haired boy immediately deflated. With such a bright future ahead of you, wasting your life on school bullying is a disgrace. Ash admonished the group. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the school's depths ran deep, Even the most ordinary student might have connections to prominent families. This boy, lacking perception, chose to bully the meek, unaware that there was a formidable presence within the academy. Ah, isn't that the promising Dr. Ash? A haunting voice called from behind. The group turned to see a girl with wine-red hair and a blue skirt, arms crossed, gazing intently at Ash and his companions. Brock, upon recognizing her features, was momentarily captivated. Mississippi. Before Brock could approach, Misty swiftly pinched his ear. What a joke. I've never heard of a teacher being afraid of a student. How infuriating. Ash, you scoundrel. You have delusions. The girl's previously melancholic expression vanished in an instant. Chapter 32. Bestowing buffs upon the great underworld. Star listening to the conversation between the two, Brock mused to himself. So, Ash has acquaintances at this school. Yet, it seems their relationship is rather strained. Yudo Saidai, the granddaughter of the academy's principal, is a prominent figure in academia, often referred to as the third generation in the scholarly lineage. She is a staunch advocate of theoretical combat. The principal, Yudo Kazuo, is one of Professor Oak's few close friends, and his founding ambition for the academy was to nurture a talent capable of winning the Indigo Conference. The reason is quite simple. The champion of the Indigo Conference during his participation was none other than Professor Oak himself, who decisively defeated him, leaving a lasting impression. Regrettably, that year, the academy fell short of victory, ending up as runners-up, while the champion, naturally, was the illustrious Yulong family Yulong-du, who is now famed as the flying-type master, Dodrio. Consequently, the academy fell into decline, lowering admission standards repeatedly until it became a gilded sanctuary for the offspring of noble families. After all, the academy's influence in the Kanto region is significant. Graduates from the trainer class earn the right to challenge the Indigo League without the arduous task of traveling to battle gym leaders. Brock, we can ascertain our current location now. Let us proceed, Ash declared, eager to distance himself from Side-Eye, whose haughty demeanor was rather irksome. Oh, all right. While Brock was unaware of the past between them, he could clearly see that Ash harbored a palpable disdain for the beautiful girl. Ash, I challenge you to a duel, Side-Eye declared, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Side-Eye, it seems your studies have muddled your mind. You haven't even grasped the theories I developed. Do you truly believe you can defeat me in battle? Ash retorted, genuinely disinterested in a confrontation with her, fearing that a loss would lead to her tears and potentially tarnish his reputation as someone who bullies girls. How dare you speak to Miss Side-Eye that way? Protested her sycophants, emerging from the shadows. Ash glanced at them, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he perceived the unfortunate figure of a certain individual lurking nearby. Not far off, a shadowy figure was crouched against a wall, spying on Ash's direction. Spotting this unfortunate soul, Ash retrieved a misfortune charm to bestow a buff upon the hapless Xiaohao. Ever since Ash purchased the misfortune charm at summer camp, it had become a staple in his inventory. Although he could only purchase 3 per month, he had accumulated a modest stock over the years. It had been nearly 2 months since he last conferred a buff upon Xiaohao, and he had gathered quite a few. Xiaohao, who was peering from a distance, felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched by a terrifying presence. If you seek to be humiliated, then come at me together. Ash challenged the ragtag group. Kyrillian, handle them as you see fit. How dare you underestimate us, boys? Let us get him, one of them exclaimed, incensed by Ash's release of a single rare psychic-type Pokémon. As tensions escalated, Side-Eye quickly interjected. If you value your trainer qualifications and wish to avoid imprisonment, cease this nonsense at once. Indeed, in the eyes of the sycophants, their idol words held more weight than those of their parents. The moment Side-Eye spoke, none dared to move. Miss Side-Eye, we the leader of the sycophants began, attempting to protest. Silence. Did you not hear how I addressed him? Apologize to Dr. Ash at once. While Side-Eye was spoiled and had a flawed disposition, she was not foolish. No matter the field of research, no Pokémon doctor was someone they could afford to offend, especially Ash, the youngest and most promising doctor. She was certain that if a conflict were to arise today, it would quickly attract the attention of a master-level figure seeking accountability. Dr. Him, the sycophants were taken aback. However, acknowledging Side-Eye's status. They realized she was not jesting and had no choice but to relent and apologize to Ash. Ash, taken aback by Side-Eye's humility, responded, "I see you've decided to bow your head. Ash, are you not going to come in for a visit? My grandfather is very eager to meet you," Side-Eye stated, causing Misty to feel a pang of unease. What does this imply? A family meeting? Ash wouldn't fancy such a frivolous girl, she reassured herself, though her gaze remained fixed on Ash. Brock, noticing Misty's reaction, couldn't suppress a knowing smile. "No, we must continue our journey and one trouble your grandfather. Please convey my regards to him," Ash replied, uninterested in meeting Yuto Kazuo, whom he deemed insincere, always attempting to coax him into joining the academy, even considering selling off his granddaughter for that purpose. Ash was no ordinary person. He was the prince of the sea, destined to become a master of the oceans, not someone to be ensnared by a single tree. A flicker of regret crossed Side-Eye's face as she suddenly inquired, "So, Ash, are you planning to participate in the Indigo Conference?" "I shall definitely surpass you in the Indigo Conference, Ash," she proclaimed confidently. "When against me? With your theoretical approach. You're light years away from that." Ash scoffed. It wasn't that he looked down upon her. He merely recognized that a person who could only theorize could not hope to compete with one seasoned by countless battles. "You might want to consult your cousin, the Sinnoh champion, Miss Julan, about whether theory alone can win championships," Ash kindly advised, not out of interest in Side-Eye, but to prevent her from squandering her inherent potential. Indeed, Side-Eye possesses a Pokémon with master-level potential, though it has been thoroughly outmatched by Pikachu and Kyrulean. Still, its potential is promising, and with the right resources, achieving mastery is nearly a certainty. Whether that potential is realized depends solely on whether Side-Eye can awaken her own understanding. Side-Eye nodded. "I will ensure that, Ash. You better not fail to even progress past the preliminary rounds of the Indigo Conference." Ignoring Side-Eye, Ash signaled to Misty and Brock, preparing to continue their journey. As they passed by the young man from the Yulong family, he quietly warned, "Kid, bullying the weak will not bring you joy. Your academy harbors a certain underworld star who is more suited to be your plaything." The misfortune charm was bestowed, but that did not mean Ash would allow Xiaohao to escape easily. With the backing of the Yulong family, Xiaohao might as well resign himself to living a dream of being a trainer, though one could only wonder if his parents would consider letting him restart his journey. Not far off, witnessing Ash's restraint, Xiaohao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, the individual confronting Side-Eye was none other than the esteemed doctor who discovered fairy types. It seemed he had also attended the summer camp years ago. Curse it. It's all because of those fiery sparrows, Gyarados, and Beedrill. If not for them, I should have shared in those honors, or at least traveled as a trainer rather than enduring this humiliation in this wretched place. As Xiaohao's anger grew, so did his desire to vent it. Spotting a smooth stone by the roadside, he kicked it away in frustration. Nearby, a small Happiny, having nurtured that stone for months, was displeased and began to cry, preparing to confront Xiaohao. It is well known that Chansey and Blissey are the standard companions of Nurse Joy in the Kanto region. And as the initial form of these two Pokémon, the identity of this Happinese trainer is beyond doubt. Soon, a girl, around 12 or 13 and resembling Nurse Joy, approached from the direction of the school building, searching for something as she walked. Chapter 33. The Garlic Toad. Despite the absence of mist, Ash and his companions found themselves lost in the forest as expected. While passing by a small pond, Misty was captivated by a Pokémon drinking water. "Wow, it's a walking grass," she exclaimed excitedly, and then threw a Pokeball containing her Starmie, preparing to capture the walking grass. "Misty, wait a moment," Ash hurriedly called out. He remembered the absurd process in the original story where the foolish character captured the Garlic Toad, and this walking grass was the catalyst, a key NPC in the endeavor. The Garlic Toad, originally a cornerstone of Ash's team, possessed undeniable talent and strength, though the only critique was its resistance to evolution. Undeniably, this Garlic Toad could unleash combat prowess that surpassed the ordinary Ivysaur without evolving, yet he was not the original Ash. Capturing a Pokémon required both strength and affinity, and this Garlic Toad certainly caught his eye. The initial trio of starters, could ultimately mega-evolve, and the skills of the Garlic Toad were well-suited for a defensive strategy, ensuring at least elite-level strength post-capture. Most importantly, Ash surmised that the Garlic Toad's reluctance to evolve was likely due to the presence of Charmander. In the original tale, after Charmander evolved into Charmeleon, it began to display rebellious tendencies, and it was plausible that the Garlic Toad and Squirtle resisted evolution out of fear of displeasing the foolish character. Ultimately, Charmeleon and Charizard's defiance stemmed from the foolish character's insufficient training level, rendering him unable to command them effectively. Ash was confident that his prowess as a trainer surpassed that of the original character. If Charizard misbehaved in the future, he could personally engage in a father-son battle. Ash, do you want to capture the walking grass too? Misty asked, puzzled. No, that walking grass has family nearby. Acting recklessly could provoke other Pokémon, Ash pointed out, gesturing to the bushes where the Garlic Toad was hidden. As he spoke, he channeled his aura and the power of Tokiwa to dispel the Garlic Toad's hostility. Seed, this human is rather perceptive, managing to find me. The Bulbasaur emerged from the bushes. Pokémon, Bulbasaur gender, male level, 23 ability, overgrow potential, elite moves, tackle, growl, vine whip, growth, leech seed, leaf tornado, poison powder, sleep powder. The starter, Bulbasaur, Brock exclaimed upon seeing it. Most starters across various regions were controlled by regional Pokémon leagues, making the encounter with a wild one exceedingly rare, almost akin to winning the lottery. Even Brock, a rock-type gym leader, was tempted to capture it. Garlic, cough, Bulbasaur, hello. Ash nearly misspoke. Seed, hello, human. Thank you for stopping her. Goodbye. Bulbasaur sensed a warm familiarity from Ash, yet remained cautious due to Misty's earlier actions. It certainly had a distinct personality. Ash felt increasingly inclined to capture the Garlic Toad before him. Pikachu, seemingly sensing Ash's thoughts, transformed into a social butterfly and approached Bulbasaur for communication. After a flurry of animated exchanges, Pikachu gave Ash a thumbs up, signaling success. Ash picked up Kirlia and said to Misty and Brock, "Let us follow Bulbasaur." Guided by Bulbasaur, Ash and his companions swiftly arrived at a wooden cabin by the lakeside. The expressions of the Pokémon there. Brock, with his experience in nurturing, immediately sensed something was amiss. It's all right, Brock. They are likely abandoned Pokémon, disappointed in humans, but they harbor no intention of attacking. Pikachu and Kirlia, ever friendly, approached the other Pokémon for interaction. Who are you, and what do you intend to do with the Pokémon here? A clear voice rang out. Ash and the others turned to see a blue-haired girl carrying a basket of herbs, regarding them with suspicion. Hello, we followed Bulbasaur here. We mean no harm, Ash explained. Really? The girl looked doubtfully at Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur nodded in affirmation. Reassured, the girl relaxed. Bulbasaur served as the chief protector here, deeply caring for every Pokémon and would never bring wrongdoers into their midst. Greetings, I am Xiaotsue, the caretaker of this forest sanctuary. She introduced herself. Hello, Miss Xiaotsue. I am Ash, Misty, Brock. Miss Xiaotsue, what is this forest sanctuary? Brock inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Misty, too, expressed her confusion, having never heard of such an organization. The forest sanctuary is typically established within the woods. You could liken it to a budget Pokémon center, but its primary function is mental healing, nurturing Pokémon through a natural environment, Ash elucidated. Xiaotsue appeared taken aback. Ash, you wouldn't happen to be. She felt an affinity with him. Miss Xiaotsue, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I am merely an inexperienced trainer who has heard of sanctuaries from Professor Oak. So, Miss Xiaotsue, you're a nurse? Misty remarked. Not quite. I employ folk remedies, not formal training. Xiaotsue waved her hand dismissively. Sometimes, folk methods can be more effective than textbook approaches. Ash set down his backpack, pretended to rummage through it, and discreetly retrieved the stockpiled medicines he had accumulated over the years from the system space. Fortunately, time stood still within the system space. Otherwise, those medicines would have expired. Miss Xiaotsue, please accept these healing potions as a small token of our appreciation. Ash had long wished to clear out his inventory, but had yet to find a suitable opportunity. Xiaotsue, stunned by the abundance of healing items, exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Seizing the moment, Brock grasped Xiaozui's hand and said, "It's nothing, Miss Xiaozui. Ash is a Pokémon doctor, and he has plenty of resources. This is merely a trifle." "What is that thing up there?" Misty pointed at a peculiar flying object in the air. "Did I hear something?" A voice emerged from the airship belonging to Jess. "To prevent the world from being destroyed." It turned out to be those three again. Chapter 34. Taming the Garlic Toad. Are they your friends as well? Xiao Chui inquired with curiosity, having never before encountered such a distinctive duo. "Not at all. They are infamous members of Team Rocket, a notorious group dedicated to stealing others' Pokémon," Xiao Xia elucidated. "Haha, now that you know our fearsome reputation, why not promptly surrender that Pikachu and Chikorita?" Musashi jeered. "Honestly, after being apprehended twice, you still haven't learned your lesson." Xiao Ji lamented. "TCH, little brat. We simply weren't prepared before. This time, however, we are thoroughly equipped. We shall graciously accept your Pikachu and Chikorita. Meowth, get to work. Do not focus solely on the brat's two Pokémon. We intend to take all Pokémon here. Meow." Meowth pressed the red button on the remote control. The flying robot extended a long tube, directing powerful suction toward Xiao Ji and his companions. Smaller Pokémon stood no chance against the force, being swiftly drawn in as the machine activated. Despite possessing remarkable abilities, these individuals chose to employ them for nefarious purposes. Xiao Ji could only summon a protective wave barrier to counteract the suction. "Bulbasaur." "Thank you, Xiao Ji." Bulbasaur gazed at Xiao Ji with gratitude. "Bulbasaur, safeguard your friends. Pikachu, Chikorita, let's send them flying." Bulbasaur nodded vigorously. Pikachu and Chikorita teleported onto Team Rocket's flying craft, catching the trio off guard. In an instant, Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, sending them skyward and incapacitating the massive aircraft. What an irritating sensation. Finally, it's quiet. But where on earth did they procure such a flying machine in vacuum? Xiao Xia pondered the origins of Team Rocket's contraptions. The device generating the suction must be the one stolen from Huahuan City. As for the flying machine, perhaps they pilfered it from somewhere. In any case, it would be prudent to contact Miss Junsha for assistance, Xiao Gang suggested. Xiao Gang was partially correct. Some of the machines were indeed stolen, while others were crafted from materials they had purchased. Meowth's ingenuity was remarkable. To be honest, Xiao Ji genuinely wished to capture Meowth. Yet regrettably, its intelligence surpassed that of most humans, rendering capture impossible. Xiao Chui noticed the connection between Bulbasaur and Xiao Ji. "Xiao Ji, it seems you have taken a liking to that Bulbasaur. If you don't mind, you may take it with you. This child shouldn't be confined to such a small place." Bulbasaur looked between Xiao Ji and Xiao Chui, unsure of what to do, torn between both sides. Xiao Chui knelt and gently patted Bulbasaur's head, whispering, "It's all right, Bulbasaur. If you leave, these children still have me, and they cannot remain here forever. Eventually, they will depart." The other Pokémon exchanged reassuring glances with Bulbasaur. Bulba. Sensing their sentiments, Bulbasaur made its decision, stepping back to assume a battle stance. Xiao Ji smiled. "A capture battle? No problem. Go Pikachu." "Pika." "Xiao Ji, are you serious?" Pikachu looked at Xiao Ji in confusion, questioning if it was truly appropriate to battle a potential future companion. "Pikachu, I believe in you." Xiao Ji was confident that Bulbasaur would not fight earnestly. His other Pokémon either lacked the necessary skill or strength, leaving Pikachu, the star performer, to take the stage. Chikorita, Milotic, one of the two teleported earlier, and Pidgey all boasted levels exceeding that of Bulbasaur, while the remaining Magikarp and Shiny Metapod possessed little combat capability. "Pika." "All right." Pikachu's expression shifted, charging boldly towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, undeterred, retaliated with its vine whips, striking at Pikachu. "Pikachu, quick attack!" Pikachu accelerated, colliding forcefully with Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur tumbled twice, its gaze growing fierce as it twisted and unleashed a barrage of razor leaves. Bulbasaur's leaf blade is formidable, Xiao Xia exclaimed in astonishment. "Pikachu, use Iron Tail." Pikachu's tail gathered steel energy, enveloped in a brilliant white light, swiftly dismantling Bulbasaur's razor leaves and delivering a powerful strike. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoji hurled a Pokeball towards Bulbasaur. The ball struck precisely, emitting a red beam that ensnared Bulbasaur. Perhaps Bulbasaur had entirely acknowledged Xiaoji, for the Pokeball merely beeped once before successfully capturing it, settling steadily on the ground. I have captured Bulbasaur. Pika, Chikorita. This is the best possible outcome, Xiaoji. Xiao Chui expressed her genuine happiness for Bulbasaur. Miss Xiao Chui, may I remain here in place of Bulbasaur? Xiao Gang inquired, his interest piqued. Enough. You shouldn't stay here and disrupt their work. Xiao Xia decisively interrupted Xiao Gang's intentions. Miss Xiao Chui, I will take good care of Bulbasaur. Then I entrust it to you. Ding system detected host capturing Bulbasaur. Reward: 1,000 points and a vial of Ruler Essence. Ruler Essence. When consumed by any non-ruler Pokémon, its lineage will ascend to that of a ruler Pokémon, with a slight enhancement in aptitude, improving its size, defense, HP, and attack. This system seems quite astute. Upon hearing of the reward, Xiaoji grinned. Although the system offered numerous side quests with decent rewards, he had little interest in grinding through tasks. After all, he had been reborn. Such menial labor was only occasionally necessary, as there was no need to serve the system tirelessly. Chapter 35. The abandoned Charmander. Ash, having surveyed the surroundings with his aura, advised, there are Fearos everywhere. We must tread carefully. It's all Brock's fault. Why do you always choose the wrong path at every fork in the road? Misty lamented. Brock, with an embarrassed expression, defended himself. As a squinty-eyed person, it's only natural that I sometimes misread the map. Calm down, Misty, Ash reassured her. Different paths offer varied vistas and opportunities. Just the other day, we got lost and stumbled upon a Bulbasaur. Perhaps this time we will encounter something equally remarkable. Indeed, in the original story, the hapless characters often lost their way, yet serendipitously discovered treasures that others might never encounter. If Ash recalled correctly, his long-awaited Charmeleon was not far away. Let us hope so, Misty sighed. However, it's been 10 days since we last saw town. We haven't even glimpsed a Pokémon Center. I yearn for a soft bed and despise the thought of camping outdoors. Brock, studying the map, declared we found it. If we continue down this path, we will reach the Pokémon Center on Route 24 by today. Is this route reliable? Misty asked skeptically, unwilling to embark on another detour. I'm certain this time. If I'm wrong, I'll treat you both to a feast when we reach Leaf City, Brock promised, placing a serious bet on his own accuracy. Upon hearing this, Misty's excitement surged. Fantastic. Finally, a bed to sleep in. Ash, let us hurry. Just as they took a few steps, they spotted a lizard with an orange tail ablaze, perched atop a massive rock. Wow, it's a Charmander, Misty exclaimed, instantly captivated by its adorable appearance. The Charmander, seemingly unperturbed by Ash and his friends, lay quietly on the rock as if awaiting something. Notably, it appeared lethargic and bore several injuries. It would be prudent to capture it and take it to a Pokémon Center for healing, Brock suggested. Charmanders are rare in the wild, even more so than Bulbasaurs and Squirtless, indicating this particular Charmander was likely abandoned by its trainer, Ash deduced. How could a trainer be so irresponsible? It's utterly despicable, Ash exclaimed, anger coursing through him as he lamented the Charmander's plight. I can't fathom how such trainers receive starter Pokémon. Misty and Brock shared Ash's indignation. The starter trio was a coveted dream for many trainers, yet few were deemed worthy to receive them. The individual who abandoned this Charmander was likely of poor character. Knowing the story, Ash realized that the Charmander's trainer was situated in the Pokémon Center ahead. For the sake of the Charmander's well-being, he prioritized gaining its trust, regardless of the potential emotional harm the truth could inflict. As he utilized his healing powers to alleviate the Charmander's wounds, he gently spoke, "This area is teeming with Fearos, and it's perilous. The weather suggests rain is imminent. I might know where your trainer will appear. How about you accompany us to the Pokémon Center first? Once the rain passes, I will help you find your trainer." Upon hearing this, the Charmander looked up at the sky and then at Ash, whose hands glowed with a verdant light. It resolutely shook its head, signaling its refusal to leave. "Charmander," exclaimed the nearby Curlia, sensing its companion's distress. And without Ash's permission, unleashed psychic energy, lifting the boys nearby into the air. Excellent work, Curlia. They deserve a lesson. Misty praised. Pika. Pika. Pikachu also joined the fray, clambering atop the rock to initiate a social bonding or brainwashing session. Help! Someone is attacking. Who dares? The boys cried in panic, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Miss Joy, the Pokémon Center nurse, rushed over, alarmed at the sight of the suspended boys, scanning for the Pokémon responsible for this chaos. Approaching her, Ash stated, Miss Joy, could you please contact Miss Juniper? We apprehended a trainer who carelessly abandoned a Pokémon. Who are you? What do you mean abandoned trainer? I released my own Pokémon. What business is it of yours? I advise you to let me down and apologize, or when Miss Juniper arrives, I will ensure you are taken in. The boy named Dio retorted defiantly. Pikachu, give him a lesson to quiet him, Ash coldly commanded. Initially, he had no intention of escalating matters, as the boy's actions had inadvertently granted him a Charizard, but the boy's arrogance warranted a stern response. Following Ash's orders, Pikachu unleashed a bolt of lightning. Ash then produced an identification book and a Pokédex, handing them to Miss Joy. Miss Joy, this is my identification. Thank you for your assistance. The Red Book was the doctorate issued by the League, and this was Ash's first time voluntarily presenting such credentials. Every Miss Joy is recognized by the League and possesses a keen understanding of the various documents issued, capable of discerning their authenticity at a glance. After a brief inspection of the Red Book, Miss Joy respectfully replied, Understood, Dr. Ash. I will contact Miss Juniper immediately. Chapter 36. Taming the Charmander. It is uncertain whether it was due to Ash's inaugural attempt to engage in matters as a Pokémon professor, but Miss Junsha arrived at a remarkable speed, riding her loyal Arcanine. Miss Junsha, a trainer known for her indiscriminate abandonment of Pokémon, was met with Ash's brief account of his encounter with the Charmander. Furthermore, there were witnesses who had audibly observed the moment this trainer discarded the Charmander. I understand. Professor Ash, Miss Junsha remarked, demonstrating her keen perception as she merely glanced at the Charmander and grasped the situation. We must handle this individual with utmost severity and enhance our oversight. With Miss Junsha personally overseeing the matter, Ash felt reassured. I will report this to the League shortly, seeking revocation of his trainer's license. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in investigating the location where this individual obtained his starter Pokémon. Ash was acutely aware that showing mercy to one's adversaries was tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Such offenses should either be avoided entirely or executed with finality, ensuring that these individuals could no longer pose a threat. Professor Ash, you need not worry about the follow-up. Joy and I will take care of it. Rest assured, we will not allow any wrongdoers to evade justice. By the time you reach Leaf Green City, we will have results. Miss Junsha recognized that if this matter was handled well, establishing a rapport with Ash would be effortless. Then I shall rely on your expertise. The willingness of others to assist brought Ash a sense of relief. Charmander, your strength is impressive. It is merely that fellow, Dio, who lacks the capability, Ash said, crouching down to stroke the Charmander's head. Miss Junsha discerned Ash's thoughts and posed a challenge. Professor Ash, this Charmander may be psychologically scarred. We might struggle to restore its confidence. Would you be willing to care for it? I have no objections, provided this Charmander is amenable to joining me. Ash produced a luxury ball and gazed at the Charmander. Surprised by the human's kindness in healing his wounds and advocating for him, the Charmander boldly pressed its small paw against the button of the Pokeball. Ash raised the Pokeball triumphantly. I have captured the Charmander. Pikachu. Congratulations, Ash. Misty and Brock chimed in. Pokémon, Charmander gender, male level, low elite ability, blaze potential, semi-divine skills, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen, dragon rush inherited, dragon breath, dragon dance, flamethrower. Split description. This is a Charmander with inherent shortcomings, but can overcome its deficiencies through a diet rich in fire or dragon energy. Moreover, this Pokémon is exceedingly selective about its trainer. Those lacking sufficient skill will be unable to harness its full power and may even face disobedience. Goodness, truly remarkable. Ash mused. Despite its inherent limitations, It has achieved semi-divine status. If these shortcomings are addressed, it could easily reach divine potential. The description was astoundingly precise. It was evident that Daio's inability to unleash the Charmander's power stemmed from his own inadequacies. The original tale also depicted this Charmander as rebellious post-evolution due to insufficient training. Ash increasingly felt that once the Charmander evolved into Charizard, he would have to roll up his sleeves and engage in battle himself. Ding! System detected the capture of Charmander. Reward received. 2,000 points, Premium Firestone 1. Premium Dragon Scale 1. Upon seeing the rewards, Ash felt a pang of unease. I hope these items can provide nourishment to remedy the Charmander's inherent limitations. It cannot be the Firestone and Dragon Scale, can it? The prices of these items were exorbitant. Ash recalled that even the least expensive Firestone sold for no less than 500,000 Li coins, with premium versions soaring to millions. The system's marketplace prices surpassed even that, albeit with slightly enhanced quality, perhaps a precaution to prevent Ash from exploiting bugs in the system for profit. The following morning, Ash seized the opportunity to train while Misty and Brock were still asleep. In the battle arena behind the Pokémon Center, he released all his Pokémon. An array of creatures filled the space. A yellow rodent, a blue-haired humanoid, a bird, a fish, a golden cocoon, 2 serpents of differing forms, and a toad bearing a bulbous garlic head. 8 Pokémon occupied the area, with the colossal Onix taking up the most space, followed closely by the garlic toad, enhanced by a potent essence. After utilizing the essence, Bulbasaur had grown slightly larger than the average Venusaur. Everyone, I would like to introduce a new companion, Ash announced, holding up the ball containing Charmander. Come fort, Charmander. Nairu. Upon emerging from its ball, Charmander rushed to embrace Ash's leg. Charmander, come meet the other members, Ash encouraged, gesturing to the other Pokémon. Charmander obediently turned its head, only to be greeted by the imposing visage of the Onix, causing it to recoil in fright. Fear not, Charmander. Onix is merely greeting you. We shall all be partners from now on, Ash hastily reassured. After a prolonged period of coaxing, with Pikachu and Chikorita aiding in integration, Charmander gradually warmed up to the group. Now let us commence training, Ash declared. Bulbasaur, engage Onix using Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Seed Bomb, and Petal Dance, while maintaining control over your strength. Onix, create tremors while employing Rock-type moves against Bulbasaur. Despite Onix's quadruple weakness to grass, the significant level disparity meant that the grass-type damage would be minimal. Ash aimed to bolster Onix's resistance to grass attacks, aside from feeding it berries. Adaptive training was the only option. The Leaf Green Gym's Master Ma was a prime example. His Raichu evolved immediately after his Piku transformed into Pikachu, skipping an intermediate form, which resulted in Raichu being slower than usual. Ash would never leave his Pokémon at a disadvantage. Pikachu, Pidgey, engage in training focusing on speed. Pikachu is restricted to using Iron Tail, while Pidgey employs Steel Wing. Chikorita, your training remains unchanged. Milotic and Magikarp. Chapter 37. Capturing Squirtle and System Rewards. After completing their daily training, Ash and his companions lingered at the Pokémon Center for half an hour, allowing Ash's Pokémon to regain their strength before setting off towards Leaf Green Town once again. Initially, the trio's journey proceeded normally, but as they neared the town, an unexpected event transpired. Without warning, Ash, while walking along the path, suddenly sensed a strong unease. He activated his aura detection and discerned several Pokémon concealed within the nearby bushes. Before he could react, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. With a resounding crash, the group fell into a large pit. Ouch, that hurts! Misty exclaimed, rubbing her sore backside. Why is there a trap in the middle of the road? Could be those dastardly Team Rocket members again. My back. Misty, could you please stand up first? Brock groaned, clutching his back in pain, his face pale. In contrast to his friend's misfortunes, Ash fared much better. Thanks to Curlia's psychic protection during the fall, he was merely dusted with a bit of dirt. Thank you, Curlia. You're welcome, Ash, Curlia replied. Misty, feeling a twinge of envy upon witnessing Ash's unscathed state, turned to Curlia. Curlia, why did you only protect Ash? What about me? Curlia shrugged, indicating she had forgotten. Brock surveyed the pit, noting the absence of any tools for excavation. This pit is quite deep, and, judging by the walls, it seems unlikely that it was manually dug. It resembles the handiwork of Pokémon skilled in digging. Brock's analysis was indeed accurate. A group of pranksters was responsible for this. Ash looked up and saw 5 round, blue-skinned, bald heads peeking over the edge of the pit, all wearing sunglasses and grinning mischievously. It was none other than the mischievous Squirtle Squad. Squirtle? How adorable! Misty gushed, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the Squirtless. Could it be that the Squirtless are behind this? Brock was taken aback. Adjusting his cap, Ash commanded, Curlia, use teleport to get us out of here. In an instant, the trio appeared behind the Squirtle Squad. Squirtless, you initiated this trouble, so don't blame me, Ash said with a smirk, observing the Squirtle Squad still in shock. Come forth, Charmander. He tossed a Pokeball, rolling up his sleeves as he instructed Pikachu and the others. Pikachu, keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Releasing Charmander was Ash's way of demonstrating the prowess of a top-tier trainer. The next moment, a basketball-sized aura sphere materialized in his right hand. Wait, is Ash revealing his true power? That aura sphere is enormous. Its power must rival Thunderbolt. Brock's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. On the other hand, Misty was entirely fixated on Ash, her gaze shimmering with an unusual allure, as if enchanted by some mystical force. The Squirtle Squad leader, adorned with distinctive sunglasses, was utterly flabbergasted. He could not fathom how these individuals had emerged from the trap, nor comprehend why the cap-wearing human seemed more like a Pokémon than himself. Furthermore, being struck by that large blue sphere should have left him incapacitated for days. The longer he stared, the more he realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. However, the Squirtle's eager little subordinates were undeterred, eagerly anticipating their leader to vanquish this formidable foe as they had done before. Squirtle, Squirt, we are the Squirtle Squad, and this trap was not our doing. It's a misunderstanding. The leader hesitantly stepped forward, attempting to de-escalate the situation. Whether it was truly a misunderstanding depended on Ash's next move. He raised his fist, contemplating how to deal with them all at once. Squirtle, do we really have to fight? Bring on, all of you, Ash taunted, making a provocative gesture. Squirtle. The Squirtle Squad rallied behind their leader, urging him to take action. The leader, glancing between Ash and his enthusiastic subordinates, resolved to confront Ash one-on-one. Squirtle, Squirt, this matter does not concern them. If you want to fight, I will take you on, admirably loyal, but they were still bound for a beating. Ash flung the aura sphere towards them. As the sphere hurtled toward him, the Squirtle leader retreated into a shell, hoping to evade the impending damage. Unfortunately, Ash's aura was formidable, having awakened to his powers at a young age and honed them over the years. Even his weakest attack could rival a gym leader's full-strength strike. With a thunderous boom, the Squirtle leader found himself flipped onto his back, dazed and disoriented. Wow, that was incredible. One hit, and he defeated the Squirtle. Misty exclaimed in awe. Squirtle? Boss, are you all right? The 4 Squirtle subordinates rushed to their leader's side. Squirtle. I'm fine, just nearly saw my great-grandmother. At that moment, a siren blared in the distance. The Squirtles' faces blanched. They were on the town's wanted list. And if the police caught them, their carefree days would come to an end. Are you all unhurt? A concerned voice called out, and moments later, Miss June Shah appeared before Ash and his friends. Upon recognizing Ash, she hesitated before asking, Are you Ash Ketchum, the Pokémon researcher? A Miss June Shah. You can just call me Ash. I'm currently traveling as a novice trainer. In this world, all Miss June Shahs were related, especially those from the same region. So Ash was not surprised that this one could recognize him. Good, Ash, these Squirtless Haven Tea caused you any trouble, have they? Junsha inquired. Not at all. They're quite well behaved. By the way, Miss Junsha, could it be that these Squirtless were abandoned? They simply Haven Tea encountered a good trainer. These kids aren't tea bad at heart. They just enjoy mischief. Ash, could I ask you for a favor? Miss Junsha gazed at Ash with pleading eyes. Due to the Squirtless antics, Miss Junsha's workload had significantly increased, and now that she saw them being reprimanded, she hoped for a reprieve. Miss Junsha, you don't mean to suggest that I should capture them all, do you? Ash probed cautiously. Exactly. Junsha's face lit up with a radiant smile. Ash, my cousin in Leaf Green Town told me you are a gentle trainer, and I believe you will take good care of these children. Before Ash could refuse, Miss Junsha pushed him toward the Squirtle squad and presented a rose gold bracelet, offering the Squirtless 2 options. Pokémon, Squirtle, leader, gender, male level, low elite ability, torn potential, champion moves, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw, rapid spin, bite, water pulse, protect, rain dance, water jet, inherited. Among the 5 Squirtless, only the leader possessed champion potential, while 3 of the others were gym level, and 1 was near champion level, showcasing a range of abilities between ordinary and elite. Ding! Capturing Squirtle detected. Reward, 2,400 points, Boss Essence X1, Mysterious Water Drop X4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of gathering the original trio of companions. You have been rewarded with 50,000 points and 3 Mega Evolution Stones for Bulbasaur, Charizard, and Blastoise. Chapter 38. Arrival at Jinghui Lighthouse after successfully capturing the Squirtle squad. Ash and his companions did not linger long in the town. After replenishing their supplies, they continued their journey towards Leaf Green City. However, it was not long before the trio found themselves regretting their haste, as they once again lost their way. Where are we? Misty asked, looking at Brock with a puzzled expression. I have no idea, Brock replied. Misty sighed in exasperation. Ugh, we're lost again. Don't worry, Misty. We're getting close to the seaside, Ash reassured her. He had begun to hear the soothing sound of the waves, and his aura could sense the presence of water-type Pokémon nearby. Approaching the ocean meant they would soon encounter a lighthouse, and they were not far from the ancient Dragonite. Ash had long anticipated this encounter, even if he was not strong enough to capture it. Perhaps he could glean some benefits from its impressive form. After all, he was well informed about other ancient Pokémon and knew that he could possibly acquire something valuable. The seaside? Misty exclaimed, suddenly recalling something, and she took off running towards the ocean. Water-type Pokémon, here I come. Seeing Misty's excited retreat, Ash and Brock exchanged amused glances and shared a laugh. Indeed, as Ash had stated, they were only a few hundred meters from the shore. The trio spent an hour at the beach, during which time Misty, the most enthusiastic among them, failed to capture any Pokémon. Conversely, Ash remained true to the original narrative, capturing a rather underdeveloped Kingler on the shore. Pokémon, Kingler gender, male level, ordinary low ability, hyper cutter qualification, gym level skills, bind, glare, harden, water gun, bubble beam bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Ash and his friends finally arrived at Jinghui Lighthouse. Is this really the residence of Professor Pokémon? Misty asked, gazing at the somewhat dilapidated lighthouse with curiosity. This dwelling was quite contrary to her perception of the Pokémon professor, as Ash had always seemed indifferent to money, always opting for the best without a care for the price. Indeed, this is the abode of Professor Jinghui, who developed the Pokémon storage system. I have known Professor Jinghui for quite some time. He often visited Professor Oak's research facility for discussions. Unlike Professor Oak and other researchers, he prefers not to stay in the lab, always pursuing his personal interests. However, his frequent residence at this lighthouse is connected to a mysterious Pokémon. Although he has never seen this Pokémon, he has heard its enigmatic calls from across the sea. Though Ash and Professor Jinghui were old acquaintances, this was his first visit to Jinghui's home. As Ash gazed at the towering stone door of the lighthouse, he noticed numerous stone carvings of Pokémon, one of which resembled a kangaroo, strikingly similar to Mewtwo. In his past life, he had only heard rumors from online friends about this place having carvings resembling Mewtwo, and he had thought it to be a hoax. However, now that he saw it, he could only commend the sharp eyes of his online peers. It remained uncertain whether the artist had mistakenly carved Mew or if there were indeed traces of the ancient Mewtwo's existence. Ash leaned towards the former, as Mewtwo's official description had stated that it was a Pokémon developed in collaboration with Team Rocket. Even with the advent of the Mega Evolution system, Mewtwo's ability to Mega Evolve did not confirm the existence of this species in ancient times. After all, Mewtwo was on par with legendary beings and was a Psychic-type Pokémon, even without divine status. It could easily deduce the principles of mega-evolution and create a megastone for itself. While Ash pondered the significance of the mutual-like carvings, Brock pressed the doorbell. A peculiar chime echoed through the air. "Who is there?" "It's Ash. I'm here to see Jinghui." Ash replied to the electronic doorbell. "Oh, it's Ash. Just a moment. Oh no, I'm stuck." Hearing the commotion inside, Ash hurriedly inquired, "Jinghui, are you all right?" Mifine. "It's just that the design for the fossilized armor has encountered a minor issue that I can't resolve. I'm opening the door now. Ash, please come help." As soon as Jinghui's words fell, the stone door creaked open. Upon entering, Ash and his companions were greeted by a fossilized armor that stood upright on two legs. Jinghui himself. "Quick, Ash, help me unstick this. The button is right here." Jinghui exclaimed upon noticing their footsteps. With no other choice, Ash stepped forward to assist, while Misty and Brock observed the scene with amusement. Before long, with Ash's help, a handsome young man with green hair appeared before them. "Hello, Professor Jinghui. We are Ash's travel companions. It's a pleasure to meet you." Misty and Brock greeted him eagerly. "Haha, no need for formality. Ash's friends are my friends. Consider this your home. By the way, does anyone here know how to cook?" "I'm a bit." Gurgle. Jinghui's unfinished sentence was interrupted by the sound of his stomach rumbling. "Leave the cooking to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied." Brock volunteered enthusiastically. "That's wonderful," Jinghui exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. While Brock prepared dinner, Ash borrowed Jinghui's phone and Pokémon transporter. He sent the previously captured Squirtle squad member, Milotic, to Professor Oak, and then dialed his mother's number to assure her of his safety. Had it not been for the late hour, Ash would have called Serena for a lengthy chat. "Professor Jinghui, I heard from Ash that you were stationed at this lighthouse due to a mysterious Pokémon. Could you tell us what kind of Pokémon it is?" Misty inquired curiously. "Well, I'm not entirely sure what kind of Pokémon it is. All I know is that it seems very lonely. One foggy night, while passing by here, I heard its voice. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but as I listened more, I began to sense the loneliness in its calls. That's why I wanted to study it and understand it better. By the way, you've come at a fortuitous time, according to my observations. This is the period when those calls are most frequent. Ash, you don't have any pressing engagements, do you?" Jinghui suddenly asked. "The court's conference isn't until the end of the year. I have plenty of time," Ash replied, already intending to seek out the ancient Dragonite. Jinghui's invitation was perfectly timed. "Fantastic. With your assistance, I believe we are close to uncovering the truth. Then I will be intruding for the next few days," Jinghui announced. "No problem, but as you know, I'm not particularly skilled at cooking," Jinghui said with a sly smile as he watched Brock busy in the kitchen. It was clear that what he truly desired was the delightful meals. Ash could only shake his head in disbelief. He could not fathom why these researchers, given their status, found it so difficult to hire a cook. Professor Oak preferred to prepare instant noodles in the lab with beakers and alcohol lamps, while Jinghui seemed to enjoying the culinary skills of others rather than cooking himself. Chapter 39. The arrival of the ancient dragon as Ash and his companions indulged in a delightful dinner. Our true protagonists, the infamous Team Rocket trio, were perched on a small hillside outside the lighthouse, peering through binoculars at their surroundings. According to their intel, the lighthouse was home to a Pokémon researcher named Jinghui. "Pokémon researcher? It seems we are in for a change of fortune," exclaimed Musashi, a smile gracing her face. "Don't celebrate too soon, Musashi," Nyarth cautioned. "That brat has also entered the lighthouse. If we take action against this Jinghui, he surely won't stand idly by. Thus, we must devise a plan. Nyarth, can you imagine a Pokémon researcher's abode devoid of rare Pokémon? If we can capture all the Pokémon within the lighthouse and present them to the boss, a promotion and raise will be within our grasp." Musashi's words seemed to possess an enchanting allure, causing Kojiru and Nyarth to envision the splendid life that awaited them after their ascent in the ranks. "Very well. Let us commence our covert operation to capture all the Pokémon." With that, the trio, one human and one feline, decided upon their strategy without Musashi's consent. Later that night, sated and content, Ash and his friends, under Jinghui's guidance, ascended to the top of the lighthouse. "Oh, has the fog already rolled in? Well then, it's time to get to work," Jinghui exclaimed, gazing excitedly at the fog-laden sea. He dashed into the control room, where several large loudspeakers were connected, and began pressing various buttons on the cluttered control panel. A mournful wail echoed from the loudspeakers atop the lighthouse, spreading out into the depths of the ocean. This sound is based on my observations and the efforts of our boss over the years. I hope to use it to lure that Pokémon here, even if only for a brief encounter, Jinghui declared proudly to Ash and the others. With hopeful anticipation, Ash and his friends gazed into the ocean's depths. Suddenly, Ash pondered aloud, Jinghui, have you considered that if this sound truly attracts that Pokémon and it sees no companions, what might its emotions be? Indeed, Dr. Jinghui, did you not mention that this Pokémon's cries are filled with loneliness? What if it mistakes the sound you emitted for that of a companion? Brock echoed, connecting the dots in a concerning manner. Huh? I hadn't thought of that, Jinghui replied, his expression one of bewilderment. However, being seasoned in the face of adversity, he quickly grasped the concerns voiced by Ash and his companions. So, Ash, do you have any formidable Pokémon with you? Jinghui, you are indeed unchanged, Ash remarked, face-palming at Jinghui's antics. Beedrill, come fort. B. Pikachu, accompany Beedrill and drive Team Rocket away from the cliff below. We remain unaware of the ancient dragon's combat prowess, so it is prudent to first send those unfortunate trio away. An unhinged beast could pose a significant danger. Beeka. Pikachu nodded, leaping onto Beedrill's back. Team Rocket, Ash, those three miscreants have also arrived? Misty inquired. Indeed, they are just below, and a colossal being approaches from beyond the sea. In the distance, a gigantic silhouette emerged upon the water surface. What a colossal creature! Misty gasped. That is the Pokémon I have been pursuing for years. Truly, it is unparalleled, Jinghui exclaimed with excitement. As Ash noticed the ancient dragon nearing, he commanded Kirlia, teleport us to the base of the lighthouse. Kirlia understood Ash. In the next moment, Ash and his companions found themselves outside the lighthouse. At that very instant, a flash of yellow lightning illuminated the cliffside, causing the struggling Team Rocket trio to soar away like shooting stars. What an irritating feeling. Kirlia, we may need you to hold back the ancient dragon shortly. Take this. Ash presented the Mega Evolution Stone Pendant of Shiny Gardevoir to Kirlia, who had recently reached the threshold of a Quasi-King level. This battle against the ancient dragon might just provide the opportunity for her evolution. Their bond would facilitate the process of Mega Evolution. Dragonite? From what you've described, this mysterious Pokémon does indeed resemble Dragonite. But why is it so colossal? Ash, do you know something? Jinghui queried, his brow furrowing with curiosity. This is merely an ancient Dragonite. Ancient Pokémon are known for their immense size, likely influenced by some mysterious force that has kept them in slumber until now. As Ash provided his explanation, the ancient Dragonite arrived beside the lighthouse. Illuminated by the lighthouse's glow, its figure became clear, a towering presence exceeding 100 meters, emanating an overwhelming aura. Upon arriving with eager anticipation, the Dragonite, expecting to reunite with long-lost companions, found itself deceived by a broadcast. Enraged, it shattered the lighthouse with a single swipe. Seizing the opportunity, Ash scanned the Dragonite's basic information through his system. Pokémon, Ancient Dragonite gender, female level, mid-king, secondary deity, role, none ability, multi-scale qualification, secondary deity skills, quick attack, twister, thunder wave, fire punch, flamethrower, fire spin, thunder punch, dragon tail, dragon dive, ice punch, ice beam, outrage, fairy aura, rain dance, dragon dance, hyper beam. Description: an ancient Pokémon influenced by a mysterious entity, having succumbed to a prolonged slumber. Due to this extended dormancy, its power has diminished. The immense skill set of this ancient Dragonite, now reduced to mid-king level, left Ash in awe. Fortunately, its current level was manageable. Had it been stronger, even with a type advantage, victory would have been uncertain. Having destroyed the lighthouse, the ancient Dragonite still felt unappeased. It soon recognized the ones who had deceived it. Ugh! Humans, you dare to deceive me? You shall pay for this transgression. Sensing the Dragonite's potent killing intent, Ash hastily summoned the powers of both Aura and the Spirit of the Forest to communicate, Dragonite, we did not intend to deceive you. If you seek companions from your era, I can assist you. I possess information regarding 3 ancient Pokémon, though they do not belong to your species. Is this information reliable? I have endured enough of human deceit. The Dragonite conveyed its thoughts to Ash through telepathy. Absolutely. Ash responded without hesitation. The Dragonite's fierce gaze lingered on Ash for 3 seconds before its wrathful demeanor softened. It sensed Ash's sincerity, along with the presence of numerous first-tier deities surrounding him. The aura of the creator deity Arceus represented the power of aura, while the rainbow feather signified Ho-Oh, and the psychic essence belonged to Mew. The ancient Dragonite revealed that it was not frightened by these powerful beings, but rather found Ash to be visually appealing. Chapter 40. The Emergence of the Psychic Queen, Shinado. Dragonite, let us engage in a battle for capture. Ash gazed intensely at the colossal creature before him, sensing the fervent battle spirit emanating from Ash. The ancient Dragonite did not turn away. In this moment, Ash represented hope for her to find a companion of her kind, and she had an instinctive feeling that by aligning with this human, her powers would rejuvenate swiftly, perhaps even transcending her racial limitations once more. Indeed, this Dragonite had once surpassed the threshold of demigods in the ancient era, achieving the status of a second-tier deity. Yet her misfortune lay in the fact that she had never encountered a role befitting her divine potential. With a flap of her small wings, Dragonite soared from the cliff's edge to the clearing in front of the lighthouse ruins, signaling her choice of battleground. Ash, are you truly going to battle this mighty Dragonite? Misty inquired softly, her voice laced with concern. Brock and Hikari shared her apprehension. Do not worry. I never undertake endeavors without confidence, Ash replied, exuding assurance as he released all his Pokémon except for his Magikarp and Metapod. The primary combatants would be Pikachu, the Colossal Onix, and Kirlia. The others would merely serve to gain experience. Pikachu, unleash your most powerful Thunderbolt. Kirlia, utilize Magical Shine. Charmander, employ Dragon Pulse. Bulbasaur, use Sweet Scent followed by Seed Bomb. Squirtle, activate Blizzard. Onix, summon Sandstorm. Pidgeotto, execute Air Slash. 7 Pokémon simultaneously unleash their moves. Despite her desire to become Ash's Pokémon, the ancient Dragonite had no intention of holding back. She could sense the profound bond between Ash and his Pokémon, and to relent would be a disservice to their fighting spirit. Dragonite gathered icy energy in her right hand and executed a powerful ice punch, mitigating most of the damage, with only Pikachu and Kirlia's attacks inflicting minor wounds upon her. After all, the ancient Dragonite was vast in size. Pikachu's Thunderbolt had no chance of missing, and Kirlia's move was particularly effective against dragon types. The disparity in levels was immense, allowing only Pikachu, Kirlia, and the enormous Onix to deal damage. Brock's expression turned grave. If Kirlia can evolve, Ash might still have a chance to win. Shinado possesses both psychic and fairy attributes, Dr. Hikari analyzed. I have faith that Ash will prevail against Dragonite, Misty declared with unwavering conviction. The ancient Dragonite was indeed formidable. Thus, Ash resolved to give his all. He flipped the brim of his cap backward, his expression sharpening, as a faint blue glow enveloped his eyes. The powers of Aura, Tokiwa, and Psychic surged within him, channeling their essence into his Pokémon on the battlefield. With the enhancement of Aura and Psychic abilities, Pikachu and the others experienced a surge in battlefield awareness, their coordination becoming increasingly harmonious, while the Tokiwa power augmented their endurance. Kirlia, teleport Squirtle over here, and use Ice Punch together. Onix, toss Pikachu into the fray, so he can strike at the right moment. Kirlia placed a hand on Squirtle's shell, and in a flash, they appeared at Dragonite's feet, both Pokémon delivering ice punches in unison. Pikachu, propelled by Onix's strength, launched himself with a decisive iron tail aimed at Dragonite's ample belly. The move struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the ancient Dragonite, the sound reverberating painfully in Ash and the others' ears. Then came Dragonite's counterattack, her massive tail sweeping fiercely. Observing this, Ash quickly raised an aura shield to protect his Pokémon in the rear. Remarkable! Ash has managed to block Dragonite's attack using psychic abilities. This is truly an eye-opening experience. Kirlia, once more with magical shine. KIR. Kirlia unleashed an unprecedented surge of power. A brilliant light erupting as the ancient Dragonite was forced to retreat a step. At that moment, a blue-white glow enveloped Kirlia, signaling her evolution. As the light faded, a graceful figure emerged, her once short skirt transformed into a flowing white gown. Shinado, the Psychic Queen, had arrived. Pokémon, Shinado, Shiny, Gender, Female Level, Mid-Champion Ability, Telepathy, Synchronized Potential, Champion Moves, Lunar Dance, Future Sight, Dream Eater, Magical Shine, Misty Terrain, Trick Room. Try attack as she evolved? Excellent. Shinado, let's showcase our bond. Mega Evolve. Shauna. Ash presented the Mega Stone, resonating with Shinado's own stone, as beams of light intertwined and burst forth in a dazzling display. Shinado's pristine white gown transformed into a deep black, exuding an aura of nobility and mystery. She can evolve further. Misty and the others were once again astonished by Shinado's transformation. After all, the Mega Evolution system was not yet fully understood, and it was exclusively known in the Kalos region, in the Kanto region. Such phenomena were scarcely heard of. Pokémon, Mega Shinado, Shiny, Gender, Female Level, Early Champion Ability, Fairy Aura. The chasm between champions and mid-champions is substantial, even with Ash's solid foundation for Shinado. The Mega Evolution only allowed her to cross a minor threshold. However, the change in abilities laid the groundwork for victory in this battle. Ash utilized Aura to withdraw Pikachu and the others, for the upcoming confrontation belonged to Shinado. Shinado, unleash Lunar Dance. With determination, Shinado gathered the power of the moon in her hands and directed it towards the ancient Dragonite. Unfazed by the presence of Mega Shinado, the ancient Dragonite unleashed a fierce dragon pulse in retaliation, perhaps due to her overconfidence or lack of experience against megaforms. Yet, the powerful Lunar Dance shattered the dragon pulse, striking the Dragonite squarely on the head. Excellent, Shinado. Teleport to Dragonite's head and use Magical Shine to finish her off. Ash commanded through the aura. Shauna. Shinado appeared atop Dragonite, pressing her hands against the creature's forehead and unleashing a pink beam of energy. Dragonite staggered back, her expression a mix of pain and bewilderment. Despite her size and resilience, even after enduring the blow from Mega Shinado's Magical Shine, Dragonite remained in the fight. Ash shook the Master Ball he had just retrieved, astonished, still standing. Huh? Shinado, deliver the final ice punch. On Ash's final command, Mega Shinado capitalized on Dragonite's disorientation, striking the great beast's head repeatedly with Ice Punch. After several blows, the ancient Dragonite's eyes rolled back, spiraling into a daze. Seeing this, Ash swiftly threw his Master Ball. Clack! The Master Ball struck Dragonite, emitting a capturing red light. This Master Ball, acquired from the system, was far superior to the common ones on the market. While it did not guarantee a one-capture success, it was nearly infallible against foes who had lost their fighting spirit. As the ancient Dragonite was drawn inside, the Master Ball began to shake. Ash anxiously watched the ball. Dong! Dong! Ding! The sound of successful capture resonated, and Ash sighed in relief. Chapter 41. Rewards and Tasks. Meanwhile, a voice resonated within his mind, emanating from a system. Ding! Detection of host capturing the ancient Dragonite. Rewards granted, 100,000 points. 5 rare candies, 1 dragon plate, false, 1 power revival potion. Dragon plate. False, crafted to mimic the treasure of a certain deity. It can be bound to 2 Pokémon simultaneously and can be unbound at any time. Once bound, it significantly enhances dragon-type damage. Ding! Detection of host completing the hidden task of capturing a legendary Pokémon. Rewards granted. 1 legendary Pokémon, mythical, lottery ticket, 100,000 points, 5 Master Balls. Ding! Detection of host capturing an ancient Pokémon, unlocking a hidden side quest to assemble a team composed of ancient Pokémon. Task rewards, unknown. Note, the team capacity is 6, and reward will be issued based on team quality. Listening to the series of notifications from the system, Ash was momentarily stunned. He was tasked with gathering ancient Pokémon, yet he could only count 3 relatively easy captures in the mountains behind Palatown. The others he could think of included the trio from Hoenn, the ultimate evolution of Caterpie, the fat fish caught by a fishing rod, and the legendary Pokémon that could not fly and relied solely on foot travel. These 3 should barely qualify as beings from the ancient era. Furthermore, the notes indicated that to obtain the best rewards, all 3 must be captured. Pika Pika. Ash, what's wrong? At that moment of distraction, Pikachu approached Ash, clutching a Master Ball at his feet. Shauna. Seed. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Ash's other Pokémon gathered around him. It's nothing. I'm just a bit too excited, Ash replied. Ash, congratulations. Misty exclaimed. You have captured a powerful Dragonite. At this moment, Brock and the others also approached. What did that Dragonite communicate with you through telepathy? Misty inquired, while Tracy was more curious about why this ancient Dragonite had appeared in the present era. It didn't say much, just that it would help me find companions from its time. By the way, Tracy, what are your plans next? Are you going to stay here? Ash asked. Now that he had captured Dragonite, Tracy had one less reason to remain, especially since his home had been destroyed. As a friend, Ash felt it necessary to inquire about his future intentions, as they might cross paths again. Tracy was indeed intrigued by Ash's mention of ancient Pokémon, not merely due to Dragonite, but also because of his inherent curiosity. I have no problem with observing and studying, but it must be with Dragonite's consent. Professor Oak's lab does have books documenting ancient Pokémon, and if you have time, you might want to explore the ruins on the mountain behind Palatown, Ash suggested. All right, I understand. Tracy nodded. By the way, Ash, isn't your next destination Celadon City? Tracy suddenly asked, as if recalling something. There is a bit of news regarding Celadon City that you might find interesting, Tracy said with a mysterious smile. What news? It's about a legendary Pokémon. When I visited Celadon City 2 days ago to exchange information with Professor Sakuragi, I heard from the researchers that a Pokémon resembling Zapdos has been sighted near the abandoned power plant at the southern end of Celadon City. The credibility of this news is quite high. Although no one has seen it directly, its powerful electric-type abilities cannot be easily mistaken. Even if it's not Zapdos, it would still be a formidable electric-type Pokémon. Capturing it could greatly enhance your strength, Ash, Tracy remarked. The abandoned power plant in Celadon City? I will certainly investigate. Ash responded. With the lighthouse destroyed, Ash and his companions had no desire to linger, and after a brief rest, they set off towards Celadon City. Ash, what did you use to enable Shauna to Mega Evolve during your battle with Dragonite? Misty could no longer contain her curiosity and asked about Mega Evolution. Brock, who had been looking at the map, also turned to Ash at this question. That S called Mega Evolution. It is a temporary evolution that allows certain Pokémon, which cannot normally evolve, to surpass their limitations and achieve a further evolution. Mega Evolved Pokémon can unleash their latent powers for a short duration. The prerequisites for Mega Evolution include a Keystone and the corresponding Megastone for the Pokémon. The Keystone is worn by the trainer, while the Megastone is donned by the Pokémon, akin to the pendant worn by Shauna. Acquiring both items completes the basic preparation. To effectively execute Mega Evolution, a strong bond between the trainer and the Pokémon is essential, Ash elucidated. Chapter 42. Shining, is there a possibility for any Pokémon that can no longer evolve to undergo Mega Evolution? Brock inquired. I am uncertain about that. The research on Mega Evolution is still incomplete. As far as I know, there are over 50 Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. Even with Ash's system, one cannot guarantee that every Pokémon can Mega Evolve. After all, some Pokémon merely serve to fill the Pokédex, and whether or not they can Mega Evolve is of little significance. Hey, Ash, which Water-type Pokémon can Mega Evolve? Misty looked at Ash with eager anticipation. Water-type Pokémon include Blastoise, Psyduck, Gyarados, Sharpedo, and Swampert, Ash replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed Brock's intense gaze and continued, Steelix. The evolved form of Onix can also Mega Evolve. Brock asked anxiously, where can we obtain the Megastones and Keystone needed for Mega Evolution? He believed his bond with Onix was profound, and since Onix could evolve, he had merely delayed it due to a lack of funds for a metal coat. Mega Evolution, still under research, had not yet become a mainstream battle system, and Brock felt that with his luck, he had no reason to miss out. These two types of stones are primarily found in the Kalos and Hoenn regions, although other regions may have them as well. As long as we keep traveling, we will eventually find them. Moreover, Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution are attuned to the corresponding Mega Stones. Perhaps it was divine providence, or perhaps Brock had opened his eyes. After 2 days of leisurely travel, Ash and his companions finally arrived in Leaf Town. Upon entering the Pokémon Center in Leaf Town, the trio immediately sensed something was amiss. The center was overcrowded, and most trainers were cradling injured Pokémon, awaiting treatment. Ash quickly discerned that the majority of these Pokémon had sustained injuries from electric-type attacks. Ms. Joy, may I ask what happened? Why are so many trainers' Pokémon injured? Ash approached Nurse Joy. They all challenged the Leaf Gym and were defeated by the gym leader, Magishir's Raichu, she replied. By the way, are you the Ash from Pallet Town? Before Nurse Joy could finish her statement, Ash interjected, Yes, I am indeed Ash from Pallet Town, currently traveling as a novice trainer. Until he had the ability to protect himself, Ash preferred to keep his identity as a Pokémon researcher concealed. After all, human nature is unpredictable. Upon hearing this, Joy understood Ash's intention and said, Ash, I've heard from a few of my sisters about you. You previously assisted in capturing Team Rocket and exposed several unscrupulous trainers, contributing significantly to the League. This is a reward from the League. She then retrieved a blue and white Pokémon egg from beneath the counter, which was equipped with an incubation device. As soon as Ash laid eyes on the egg, a surge of aura energy stirred within him. He looked at Nurse Joy with uncertainty. Is this a Riolu egg? Indeed, it is a testament to the expertise from Pallet Town, Nurse Joy praised. Nurse Joy, you must have some misconceptions about the trainers from Pallet Town. We are not as eccentric as that brute. Just then, a voice familiar yet irritating to Ash echoed from the entrance. Nurse Joy chuckled awkwardly and then shifted the topic. So, Green, you successfully challenged the gym? That's correct. The one named Magishir is indeed skilled, and Raichu's electric-type abilities are quite formidable, Green replied, handing 3 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. I'll be relying on you again, Nurse Joy. Just a moment, she said, placing Green's Pokeballs aside and turning to Ash. Ash, I'll leave this child in your care. Ash solemnly accepted the Riolu egg. Pokémon, Shiny Riolu, unhatched, gender, female level, 0 ability, inner focus, aura heart. Note, this is a trait of the royal bloodline of Lucario, not unique, and can be passed down to those naturally awakened to aura. Potential, champion moves, quick attack, endure, bite, inherited aura sphere. Shiny? A yellow puppy, and it's female? Ash thought to himself, still preferring the blue Lucario's appearance, finding the yellow fur rather peculiar. With dual abilities, one of which he had never seen. Yet this Riolu was actually of royal lineage, a most unexpected development. Indeed, in the original story, the Foolish One encountered a royal Riolu during his journey in Sinnoh. We could also use Aura Sphere. Could this egg possibly have originated from Sinnoh? A sudden thought crossed Ash's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He had no connections with the Sinnoh League. Why would they send such a precious royal Riolu to him? Unbeknownst to him, he had eliminated the correct answer. The Riolu egg indeed came from Sinnoh, and Professor Oak had invested considerable effort in this matter, but that was a tale for another time. After replacing the Riolu egg with a more advanced incubation device and nutrient solution, Ash followed Green to a nearby spot to catch up. Green, what brings you here? Ash asked, puzzled. Why can't I be here when there's SA Gym in Leaf Town? Yet here you are, departing earlier than us and arriving so late. Xiaozong and the others have already moved on to the next city, Green replied, visibly displeased with Ash's pace, but secretly relishing the fact that he seemed to have outpaced Ash. Traveling too quickly can cause one to miss many experiences, Ash thought, refusing to acknowledge that they had fallen behind due to getting lost. Ash, will you not introduce your companions? Green asked, glancing at Misty and Brock. Oh, I almost forgot. This is Misty, the younger sister of the Cerulean Gym, currently traveling to become a water-type Pokémon master. And this is Brock. I naturally know Gym Leader Brock. But what is your relationship with this lovely lady, Ash? Green smirked, sensing an opportunity to take revenge for the trouble Ash had caused him. Their tangled history stemmed from Green's flirtatious nature, which Ash found intolerable. An unfortunate photograph taken by Ash, intended as a friendly gesture, ended up causing Green to face the wrath of a girl named Xiaochun, resulting in a rather humiliating confrontation. Ash felt a twinge of guilt as he rubbed the tip of his nose. Misty watched Ash intently, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. As a longtime friend, Green had a keen understanding of Ash and quickly noticed his discomfort. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Hee, it seems you've been quite busy, Ash." "What's the deal? What do you mean?" Ash feigned ignorance. "1 premium moonstone in exchange for your silence about Serena." Ash gritted his teeth. In recent days, he had confirmed that his Charmeleon needed to consume a firestone and dragon scales to reach its full potential. Dragon scales were manageable, given the presence of a massive dragonite, but acquiring a firestone posed a challenge. Thus, Ash's limited supplies had to be reserved for Charmeleon. In this situation, the only way to silence Green was to sacrifice a more precious moonstone. Chapter 43. The Withered Leaf Gym. The Battle of Shrimp and Pork Heart. The exceptional moonstone Xiao Mao was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly acquiesced to the transaction, stating, "First, deliver the goods. Otherwise, here you go. But remember not to mention anything about Selena." Xiao Ji reluctantly slipped the moonstone into Xiao Mao's hand. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang observed the two in silence, whispering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, their astute companions, Pikachu and Shinado, were already speculating about Xiao Ji's fate. "Pika Pika, sigh, I knew it would turn out this way. Shana Shana, I anticipated this." It seems Xiao Mao has other plans. "Pika, really?" Shana Shana. "Yes, he intends to discreetly inform Selena about Xiao Ji." "Pika Pika, Pikachu." Shinado, do you think Selena will come riding a dragonite like that girl with the pigtails to find Xiao Ji? Shana, I don't know, but I miss my sister." After the clandestine exchange, Xiao Mao indeed refrained from discussing the relationship between Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia. After some idle chatter about the Withered Leaf Gym, Xiao Mao took his leave, bestowing upon Xiao Xia a meaningful smile and uttering words of encouragement. Xiao Xia did not ponder much on this. She merely considered it a supportive gesture from Xiao Ji's companion, a boost for her pursuit of love. "By the way, Xiao Ji, what Pokémon do you intend to use for your challenge at the Withered Leaf Gym?" Xiao Gang inquired. Xiao Mao had just provided basic information about the gym, noting that it specialized in electric-type Pokémon, with the gym leader, Majishur, being an expert in this domain. The only Pokémon in Xiao Ji's possession that had a type advantage were the colossal Onyx and Bulbasaur. Xiao Gang did not doubt Xiao Ji's capability to win, but was curious about the extent of his prowess. "Let's see the rules. If it's a 1-on-1, I'll send out Pikachu. For a 3-on-3, it will be Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and Charmander," Xiao Ji replied, uncertainly. The original rules stipulated a 1-on-1 battle, and he was unsure if Majishur would alter the rules upon seeing his Pikachu and Shinado. In any case, Pikachu would definitely be in the lineup, as Xiao Ji intended to teach Majishur a lesson. Pikachu against Raichu? That could be tough, considering Raichu is Pikachu's evolved form. Xiao Xia remarked. "Pika Pika." Pikachu immediately protested, feeling indignant. After all, that hefty mouse was merely larger in size. What was so impressive about that? Seeing Pikachu's competitive spirit ignited, Xiao Ji understood that this would be a gratifying showdown. After a brief interval, Xiao Ji and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Withered Leaf Gym. Upon hearing of the challenge, the gym staff promptly escorted Xiao Ji to the battle arena without the customary inquiries. The gym leader, Majishur, was a robust middle-aged man with spiky yellow hair. Xiao Xia could hardly believe he was the gym leader. "Welcome to the Withered Leaf Gym. Who among you is the challenger?" Matsishi inquired. "It is I," Xiao Ji announced, positioned alongside Pikachu and Shinado in the trainer's command area. "Oh, a baby-level trainer has come to challenge us." Majishur scoffed, immediately losing interest upon observing Xiao Ji's stature. "Very well, I accept your challenge." As both trainers took their positions, the referee's voice echoed, now commencing the gym battle between Xiao Ji from Jinshin Town and gym leader Majishur. "Only 1 Pokémon may be used. Begin. Go Pokeball." Majishur tossed out Raichu's Pokeball. Pokémon, Raichu gender, male level, mid-gym ability, static qualification, gym skills, TBA description. This Pokémon has diminished potential due to premature evolution and prolonged exposure to excessive electricity. So, this is what a trainer from Team Rocket looks like. They truly are selfish individuals. Upon reading Raichu's description, Xiao Ji felt an urge to unleash a wave of energy to obliterate Majishur. He turned to Pikachu. Pikachu, it's you. Pika. No problem. Seeing Xiao Ji send out Pikachu instead of Shinado, Majishur derided, a baby trainer indeed, deploying a baby Pokémon as well. I'll grant you the first move. Then I shall not hold back. Pikachu, quick attack. Pika. In an instant, Pikachu transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Raichu. Observing Xiao Ji's reckless command, Majishur ordered, Raichu, catch it and then use heavy slam. Raichu nodded silently, already envisioning Pikachu being crushed. However, Xiao Ji countered Pikachu. Iron Tail. The quick attack was merely a buildup of energy. The true offensive move was the colossal strike fueled by accumulated speed. This technique had been conceived during Xiao Ji's battle against the ancient Dragonite. Pikachu curled into a ball, its tail glowing with white light, darting towards Raichu like a spinning top. What? Majishur exclaimed at this illogical maneuver, quickly shouting, Raichu, dodge. Raichu, being larger than Pikachu, was already at a disadvantage in speed, and compounded by Majishur's failure to compensate for this, Raichu was unable to evade in time. Pikachu's tail struck Raichu squarely in the face, sending it crashing against the arena wall. Raichu, Majishur anxiously called out. Zazaiju. Struggling to rise, Raichu propped itself up on its hands. Xiao Ji intended to impart a profound lesson to Majishur. That single strike was not sufficiently impactful, so he had instructed Pikachu to hold back slightly, preventing Raichu from losing its ability to battle outright. Pikachu feigned exhaustion, triggering its passive ability. Majishur, witnessing this, harbored no doubts and commanded, Raichu, that Pikachu is finished. Use Thunderbolt. Eat it, Pikachu. Xiao Ji issued a command that Majishur could not comprehend. Faced with the impending lightning strike, Pikachu felt not fear, but a rush of excitement. Even a fully charged gym-level Raichu might struggle to harm a quasi-king-level Pikachu, especially since Pikachu's ability was Lightning Rod. Upon absorbing the Thunderbolt, Pikachu became infused with energy. Damn it! Majishur's resolve began to crumble at this sight. He increasingly believed that Xiao Ji had come prepared. Pikachu, let Raichu experience the effects of Thunderbolt. If shrimp is involved, then pork heart is inevitable. Since Majishur relished showcasing electric-type skills, let him endure humiliation before being thoroughly defeated by his own specialty. After the electric surge, Raichu emerged charred, its eyes swirling in exhaustion, having lost its ability to battle. With Raichu incapacitated, Pikachu was declared the victor, thus crowning Xiao Ji from Jinshin Town as the winner. Chapter 44. Zapdos in the Dead of Night. After Ash and his companions Misty and Brock had fallen into a deep slumber, he summoned Shinado to utilize teleportation, whisking himself and Pikachu away from the Pokémon Center. Upon their arrival, Ash set his sights on the power plant mentioned by Hikari. The legendary Pokémon Zapdos was a coveted prize for many, and even the slightest hint of its whereabouts could incite the ambitions of unscrupulous individuals. This was especially true for the notorious Team Rocket in the Kanto region. Hence, Ash was reluctant to have Misty and Brock accompany him on this perilous quest. As Ash had anticipated, the Team Rocket officer, Majishi, who possessed the strength of a champion, had gathered no less than 50 members of his team, all with the singular objective of capturing the Zapdos hidden within the power plant. Boss, everyone's ready and we can depart at any time, reported Majishi's subordinate, Mako. This operation is of utmost importance. Every participant must adhere strictly to the plan without any errors. Otherwise, if Boss Banmu finds out, none of you will escape unscathed. Majishi stated coldly, exuding confidence as he surveyed his assembled team. He had ventured to the abandoned power plant more than 20 times in pursuit of Zapdos, challenging it on numerous occasions, all of which had ended in failure. Eventually, word of his endeavors reached Banmu, prompting Majishi to alter his strategy and seek Banmu's support, culminating in the current scenario. However, failure in this operation would not only tarnish his reputation. The repercussions from Banmu would be far graver. especially if his identity were to be compromised. Meanwhile, as Majishi made his way to the facility, Ash had already reached the outskirts of the abandoned power plant. Such a strong wave of aura. Ash pondered, furrowing his brow as he focused intently on the depths of the plant. He sensed a powerful life form emanating a high-level aura, surrounded by countless other auras of varying strengths. Pikachu, too, seemed to perceive something, its electrical sacs crackling with energy. "Pikachu, do you feel that?" Ash inquired. "Pika," it replied, indicating that there was indeed a substantial electrical presence. "Shinado, please create a teleportation mark here and ensure it is secure," Ash instructed. Shinado complied, pressing its hand against a nearby tree, gathering a sphere of pink energy. With a marker established, the trio boldly ventured inside. Not long after, Ash beheld a bolt of lightning shoot into the sky, dark clouds rapidly coalescing overhead. "Just as I suspected," he exclaimed, convinced of the veracity of Hikari's intel. There was indeed a Zapdos within the abandoned power plant. "Pikachu, Shinado, let us go," he urged, dashing into the facility. Time was of the essence. Once the thunderstorm materialized, capturing Zapdos would be nearly impossible, given its status as an electric-type legendary Pokémon. Upon entering, Ash encountered a multitude of electric-type Pokémon. Magnemite, Magneton, Piku, Pikachu, Raichu, Electabuzz, Electrode, and Jolteon, all congregating to absorb the electrical energy present. The ominous clouds above the power plant darkened further, with thunder rumbling ominously. Following the aura's lead, Ash arrived at the heart of the abandoned power plant, gazing upward at a gaping hole in the concrete ceiling, through which a figure darted amidst the storm clouds. It was a large bird adorned with yellow feathers, sporting a long beak and sharp talons. Indeed, it was Zapdos, gleefully siphoning electrical energy from the tempest. Species, Zapdos. Gender, male. Level, champion. Class, near champion. Role, none. Ability, static potential. Demigod moves, Peck, Thunderwave, Thunderbolt, Light Screen, Pluck, Agility, Origin Pulse, Charge, Roost, Discharge. Rain Dance, Thunder, Magnetic Flux, Electro Ball, Detect, Brave Bird, Air Slash, Electric Terrain, Thunder Charge, Volt Tackle. Description: this is a Pokémon that, after being expelled from its flock due to a competition, seeks power alone. It is a wounded legendary Pokémon, still at the champion class. Upon reading the system's description, Ash silently tagged Zapdos as his target. "Pikachu, Shinado, it's your turn now." "Pika, Pika," Pikachu exclaimed, eager to take on the challenge. Having faced the ancient dragon in their last battle, where Shinado ultimately took precedence, Pikachu longed for a chance to showcase its strength. And this Zapdos seemed like the perfect opponent. Ash regarded Pikachu earnestly, conceding, "All right, I'll leave it to you for now. If it doesn't go well, I'll have Shinado assist." "Pika, I'll win, Ash," Pikachu declared with determination. With his gaze fixed on the Zapdos, Ash concentrated and conjured an aura sphere. "Come down." With a technique honed over countless practices, Ash's aura sphere accurately struck Zapdos' wing. The Zapdos, momentarily distracted by its energy absorption, was knocked from the sky by a mere child. Outside the abandoned power plant, Majishi, observing through his binoculars, became agitated as he witnessed Zapdos being brought down. "Someone else is after Zapdos. Quickly, let us charge in," he commanded his subordinate. "Yes, boss," the young man responded, gripping the steering wheel as they barreled into the facility. "Zapdos, come with me. I can heal you and make you stronger," Ash proclaimed, approaching the fallen creature, still holding the aura sphere. "Another human," Zapdos exclaimed, its tone revealing that others had shown interest in it as well. "There is a human with an electric mouse who came many times, wanting to capture me. Let us see how you fare in battle first," Zapdos retorted, shaking off the dust from its feathers. The aura sphere had inflicted minimal damage. It merely aggravated an old wound, causing it to lose balance and descend. An electric mouse? It must be Majishi, Ash surmised quietly. He looked down at Pikachu, signaling, "Pikachu, it's your turn." "Pika," Pikachu responded, brimming with enthusiasm as it stepped forward. "Human, are you mocking me?" Zapdos questioned, perceiving Ash's choice of opponent as a slight against its prowess. "I assure you, Pikachu is unlike any ordinary electric mouse," Ash replied confidently. "Should you call upon a legendary Pokémon, that would signify respect. Do not underestimate Pikachu, for it possesses great power. However, Zapdos' challenge ignited Pikachu's fury. Its cheeks crackled with energy as it unleashed a formidable thunderbolt. Struck by the powerful attack, Zapdos began to reconsider Ash's words. This electric mouse was indeed different from those that had previously challenged it, possessing the capability to paralyze. With a cry, Zapdos enveloped itself in a radiant light, preparing to unleash its own electric-type move, Discharge. Yet, it had encountered Pikachu, who bore the ability of Static, rendering Zapdos' attack ineffective against it. Pikachu, is this all the strength you possess? You are far weaker than that bulky creature. Ash commanded, Pikachu, use Thundernet. Pikachu leapt high into the air, electric energy converging at the tip of its tail. With a swift flick, a vast net of lightning descended upon the legendary Zapdos. In response, Zapdos gathered its own energy and unleashed a formidable electromagnetic cannon. Pikachu unleashed Volt Tackle. Ash anticipated that capturing Zapdos would not be an easy feat at that moment. A thunderous crash echoed from behind Ash. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged its arrival. Everyone come out. Ash released all his capable Pokémon, though he refrained from summoning the ancient Dragonite, as its sheer size could bring down the entire power plant. Shaman, lead them to thwart Team Rocket's plans while ensuring the safety of the wild Pokémon. Pikachu and I will subdue this magnificent bird, and then we will assist you. Ash instructed Shaman. Shaman, it responded, understood, Ash. Chapter 45. Capturing the Zapdos, the small intelligence, sensed that there were quite a few members of Team Rocket, and the Pokémon they wielded were generally of high levels, while his intention was to protect the wild Pokémon outside. The safety of Shinado and the others took precedence. Damn it, these wild electric-type Pokémon are such a nuisance. Matsushi lamented. If he had known that behind the gates of the power plant lay a horde of electric-type Pokémon, he would not have commanded his men to crash through the door. Now, having incurred their wrath and surrounded by a swarm of electric types, it was only thanks to his subordinates bringing along Pokémon capable of countering or resisting electric-type attacks that they had not been annihilated upon disembarking. Boss, we'll hold the line here. Why don't you go ahead and find Zapdos? A sycophant beside Majishur suggested. Thanks, boss. The one who had offered the idea. Samwalang was even more exhilarated, issuing commands to the others. On my signal, let us clear a path for our boss. One must admit that Team Rocket had quite a few capable members. With just a few pointers from Samwalang, a path into the depths of the power plant was swiftly cleared. Seeing this, Majishur wasted no time and dashed inside. Fairy-type magic shined forth. Who dares oppose Team Rocket? Majishur coldly glared into the passageway. The next moment, Shinado, accompanied by several unusual Pokémon, appeared before them. An odd-colored Shinado? Could it be? Majishur quickly deduced that it was Ash instigating trouble, given that Shinado was a rare Pokémon, and he had only seen one of this peculiar coloration beside Ash today in the entire Cureleaf City. Shauna. With a single command from Shinado, the massive Onix, Pidgey, and Charmander unleashed their skills and launched an assault against Team Rocket. The wild electric types, witnessing that Shinado and the others were allies, rallied to continue their onslaught against Team Rocket. Ash had to admit that Zapdos possessed a remarkable battle instinct. It understood that electric-type moves would not inflict significant damage on Pikachu, thus opting to employ its beak and talons as its primary means of attack, reserving its electric-type moves solely for self-boosting or acceleration purposes. However, regrettably, Pikachu was currently bolstered by Ash's enhancements, boasting a diverse skill set, and with the support of Ash's aura and power of Tokiwa. Even in direct confrontation, Pikachu not only held its ground, but had a slight edge. Considering the underhanded tactics of Team Rocket, Ash decided to expedite the battle. Thus, with a rather unorthodox strategy, he conveyed through aura. Pikachu used Quick Attack to accelerate, then follow up with Iron Tail to strike Zapdos' left side. The old injury of Zapdos lay precisely where Ash instructed Pikachu to attack. Pika. With unprecedented speed, Pikachu surged towards Zapdos. Clearly, this speed was beyond Zapdos' capability to match. With a loud slap, Pikachu's Iron Tail struck a critical point, causing Zapdos to immediately succumb to unconsciousness. Ash seized the moment and threw a Master Ball. With a soft thud, the ball absorbed Zapdos. It shook gently a few times before a notification chimed, indicating a successful capture. Beep. Detected host has captured Zapdos. Rewards granted. 30,000 points. 1 rare candy. 1 electric type special medicine. Beep. Detected host has captured their first legendary Pokémon. Unlocking hidden task. Who isn't a legendary Pokémon male? Task content. Before the Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference begins, assemble a team of legendary, mythical, Pokémon and defeat the Sinnoh rival Darkrai. Task rewards. 3 legendary, mythical, lottery tickets, 500,000 points, 30 rare candies. Note: legendary, mythical, Pokémon obtained from this system do not count towards the total, and captured must be of legendary or mythical species. Ordinary Pokémon must possess divine qualities to be recognized by the system. Wow, the system rarely elucidated Ash's queries. Upon seeing the severe consequences, Ash's heart tightened. If he failed this task, it would be tantamount to erasing his account, losing everything and left with a bunch of ordinary Pokémon. No way. Such dire consequences were unacceptable. So Darkrai would have to bear the brunt of it. However, from the note, Ash realized that the ancient Dragonite was excluded from his team. Currently, he only had Zapdos as a legendary Pokémon, and as for the lottery ticket he had not yet drawn, even if he did, it wouldn't count. The road ahead is long. Meanwhile, outside, Shinado and the others were gradually losing ground against Majishur. After all, Majishur was a formidable opponent, comparable to a champion, and aside from Raichu, he also commanded a mid-level Thunderbolt Beast and an early-stage Thunder Spirit. Shinado, Mega Revolve. Ash's voice echoed from the passage. Seeing Shinado undergo a transformation, Majishur's mouth fell agape in disbelief. I can't believe that the gym leader of Cureleaf would be a member of Team Rocket. This is truly a matter that could stir the entire Kanto region. Ash teased. You're Ash from Pallet Town, huh? I didn't expect you to be the one disrupting our plans. Kid, I'm offering you a chance to join Team Rocket. With your talents and abilities, we can provide you with all the resources to cultivate your Pokémon. Even if you aspire to become a regional champion, we have the means to elevate you. Majishur refrained from attacking immediately. After all, he had yet to comprehend Shinado's transformation. If he acted rashly and failed to subdue Ash, he would have to go into hiding. I'm sorry, I can do many things, but I will never engage in actions that harm others while benefiting myself. Mr. Majishur, how about we strike a deal? I'll let you leave, and before the court's conference concludes, I want to report you. You can leave your subordinates with me, and I'll make some profit. Team Rocket held considerable influence in the Kanto region, and with Sakake's unfathomable strength, Ash did not intend to make an enemy of them. Moreover, he was uncertain about defeating Majishur without employing the ancient Dragonite. Once the ancient Dragonite revealed itself, the uproar would rival that of capturing Zapdos. Heh, you don't really think we fear you, do you, kid? Majishur snickered. Feel free to give it a try, and see if I have what it takes to take you down. Ash removed a Master Ball from his waist. The Master Ball? Majishur's pupils constricted suddenly, and he asked, You captured Zapdos? What do you think? Ash, the gym leader, inquired with a smile. Mr. Ma, would you like to see if I can use Zapdos to keep you here? Majishur regarded Ash intently, understanding that he had no way to deal with Ash today. He turned to his subordinates and said, Once inside the facility, you should know what to do, right? We understand. These Team Rocket members were elite and were aware of a mysterious plan within the organization. Until that plan was fulfilled, Majishur's identity as a gym leader could not be compromised. Thus, they understood that they were inevitably going to be incarcerated. All right, I'll make arrangements to get you out as soon as possible. Content with this, Ash commanded, Shinado, use telekinesis to control their Pokémon, and Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to restrain them. Once the Team Rocket members were subdued, Ash released Zapdos. Zapdos, from now on, we are comrades. I'll look forward to your guidance. Human, you promised to help me grow stronger. If you cannot fulfill that promise, I will leave. Zapdos spoke candidly. Rest assured, follow me, and you will soon possess the strength to surpass that deity of the Orange Archipelago. Ash spoke with confidence. Damn it. If I can't surpass that foolish bird, even with enhancements, I might as well find a tofu block to crash into. His reward from the system is a sense of reassurance. However, the prolonged injury of the lightning bird necessitates an examination before he can be completely at ease. Chapter 46. The SS, and by the time Ash entrusted Team Rocket to Ms. Junshaw, the dawn was approaching. The abandoned power plant was situated a fair distance from the Pale Leaf City police station, and the vehicle driven by Team Rocket was far less durable than the trio's vehicle, having become utterly inoperable after a mere collision. As for why no one had responded to the commotion, Ash was uncertain. Perhaps it was akin to the boy who cried wolf. After all, rumors about the abandoned power plant had been circulating for over 3 months. In Pallet Town, at Professor Oak's lab, the esteemed professor, having just awakened and yet to enjoy breakfast, beheld a purple Pokeball adorned with the letter M, quietly resting upon the vacant Pokémon transfer machine. Could it be a Master Ball? And, remarkably, it belonged to Ash. With a heart brimming with excitement, Professor Oak extended a trembling hand. However, what he truly yearned for was the ancient Dragonite that Zheng Hui had mentioned Ash had captured. After grasping the Master Ball, Professor Oak contemplated for a brief moment before decisively turning toward the backyard. Upon his arrival, without further ado, he released the Pokémon contained within the Master Ball. ZZZ. It's alive. I knew it. Ash must have gone out to train. Brock cast a slightly forlorn glance at Misty. Misty, Brock, you're up so early? Ash exclaimed. Where have you been? We searched the entire Pokémon Center for you, but you were nowhere to be found. Misty inquired. I went to capture a special Pokémon. By the way, are you both ready to depart at a moment's notice? Ash noticed that they had packed their belongings and inquired with curiosity. It was Gary who called. He somehow acquired several tickets for a cruise and delivered them bright and early. We had no idea you weren't here, Misty replied, waving the 3 tickets in her hand. Tickets? Misty, that wouldn't happen to be for that ship called the SS, and would it? Ash recalled the original story where the group had been duped by Team Rocket aboard the infamous Titanic-like vessel, which had garnered notoriety for various dramatic incidents, the most famous being James's evolution. Hey Ash, have you heard of this cruise? Misty's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she grasped Ash's hand. What is it like? Is it super luxurious? Luxurious indeed, though the ship has a few minor issues. But if you're eager to board, we might as well go together. Ash could not resist the opportunity to earn some extra cash. Yay! Misty exclaimed with uncontainable joy, having feared that Ash might decline the invitation. By the way, Ash, you mentioned capturing a special Pokémon earlier. What was it? Brock inquired, his intuition as a budding Pokémon breeder suggesting that it must be extraordinarily unique if it caught Ash's attention. Ash humbly replied, just an injured Zapdos. Nothing to worry about. Oh, Zap what? Brock's expression froze, looking at Ash with uncertainty. You just said Zapdos? Yeah. Is there something peculiar about it? Ash pondered, suddenly recalling that he had neglected to inform Professor Oak. He hoped the professor was unharmed. Swiftly, Ash approached a nearby public phone, expertly dialing the number for Professor Oak's lab. Upon connection, the professor's face appeared on the screen, his disheveled hair and soot-covered visage giving away a rather explosive encounter. Professor, are you all right? Ash asked hesitantly. Judging by his appearance, the cause of such disarray must have been a powerful electric-type move, Thunderbolt, and a rather potent one at that. Not to worry, just a bit charred. Professor Oak replied with a slight grin, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. To obtain Zapdos' data and endure a shock was, in his mind, well worth it. Brock and Misty shared the incredulous sight of Professor Oak's condition. He calls that fine. It seems being a Pokémon professor is no ordinary job, Misty whispered. Indeed, Brock murmured in agreement. Professor, how is Zapdos doing? Its old injuries shouldn't pose any serious issues, right? Ash inquired. As Professor Oak pulled up Zapdos' medical information to display to Ash, he blinked rapidly, subtly indicating to Ash that he was eager for the ancient Dragonite to be sent to him. Professor, I'll do my best, Ash responded, fully aware of Professor Oak's unspoken request. However, the ancient Dragonite was his trump card, a last resort against foes even Mega Sableye could not handle. After some further discussion, Ash learned that in a few days, Professor Oak and his mother, Hanako, would embark on a journey to Vermilion City with others from Pallet Town. Ash and Professor Oak agreed to meet again in Vermilion City. Exiting the Pokémon Center, the group, persuaded by Ash, restocked their travel essentials before heading to the port. As one of the premier cities in the Kanto region and a coastal city, Pale Leaf boasted a large harbor, bustling with commerce and tourism, particularly popular for sightseeing cruises. Consequently, the port resembled a vibrant marketplace, teeming with activity. At the harbor, Ash spotted several high-quality evolutionary stones, along with James's debut in cross-dressing. Indeed, he exuded more femininity than many actual women, proving that he was a true master of disguise, born of privilege and experience, impressively convincing. Meanwhile, Team Rocket had noticed Ash and his friends. Initially, they had planned to offer a few tickets to trick Ash into boarding their own vessel. But upon seeing the trio with tickets in hand, they abandoned that scheme. However, the Team Rocket leader aboard the SS and was now in a state of panic. Chapter 47. Splashing water upon boarding the ship, Xiaoxia immediately began taking photographs to commemorate the occasion, while Xiao Jiang took the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of organizing their quarters, heading off to pursue more mature interactions. In contrast, Xiaoji made his way to the battle arena of the SS, and his Pokémon team exhibited a significant disparity in combat prowess. Setting aside the ancient Dragonite, his first tier comprised Shinado, Pikachu, and the Colossal Onix, while the second tier included Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and Pidgey, followed by the recently evolved shiny Beedrill. Lastly, there was the overly confident Magikarp, poised for evolution. Notably, the unhatched shiny Riolu was excluded from consideration. Xiaoji intended to engage the trainers aboard the vessel to hone his skills and provide his less experienced Pokémon with the opportunity to gain experience. Beedrill, focus your energy. Beedrill inhaled deeply, concentrating on analyzing Pidgey's weaknesses. Pidgey, strike with a quick attack. Beedrill, evade and counter with Fury Cutter. Beedrill adeptly maneuvered to dodge Pidgey's assault, seizing the moment to unleash Fury Cutter, striking Pidgey on its left wing. The impact caused Pidgey to lose its balance and crash heavily onto the metal deck, rendering it unable to continue. The referee raised a flag in acknowledgement of Xiaoji's victory, declaring him the winner from Shinshin Town. Our contestant Xiaoji has achieved an impressive 12 consecutive victories. Are there any challengers willing to face him? The host enthusiastically called out to the gathered trainers. Today's victors would receive a mysterious water droplet that could enhance the power of water-type moves. After a 3-minute wait without a new challenger, Xiaoji addressed the host. I will personally wager 50,000 alliance coins. Anyone who can defeat me in a one-on-one match can take home 50,000 alliance coins, and even if they lose, they will still receive 3,000 alliance coins as a consolation. As the saying goes, great rewards attract brave individuals. Xiaoji knew trainers were often financially strained and doubted they would remain passive in the face of such stakes. I'll do it. Almost immediately, someone stepped forward. Go, Zubat. I'll choose Pidgey. Thus, Xiaoji swiftly accumulated experience, but the cost of nearly 500,000 alliance coins over 3 hours. He was not solely focused on maintaining a winning streak. He believed that a mix of victories and defeats would encourage more challengers. Satisfied, Xiaoji tended to his Pokémon's injuries and fed them energy cubes before setting out to find Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang. Not far from the battle area, he spotted Kojiru being swindled by a Magikarp salesman who was enthusiastically sharing his wealth-building theories. Xiaoji couldn't help but linger nearby, enjoying the spectacle. After the show, he rejoined Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang, only to see Xiaoxia dragging Xiaojiang by the ear, reprimanding him. Following a hearty meal in the dining area, the grand finale of the SS commenced. The waitstaff transformed into Team Rocket members, each equipped with flying devices resembling vacuum cleaners, which they activated to attempt to siphon off the trainer's Pokeballs. Xiaoji, you were right. This is truly a trap set by Team Rocket, Xiaoxia murmured in astonishment. Team Rocket is merely a minor inconvenience. The real trouble lies ahead. Xiaoxia, your water-type Pokémon will be crucial in what comes next, Xiaoji instructed. Let's go, Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang called as he released his Geodude. All right, we'll join you. Pikachu and Shinado. It's up to you. With that, Xiaoji and Xiaojing sounded the call to counterattack. The Team Rocket members who attempted to approach them were no match for the duo and were swiftly overwhelmed. Forget those two kids. Grab what we can and retreat. The ship's intercom blared. Upon hearing this, the Team Rocket members abandoned their plans against Xiaoji and Xiaojing. However, chaos ensued as the ship began to sway violently, causing panic among everyone on board. Those near the windows gazed out to behold the dark sky and an ominous waterspout extending into the horizon. It's a storm. If we get caught in that, the ship will sink. The announcement of impending doom sent the hull into disarray, prompting both Team Rocket and ordinary passengers to rush to the deck. Xiaoji quickly found a sturdy plank of wood in the hull, instructing Shinado, "Teleport us away instantly." Just as they were about to exit, Kojiru, lingering in a corner, called out, "Hey kid, take us with you. We don't have any water Pokémon, and the lifeboats are limited. Please help us. We promise not to target Pikachu or Shinado this time." Musashi pleaded. "I'm terrified of water." Nayasa chimed in. "Come on, Kojiru. Didn't you just buy Magikarp? Tie it up and let the current carry you to safety," Xiaoji advised, though he was secretly eager to witness Kojiru's Magikarp evolve, while hoping to avoid the wrath of a Gyarados, especially if it were a horde of them. Right? Kojiru realized. Yes, but if we can't get to the deck, we'll still be doomed. "Kid, please, just help us out." Nyasu begged earnestly. "I can help you out, but in return, I need you to assist me with a few things afterward, and I need you to handle someone for me." Given their capabilities, which resembled the infamous bug wolves of the green pastures, Xiaoji had two technological blueprints from another world at his disposal. The person he needed help with was, of course, Professor Oak, as a talking Meowth held some research value, despite being acquired through strength and potential. "Sure thing," Nyasu agreed without hesitation. "All right, Shinado, take them with you and teleport us as far from the ship as you can," Xiaoji instructed. In a flash, the two groups were whisked away from the SS. And, once they fashioned a makeshift raft, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia released their water-type Pokémon to create distance from Team Rocket. As they ran further, Team Rocket barely managed to secure the rope around the Magikarp. Kojiru commanded, "Magikarp, let us go. Lead us to land. Magikarp, dive in and pull us along." With splashes of water, the Magikarp struggled to leap. "Kojiru, is your Magikarp incapable of swimming, or is it just afraid of drowning? Or does it only know how to flop around?" Musashi questioned skeptically, alongside Nyasu. Faced with the ridicule of his teammates, Kojiru realized he had been duped. In a fit of frustration, he kicked the Magikarp, exclaiming, "I don't need you anymore." As the Magikarp flew into the water, it began to glow brilliantly, marking the birth of a memorable scene. After capturing the moment, Xiaoji called out to Squirtle and Xiaoxia's Pokémon. "Gyarados is coming. Everyone swim." Chapter 48. The unfinished battle after departing from the St. Anu. Ash and his companions, aided by water-type Pokémon, safely arrived at the picturesque city of Lamperch. Gazing at the myriad of bikini-clad beauties by the seaside, Brock was utterly captivated, while Misty found herself enchanted by the breathtaking ocean scenery. Ultimately, Ash relinquished his intention to reunite with his mother and embraced a leisurely vacation mode. "Hey, isn't that Ash? I thought you were dead." As Ash basked in the sun, a familiar voice pierced the air, prompting him to open his eyes and behold none other than Gary. "You little pest. You knew that ship was problematic, didn't you? We drifted for an entire night because of you," Ash accused Gary, feigning the demeanor of a survivor. "Hey, don't slander the innocent. How was I to know that ship belonged to Team Rocket? Besides, with your strength, those second-rate foes were no challenge at all," Gary replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. He was oblivious to the fact that the St. Anu was a vessel of Team Rocket and that it was all part of a conspiracy. He had obtained the tickets from Sakuragi Research Institute, and he merely thought Ash was lagging behind. "That's not the point. The ship sank, causing us to drift all night. And you gave us the tickets, so you bear some responsibility. What do you propose?" Ash retorted, eager to challenge Gary to a comprehensive battle. Gary, knowing that a direct challenge would lead to rejection, no one enjoys being humiliated, grimaced. Given the formidable Pokémon beside Ash, he had little desire to engage in combat. Pikachu and Gardevoir were already daunting foes, but but the sight of Bulbasaur, a formidable creature akin to Venusaur and Blastoise, along with the deep orange-tailed Charmander, made the idea of battle even more unappealing. This won't do. I'll use Beedrill, Gary decided, realizing Ash was bound to dominate this encounter. Facing the shiny Beedrill, Gary sighed in resignation. All right then, go Arcanine. Pokémon. Arcanine, Gary, gender, male level, intermediate gym ability, flash fire qualification, champion skills, fire fong, flare blitz, helping hand, bite, quick attack, flamethrower, overheat, sunny day, fire charge, heat wave, final impact. Impressive training on your Arcanine, Gary, Ash remarked, admiring the extensive array of skills displayed. The thought of acquiring such a Pokémon crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it, realizing the impracticality of obtaining a Fire Stone, especially since he had yet to fully nurture his Charmander. Arcanine, use Flare Blitz, Gary commanded, as Arcanine enveloped itself in flames and lunged towards Beedrill. Beedrill, evade with Quick Attack, Ash instructed, as Beedrill swiftly flapped its wings, increasing its speed to dodge Arcanine's onslaught. Recognizing that Flare Blitz was ineffective against the incredibly agile Beedrill, Gary swiftly altered his strategy. Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Beedrill, intercept the flames with Twin Needle. Ash countered, leaving Gary momentarily perplexed, as did the spectators. In the next moment, they witnessed Beedrill's terrifying prowess. With rapid movements, Beedrill wielded its twin poisonous stingers like swords, creating a gust that shielded it from the flames. Realizing that a type disadvantage was futile, Gary opted to switch Pokémon. Pokémon, Scyther Gary, gender, male level, advanced elite ability, technician qualification, near champion skills, quick attack, fury cutter, double team, agility, triple attack, X scissor, swords dance, air slash bug buzz. Beedrill, use fury cutter, Gary commanded. Scyther, counter with fury cutter. Both Pokémon engaged in close combat, their stingers and blades clashing repeatedly. Although Beedrill's level was inferior to Scyther's, its poisonous stingers gave it a fair chance in the heated battle. Beedrill, use Pin Missile, Gary directed, unleashing a barrage of poison darts. Scyther, block with Air Slash. Scyther sliced through the air, generating sharp wind blades. Scyther, finish it with a final blow, Gary ordered decisively. Struck by the blow, Beedrill succumbed. But Scyther was nearing exhaustion as well. You performed admirably, Beedrill. Ash expressed satisfaction, acknowledging Beedrill's commendable effort in an uneven match. Had it not been for Arcanine's earlier exertions, Beedrill would have triumphed over Scyther without issue. After recalling Beedrill, Ash glanced at his Charmeleon at his feet. Charmeleon, it's your turn. Boom. Just then, an explosion erupted nearby. Ash and his friends paused their battle, turning their attention to the beach where Mechanical Gyarados was wreaking havoc, launching missiles indiscriminately. Recognizing the scene without needing to guess, Ash understood who was responsible. What is happening? Gary inquired, puzzled. I seem to have heard someone ask what was going on. Since you asked so sincerely. The Rocket Trio's signature introduction echoed from the Mechanical Gyarados. Gardevoir, apprehend those troublemakers, Ash commanded with resignation. He had unfinished business with the trio and had no intention of letting them escape unscathed. Gardevoir, utilizing her formidable psychic abilities, Gardevoir lifted the Mechanical Gyarados effortlessly, causing the Rocket Trio to tumble out like beans spilling from a sack. Pikachu, give them a little lesson. Gardevoir, ensure they don't escape. Pika. Pikachu flashed a mischievous grin, electricity crackling from its cheeks. Zap. It hurts. The trio instantly turned charred. With Team Rocket dealt with, Ash turned back to Gary. Let us continue. I'm done. My enthusiasm has been completely drained, Gary replied, recalling his Scyther, hands in pockets, eager to retreat. Knowing when to back off, he felt he had salvaged his pride. Though it was 2 against 1, he had technically won, rounding off to Ash losing. Chapter 49. The Ink Seahorse. Upon reflecting on this, Shimo hastily made his escape. Ash, let us postpone this battle until the Indigo Conference. I have matters to attend to. Damn that Shimo. Ash seethed, watching his retreating figure with clenched teeth. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have unleashed Pikachu upon him, effortlessly defeating Shimo in seconds. All of this was due to the interference of Team Rocket. Team Rocket? A devious glint appeared in Ash's eyes as he turned his attention towards the trio. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from Ash, Team Rocket felt an unsettling chill. "W, what do you want, kid?" Meowth stammered. "I warn you, even though we are villains, we still have rights. You can't mistreat us." "Exactly," the trio exclaimed in terror as they gazed at Ash. "Rest assured, I have no intention of mistreating you. However, you have yet to fulfill the promise you made aboard the Saint, and you failed to report to me in a timely manner. Furthermore, you just spoiled my plans. Now, how do you intend to compensate me?" Ash's eyes glinted with mischief. To Team Rocket, Ash was now undeniably the villain. "W, what do you want?" "We have no money," Jessie replied, her face etched with despair. After being launched by Gyarados' Dragon Rage, they inadvertently wrecked their own amusement park's facilities and even made a collect call to their boss, resulting in 3 months of unpaid wages and being blacklisted by Giovanni. If it weren't for this series of unfortunate events, they wouldn't have resorted to a part-time job for an elderly woman, causing chaos at the beach. Money? Such trivialities. Instead, I have a task for you. Complete it, and you shall earn your freedom, and perhaps a bit of remuneration if you perform well, Ash stated. He intended to negotiate with Team Rocket to produce certain items. The two design blueprints were technological marvels from other worlds. One was a capsule from the Dragon Ball universe, while the other was a gravity ring from an unknown realm. With Team Rocket's abilities, they should be able to create these items based on the designs. Really? The trio's dull eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Part-time jobs were their forte. "I never deceive," Ash assured them. Just then, Misty's voice rang out, "Ash, come quick. This Ink Seahorse is injured." Pokémon, Ink Seahorse gender, female level, ordinary low ability, swift swim qualification, gym skills, glare, water gun, smokescreen, ice beam inherited. This Ink Seahorse is quite severely injured. I'll provide it with basic treatment for now. Misty, could you fetch the specialized healing potion for water-type Pokémon from my backpack? The specialized healing potion for water types had become available after capturing Zapdos, and it was superior to the general ones, albeit costly at 50,000 league coins each. Minutes later, the Ink Seahorse's condition improved significantly. "Hetchy hetchy," the Ink Seahorse called out, then sprayed ink to depict the patterns of the agate jellyfish and the tentacruel. Ash understood what was about to transpire. He had already prepared a heavy ball. He intended to capture the mutated, colossal tentacruel. He gently patted the Ink Seahorse's head, saying, "Little one, I know what you wish to convey. Thank you for still believing in humanity." "Ash, do you know what the Ink Seahorse is trying to express?" Misty inquired curiously. "Yes, the habitats of the agate jellyfish and the tentacruel have been encroached upon by humans. Now, they plan to retaliate," Ash elucidated. The prospect of Pokémon seeking revenge against humanity was indeed alarming. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted. "Professor Oak? Mom?" Ash turned in astonishment. Misty's mother joyfully embraced Ash. Then her expression shifted to one of mild displeasure. "Ash, you promised to meet us in Vermilion City. You arrive, and do not even seek us out. If it weren't for Shimo, we would have remained unaware of your presence." "Mom, I just got here." Ash attempted to explain about the shipwreck incident, but not wanting to worry her, he shifted the topic. "By the way, Mom, this is my traveling companion, Misty, from a Cerulean gym, and that squinty-eyed fellow is Brock, a trainer from the Pewter Gym." Misty's mother regarded Misty for a moment before glancing at Brock. "Oh, hello. Thank you for taking care of Ash all this time. You're too kind, Auntie. We should be the ones thanking you. Ash has been looking after us throughout our journey." Misty insisted, waving her hands. "Indeed, we owe our gratitude to you," Brock added. "Ash, how do you plan to resolve the situation the Ink Seahorse mentioned?" Professor Oak asked. His brow furrowed. The conflict between Pokémon and humans was a significant issue, regardless of the region. "Professor, we must ascertain whether humans were the initial intruders in the agate jellyfish's habitat. If so, we must concede, for failing to do so could ignite a war, resulting in casualties and potentially rekindling hostilities between humans and Pokémon." "Very well. Ash, I will contact the League to investigate. You should take the Ink Seahorse to negotiate with the agate jellyfish and assess the situation before determining a solution," Professor Oak proposed. Suddenly, A commotion erupted. Help! Squirtle. Go save them. Milotic, Starmie, Gemstone. Misty quickly released her Pokémon to assist the drowning victims. Professor, there's no time. The agate jellyfish are already preparing to strike. Ash exclaimed, his brow furrowing as his aura sensed countless agate jellyfish lurking beneath the surface nearby. Chapter 50. Capturing the Gigantic Stinging Jellyfish, Part 1. Indeed, this presents quite a dilemma. Upon hearing Ash's words, Professor Oak furrowed his brow. He had set out for a leisurely journey, but he had not brought his Pokémon along. Attention everyone, listen closely. In order to defeat the nemesis of our docks, the obstructive agate jellyfish, I am offering a reward to gather brave souls to chase away these jellyfish. I will pay $1 million. Yes, you. My wort is my bond. The voice booming from the coastal broadcast ignited a sense of indignation among Ash and his companions. A generous reward surely attracts courageous spirits. Those uninformed trainers, upon hearing the announcement, flocked to the seaside. Professor, it seems we need not involve the League. This is a selfish mistake made by certain individuals, which not only disrupts the habitat of the agate jellyfish, but now intends to drive them away, Ash said, his expression darkening. Ash, I entrust the agate jellyfish to you. I will confront the instigator of this incident. Such entrepreneurs deserve imprisonment. Professor Oak held a considerable respect for Ash's abilities. Perhaps it was the world's intrinsic corrective power. With the absence of Team Rocket's meddling, there emerged a new throng of oblivious trainers causing chaos. The exceedingly massive stinging jellyfish had also made its appearance. Pokémon, dominant stinging jellyfish, mutated, gender, female level, advanced champion ability, constantly pure body qualification, advanced champion skills, poison needle, dissolution liquid, water gun, water wave, ultrasonic bubble beam. Description: this is a dominant Pokémon that, due to its habitat being encroached upon, evolved and mutated under extreme anger, resulting in enhanced psychic abilities and an enlarged form, capable of briefly surviving outside of seawater. As soon as the gigantic, stinging jellyfish completed its evolution, it emerged from the ocean, using its vast tentacles to obliterate the unfinished construction at sea. In less than 3 seconds, the structure was reduced to ruins. My underwater hotel. An elderly woman driving a tank opened the hatch and shouted at the devastation caused by the jellyfish. Who can help me eliminate that creature? I will offer 500,000. The old woman shouted into the crowd with a megaphone. Unfortunately, no one in the crowd was willing to risk their lives for money. Those trainers who had come for the million quickly fled in the opposite direction. The towering, stinging jellyfish, standing 50 to 60 meters high, instilled fear in all who beheld it. Ash adjusted his cap. Sana, Pikachu, let us go. Using Psychic, Sana enveloped Ash and Pikachu, lifting them into the air toward the stinging jellyfish. Professor Oak, astonished by Sana's ability to carry Ash and Pikachu, remarked, has that Kirlia, after evolving, reached such a level of psychic prowess? How infuriating. Has Ash grown this strong already? On the nearby beach, Blue gazed at the figure soaring through the sky, his expression a complex blend of envy, jealousy, and relief for having escaped the battle unscathed, having evaded Sana. Stinging jellyfish, calm down. Ash attempted to soothe it with his aura. You vile humans, you have invaded our home and expect me to calm down? Never. Why should I trust you? The stinging jellyfish retorted. Pika. What Ash says is true. Those who have invaded your home will soon be apprehended. Pikachu stepped forward to support Ash's claims. You are this trainer's Pokémon, so your words will naturally favor him. I cannot trust you. The stinging jellyfish remained obstinate. Seeing that the jellyfish was impervious to reason, Ash decided to see if the rainbow wing could sway it. He held the rainbow wing aloft and declared, Stinging jellyfish, I assure you on the name of Ho-Oh that I speak no lies. Ho-Oh. A hint of confusion flickered in the jellyfish's eyes, clearly unfamiliar with the deity's identity. However, the sacred aura emanating from the rainbow wing astonished it, reminiscent of the sea god it revered, yet tinged with the fiery essence it despised. After a moment of hesitation, the stinging jellyfish conceded, the aura of a deity, I shall tentatively place my faith in you. Splendid. Ash breathed a sigh of relief. He had safeguarded Ho-Oh's reputation. But he had also realized during the jellyfish's moment of indecision that perhaps he had come to the wrong port. After all, it resided in the ocean. If it were to believe in any deity, it would likely be Lugia or Kyogre. Stinging jellyfish, I wish to capture you. Let's engage in a capture battle. Ash proposed once more. Very well. Although the stinging jellyfish harbored disdain for the rainbow wing in Ash's possession, it considered that Ash might be chosen by the deity and was willing to grant him a chance. Even in defeat, following a divine favored one would not be a loss, and it was curious to see how humans would punish those who had destroyed their home. Pikachu, you shall be our chosen partner. Show our future ally your strength. Thunderbolt. When battling a larger foe, it was prudent to exploit type advantages, a conclusion Ash had drawn after his encounter with the ancient Dragonite. With increased size, its health, physical, and special defenses were all significantly enhanced. To engage in a battle with the opposite type would be futile. In his battle against Dragonite, even Sana, now in her Mega Evolution, required multiple strikes to succeed. Pika. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from Pikachu, sending a surge of electricity that stunned the agate jellyfish beneath the water surface. After enduring a thunderbolt, the stinging jellyfish retaliated by lashing out with its massive tentacles towards Pikachu. Pikachu, fly up and use quick attack to evade. Boom! Pikachu narrowly avoided the strike, but the giant tentacle crashed down upon the ocean's surface, sending waves crashing. Pikachu unleashed thunder. Pika! This time, the electricity emitted by Pikachu was even more formidable. The colossal stinging jellyfish chose not to withstand the blow and instead unleashed a destructive beam in response. Boom! The collision of the two opposing energies resulted in a tremendous explosion. However, the hasty use of the destructive beam could not match the strength of Pikachu's lightning. The stinging jellyfish was enveloped in electricity, leaving it paralyzed. Pikachu, deliver the final thunderbolt, and let us finish this, Ash urged, seizing the moment. Pikachu enveloped itself in electricity and charged headlong into the stinging jellyfish's forehead. Boom! The paralyzed stinging jellyfish could not evade and was knocked unconscious by Pikachu's charge. Go! Heavy ball! Ash tossed a special Pokeball towards the stinging jellyfish. The stinging jellyfish offered little resistance, and the Pokeball triggered a critical capture. I have captured the gigantic, stinging jellyfish, Ash exclaimed triumphantly, retrieving the heavy ball. Chapter 51. Shinato's Temporary Departure Doctor. I have successfully pacified the agate jellyfish population. Moving forward, we simply need to dismantle the remaining structure and restore the coral ecosystem in that area, Ash informed Professor Oak. Very well, I have communicated this matter to the Alliance, and they have assured me that Champion Reed will be dispatched to handle it, Professor Oak replied. While Ash was engaged in a battle with the giant Tentacruel, Professor Oak managed to finalize the follow-up arrangements. Given that this incident involved two esteemed professors, the Alliance had no means to trivialize the matter. Is Dodo, the flying champion, working overtime again? Ash stifled a chuckle as he inquired. Dodo is truly the most beleaguered among the Elite Four of Kanto. While the others seem to have it easy, he is either chasing Team Rocket or extinguishing various crises. Indeed, Dodo is the fastest among the Kanto elite. And this situation is rather urgent, Professor Oak affirmed. By the way, Ash, regarding that giant Tentacruel of yours, might I? A look of eager anticipation crossed Professor Oak's face, clearly indicating his professional curiosity. With a resigned expression, Ash handed the Pokeball to Professor Oak and cautioned, Doctor, you may temporarily take care of her, but any research you wish to conduct must be with her consent. This is a variant Tentacruel of the Monarch level, and its venom is quite potent. Ash genuinely worried that Professor Oak might inadvertently mishandle the situation. Rest assured, I will exercise utmost caution, Professor Oak assured him confidently. Ash glanced at the Rocket Trio, who were being scrutinized by Charmeleon and the others, and asked Professor Oak, by the way, Doctor, are you interested in a Meowth that can speak human language? Upon hearing this, Professor Oak initially appeared taken aback, but then his eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Ash's shoulder and inquired, a Meowth that can speak human language? Where is it? Over there. Ash pointed towards Team Rocket's trio. Following Ash's indication, Professor Oak swiftly approached Meowth. Professor Oak scrutinized Meowth intently, examining it closely. Feeling the weight of Professor Oak's gaze, Meowth uneasily muttered, "I suddenly have a bad feeling, Meow." Slice, slice. Upon hearing these words, Meowth's fur bristled in alarm. It truly can speak, but isn't this Meowth a bit too weak? Professor Oak mused, noticing the evident signs of malnutrition and lackluster fur. Devoid of the agility typically expected of a Meowth, though its golden coin atop, its head shone brightly. Feeling exposed, Meowth exploded, "Hey, you old geezer, what do you see me as weak?" Listening to their conversation about him, Meowth interjected, "Hey, don't make decisions for me. I have rights too, you know. You can't just—" Musashi, who had been silent, quickly covered Meowth's mouth and reminded, "Meowth, what are you doing? This is a splendid opportunity." Upon hearing this, she recalled who Professor Oak was, a renowned Pokémon researcher and a close associate of that mysterious fairy-type discoverer. Therefore, she concluded that Professor Oak's lab housed some exceedingly rare Pokémon. Musashi's assertion was indeed correct. Koger also quietly nodded in agreement. "But I don't want to be sliced up," Meowth protested, filled with trepidation at the thought of a research facility. "Really? Just as a translator?" Meowth looked skeptically at Ash. "Yes, and the two of them will accompany you. You still owe me a favor, and if you run away before completing it, I will ensure you are delivered to the flying champion of Kanto. I believe he would be quite interested in your team, which is directly under your boss." Ash stated coldly, "What do you mean, little brat? Just because we're villains doesn't mean we aren't honorable." Koger retorted defiantly. "Exactly. When can we visit the lab?" Musashi inquired amiably. Ash understood that Musashi and Koger were eyeing the Pokémon in the lab's backyard, but they failed to consider what Professor Oak did before conducting research. If the two of them and Meowth went, any Pokémon taken would likely be under the strict supervision of the champion. Next, Ash presented some blueprints created by Team Rocket and shared his thoughts with Professor Oak, who agreed to oversee the trio until everything was prepared and would promptly assist Ash in applying for a technical patent once the items were ready. The three of them lingered in Lumiose City for 2 days, during which Ash primarily accompanied Hanako, though much of the time was spent with Misty discussing Ash's affairs. As their farewell approached, Hanako remarked, "Ash, a few days ago, that girl Serena invited me to travel to the Kalos region. I noticed Shinado hasn't seen her sister in quite some time, so I plan to take her along." Upon hearing this, Ash was momentarily taken aback before turning to Shinado. "Shinado, would you like to accompany Mom to the Kalos region?" Shinado hesitated, torn between the desire to reunite with her sister and the wish to travel with Ash. "It's only for a few days. If I need Shinado, I can simply call and have her teleported from the Pokémon Center," Professor Oak reminded. Pikachu enthusiastically agreed with Professor Oak's statement. Ever since Kirlia evolved into Shinado, it had monopolized Ash's shoulder, and if Shinado temporarily left, Pikachu would be the only one remaining outside the Pokeball. "The doctor is right, Shinado," Ash smiled, not truly regretting Shinado's temporary departure. He acknowledged that he had a surplus of Pokemon at present. Others, too, needed to grow. Shinado had reached the level of a quasi-champion, nearly touching the threshold of the champion rank, and was rarely able to participate in gym challenges. Moreover, the gap between quasi-champions and champions was considerable. It was not merely through relentless battles that one could transcend it. Allowing Shinado to venture out might indeed prove beneficial. Chapter 52. Gungsi. After departing from Lamper City, Ash and his companions set their course towards their next destination, Golden City. They arrived at a port known as Maiden Gorge aboard a cruise ship. Misty observed the bustling scene at the port, exclaiming, "So many people here. Is there a celebration?" Brock's eyes, previously narrowed, suddenly transformed into heart shapes as he scanned the crowd for attractive women. As soon as they disembarked, Brock noticed a young girl in the distance. Ah, so beautiful. Just as he was about to approach her, a throng of people trampled over him. In that instant, the girl vanished, leaving Brock disheartened as he watched her disappear. Pikachu mirrored his confusion. "What's going on with Brock?" Misty inquired. "I think he saw a pretty girl, but then she disappeared," Ash replied. "A pretty girl?" Misty paused in surprise. "Ash, you saw her too, right? Wasn't she stunning?" Brock asked, lost in his own admiration. Although he had merely caught a fleeting glimpse, The girl, as exquisite visage, seemed forever etched in his memory. I did see her, but she was a girl, Ash remarked, having sensed the ghostly aura of a gungsi rather than a human face. What do you mean? Brock questioned, puzzled. What you saw was actually a gungsi? Ash explained. Gangsi? Misty S. face turned pale with fear. Isn't there a legend in the port S brochure? Over 2,000 years ago, a girl bid farewell to her lover at this port and waited for his return, eventually turning to stone. Ash continued. This gungsi must be captivated by that tale. The image Brock saw was likely that of the girl from 2 millennia ago. Understanding dawned on them. At that moment, an emaciated old woman with white hair appeared behind them, visibly agitated. She thought, how could these humans know of my story? Pokémon, gungsi gender, female level, intermediate gym leader ability, levitate qualification, semi-champion skills, strange light, lick, hypnosis, dark glare, vengeance, curse, shadow ball, magical shine, destiny bond, energy ball, ultimate absorb, seal, psychic power, dark pulse, shadow ball. Description. This is a 1,000-year-old Pokémon, fond of mischief and deeply infatuated with romantic tales. It enjoys recounting the love stories it knows through pranks played on those who discover it. Note, this Pokémon possesses immense psychic power, which, when combined with hypnosis, can yield astonishing effects. Its essence has diminished over time, leading to a gradual increase in strength. Gungsi, shall we find a place to converse? Ash's voice resonated behind the old woman. Gangsi? What gungsi? I'm merely an old woman. She feigned ignorance. The aura cannot lie, having lived for so long. You must know what a wave of aura is, Ash replied, his eyes glowing blue as a small aura sphere materialized in his hand. While the aura sphere was harmless to Gungsi, it served to affirm Ash's identity as an aura warrior. Very well, follow me. Gungsi relented upon seeing the aura sphere. After a millennium, she had not only learned to speak human language, but also possessed extraordinary insights. Though everyone had aura, only those capable of wielding it like Ash had caught her attention. Guided by Gungsi, the trio soon arrived at a small wooden cabin perched on a cliff. At the edge of the cliff stood a statue of a young girl. The moment Brock laid eyes on the statue, he was entranced. Gangsi, is it the girl you impersonate? Ash inquired. I'm not particularly interested in the story, but if it were made into a film, I might find it somewhat intriguing. Gungsi replied. Every year at this time, you select suitable individuals to prank and compel them to remember the girl's story. Don't you think the effect is rather limited? Ash questioned. What is a film? Will many people watch it? Gungsi asked, intrigued. A film is a means of portraying a story for the public to enjoy. Gungsi, I believe your tale has great potential. How about we make a deal? I'll invest in this project, and you could be my Pokémon, Ash proposed. Gungsi looked at him as if he were foolish. Human, though you're an aura warrior, it is still daytime. Can you refrain from dreaming aloud? She had expected Ash to bring something substantial to the table, not merely a film deal, which she considered trivial. Gungsi, I genuinely wish to capture you. How about a battle? If you lose, you'll accompany me. If I lose, I'll arrange for your story to be made into a film. It's a win-win for me, Ash suggested. When it came to filmmaking, Ash had connections, especially with Miss Karuna, a part-time champion in the Kalos region who was also a renowned actress. As the discoverer of fairy-type Pokémon, he knew a champion with a powerful Shinado, which should not pose a problem. Fighting is too exhausting. If you want me to accompany you, I'm open to it. I know of other legendary stories from different places. Help me turn those into films, and I will go with you, Gungsi replied. Have you traveled to other places? Ash was taken aback, wondering if Gungsi had the protagonist template. This port is small, and there is only one festival a year. Can I explore other places? All right. How many other legendary tales do you know? Ash inquired, intrigued. The ones I've witnessed or learned about number nearly 100, Gungsi calculated. Nearly 100? Surely they can't all be similar? Ash pondered. He thought that if even 3 or 5 of those stories were compelling, he could craft a screenplay and enlist Karuna to help turn it into a film, yielding substantial profits. Indeed, they are similar, but the endings and processes differ. Gungsi, however, was uncertain about categorization. He only knew that all the stories were related to love, and he reveled in the fun of using these backgrounds to prank humans. All right, I agree to help turn these stories into films. Thus, Ash effortlessly captured Gungsi. Ding! Detection of host capturing a special Gungsi. Reward. 10,000 points. Master level screenwriting ability. Upon hearing the reward announcement abruptly cease, without any tangible items, Ash was left perplexed. After capturing a gigantic tentacruel, he received a mysterious water droplet as a reward. Yet this millennium-old Gungsi yielded only this? Chapter 53. Hatching. Additional update. After capturing the ghostly Jengar, Ash and his companions did not hastily embark on their journey. Instead, they lingered to partake in the festivities. Ash, much like the naive character in the original narrative, was captivated upon seeing Misty with her hair down, adorned in a kimono. The following day, Ash rose early as usual to accompany his Pokémon in their daily training. Unable to engage in battles with wild Pokémon, as they were not camping in the wilderness, Ash arranged training activities for his own Pokémon. Charmeleon, your training will continue to focus on speed. However, starting today, we shall incorporate resistance training as well. Squirtle, you will partner with Charmeleon to enhance the accuracy of your water gun, while Charmeleon may also use its attacks against you. Bulbasaur and Onix, your training remains unchanged. Simply practice against each other. Having set his Pokémon's training regimen, Ash released his Magikarp for yet another round of motivational encouragement. Magikarp, today you look even more splendid than yesterday. Before long, you shall evolve into a Milotic, and once evolved, you shall be the most beautiful of all. To summarize Ash's current Pokémon levels, Squirtle, with 4 others residing at Professor Oak's lab, is not included in this count. Magikarp, pursuing beauty, will evolve at a slower pace. Pokémon, Pikachu level, Elite 4 high Pokémon. Gardevoir level, Elite 4 high Pokémon. Magikarp level, exceptional mid. Beauty, 165 Pokémon. Pidgeotto level, exceptional high Pokémon. Beedrill level, exceptional high Pokémon. Gigantic Onix level, Elite 4 peak Pokémon. Bulbasaur level, Gym initial Pokémon. Charmeleon level, Gym initial Pokémon. Squirtle level, Gym initial Pokémon. Zapdos level, Champion initial Pokémon. Ancient Dragonite level, Champion high Pokémon. Dominant Tentacruel level, Elite 4 high Pokémon. Jengar level, Gym mid Pokémon. Shiny Unhatched level, 0 Jengars. Would you like to join the training? Training? No, I have no desire to fight. Jengar rejected the idea without hesitation, finding combat too exhausting. Is that the reason your strength remains so minimal after all this time? Ash inquired, observing Jengar's description, indicating a loss of essence yet lacking the prowess of Dragonite or Zapdos. He initially suspected a malfunction in the system. However, it became evident that the system was accurate. Jengar's true level was indeed that of a gym mid. Very well. If you prefer not to battle, we shall minimize our skirmishes. Perhaps I shall assign you to oversee my company. After all, you have lived long enough to manage minor matters, especially since your hypnosis can easily deceive. And you can converse. Ash and his companions traveled intermittently, taking a few wrong turns before finally reaching Goldenrod City after nearly 3 days. During this journey, they witnessed the migratory spectacle of Butterfree crossing the sea. Naturally, Misty did not release her Butterfree, as Ash had captured a pink one. Pokémon, Shiny Butterfree gender, female level, exceptional low trait, compound eyes qualification, Elite 4 upon capturing Butterfree. Ash promptly sent it to Professor Oak's lab. While Misty's Butterfree was also transferred at the Pokémon Center they passed, for the season of spring had arrived for both. Upon entering Goldenrod City, Ash sensed a formidable psychic energy, which he surmised emanated from the gym leader, Nessa. He could feel that the intensity of her psychic ability was comparable to that granted to him by Mew, though such power was insufficient to affect him, as he possessed 3 abilities along with the unique physique of a super new human. As the trio entered the room provided by the Goldenrod City Pokémon Center, both Ash and Misty's backpacks emitted a radiant white glow. Ash, Misty, your Pokémon eggs are about to hatch, Brock announced. Misty's egg was a gift from Jigglypuff during their time on Mount Moon, while Ash's was naturally that of the shiny Riolu. As soon as Misty unzipped her backpack, a delightful little Jigglypuff sprang forth. So adorable. Pokémon, Jigglypuff gender, female level, 1 trait, cute charm qualification, elite 4 skills, pound, bounce, mimic heal pulse. Misty was instantly captivated by Jigglypuff's appearance, excitedly cradling it in her arms. Fortunately, Jigglypuff was aware of its surroundings while in the egg, recognizing Misty as its caretaker. Otherwise, it might have been startled by her enthusiastic actions. In contrast to Misty's immediate reaction, Ash's Riolu was hatching at a slightly slower pace. Ash carefully removed Riolu's egg from the incubator, cradling it in his hands as the egg's glow intensified. In the next moment, a tiny yellow paw broke through the shell, followed by the emergence of a charming little Riolu. Pokémon, Shiny Riolu gender, female level. 1 note, hatchlings are denoted by numbers. Others are in words, trait, inner focus, aura heart. Note, this is a trait of the royalty of Lucario. Not unique and can be passed to those of the same lineage who naturally awaken their aura, qualification, champion skills, aura sphere, and more. Upon hatching, Riolu gazed intently at Ash, simultaneously channeling its inner aura to probe Ash's energy. Riolu, I am Ash. I look forward to our future collaboration. Recognizing the familiar aura frequency, Riolu relaxed its guard and gently touched its paw to Ash's outstretched hand. Chapter 54. The Commission Ding. The system detected that the host has captured a shiny Riolu and has received a reward, 8,000 points and 1 Lucario Mega Evolution Stone. Upon storing Riolu in a Pokeball, Ash was greeted with the notification of his reward, another Mega Evolution Stone. He pondered whether capturing the same species of Pokémon would continue to yield such rewards. The system shop did offer Mega Evolution Stones for purchase, but they were prohibitively expensive and could only be acquired with points. Ash was reluctant to spend his points when he could obtain them for free. While Ash was deep in thought, Misty completed her capture of Togepi. However, her Togepi was not fond of being confined to a Pokeball, so she cradled it in her arms. Notably, Togepi was of similar height to the Togepi from the original story, but its weight was double that of the original. Nonetheless, the 6-pound weight was trivial for Misty, who possessed a remarkable physique. Ash, Misty, Riolu, and Togepi are newly hatched and should have Nurse Joy conduct a checkup. Brock suggested at the opportune moment. Hearing this, Ash nodded in agreement. Despite his extensive knowledge as a top-tier Pokémon breeder, he indeed required a thorough health report for Riolu. After all, having professional data would enable him to devise a better training plan. Thus, Ash and Misty, accompanied by their newly hatched Pokémon, sought out Nurse Joy. While they awaited her arrival, a middle-aged man wearing a brown cap and a blue-black jacket approached Ash. "Young man, I see that you have trained that Pikachu quite well. Are you a traveling Pokémon trainer?" The man inquired, pointing at Pikachu. "Are you challenging me to a battle?" Ash asked, genuinely intrigued. He yearned to test his skills against a seasoned trainer instead of merely defeating weaker opponents. The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "No, young man, I do not wish to battle you. To be frank, I am a psychic. I can sense a formidable psychic power within you, one that surpasses my own, which is why I would like to request your assistance." Ding. The system detected that the gym leader of the Goldenrod Gym has commissioned the host to defeat Nessa. Task reward: 1 elite level Kadabra. Note, this reward must be claimed from the requester, 3,000 points and 1 bent spoon. Ash was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system to possess such capabilities. Pretending to be oblivious, he asked the man, "What do you need?" "I would like to ask you to use your psychic abilities to defeat Nessa decisively. I'm afraid that my powers are not to be wielded recklessly. I will not harm unless absolutely necessary. However, Nessa is the gym trainer at the Goldenrod Gym, and I intend to challenge her. If it weren't for the overwhelming aura emanating from this man, which bore a striking resemblance to Nessa's, Ash might have doubted their connection." It was astonishing that this man would go so far as to request someone to defeat his own daughter. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man continued, "A Pokémon battle is acceptable. Young man, if you can defeat Nessa, I can offer you money or even rare Pokémon." "Why? Who are you? And what grudge do you have against Nessa?" Ash feigned ignorance. The man faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. "Are you a competitor of the Goldenrod Gym, trying to sabotage your own daughter?" Misty interjected, her expression filled with anger. I'm a failed father. Nessa is my daughter. In simpler terms, you impose your aspirations upon Nessa, leading her to develop social anxiety, Ash summarized. Social anxiety, perhaps. In any case, I implore you to help me. I realize my mistakes. Ash interjected, resolving this isn't merely about defeating her. From what you've said, Nessa holds great value for the Kadabra you gave her. Perhaps you should find her a cheerier Pokémon or encourage her to make friends. In Ash's view, addressing Nessa's issues required more than a battle. It necessitated opening her heart and liberating her from her internal confinement to achieve genuine redemption. I understand. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly. All right, I accept your request. I will defeat Nessa. Additionally, there should be Pokémon in Violet City that could befriend her. You may want to explore there. Ash had no intention of capturing the mischievous Ghastly from the original story, which had caused him considerable annoyance without any desire for battle or performance. Okay, the middle-aged man acknowledged, and in an instant, he vanished. Teleportation? Ash, are you certain that man is human and not a Pokémon? Misty exclaimed, astonished. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Ash, you can't possibly do that too? I can achieve teleportation with Pikachu, but not with you too. My strengths lie in aura and telekinesis, not in the spatial abilities of that man. Teleportation was a skill Ash had learned from his Galade, though he had not mastered it and could only use it as an emergency escape technique. Come play with me. As the trio exited, a voice echoed in their ears. Hey Ash, Brock, did you hear that strange voice? Misty asked, her expression stiffening as she slowly turned to Ash. I heard a girl's voice. It seems she wants me to play with her, Brock replied uncertainly. That was Nessa's voice. Chapter 55, Golden Pavilion, Nazi. Brock gazed incredulously at Ash, fervently wishing that Ash was merely jesting with them. Have no fear, her abilities are not as formidable as mine, Ash replied with unwavering confidence. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Golden Pavilion. Is this truly a dojo? It feels so eerie, Misty remarked, disconcerted by the ominous atmosphere surrounding the establishment. She could comprehend the lack of trainers inside, as they might refrain from challenging such a powerful opponent, but the desolate streets outside were utterly absurd. Upon entering the dojo, they encountered a group of young individuals honing their psychic abilities. Hey, what are you three doing here? A young man called out to them. I have come to challenge the dojo, Ash declared. Challenge the dojo? Do you possess psychic powers? The young man scrutinized Ash from head to toe. Challenging the dojo seems unrelated to psychic abilities, Ash retorted. Kid, if you lack psychic powers, I suggest you seek another dojo to challenge. There's a fighting dojo at the other end of Golden City, the young man scoffed. With a cold smile, Ash replied, It appears the League does not mandate that challengers possess psychic powers. Are you unilaterally altering the challenge criteria? Is this authority bestowed by the League? Or do you simply disregard it entirely? Should I report this to the League and have them send an inspector to investigate? The young man fell silent, realizing the dojo indeed had no such rule. He snorted derisively. Since you are so obstinate, I will take you to meet Miss Nazi. Guided by the young man, the trio arrived at a battleground that resembled a temple rather than a traditional arena. Brock felt an unsettling chill as he surveyed the surroundings. This place is far too eerie. I do not like it. Misty echoed his sentiments. Miss Nazi, someone has come to challenge you. Though I believe they lack the qualifications, the young man knelt before the dark throne. Seated upon it was a girl with flowing green hair, holding a doll with a stern expression. The doll cradled a red and white Pokeball. As soon as the young man finished speaking, an inexplicable force seized him, and he hastily pleaded, Forgive me, I should not have spoken out of turn. Please, Miss Nazi, spare me. You have finally arrived. Nazi's voice was icy as she addressed them. Ash stepped forward to the battleground, stating, Miss Nazi, I am Ash from Pallet Town. I would like to engage in a Pokémon battle with you. Very well, I accept your challenge. However, as a wager, should you lose, you must stay and entertain me, Nazi declared. The announcement echoed. Now commencing the dojo match, Ash from Pallet Town challenges the dojo trainer Nazi. The rules are 1v1, and each side may only use one Pokémon. Please send forth your Pokémon. With the conclusion of the announcement, Nazi released her Pokémon. Go, Casey. The doll's eyes glowed red as it tossed the Pokeball. Pokémon, KC gender, female level, superior ability, synchronized potential, champion moves, teleport go, Ghastly. Ash opted not to send out his Pikachu, feeling that using a Pokémon of such caliber would be unfair. Instead, he selected Ghastly, albeit aware of its current weaknesses. After all, Nazi's abilities could allow Casey to evolve into Gengar in a short span. Ash did not possess a Mega Stone for Ghastly at the moment. I do not wish to fight, Ghastly complained as soon as it emerged. Ignoring Ghastly's protests, Ash replied, I'm sorry, but this is a one-on-one battle. You're already out, so we must proceed. That's unacceptable. Fighting is exhausting. You must add another script. Ghastly bargained. Creating scripts is tiring enough. Just one will suffice. If you refuse, I shall concede and seek another dojo, Ash nonchalantly declared, confident that Ghastly would not dare to abandon him. The system's reward of screenwriting ability had even drawn praise from the renowned actress Karuna, who had requested Ash to craft a script tailored for her. After contemplation, Ghastly relented. One script it is, but if I lose, do not blame me. Trust me. As long as you follow my orders, victory is assured. Ash replied confidently. Ghastly, use Confuse Ray. Nazi's eyes glowed red, and the still-sleeping Casey began to awaken. A radiant light enveloped Casey, signaling its evolution. It evolved? Misty and Brock exchanged surprised glances. Pokémon, Gengar gender, female level, intermediate ability, curse body potential, champion moves, psychic, teleport, disable, shadow ball, bend spoon, and more. Impressive psychic abilities, but I wonder how you will fare without them, Ash remarked. Seal, Ash commanded, releasing a powerful wave of energy from his hands. Instantly, Nazi felt her psychic powers being restrained, severing her connection with Gengar, leaving her unable to sense her own abilities. Miss Nazi, how does it feel to be devoid of psychic powers? Ash inquired softly. His so-called sealing technique was inspired by the sealing arts of a legendary aura hero from millennium ago, designed solely to target psychic abilities, though it could not last indefinitely. You're also a psychic? Nazi's complexion turned pale as she asked. The doll she held vanished after her powers were sealed. Indeed, rest assured, I shall refrain from employing psychic abilities in this battle. I merely wish for this match to be pure. You wouldn't want to disappoint KC, would you? Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Nazi commanded coldly. Ghastly, use Dark Pulse. Ash did not afford Nazi a moment of respite. Despite Gengar and Ghastly being of equal level, Ghastly's psychic prowess far surpassed Gengar's. Moreover, Gengar no longer benefited from Nazi's support, making the attack comparisons futile. Ghastly's attack effortlessly shattered Gengar's assault. Gengar, are you alright? Ghastly, finish it with Shadow Ball. Ash did not grant Nazi an opportunity to counter. With Casey unable to battle, the victor was declared, Ash from Pallet Town. The judge's voice echoed through the arena. As the results were announced, Nazi regained her sense of her psychic abilities. Chapter 56, The Primate Thank You. Xiaoji, could you share your extraordinary abilities? Naji inquired, a hint of shyness in her voice. This was the first time she had encountered someone with superior powers, and she felt utterly defenseless. Throughout her life, her father had always claimed that her abilities were unparalleled, yet today's experience left her questioning whether he had deceived her. My awakening is the aura force. Likely due to early training that has given me a slight edge over you, Xiaoji replied, a blue glow manifesting in his hands. He refrained from mentioning his awakening of the power of eternity and other extraordinary abilities, preferring to keep his trump cards close. Aura Force. No wonder. As a psychic, Naji was aware of the existence of several unique abilities in the world. The Aura Force, being one of the most exceptional, was familiar to her. Learning that Xiaoji possessed this power significantly elevated her regard for him, and their conversation soon blossomed into friendship. Seizing the moment, Xiaoji subtly inquired about how Nazi honed her abilities, as the capacity to transform individuals into dolls was undeniably extraordinary. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away and dusk approached. Xiaoji, remember to visit me next time you're in Jinwang City. Naji whispered in his ear. Absolutely. However, Naji, you should also venture outside and make more friends. The world beyond is equally fascinating, Xiaoji encouraged. With her formidable powers, Naji undoubtedly possessed the potential to become a champion, if not a master. Remaining in Jinwang City would be a tragic waste of her talents. I'll consider it, she replied. Xiaoji, this is the Pokémon I promised to give you. Naji's father presented Xiaoji with a yellow and white Pokémon egg. Pokémon, Kaisi, hatching progress. 30. Note: hatching progress indicates the energy accumulation process of the Pokémon egg. A full progress bar signifies normal hatching, while an incomplete one indicates inherent deficiencies. Gender: male level, 0 ability, synchronized potential, master skill, teleportation. Thank you, sir. Xiaoji accepted the egg without formality. The following day, as the sun rose, Xiaoji and his companions departed from Jinwang City, heading towards Rainbow City. Upon reaching the wilderness, Xiaoji released nearly all of his captured Pokémon, allowing them to seek out wild Pokémon for battles to gain experience. The rather unappealing fish was on the verge of evolution, and Xiaoji was almost certain that with another round of intensive training, it would evolve into a Milotic. Hours passed, and amidst the sounds of bubbling, Brock transformed into a culinary wizard preparing lunch, which consisted of rice balls and vegetable soup. Yay! Misty exclaimed with excitement. While Brock busied himself, Xiaoji took out various energy cubes to feed his Pokémon. Over the course of several hours, all but the newly hatched Riolu had engaged in no fewer than 10 battles, with Charizard being the most active, fighting 15 times, including 2 one-on-2 matches. Don't worry, we have plenty, Xiaoji reassured as he distributed food. When it was Pikachu's turn, Xiaoji asked, Pikachu, would you prefer energy cubes or Brock's cooking? Pika. Pikachu rubbed its belly and glanced at the busy Brock, clearly indicating a desire to wait for his meal. All right, Xiaoji conceded with a sigh. He could not fathom why this Pokémon, despite being a creature, had a preference for human food. Brock quickly finished preparing lunch, and just as the trio began to enjoy their meal, a primate leaped from a nearby thicket, aiming directly for a plate of rice balls. Pika. Seeing the intruder, Pikachu immediately positioned itself in front of the rice balls. The primate, feeling disrespected by Pikachu's blockade, charged forward. Pikachu retaliated with a powerful tail whip. However, the famished primate was undeterred, shaking its head and rising again. Noticing this, Pikachu prepared to unleash a thunderbolt, but Xiaoji quickly intervened. Pikachu, hold on. The primate is just hungry. It means no harm. Pika Pika. Being hungry doesn't justify it. That is our lunch. Well, I made plenty of rice balls. There should be enough for everyone, Brock chimed in. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji extended an invitation to the primate. Come join us, primate. He recognized this primate as the one featured in the original story, captured by the foolish character but later left in a fighting arena without further development. Certainly, this primate also indirectly validated that Xiaoji indeed possessed the potential for evolution. While the primate feasted, Xiaoji took the opportunity to examine its stats. Pokémon, primate gender, male level, exceptional high ability, rage point potential, master skills, scratch, leer, charge, fury swipes, earth throw, cross chop, pursuit, rampage, heavy slam, self-destruct, double edge, inherited. Huh. No wonder you've never claimed a championship in so many regions, Xiaoji mused, impressed by the extensive skill set. With proper training and care, this primate could easily attain the status of a near master by the time of the court's conference, where near master strength would dominate. Having finished lunch, Xiaoji eagerly proposed, Primate, would you like to join my team? If you do, I'll ensure you have enough food and help you grow stronger. Monkey. The primate bounced forward, adopting a battle stance. Great. So you wish to battle me? Xiaoji responded with a smile. The primate nodded eagerly. No problem. Chapter 57. Rewarding critical hits and Rainbow City Ding. A challenge from the monkey monster has been detected, triggering a hidden mission. Subdue the physical body. Mission requirements. Defeat the monkey monster without utilizing Pokémon or special abilities. Mission rewards. 1000 points, a 5 enhancement in physical fitness, and mastery of the martial art Baji Quan. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ash removed his jacket and approached the monkey monster, much to the bewilderment of Misty and Brock. The monkey monster, confused by Ash's actions, intended to battle Pikachu and the others, not the trainer himself. Come on, monkey! Ash beckoned, extending a hand in a provocative gesture. Monkey? Are you sure? The monkey monster hesitated. Absolutely. Just a heads up, I'm quite strong. Ash flexed his arm to display his muscles. Monkey. All right then. The monkey monster charged forward, swinging its fists. Ash, quick on his feet, seized one of the monkey monster's fists and executed a flawless shoulder throw. He then mounted the monkey monster, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. This fierce onslaught left not only the monkey monster dazed, but also stunned Misty, Brock, and Ash's Pokémon, who were watching in astonishment. Riolu's eyes sparkled with admiration for Ash, while the other Pokémon felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was brutally fierce. The monkey monster managed to throw a single punch, but before it could land, it was overwhelmed by Ash's relentless barrage. Anger surged within it, and a radiant light of evolution enveloped the monkey monster, causing it to grow in size. When the light faded, a 1-meter-tall Infernape, adorned with black wristbands, stood before them. As soon as the evolution was complete, Infernape pushed Ash away with its hands. Evolved, have you? Let us go. Ash remained undaunted, confident in his super-fresh body and the power of Aura, believing he could face even the elite fighting-type Pokémon without issue, let alone this newly evolved Infernape. However, lacking formal combat training, Ash's strikes were somewhat haphazard, characterized by a chaotic flurry of blows. In a fit of panic, Infernape unleashed a thunder punch from the farmer's 3 punches. Zazup! Cough, cough! Ash felt a tingling sensation, black smoke escaping his mouth. Seeing Ash's predicament, Infernape chuckled and then activated its Pokeball, voluntarily submitting to avoid further confrontation. Though Infernape had a fiery temperament, it was not devoid of intelligence. It recognized its inability to triumph over Ash. Having vented its frustration with the Thunder Punch, it deemed further conflict unwise, knowing it would only end up worse off. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission completed with perfect execution. Mission rewards are being doubled. Congratulations on receiving a triple reward of 3,000 points, a 15 boost in physical fitness, and Master Level Baji Quan. Rewards are being dispensed. As the system's voice echoed, Ash felt an intense, tingling sensation coursing through his body, like thousands of ants crawling over him, accompanied by a rush of memories of Baji Quan flooding his mind. Fortunately, the duration of these rewards was brief, and Ash's robust physique prevented him from losing consciousness. Neither Misty nor Brock noticed anything amiss. After capturing Infernape, Ash and his companions took a moment to regroup before continuing their journey. The path ahead was smooth, and before long, the trio arrived in Rainbow City. How fragrant! Upon entering Rainbow City, they were greeted by a delicate scent wafting through the air. Rainbow City is renowned as the capital of perfume. Misty, would you like to explore the fragrances here? Ash inquired, noticing Misty's captivated expression. Is it really all right, Ash? Misty blushed, glancing shyly at him. At that moment, the trainer of the Rainbow Gym, Eliza, was likely absent from the gym. The most famous perfume in Rainbow City was crafted by this very gym leader. Ash had no intention of following in the foolish footsteps of others. He was not like James, who donned women as clothing. To avoid creating an embarrassing history for himself, Ash had researched various gym trainers. Gym trainers can create perfumes? Misty was astonished. Miss Eliza specializes in grass-type Pokémon. The perfumes are derived from materials extracted from a certain grass-type Pokémon, Ash explained. Look, that perfume shop ahead is owned by Miss Eliza. Let us head over. Under Ash's guidance, they entered the perfume shop. Upon entering, Brock was immediately smitten, sliding to the feet of 3 beautiful women. Enough. Love-struck fool, please step aside. Misty yanked Brock by the ear, tossing him out the door. Meanwhile, Ash was inside the shop, selecting suitable perfumes for his female friends. Ash, do you also enjoy using perfume? Misty queried, puzzled by his actions. These aren't for me, Ash clarified. He only enjoyed the scent, not wearing it himself. Are these all gifts for friends? Yes. That many? Misty gazed at the dozens of perfume bottles in shock. The matter concerning Ash and Serena had already been discreetly shared by Ash's mother with Misty during their time in Lumio City. Misty, upon learning this, felt no despair. After all, Ash was exceptional, and they were not married. She still believed she had a chance. Furthermore, Misty was not against the idea of sharing Ash with Serena, as there were no restrictions on monogamy in this world. However, the sheer number of perfume bottles sparked the notion of Aquaman in Misty's mind. They're just friends. Most are from other regions, both male and female. While perfume is a cosmetic, it also reflects lifestyle and social etiquette, enhancing confidence and charm while conveying emotions and states. Ash was not deceiving Misty. Indeed, several of the perfumes were intended for male friends, such as Professor Oak, Gary, Stephen, and Michael. What a rare and valuable insight. This gentleman possesses exquisite taste. Lily, give this gentleman a 20 discount. At that moment, a woman clad in a kimono appeared behind Ash and his companions. Yes, manager. Hello. Miss Eliza. Ash greeted her warmly. Oh, this gentleman knows me? Eliza was somewhat taken aback that Ash recognized her name. I did some research prior to my arrival. Miss Eliza is the trainer of the Rainbow Gym and a renowned perfume developer. Oh, so you are here specifically to tour Rainbow City? Chapter 58. Charmeleon. Upon hearing that Ash was here to challenge the gym, Eliza felt somewhat conflicted. A gym challenge? Unfortunately, the challenge time has already passed. Ash, would you mind postponing your gym battle until tomorrow? Not a problem, Miss Eliza, Ash nodded. The hour was indeed late, and after a long day of travel, they needed to rest properly. After leaving the perfume shop, Ash and his companions first made their way to the Pokémon Center to book a room. After finishing dinner, at Brock's suggestion, they ventured to the largest arcade in Rainbow City. Besides its fame for perfumes, Rainbow City was also known for its gaming scene, a lucrative venture orchestrated by Team Rocket. Inside the arcade, Ash sensed the hidden Team Rocket base with his aura sensing ability. Yet, in order to avoid provoking Giovanni, he had no intention of confronting Team Rocket. After sampling a variety of games, his conclusion was that they were rather mundane, starkly contrasting with those he had played in his previous life. Within the Team Rocket base, a member monitoring the surveillance noticed Ash's presence in the arcade and immediately reported to his superior. Chief, we've spotted the kid we've been instructed to keep an eye on. Maintain surveillance and instruct the internal staff to withdraw. Ensure he doesn't catch on. Without a moment's hesitation, the chief issued a retreat order. This caution was warranted, as they had received intelligence indicating that Ash possessed a Zapdos, and their most critical experiment was at a pivotal stage. Ensuring stable funding was of utmost importance. Recently, one of their major revenue sources had been cut off due to the trio's sabotage of an amusement park in Blue Purity City, making the arcade their current cash cow, a site that could not afford any mishaps. As Ash completed his tour of the arcade, he noticed Misty and Brock having a great time. He chose not to dampen their spirits, and instead made his way to the designated battle area within the arcade. A few minutes later, guided by the staff, Ash set up a battle platform for a reward match. Charmander Ember, Ash commanded, as his Charmander faced off against a passerby as Squirtle. Charmander complied, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Is this a joke? How can a Charmander's Ember compete with a water gun? The bewildered opponent thought. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a Charmander's Ember would be sparse and cause minimal damage, but Ash's Charmander, having consumed numerous premium firestones, possessed an abundance of fire energy, significantly amplifying its fire moves. Just a single ember was enough to leave the water-type Squirtle reeling. Next, Ash instructed the arcade's staff expressionlessly. His Charmander was on the verge of evolution, and he had set up this reward match to provide it with the opportunity to evolve. Soon, another challenger entered the arena, and to Ash's surprise, it was Gary. Ash, is that you? Gary exclaimed, astonished. I was just wondering why it was you. You aren't arriving in Rainbow City today, are you? Ash replied, equally perplexed. Typically, Gary's progress wouldn't be so slow. He had left Blue Purity City 2 days ahead of schedule, with his Night Arena and Nidoqueen nearing evolution. He sought to collect a Moonstone by participating in the arcade activities. A Moonstone, huh? How about a battle with me? If you help my Charmander evolve, I can sell you a high-quality Moonstone, Ash proposed. He indeed had a few Moonstones, albeit of lesser quality, and currently had no Pokémon that required one. Your Charmander hasn't evolved yet? Gary was taken aback. It's accumulated quite the energy and is on the brink of evolution. So what do you say? Ash asked, brimming with determination. All right, but let's agree. Once Charmander evolves, We stop, and I want to pay in installments for that moonstone, Gary replied shrewdly. Deal. Ash grinned. Come forth, my darling. Gary tossed a Pokeball, releasing a large, ear-eared Wartortle before Charmander. Charmander, Ember. Ash launched the first attack without hesitation. Wartortle Water Gun. Gary countered, opting for a direct confrontation. Wartortle not only had a higher level than Charmander, but also boasted a superior form. He believed that under type advantage, Wartortle could outmaneuver Charmander. The clash of the two moves unleashed a significant cloud of steam. The evenly matched outcome left Gary astonished. How is this possible? Charmander now. Use Dragon Claw, Ash commanded. Taking advantage of the steam, Charmander swiftly approached Wartortle, its tiny arms morphing into sharp claws infused with dragon energy. Wartortle, retract into your shell, Gary instructed urgently. Just as Charmander's claws were about to strike Wartortle's head, Wartortle managed to evade the fatal blow by retracting its head just in time. Frustrated at missing its target, Charmander furiously scratched at Wartortle's shell. The claws raked against the once smooth surface, leaving scratch marks, while Wartortle, hidden within its shell, felt anger at the damage inflicted upon its home. Water gushed forth from the shell in retaliation. Is that water cannon? Gary paused momentarily, then inwardly rejoiced. Ash, it seems your hopes of helping Charmander evolve are about to be dashed. Not necessarily, Ash replied with a slight smirk. While he had not anticipated Wartortle learning water cannon, as long as Charmander was still standing, there was still hope. Charmander, having endured the water cannon attack, did not lose its fighting spirit. Instead, it seemed invigorated. Such tenacity! Gary gritted his teeth. With a fierce roar, a radiant light enveloped Charmander. The transformation light signaled its evolution as it rapidly grew larger, and soon, a Charmeleon stood before them, towering at about 5 feet. Charmeleon, flamethrower. Ash seized the moment, ordering an attack before Gary could react. Whether it was due to Ash's previous display of strength when capturing a Monferno or some other reason, Charmeleon exhibited no signs of rebellion. Rather, it executed Ash's commands with utmost seriousness. How uncouth, Ash! Wartortle, use water cannon, Gary lamented, regretting not recalling Wartortle sooner, allowing Charmeleon to complete its evolution. Due to its recent acquisition of water cannon, Wartortle struggled to wield it effectively, whereas Charmeleon had already mastered Flamethrower prior to evolution. The outcome was inevitable. Wartortle's shell was scorched black, and it succumbed to the battle, spiraling into unconsciousness. Chapter 59. Gym Challenge. Upon the conclusion of the battle, Ash fulfilled his promise and presented Shigeru with a high-quality moonstone, albeit in exchange for a rather decent firestone. Ash believed he had struck a remarkable deal. Conversely, Shigeru felt he had also gained significantly, as Ash's moonstone was of exceptional quality, nearly rivaling the finest available in the market. The following day, Ash and his companions arrived at the Rainbow Gym as scheduled. The architecture of the Rainbow Gym bore a striking resemblance to a Oddish, a testament to Ellie's fondness for the Pokémon. Miss Ellie, I look forward to your guidance in this gym match, Ash declared earnestly. It is I who should be saying that, Ellie retorted with a hint of playfulness. After Ash's departure the previous day, she had taken the liberty to research him, discovering that his prowess was unlike that of other novice trainers. The gym challenge commenced. Ash from Pallet Town was to face off against the gym trainer Ellie. The rules stipulated a 3-on-3 battle. If a Pokémon on one side lost all its combat capability, the challenger could switch Pokémon, while the gym trainer could not. Ash, as the challenger, you may attack first. Vileplume, I choose you. Ellie dispatched her Pokémon with confidence. Pokémon, Vileplume level. Excellent advance, then I shall summon you. Beedrill. Ash called forth his Pokémon, which held a type advantage. Having battled through various encounters, Beedrill had reached gym-level prowess, making victory in this match a foregone conclusion under the circumstances. Beedrill, use Pin Missile. Vileplume, use Seed Bomb. Vileplume released a barrage of vibrant green energy seeds. Ash, your Beedrill is quite well trained, but my Vileplume shall not be defeated so easily. Stun Spore. Vileplume shook its body, dispersing a cloud of paralysis powder. Beedrill, charge in with Twin Needle. With a swift motion, Beedrill flapped its wings vigorously, fending off the paralysis powder. Vileplume, occupied with the stun spore, could not defend itself in time and was swiftly taken down by Beedrill's double sting. Vileplume has lost its combat capability. The gym trainer may now send out the next Pokémon, announced the beautiful referee. Next up is Gloom. Pokémon. Gloom level. Gym beginner Ash also opted to switch Pokémon. Wow, Ash's Charmander has evolved. Misty exclaimed in astonishment as she watched the battle unfold. Now, featuring a Charmeleon. It appeared that Ash's Charmeleon was significantly stronger than the average. Go Gloom. Use Leaf Blade. Gloom spun around, unleashing a multitude of leaves from its broad foliage. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. With a powerful roar, Charmeleon released a torrent of searing flames, incinerating Gloom's attack and dealing substantial damage, ultimately defeating Gloom in a single strike. Such a formidable flamethrower. Ellie's expression turned serious, realizing Ash's strength exceeded her expectations, having effortlessly defeated her Gloom with a single move. Gloom has lost its combat capability. Ash, it seems I have underestimated your strength. I shall take this next battle more seriously. Ellie resolved, as being swept by a novice trainer would be quite the embarrassment. Come forth, Exeggutor. Pokémon. Exeggutor type, Grass. Psychic gender, male level, Gym advanced ability. Chlorophyll potential. Champion skills, Absorb, Leech Seed, Solar Beam, Psychic, Hypnosis, Reflect, Synthesis, Psyshock, Leaf Storm, Zen Headbutt, Wood Hammer. Aside from the oddish that saved her during her childhood, this Exeggutor had been by her side since her early days. Miss Ellie, I shall not be defeated, Ash declared confidently. Exeggutor, use grassy terrain. Though Charmeleon was immensely powerful, being a fire type, Ellie chose not to let Exeggutor use Sunny Day, as the boost Charmeleon would receive would surpass any benefits to Exeggutor. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Charmeleon unleashed another blast of flames. Exeggutor, use Absorb. Absorb allowed Exeggutor to siphon nutrients from its opponent, restoring half the damage dealt. It extended its vines beneath the oncoming flames, wrapping around Charmeleon to draw upon its vitality. In return, Exeggutor was also struck by the flamethrower. Charmeleon, use Flare Blitz. Ash called out once more. Under normal circumstances, Flare Blitz would not be a skill accessible to Charmeleon at this level. Yet Ash, being resourceful, had utilized a technical machine to teach it. Every skill of his Pokémon was fully developed, and nothing was overlooked as long as a machine was available. Charmeleon was engulfed in flames as it charged fiercely towards Exeggutor. What? Ellie gasped in shock. Exeggutor dodged quickly. Unfortunately, Ellie was not the protagonist. The three pivotal techniques of Pokémon battles failed to manifest. Exeggutor, already slow by nature, was unable to evade Charmeleon's Flare Blitz and took a direct hit. Exeggutor has lost its combat capability. Charmeleon wins. Thus the victor is Ash from Pallet Town. The beautiful referee announced with a hint of regret. Oh, not at all. I merely capitalized on my type advantage to secure this win. Miss Ellie, your Pokémon are also exceptionally well trained. Although Ash had triumphed over Ellie's main Pokémon, he did not let pride swell within him, knowing that Ellie had not declared Exeggutor as part of her primary lineup. Chapter 60. Aberrang. After departing from Rainbow City, under the guidance of Brock, the trio lingered in a small town for a day. During this time, Ash's ugly fish, through self-deception, achieved a profound evolution, transforming into a Milotic. Brock also acquired Vulpix from a lovely breeder. Ash had already devised a plan to gather all his friends from various regions into a group once mobile phones became widespread. Following Ash's decision to send Team Rocket to Professor Oak's lab for some work, their journey became significantly smoother, albeit with a corresponding decrease in amusement. On this day, Ash resolved to initiate training for his Lucario, alongside releasing his Infernape. Today, I shall impart some unique combat techniques to you both. Pay close attention. Indeed, Ash intended to teach these two fighting-type Pokémon the art of Bagwazang. Lucario was visibly excited, while Infernape mirrored this enthusiasm. As the saying goes with Tai Chi, peace reigns. With Bagwazang, the world is stabilized. Bagwazang emphasizes practical application, making it particularly suitable for these fighting-type Pokémon. The techniques were captivating yet straightforward, resulting in what might be perceived as mere flashy displays. Much like Taekwondo, which excels in performance but often falls short in real combat. During this initial lesson, Ash refrained from delving into overly complex maneuvers, opting instead to teach foundational exercises such as the 8 forces: hammer support, dragon descend, tiger crouch, mountain split, horse probe, tiger embrace, bear squat, and crane push. Mastery of these fundamentals would facilitate the acquisition of more advanced techniques and enhance their effectiveness in actual battles. Watching Ash teach with such dedication, Misty couldn't help but exclaim, Ash truly possesses an impressive repertoire. Training fighting-type Pokémon in ancient martial arts is indeed an exceptional approach, and Ash's unique methods might very well be the reason for his aspiration to become a Pokémon professor. Brock, while preparing lunch, echoed her sentiments. Pikachu, with a puzzled expression, contemplated Ash's seemingly spontaneous knowledge. For instance, the combat techniques Ash was currently demonstrating were entirely unfamiliar to Pikachu, especially considering that just recently, Ash had resorted to rudimentary tactics to capture Infernape. Just as Ash became engrossed in his teaching, a jogging Aberrang paused to observe Ash and Lucario intently. "Look, it's Aberrang," Misty pointed out, captivated by the sight. "Huh?" Ash followed her gaze and spotted Aberrang. Pokémon, Aberrang gender, male level, excellent intermediate ability, keen eye potential, excellent skills, focus energy, sonic punch, vacuum wave, bullet punch, insight, quick defense, million-ton heavy punch. Aberrang, also a fighting-type Pokémon, had evolved from a fearless little one. This particular Aberrang appeared quite formidable. "Ash, shouldn't you capture it?" Brock suggested. "No, this one is not wild," Ash replied, sensing human fluctuations through his aura. "Hey, young man, I see you've trained these 2 fighting Pokémon well. Care for a battle?" A man suddenly appeared. "Against Aberrang?" "Absolutely." Ash, generally reluctant to refuse battles initiated by others, seized the opportunity, recognizing it as a chance to gain valuable combat experience. Most importantly, he recognized the man as the one who had previously tricked Infernape into staying behind. Ash felt it necessary to teach him a lesson. "All right, I'll officiate the match." Brock volunteered. "Sounds good, but the rules stipulate only physical moves are permitted. Special attacks are off limits." The man added. Upon hearing this, Brock glanced at Ash, silently inquiring if he wished to accept. Ash nodded affirmatively. "Let's consider this battle a warm-up for the P1 fighting tournament," the man excitedly declared to Aberrang, whose gaze sharpened in response. "Infernape, let's solidify the techniques you just learned in this battle. Begin with Sonic Punch." Infernape executed the command, while Aberrang retaliated with a swift Sonic Punch. Within moments, Aberrang was forced back several steps, sustaining some injuries. Had Infernape been a tad taller, he would have struck Aberrang's head instead of merely landing blows on its chest. "Excellent." Infernape cross-chop. Following the command, Infernape crossed its arms and delivered a powerful strike to Aberrang, who fell to the ground yet remained determined to rise again. "Aberrang, can you still fight?" the man inquired, visibly concerned. He had anticipated an easy victory, only to find himself facing an unexpected challenge. Had he known Ash's true strength, he would have refrained from this match. With the P1 fighting tournament on the horizon, any serious injury to Aberrang could shatter his dreams. Infernape delivered the final blow. Chapter 61, Black Cloud City Father. I may attempted to dissuade him. "Sir, your perspective is quite detrimental. Is winning a championship truly more important than family?" Xiaoji held a profound disdain for such an irresponsible father. "You have your dreams. Pursue them by all means, but that does not justify neglecting your family. If you're so passionate about your pursuits, why did you start a family so early? What a foolish endeavor." The uncle appeared somewhat troubled. He understood the significance of family, yet he had prepared extensively for this upcoming fighting tournament, believing this was his closest opportunity to seize the championship, which had rendered him somewhat extreme in his views. Seeing that he remained obstinate, Xiaoji coldly declared, "If that is the case, I shall enter the tournament as well." "Uncle, I will not allow you to win." "Young man, I'll be waiting for you in the ring," the uncle responded. Aimee lingered in silence, her head bowed, her expression one of deep reluctance. She bowed to Xiaoji and said, I apologize for the trouble my father has caused you all. Not at all. Xiaoji waved his hands dismissively. By the way, I just noticed that your Pokémon can defeat my father's Abilene. Could I ask you to decisively defeat my father's Abilene in the P1 fighting tournament? Aimei spoke earnestly. Before Xiaoji could respond, Xiaojing readily agreed. No problem. We will surely vanquish that Abilene. We, Xiaojing, we only have Xiaoji with a fighting-type Pokémon. You cannot participate. Xiaoxia bluntly exposed Xiaojing's shortcomings. I still have my Onix. It can also employ fighting moves, Xiaojing replied with a hint of pride, unaware that his Onix was destined to be defeated quickly. Soon, under Aimei's guidance, Xiaoji and Xiaojing rushed to complete their registration for the P1 fighting tournament just before the deadline. Being a small local event, the tournament schedule was quite tight, and Xiaoji quickly faced his first opponent, Machoke. This Machoke was merely at the novice elite level. Xiaoji chose not to unleash his Infernape for an easy victory, instead sending forth his equally elite Riolu. Machoke used Karate Chop. Machoke's right hand formed a knife-like shape, striking fiercely towards Riolu. Riolu engaged in close combat. Riolu met Machoke head-on, blocking the strike while delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to Machoke's abdomen. After a brief exchange, Machoke was rendered unable to continue fighting. The winner is contestant Xiaoji, the referee announced loudly. In the next match, Xiaojing faced the previous tournament champion. As expected, Xiaojing's Onix was thoroughly beaten by the opponent's Sock. Had he not surrendered in time, his head might have been shattered. Following the battles, Xiaoji, Aimei's father, and the former champion continued their winning streak. Unlike the original tale, this time in the semi-finals, Xiaoji encountered Aimei's father. Uncle, I told you I would not let you in the championship. Infernape, you are the one. This marked the first time Xiaoji deployed Infernape in the tournament, as previous opponents had been too weak for Riolu to dominate. I will not lose. Go, Abilene. Aimei's father was equally determined. Infernape, give it your all in this battle. Xiaoji reminded. With those words, Infernape's spirit surged. Under Infernape's fierce will, Abilene instinctively took a step back. Abilene, do not be afraid. Use heavy punch. Abilene swung its fist with great force. Infernape, dodge using the ring's post. Infernape leaped just before Abilene's fist struck, landing on the post in the corner of the ring as Abilene's punch left a deep imprint in the wood. Infernape, now unleash your Fury Punch. Infernape executed a powerful aerial Fury Punch, striking Abilene squarely on the head. The sound echoed, sharp and clear. A crisp sound. Indeed a good head. The Fury Punch transformed rage into power. Although Infernape had not been struck by Abilene, the level disparity was evident. Having evolved, Infernape's strength was already at the gym leader level. How could an elite Abilene possibly compete? Uncle, everyone has their own dreams and the right to pursue them. But before chasing dreams, please reflect on the responsibilities you bear. Aimei does not oppose your aspirations. What she resents is your obsessive behavior. Tournaments occur annually. Why must you cling so desperately to this one? Pokémon are a vital part of this world and an indispensable part of humanity. Such small tournaments are plentiful. Xiaoji genuinely could not fathom the mindset of the uncle before him, questioning whether he was truly unwell or if the world was simply peculiar. In the final match, Xiaoji faced the former champion, Sock, who, unlike in the original story, was indeed formidable, rated at the gym's novice level. Xiaoji exerted considerable effort to defeat him, primarily to accumulate counts for Infernape's Fury Punch. After one battle, he had amassed 4 uses, plus the previous match against Aimei's father, bringing the total to 5. After bidding farewell to Aimei, Xiaoji and his companions did not linger long, merely restocking supplies before setting off once more. After 2 days of travel, they arrived in the somewhat dilapidated Black Cloud City. Unlike other cities, Black Cloud City was an industrial town, with factories dotting the landscape and severe pollution permeating the air with a foul stench. The entire town felt desolate. The streets were devoid of life, resembling a ghost town. As Xiaoji and his companions paused to assess the situation, Pikachu began exhibiting unusual behavior, the electric sacs on his cheeks flickering intermittently. Is he charged? It seems there may be a power plant or electric Pokémon nearby, Xiaoji deduced immediately. Xiaoji, what is wrong with Pikachu? Xiaoxia inquired. Pikachu seems to be unwell. We must hurry to the Pokémon Center and seek Nurse Joy's assistance, Xiaojang suggested. This is a sign of being charged. Xiaoxia, Xiaojang, keep your distance. Pikachu is somewhat dangerous right now. As Xiaoji warned them, he rummaged through his backpack for rubber gloves. Chapter 62. Grimer as Ash cradled Pikachu and sprinted towards the Pokémon Center. A small Magnemite lingered behind, fixated on Pikachu. They had not traveled far when they arrived at the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy, do you have a power absorption device? Ash inquired. Pikachu appeared to be unwell, but in reality, it was overloaded with electricity, unable to release its energy, which made it seem ill. This situation was reminiscent of Pikachu's encounter during its breakthrough to the Elite Four, albeit then it had absorbed energy in a stable manner, whereas now it passively absorbed electricity from the air. We do have one, but this Pikachu likely just has a cold. A bit of medication and a night's rest should suffice, Joy replied. That nodded Pikachu. Just then, the entire Pokémon Center plunged into darkness. Oh no! Joy exclaimed, turning to dash toward the room. Ash and his companions followed her into a medical room filled with equipment, where numerous Pokémon were receiving treatment. However, due to the power outage, the machines were non-operational, and the Pokémon appeared to be in distress. We need to restore power immediately, Miss Joy. The Pokémon in the center are in danger, Ash urged. We have emergency generators, but they require electric-type Pokémon to operate. The little ones responsible for emergencies have been sent for checkups these past few days, Joy admitted, looking troubled. Brock, Misty, you stay here with Pikachu and assist Miss Joy. I'll check on the power station, Ash decided. The original protagonist had captured Grimer here, but the process had been somewhat convoluted, so he chose not to involve Misty. All right, but be careful, Ash. Brock acknowledged the gravity of the situation. After confirming the location of the power station, Ash dashed out. Before long, he reached the darkened power station. Drawing a Pokeball from his pocket, he called out Charmeleon. Come forth. The glow from Charmeleon's tail illuminated the surroundings significantly, channeling his aura to its fullest. Ash quickly discerned the situation within the power station. A horde of Grimer had not only blocked the drainage outlet, but had also occupied the entire exhaust system, numbering in the thousands. Moreover, Ash sensed the presence of Magnemite, its numbers rivaling that of the Grimer. Who are you? Two staff members holding flashlights spotted Ash as he entered the power station. I'm a trainer sent by Miss Joy to help you solve this predicament. The blackout was sudden, and the Pokémon in the center are in critical condition, Ash briefly explained. Hearing this, one of the staff members sighed in relief. A trainer? That's a relief. The drainage outlet is clogged with Grimer. If we could drive them away, we can restore power. With that, Ash set off with Charmeleon towards the area where the aura from the Grimer was strongest. To catch the leader first, if we can capture that Grimer, the rest will be easier to handle. Lucario, Infernape, come forth. Lucario, today I'll teach you to utilize aura. Charmeleon and Infernape protect Lucario. As Lucario was the Pokémon most attuned to aura, mastering its use was crucial. Given Lucario's exceptional talent, Ash was determined not to squander it. While instructing Lucario, he projected goodwill towards the hidden Grimer using his aura. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind them. Turning around, Ash was met with an overwhelming number of Grimer. Addressing the largest among them, he declared, Grimer, we mean no harm. The Grimer responded, Nyeduo, strange human, not afraid of us. Pokémon, Grimer gender, male level, elite intermediate ability, stench potential, elite 4 moves, Mud Slap, Mud Bomb, Disable Sludge, Toxic, Sludge Bomb, Acid Spray. After isolating the stench with aura, Ash spoke, Grimer, I understand you mean no harm, but could you kindly ask your brethren to vacate the power station and not block the drainage outlet? What is a drainage outlet? Grimer queried. It's the passage you use to enter. No way. This is our territory, Grimer proclaimed, having claimed the power station as their new habitat. It seemed a battle was inevitable. Charmeleon used Flamethrower. With negotiations failing, Ash had to take the initiative. As Charmeleon unleashed flames, several Grimer fled in panic, finding the heat unbearable. Unprepared for Ash's sudden aggression, Grimer thought, I underestimated him. I 1T dodged this time. Seeing Grimer fall, Ash threw a luxury ball to capture it, then swiftly teleported it to Professor Oak's lab. It's too foul. I need to air this out. After dealing with Grimer, the hidden Magnemite emerged. Magnemite, the rest is up to you. With Charmeleon's flames being too intense, there was a risk of damaging the drainage barrier further. ZZZZ. A Magnemite circled Ash a few times. Pokémon, Magnemite gender, genderless level, elite intermediate ability, magnet pull potential, gym leader moves, Thunder Shock, Sonic Boom, Electromagnetic Wave. Magnemite, use Thunder Shock. A group of Magnemite released a powerful electrical surge, causing the Grimer blocking the drainage outlet to scatter. With the obstruction cleared, a torrent of seawater flowed in, restoring functionality to the power station. Pika Pika. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Pikachu joyfully sprinted over and leapt onto Ash's shoulder. Half an hour earlier, at Professor Oak's lab. Ash, what Pokémon did you just send over? It must be quite a catch, Professor Oak remarked, noticing the transport device linked to Ash's Pokeball beginning to operate. With a thud, the moment the Pokeball finished transporting, Grimer burst forth. What? What is that foul odor? Oak exclaimed, pinching his nose. Niduo. Grimer raised its hands excitedly, overwhelming Oak. Please don't send Grimer my way. The lab echoed with Professor Oak's groans. Chapter 63. The Shallow Red Gym after departing from Heiyun City. Ash and his companions ventured into the forest where the Shallow Red Gym was said to be located, following the incident involving the moles. Is the Shallow Red Gym truly situated in such a desolate place? The surroundings appear to be nothing but dense forest, devoid of any human presence. Misty surveyed the barren environment, while Brock scrutinized the map, uncertainly stating, according to the map, the Shallow Red Gym should be here. Ash, perhaps you could use your psychic abilities to sense something? Misty suggested. Just a moment. Ash halted his training with Infernape and Riolu, focusing intently to activate his aura detection. Although he had always maintained his aura awareness, he had never truly concentrated on locating the gym. Soon, a three-dimensional representation of the terrain formed in his mind, revealing that most of the area was indeed forested, but there was one location where the trees were sparse, accompanied by a flowing river. He released a Pokeball, Pidgeotto. Go check if there are any buildings in that direction. Pidgeotto soared into the sky at the command. Just then, a Pokeball at Misty's waist sprang open, releasing an adorably clumsy Psyduck before them. After capturing this Psyduck, Misty's frustration grew. It had a habit of escaping its ball and lacked any combat prowess. Most importantly, despite being a water-type Pokémon, it couldn't swim. Misty, there's no need to be harsh on Psyduck. Its abilities are quite powerful. It merely suffers from persistent headaches that hinder its performance. With gradual training, it will overcome this ailment and harness its psychic powers, Ash reassured her. To be fair, your Psyduck possesses remarkable strength. Is that so? But it never listens. I called for Starmie, and it just popped out instead. Despite her unwavering trust in Ash, Misty found it difficult to believe in Psyduck's capabilities. Brock chimed in. Do you think it's possible that Psyduck perceives Starmie as its name? Exactly. Misty, try telling Psyduck to use Water Gun and see if it responds, Ash proposed. All right, I'll give it a shot. Misty approached Psyduck, exclaiming, Starmie, use Water Gun. Psyduck opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful jet of water. Quite impressive, capable of snapping a 3 to 4 centimeter thick branch. Seeing Misty had discovered the secret to awakening Psyduck's abilities, Ash congratulated her. Congratulations, Misty. How infuriating. You're a duck, yet you insist on considering yourself a starfish. Misty lamented, wishing for a more typical Psyduck. Let us go. Pidgeotto has located the Shallow Red Gym, Ash called out. Misty and Brock followed Ash as they made their way toward the gym. Before long, they found themselves at the edge of a narrow canyon, gazing across at the Shallow Red Gym situated on the opposite side. This gym is utterly ridiculous. Misty scoffed at the sight of a narrow bridge barely 40 centimeters wide. Indeed, it is absurd, Ash agreed, referring to the gym leader, Aji, who was also a member of Team Rocket. The gym's location in the deep forest seemed a strategic choice to conceal their identities, as such remote areas were sparsely populated. Even with a map, many struggled to find their way. As a result, the Shallow Red Gym had become one of the least frequented gyms in the entire Kanto region. Crossing the rickety bridge, Ash called out to a nearby shrub, I know you're there, Furball. Please lead us to Mr. Aji. I wish to challenge the gym. Whoa, how did I get exposed? Furball panicked upon hearing Ash's voice, but promptly dashed into the gym, as instructed. Inside the shallow red gym, in a concealed chamber, Aji observed Ash through the surveillance monitors. He picked up the phone, saying, "It's me. The child has arrived." He seems intent on challenging the gym. Should we deal with him? No need. Handle it according to gym protocol. A voice filled with charisma responded from the other end. Very well. Let us see what level he is at. Aji hung up the phone just as Ash and his friend approached the gym's entrance. Ash, aren't we going in? Misty inquired. Let us wait for Mr. Aji to come out. There are traps everywhere inside, Ash replied. Shortly after, a woman with long, deep green hair, clad in a pink ninja outfit, exited alongside Furball. Hello, beautiful lady, Brock exclaimed, attempting to charm her. Before Misty could intervene, the woman swiftly slapped Brock aside. She turned to Ash, asking, Hey kid, are you the one challenging the shallow red gym? Yes, is there a problem? Ash responded, puzzled by Aji's typically composed demeanor that seemed to contrast with his sister's immaturity. With just your Pikachu and those two Pokémon, you think you can challenge us? Ridiculous. She commanded Furball, Furball, teach that Pikachu a lesson. Under her command, Furball released a cloud of paralysis powder. Riolu, use Aura Sphere to deal with it. The canine Pokémon conjured an Aura Sphere the size of a soccer ball, which swiftly propelled Furball away, also catching the woman in the blast radius. Mr. Aji, let us put an end to this trivial test, Ash declared. As his words faded, a thunderball materialized before them, followed by a tremendous explosion that enveloped the area in smoke. Taking advantage of the cover, Aji appeared behind his sister, scolding her. Rin, you are being utterly immature. Brother, I was too careless. So, you all wish to challenge the gym? Please come inside. Aji's gaze shifted to Ash. Hello, Mr. Aji. Ash greeted, his expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 64. Battle with Aju on the grassy expanse outside the shallow red gym. Ash stood opposite the gym trainer Aju. With a serene expression, Aju addressed Ash. For this duel, the rules dictate that we will each use 2 Pokémon to determine the victor. The challenger may substitute their Pokémon at any time. What are your thoughts? Sounds excellent. Come forth, Mankey. Aju was the first to send out his Pokémon. Pokémon, Mankey gender, male level, gym beginner ability, compound eyes potential, near champion moves, confusion, sonic boom, telekinesis, poison powder, illusion ray, stun spore, bug buzz, sleep powder, absorb. Now I summoned Bulbasaur. Ash chose a Pokémon that did not have a type advantage, Bulbasaur. Seeing a Bulbasaur of such impressive size, Aerie gasped, her voice trembling. Is that real? What a gigantic Bulbasaur. Aju was equally astonished. Typically, a Pokémon of Bulbasaur's type should not be so extraordinary. But Ash's Bulbasaur had been enhanced using a special serum provided by the system, elevating it to a dominant form. The system's products truly possess remarkable qualities. Be careful, Aju, Ash warned, then commanded Bulbasaur, use Toxic. You should be the one to be cautious. My Mankey has amassed substantial combat experience, Aju replied nonchalantly. Mankey, on the verge of evolution and possessing a poison type, exhibited a certain immunity to poison moves, leading Aju to disregard Ash's caution. As Toxic was applied to Mankey, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from its form. When the light faded, a large Butterfree appeared before the spectators. Pokémon, Butterfree gender, male level, gym advanced ability, scales powder potential, near champion moves, quiver dance, telekinesis, poison powder, illusion ray, stun spore, bug buzz, absorb, Psyshock, air slash, toxic spikes. Upon evolving, Butterfree experienced a qualitative leap in strength, ascending to the gym advanced level, while the toxic effect that had just been applied to it dissipated by half. Butterfree used stun spore. Bulbasaur blow it away. Bulbasaur inhaled deeply and then exhaled forcefully, dispersing the stun spore released by Butterfree. What? Aju was taken aback. Bulbasaur used Leaf Tornado and finish it in one go. Initially, Ash intended to play defensively, but with Mankey's evolution, its power had increased significantly. Aju's expertise in poison-type Pokémon further complicated matters, leading Ash to reconsider a more aggressive approach. Bulbasaur launched a barrage of sharp leaves at the airborne Butterfree, creating a storm that ensnared it in the center. After this round of attack, Butterfree's eyes rolled back, and it fell to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Aju released another Pokémon, a Mook he was training. Pokémon, Mook, Aju, level, mid-near champion potential, gym moves. Unknown, this Mook barely met the standards of Aju's main team. He had not intended to deploy it, but observing Ash's Bulbasaur's extraordinary capabilities, he realized that typical gym-level Pokémon would struggle to contend. Mook, use Mud Bomb. Ash gazed at the Mook, which was larger than the one he had captured, momentarily stunned. This was his first encounter with a Pokémon whose potential had been significantly raised, indicating that even among Team Rocket, there were genuine aficionados of Pokémon. Bulbasaur used Toxic, Ash commanded through his aura. Logically, sending out Pikachu against a near-champion opponent would be the safest choice. However, Ash wished to provide his other Pokémon an opportunity to shine. This was not to say there were no experts in the Kanto region. The strongest, like Professor Oak and Giovanni, possessed champion-level power, while the weaker trainers were mostly novice trainers just starting their journey. Mook, use Mud Shot. Mook hurled clumps of mud at Bulbasaur. Defend yourself, Bulbasaur. A transparent barrier enveloped Bulbasaur, shielding it from Mook's assault. Excellent, Bulbasaur. Continue with Seed Bomb. Mook shrank down, evading the attack. It was apparent that this Mook had undergone specialized training, as it exhibited remarkable speed and reflexes, dodging Bulbasaur's Seed Bomb. Seeds? Bulbasaur panicked as the move missed its target. Bulbasaur, don't panic. Use Vine Whip to bind it, then go for Mega Drain. Ash reassured. He did not expect the Seed Bomb to yield significant results. Given the level disparity, the gap in realms was not something tactics could bridge. The outcome of the battle between Bulbasaur and Mook unfolded as Ash had anticipated. Bulbasaur was defeated, but had drained half of Mook's stamina. You did well, Bulbasaur. Now, it's your turn, Squirtle. Ash summoned his Water-type starter. Upon seeing Squirtle enter the fray, Aju was once again astonished. It too was a Pokémon of considerable size. Shaking off his surprise, Aju quickly ordered Mook, use Mud Bomb. Squirtle, use Hydro Pump while spinning. Squirtle launched itself, and 5 powerful jets of water erupted from its shell, resembling a spinning top. The intense water stream not only nullified Mook's attack, but also drenched Mook, inflicting significant damage. Excellent, Squirtle. Follow up with Water Tail, Ash urged. Taking advantage of the momentum, Squirtle coated its tail in water and struck Mook with force. Mook, seize its tail, Aju commanded promptly. Mook locked its gaze on Squirtle, and as the tail swung toward it, it utilized its malleability to absorb much of the impact, managing to grasp Squirtle's tail. Now Mook unleashed Toxic Gas. Squirtle. Squirtle intensified the water flow from its tail, attempting to shake free of Mook's grip. Mr. Aju, you're indeed a formidable opponent. Ash recognized that this battle would not conclude easily. Squirtle, unleash your most powerful water gun directly into Mook's mouth. Squirtle. Squirtle released a jet of water comparable to Hydro Pump, hitting Mook, which was releasing toxic gas nearby, rendering it unnecessary to aim carefully. Moments later, Mook had swelled in size and collapsed, having lost the will to continue fighting. With Mook unable to battle, Aju's 2 Pokémon were both incapacitated, declaring Ash the victor from Pallet Town. Chapter 65. The mini-dragon of the wild area. After departing from the Red Gym, Ash and his companions continued their journey. While passing through a wild Pokémon reserve, they encountered a young girl from the Lalam tribe riding a Ponyta. In her stead, they participated in a Pokémon race organized by the tribe, triumphing with a splendid first-place finish. As they set forth once more, they arrive at the entrance of the wild area, a sight that filled Ash and his friends with excitement. Just ahead lay the wild area, rumored to be teeming with wild Pokémon. Misty's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Rock-type Pokémon, here I come, Brock declared eagerly. Is it necessary to be this exuberant? Ash scratched his head, a look of resignation on his face. If his memory served him right, the administrator of the wild area was notoriously difficult to communicate with. Suddenly, a silver-haired elder appeared before them, brandishing 2 revolvers. Upon seeing the weapons, Brock and Misty immediately raised their hands, trembling in fear. Sir, I apologize. My friends are just overly excited as it is their first time here in the wild area. Ash quickly interjected to calm the elder. The elder's demeanor softened at Ash's words, and he replied sternly, "The wild area prohibits loud noise. Considering it is your first visit, I shall overlook this instance. I am Caesar, the administrator of the wild area. Follow me to register your information. You understand the rules of the wild area, don't you, young man?" Caesar suddenly inquired of Ash. Ash recalled some details he had learned earlier. In the wild area, only the designated Pokeballs and fishing rods could be used. Capturing Pokémon through force was forbidden, and the ecological balance must be preserved. "Yes, I am aware," Ash responded. "Good to hear." Caesar nodded in satisfaction. After the trio completed their registration, Caesar produced a box, saying, "These are your Pokeballs and fishing rods for the wild area. Remember to abide by the regulations." "We will," Ash assured as he accepted the items. Meanwhile, Misty seemed oblivious to Caesar's presence. Her attention was captured by a weathered, yellowed photograph in a nearby resting area. "Ash, Brock, come look. It's a mini dragon. Look who it's with, Mr. Caesar. He looks so young." Upon hearing Misty, Ash and Brock hurried over. Brock glanced at the photograph, confirming it really is a mini dragon. Caesar, overhearing their conversation, swiftly approached and snatched the photo from the wall, coldly stating, "There are no mini dragons here. You must be mistaken." Caesar's behavior only deepened Misty and Brock's curiosity. Just as they contemplated asking for clarification, Ash signaled them with a glance and said, "Misty, Brock, this is the wild area. If there were mini dragons here, they would have been captured long ago. Mr. Caesar likely saw mini dragons elsewhere. Let's move on." Equipped with their designated gear, the trio stepped onto the soil of the wild area. "Hey, Ash, do you know about Mr. Caesar and the mini dragon?" Brock inquired. "I heard Professor Oak mention it. It was 30 years ago. That photo was indeed taken in this wild area, and it attracted many who sought to capture a mini dragon. Even though they never succeeded in catching one, their presence nearly devastated the wild area. Mr. Caesar must have witnessed humanity's madness, which is why he acts as he does now," Ash explained, placing the blame squarely on Professor Oak. Unbeknownst to whether Ash attracted Tauros or if the world itself was contracting, every time he threw a Pokeball in the wild area, a Tauros would willingly come forth to be captured. In no time, Ash had captured 30 Tauros, marking a true haul. "I can't believe it." Indeed, these 30 Tauros were impressive, with most possessing gym-level potential, 3 classified as near elite level, and their leader boasting true elite-level abilities. Pokémon, Tauros gender, male level, low exceptional ability, intimidate potential, elite moves, tackle, pursuit, self-boost, revenge, scary face, mind hammer. The trio wandered through the wild area until they reached a familiar valley. Gazing at the lake within the valley, Ash's expression turned peculiar. Wasn't this the Dragon Valley where Dratini and Dragonair resided in the original story? He summoned his aura powers, quickly sensing 2 unique auras in the lake. Without the interference of Team Rocket, they had unexpectedly arrived at this place. Misty peered at the clear waters of the lake, exclaiming, "The water here is splendid. I have a feeling there must be suitable water-type Pokémon here." Brock mused, "Don't you think this place seems familiar?" "Familiar?" Misty replied, perplexed. "Hey, Misty, do you remember Mr. Caesar's photograph?" Ash prompted. "The photograph? Are you suggesting there are mini dragons here?" Misty exclaimed as realization dawned upon her. Indeed, there are mini dragons here, and a Dragonair as well. The valley's name itself is quite telling, Dragon Valley. Quite the obvious hint. Are you implying that the Dragonair you sensed is the same one Mr. Caesar was photographed with decades ago? Brock speculated, considering the slow growth of dragon-type Pokémon. Evolving from Dratini to Dragonair in 30 years is already a considerable achievement among wild dragon types. That seems plausible. In any case, I can sense a Dragonair and a Dratini nearby. Look, Ash pointed towards the lake's surface. A Dratini curiously observed them from a distance. Pikachu leaped onto a nearby stone pillar beside Dratini, cheerily greeting it. "Dratini!" The Dratini appeared unafraid. So adorable. Misty was immediately captivated by the cuteness of the Dratini. "Absolutely charming," Ash agreed. "Both Dratini and Dragonair are delightful, aren't they?" Chapter 66, Capturing Dratini and Dragonair Pokémon. Dratini type, Dragon gender, female level, superior intermediate ability, Marvel scale potential, demigod skills, glare, twister, thunder wave, dragon tail, agility. Quick attack, dragon dance. By the way, Ash, would you like to release that ancient Dragonite? Dratini's final evolution is Dragonite, suggested Brock. Ash touched the Master Ball at his waist and shook his head. No, Dragonite is currently asleep, recovering its strength. After administering the restorative potion awarded by the system, Dragonite fell into a deep slumber to expedite its recovery. Of course, before drifting off, Dragonite had instructed Ash to wake her if needed. Additionally, this location is a sanctuary for Dragonair and Dratini. Bringing Dragonite out could easily attract unwanted disturbances. Although Ash was tempted by Dratini's demigod-level potential, he was not one to capture every Pokémon he encountered. Kid, if possible, take this Dratini with you. At that moment, Caesar's voice resonated behind the three. Mr. Caesar, what brings you here? Ash inquired, surprised. This is where I first encountered Dratini, a place once fueled by my vanity, which I shamelessly named Dragon Valley. Allowing Dratini to remain here will ultimately harm them. I have observed your every move in the wild area, unlike those blindly pursuing powerful Pokémon. I trust Dratini and Dragonair with you. Caesar regretted the photograph he had taken 30 years ago. Now, seeing Dratini once more in the same place, he felt a sense of closure. He had witnessed how Ash treated wild Pokémon with kindness, offering healing to the injured, and how wild Pokémon favored him, lining up for him to capture them. Upon seeing Dratini, he harbored no ulterior motives. He felt assured about Ash. But Mr. Caesar, haven't you always opposed capturing Dragonair and Dratini? Ash questioned, perplexed. Caesar shook his head, resolutely stating, you are different from those others. Go ahead and try. With your rapport with wild Pokémon, capturing Dratini should be within your grasp. Very well, I shall make an effort. With Caesar's unwavering gaze upon him, Ash proceeded to act. He channeled his goodwill through the aura into the lake. This Dratini was evidently the offspring of the Dragonair dwelling at the lake's bottom. Taking either one would hurt the other. Shortly thereafter, ripples danced across the lake's surface, and a Dragonair emerged from the depths. Pokémon, Dragonair type, Dragon gender, female level, intermediate champion ability, shed skin potential, champion skills, glare, thunder wave, twister, dragon tail, rain dance, Draco meteor, dragon dance, hyper beam, dragon breath, dragon pulse. The Dragonair flew to Ash's side, sniffing the air, her gaze fixating on the Master Ball at Ash's waist. Hello, Dragonair. Ash greeted softly, waving gently. Meow, greetings, human. The Dragonair responded, sensing the aura of her kin emanating from Ash, lifting her spirits. You are that Dratini from back then? You grown, Caesar exclaimed. His emotion stirred as he noticed the cross-shaped mark on Dragonair's head. Meow? Dragonair looked at Caesar intently, then leaned closer, indeed remembering him. This was the very Dratini that had posed for a photograph with Caesar, now evolved into Dragonair, Brock noted. It's truly moving, Misty remarked, glancing at the Dratini, frolicking with Pikachu. That Dratini playing with Pikachu is Dragonair's child, isn't it? Indeed, it is her offspring, and it has only recently hatched, Ash confirmed. After reminiscing, Caesar nudged Ash forward towards Dragonair, saying, Dragonair, this trainer is trustworthy. You may follow him with your child. I believe he will better protect you both. Dragonair gazed deeply at Ash and then slowly nodded. Subsequently, she flew to the lake's edge, bringing Dratini before Ash. Meow. Thus, the two Pokémon, large and small, awaited Ash's capture in silence. Observing this, Ash produced two Pokeballs, gently tapping them on the heads of Dragonair and Dratini, successfully capturing them. Beep. Detection of the capture of Dratini and Dragonair. Reward, 20,000 points, 2 rare candies, 2 dragon scales. Beep. Detection of capturing a demigod from the Kanto region. Unlocking the hidden task, Demigod Collector. Upon triggering yet another task, Ash felt overwhelmed. He had never anticipated such obligations. Yet the system seemed intent on presenting them regardless of his desires. Though this task differed from the previous one regarding assembling a legendary Pokémon team, with no penalties, seeing the addition of another task on the system panel instilled an inexplicable pressure within him. Ash, congratulations. Misty and Brock sincerely congratulated him on capturing Dragonair and Dratini. Regaining his composure, Ash smiled. I owe my gratitude to Mr. Caesar for his guidance. My words were merely a reference. It was not I who facilitated this, but rather Dragonair's choice of you. In truth, Caesar had not held high hopes for Ash. Ash, the Pokémon you captured in the wild area have all been transferred from the hunting balls to standard Pokeballs. Caesar approached with a basket of red and white balls. The majority of these were ashes, naturally containing the Tauros he had captured in the wild area. He had used luxury balls for Dratini and Dragonair, avoiding the need for Caesar's assistance. What will you do with so many Tauros? Misty inquired curiously. 30 Tauros constitute the size of small herd, comparable to that managed on a medium-sized ranch. With that, Ash began operating the Pokeballs, foregoing prior notification to Professor Oak, aiming solely for a surprise. At that moment, in Professor Oak's lab, the Team Rocket trio was laboring under the supervision of Jengar, working for Ash. That little brat is truly annoying. Where on earth did he acquire such impressive technology? Meowth, sporting goggles, wielded a drill in one hand and a screwdriver in the other, working industriously. Indeed, Meowth. Keep up the good work. James chimed in. Damn it, you two? Don't just stand there watching me work. Meowth exclaimed, frantically swiping at their faces. Chapter 67. Prosecutor Joy. After bidding farewell to Mr. Caesar, Ash and his companions set forth towards their next destination, the Crimson Gym. Along the way, they traversed a tempestuous cycle route, aided a Ditto in overcoming its transformation troubles, and passed through a forest inhabited by Pikachu, where they encountered four brothers with a deep fondness for Eevee. After a lengthy journey, they arrived at a quaint little town named Dark City. Broad gazed at the desolate streets, perplexed. It's broad daylight, yet not a soul is in sight. How very strange. No sooner had he spoken than a child burst forth from a nearby house. Don't run outside recklessly. What if a Pokémon trainer sees you? What does that even mean? Why should we be concerned about Pokémon trainers? Misty retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Quick, Pikachu! Iron Tail! Ash exclaimed, spotting a projectile hurtling towards them. As Pikachu deflected the incoming stone, Ash called up to the roof. I see you up there. Come down at once. Upon hearing Ash's words, 3 young boys lost their balance and tumbled down from the rooftop. Hey, are you all right? Ash rushed over to check on them. Are you Pokémon trainers? One boy in red asked. Indeed, Ash replied. Do you harbor resentment towards Pokémon trainers? Is someone using Pokémon for nefarious purposes? This is something I should explain, interjected a gentleman who approached them. Come to my home. We can discuss this in a more comfortable setting. Under the guidance of a gentleman, Ash and his friends entered a modest restaurant. To be candid, the situation is as follows. The Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym in our city are vying for Pokémon Gym qualifications issued by the League. They have begun recruiting traveling trainers as their lackeys, and whenever a conflict arises, they engage in Pokémon battles without regard for the surroundings. Consequently, we have grown to resent Pokémon trainers due to the frequent disturbances. Is that so? It seems the issues between these two gyms are quite serious, Ash remarked. How about we assist you in resolving this matter? Running a gym can be lucrative, Ash surmised. Both gyms likely aspired to become the face of Dark City for profit. Such selfishness, employing Pokémon for wrongdoing, is truly unforgivable. Look, a child exclaimed, pointing out the window. What is happening? Misty asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. It's a minor skirmish between the Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym, the gentleman observed, his expression tightening. You should head to the second floor. No, I must intervene, Ash replied, his demeanor darkening as he peered outside. In the street, 2 groups of Pokémon trainers, clad in distinct attire, were engaged in a chaotic brawl. It was no wonder the citizens of Dark City despised Pokémon trainers. Their fights lacked any semblance of order, surpassing even the disorder of street brawlers. While the latter knew to avoid causing trouble, these trainers seemed oblivious, causing the greatest damage to the very buildings lining the street. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt to bring them to their senses. Pikachu. With determination, Pikachu leaped into the fray, releasing a surge of powerful electricity. Ugh, I'm paralyzed. The 2 groups cried out, convulsing from the shock. Ash observed coldly, waiting until roughly half a minute had passed before saying, Pikachu. That's enough. Those pesky kids. Scyther, teach him a lesson. Barked the leader of the Yas gym, directing his Pokémon. With a swift motion, Scyther charged forward. Such stubbornness. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to dispatch it. Then follow up with Thunder to ensure these ruffians calm down. Pika, Mr. Ash, please show mercy. A voice called from behind Ash, revealing a well-cloaked guest seated at the next table. What? Miss Joy, are you planning to intervene and take these rascals away? Ash inquired, having sensed her formidable presence through his aura. If his intuition was correct, this Miss Joy was the most gifted trainer among the Joy family and the League's prosecutor, possessing the legendary Latias. Ah, it seems my disguise has been penetrated by none other than you. Ash, Joy admitted, removing her cloak with a hint of disappointment, having meticulously prepared it for quite some time. You are correct, Mr. Ash. These two gyms indeed present significant problems. I shall report the details to the League and temporarily halt the issuance of gym licenses in Dark City. Despite being a Pokémon League prosecutor, Joy maintained a humble demeanor before Ash, for anyone with sufficient skill could ascend to such a position, while expertise in Pokémon research required substantial credentials, making it difficult to even become a researcher, let alone a professor. Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands, Miss Joy. It would be best for them to repair the damages they have caused before receiving appropriate educational consequences, Ash proposed. Certainly, I must thank you for your assistance, Mr. Ash. Chapter 68. Battle against Latia's Miss Joy. There is a matter I wish to entrust to you, Ash said earnestly. What is it? Joy inquired, puzzled. Miss Joy, as the League's prosecutor, I believe you must be a formidable trainer. Would you be so kind as to engage in a battle with me? Please use your strongest Pokémon, Ash added thoughtfully, a hint of apprehension in his voice as he feared Joy might unleash a serene Grace Blissey. Are you serious, Mr. Ash? Joy asked, somewhat troubled as she regarded him. She was aware of Ash's status as a Pokémon researcher and his potential importance to her family, which made it difficult for her to refuse. While she acknowledged that Ash's Pikachu was stronger than many trainers, she doubted Ash could triumph over her most powerful Pokémon. She worried that this battle might discourage him. With unwavering determination, Ash implored, Miss Joy, please. Very well, Joy conceded reluctantly, deciding that if necessary, she would let him win gracefully. Let us head to the nearby Pokémon Center to borrow the battle arena. Before long, they arrived at the Pokémon Center on the outskirts of Black Cloud City. Accompanying them were the trainers from the Kaz and Yas gyms, summoned by Miss Joy to learn about formal battles. The Pokémon League was committed to the development of gyms, as more gyms would foster an increase in trainers, thereby strengthening the League. Although these two gyms had not yet received official recognition, their competence met the League's standards, which was one of the reasons Joy, as a prosecutor, was present. Please hold on a moment while I switch my Pokémon, Ash said. All right. I will wait for you at the battle arena, Joy replied, nodding. A few minutes later, Ash stood confidently across from Miss Joy. The match was between Ash from Pallet Town and Prosecutor Joy, with the rules set for a 1v1 battle. Brock, serving as the referee, announced the rules, primarily for the benefit of the trainers from the two gyms. Then it is decided, Zapdos, I choose you, Ash declared, sending forth the Pokémon he had captured in the abandoned power plant in Leaf Town. Zapdos! The revelation shocked everyone present. Brock and Misty were aware that Ash had captured Zapdos, but had never witnessed him in battle before. An elite Zapdos, I see. It seems Ash possesses not only research talent, but also a remarkable aptitude for training Pokémon, Joy mused silently. She threw a Pokeball, exclaiming, Come forth, Latias! A red, aircraft-like Pokémon appeared before them. Pokémon, Latias type, Dragon Psychic gender, female level, Champion intermediate role, none ability, levitate potential, level 2 deity skills, assist power, self-restoration, telekinesis, tailwind, dragon breath, wish, mist ball, mind reader, dragon pulse, heal pulse, psychic, healing wish, dragon dance, ultimate impact, future sight. A dragon and psychic type, Latias. It seems my instincts were correct. Miss Joy, you are indeed a powerful trainer, Ash remarked softly. This was the first time he had encountered a champion-level Pokémon outside of Professor Oak's collection. Impressive, Mr. Ash, that you even recognize Latias, Joy responded, surprised by Ash's extensive knowledge. Latias? What kind of Pokémon is that? One of the trainers from the gym asked, bewildered. Latias is the guardian spirit of Fortree City in the Hoenn region, a legendary Pokémon known only to a select few outside those who reside there. In Kanto, it is rare to even find a statue of Latias, let alone information in a Pokédex, Joy explained. Ah, human. I sense the presence of other legendary beings around you. Latias exclaimed, detecting a remarkable aura emanating from Ash, hinting at the presence of multiple legendary Pokémon. Upon hearing Latias' telepathic communication, Ash greeted, "Hello, Latias." Joy wore a resigned expression. Zapdos, electric terrain. Latias, dragon breath. In order to spare Ash's pride, Joy decided not to contest the terrain enhancement. Zapdos, evade to the right and unleash thunder. Ash commanded. Following his orders, Zapdos dodged and released a dazzling bolt of lightning toward Latias. Latias missed ball. Joy chose to confront the challenge head-on. The two powerful attacks collided without inflicting damage on either side, but it was evident that Joy had allowed Latias to hold back. Seeing that he had not even grazed his opponent, Ash resolved to escalate the confrontation. Zapdos, thunder. Latias, dragon pulse. Once again, the two techniques clashed. But this time Latias' attack disrupted Zapdos' offensive and struck its left wing, causing it to falter in flight. Zapdos, are you alright? Ash inquired with concern. Zapdos shook its head, its eyes betraying a stronger fighting spirit. This opponent was even tougher than those it had faced in its territory. Zapdos relished the challenge of formidable adversaries. Alright, then unleash Thunder Charge. Zapdos surged forward, crackling with electricity. Thunder Charge was a technique that involved enveloping the body in electricity and charging at the opponent. Failure to land the attack would result in self-inflicted damage. Latias, take flight. Do not allow Zapdos to succeed. Joy had no intention of engaging directly. Latias' speed was remarkable. Even if Zapdos' wing had not been injured, it would have struggled to keep pace. As Zapdos' attack missed, it suffered some self-inflicted injuries. Latias now. Mind Reader. Joy seized the opportunity to command Latias to strike. Zapdos, defend. Ash shouted urgently. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Ash's defeat. As the match ended, Ash solemnly addressed Joy. Miss Joy, when we meet again, I hope you will battle me with all your strength. During this encounter, Ash sensed that Joy had intentionally held back. A champion-level Latias should not have struggled to defeat a mid-tier elite Zapdos, particularly one that bore hidden injuries. Ash was confident that Joy, a member of the renowned Joy family, would perceive the state of a Pokémon. Very well. I look forward to our next encounter, Mr. Ash. Joy replied before departing with the trainers from the two gyms, their training still ongoing. Chapter 69. Capturing Jigglypuff Dark Market, Pokémon Center. After concluding their battle, Ash and his companions decided to spend the night there, setting off the next day. As they finished their meal, Misty posed a question she had been pondering. Ash. Miss Joy, what exactly is the Pokémon you used? Indeed, Ash, Brock chimed in, from your tone. That creature named Latias must be quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Latias, like Zapdos, is a legendary Pokémon, revered as the guardian of the Water City, Fortree, in the Hoenn region. It is an extraordinary creature of both dragon and psychic types. Latias possesses a high intelligence, capable of sensing human emotions, and its feathers hold unique abilities, enabling it to become invisible and even mimic other forms. In Fortree, a Latias exists that has adapted to living among humans due to these special traits, Ash explained. Ash, have you ever been to the Water City? Misty inquired with curiosity. No, I haven't been there yet. However, during my travels in the Hoenn region, I might pass through. Ash replied. The Hoenn region? Huh? That sounds enticing, Misty mused. The Water City must be teeming with water-type Pokémon. Don't dwell on it too much. By the way, Brock, is there a route that could get us to Lily Cove City faster? There should be one, but it seems one route goes through the desert. Ash, are we really going to take that path? Brock asked uncertainly. Absolutely. With Zapdos and the ancient Aerodactyl accompanying us, a mere desert is nothing to fear, Ash declared confidently. As predicted, over the next few days, they found themselves lost in the desert. Fortunately, with the help of Pidgey, they managed to find their way back to civilization. Neon Town is renowned as a city that never sleeps, yet its inhabitants are known for their irritable temperaments. This was Ash's first impression upon entering the town. Even minor disputes could escalate into confrontations. Brock compared his town guide and noted the stark differences, exclaiming, "What is this?" The description of this town is utterly inconsistent with the guide. The people here are so peculiar. Perhaps their lack of sleep has led to their irritable natures, Ash speculated. Is that so? Whatever the case, let us find a hotel. After camping for several days, I long for a soft, cozy bed, Misty sighed, clutching her Togepi with visible fatigue. Speaking of which, I too yearn for a bed. Right, Pikachu? Ash glanced down at Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Thus, the group spent the night in Neon City. The following morning, they set out once more. Upon entering a forest, they encountered a Jigglypuff. Pokémon, Jigglypuff type, normal fairy gender, female level, elite ability, cute charm qualification, champion skills, sing, mimic, sweet kiss, pout, lullaby, sleep, yearn. Description: this Jigglypuff cannot sing and despises singing training, yet yearns to perform. Note: when it attempts to sing, it often inadvertently uses its ability to lull listeners to sleep. Those who cannot fully appreciate its song may face potential retaliation in the form of graffiti. It harbors a strong desire for revenge. One adorable Jigglypuff, Misty exclaimed, her face lighting up. Togepi, nestled in her arms, immediately bristled at the praise directed towards another Pokémon. Misty quickly added, "Togepi, you're also very cute." Brock observed the disheartened Jigglypuff sitting on a tree stump and commented, "This Jigglypuff seems quite sad." "It must be because it cannot sing," Ash remarked. Upon hearing Ash's observation, Jigglypuff nodded, gazing at Ash with longing, as if pleading for him to teach it. Suddenly, Jigglypuff puffed out its cheeks and playfully kicked Pikachu's back. "Pika!" Pikachu looked around, bewildered. Ash gently held Jigglypuff's head, advising, "Jigglypuff, that's not appropriate." Jigglypuff turned its head away in defiance. "Never mind. Let us search for berries that might help with your singing," Ash suggested. He recalled that Brock had resolved a similar issue with Jigglypuff in the original story. "Let us go see," Ash said, lifting Jigglypuff into his arms. Even if they didn't find anything, he could always purchase something through the system, though explaining its sudden appearance might prove challenging. Under Brock's guidance, they quickly located some berries. Ash picked one and said, "Jigglypuff, eat this. It should enable you to sing." Without hesitation, Jigglypuff took a big bite. After consuming the berry, Jigglypuff indeed found its voice. As Ash listened to Jigglypuff sing, he felt drowsy, realizing the impending danger. He hastily activated his aura shield to block out Jigglypuff's melody. Once the song was silenced, Ash quickly regained his alertness. Observing Pikachu and Misty asleep, he remarked, "That song is truly a blessing for insomniacs." Jigglypuff, noticing that Ash and Misty had succumbed to its lullaby, became indignant, its little eyes scanning for something to exact revenge. "Jigglypuff, your song is beautiful. Would you like to join me? I can help you perform for more people." Ash offered, producing a luxury ball and lightly tapping Jigglypuff. Ding! The system announced, detected host capturing Jigglypuff. Reward: 5,000 points. Master level songwriting skills. Top tier vocal talent. Chinese song database. "Oh, not again," Ash thought, bemused. "This reward is remarkably similar to the one I received for capturing Ghastly. Is there a pattern to this system's rewards?" Chapter 70. The Valley of the Simpletons. After capturing Jigglypuff, Ash, akin to the original narrative, had Jigglypuff serenade the townsfolk of Neon Town, lulling them into a peaceful slumber and dissipating any lingering hostility before embarking on their journey once more. Over the course of 3 days, they arrived at a locale known as the Valley of the Simpletons. Upon entering, they encountered numerous individuals carrying pickaxes and shovels, their faces alight with excitement as they ventured deeper into the valley, seemingly on a quest to unearth something remarkable. At this juncture, Brock pointed ahead at a figure clad in black, hoisting a pickaxe, a hedgehog-headed individual. "Hey, Ash, is that green up ahead?" "Green?" Ash squinted in the indicated direction and, to his astonishment, indeed recognized Green. He called out, "Hey, you smelly Green, are you dressed like that to go treasure hunting?" With just half a month as progress, Ash scoffed. What is so impressive? I'll catch up with you soon enough. Fuming at Ash's dismissive attitude, Green felt a surge of irritation. Ash patted Green on the shoulder, saying, "All right, Green, you take your time digging. We'll be on our way." Truth be told, Ash yearned to remain and document the moment Green unearthed his treasure, but alas, his aura-sensing abilities had already detected the presence of various Pokémon deep within the Valley of the Simpletons. If memory served, that very location was where the Simpletons and Team Rocket had once fallen into a cave in the original tale. It was a resting place for ancient Pokémon, housing an exceptionally rare fossilized pterodactyl. In the original narrative, this pterodactyl had provoked Charmeleon's evolution, and Ash was eager to witness if it could similarly inspire Charmeleon's transformation this time. Throughout their journey, whenever they camped, Charmeleon either sought out battles or was on the path to finding challengers, amassing considerable combat experience. Thus, Ash harbored no concerns about any complications arising from Charmeleon's potential evolution. If it rebelled, he could always resort to a good scolding. Guided by the aura, Ash soon led Misty and Brock into a concealed cave. "Charmeleon, come forth." He summoned Charmeleon to serve as a torchbearer. Behind them, Brock inquired, "Ash, do you truly believe ancient Pokémon slumber within this cave?" "Indeed. There are numerous Pokémon below. Most exhibit a tranquil aura, though a select few are quite vigorous. Predominantly, they seem to belong to the rock and water types. If any catch your eye, you might want to attempt capturing one. This opportunity may not arise again. Once we exit, I shall inform Professor Oak, and he will likely advocate for the establishment of a protective reserve." As he spoke, Ash retrieved his long-neglected recorder from his backpack. "Water types? Rock types?" A spark of excitement ignited in Misty and Brock's eyes, and their pace quickened significantly. Seeing Charmeleon being urged along by their enthusiasm, Ash remarked exasperatedly, "Come on, you two don't need to rush so much. How can we not be in a hurry? These are ancient Pokémon, which we usually only see in fossil museums. Now that we have a chance to see them in person, of course, we're thrilled." Brock retorted vehemently. "Exactly. Ash, can't you understand our excitement?" Misty added, expressing a rare hint of discontent towards Ash. At that moment, Pikachu seemed to sense something, breaking away from the group and darting into the shadows. Ash, following the two, pressed onward, fully aware of Pikachu's departure from the group. Before long, the three of them, accompanied by Charmeleon, arrived in a vast underground chamber. "This space is enormous," Misty exclaimed in awe. Brock, feeling the texture of a stone pillar, noted not only is the space large, but the rock formations closely resemble those displayed in the Fossil Museum. Suddenly, several eerie red lights flickered to life in the darkness. Misty shivered at the sight of them. "Hey, Ash, look. It's nothing to worry about. They were merely awakened by the commotion of fossil excavation above," Ash reassured, extending his aura to convey goodwill. Moments later, a merry troop of ancient Pokémon, including Kabuto, Scyther, Ammonite, and Anorith, joyously gathered around Ash, eagerly devouring the energy cubes he offered. It seemed their prolonged slumber had left them severely depleted of energy. "Misty, Brock, if you wish to capture any, you'd best hurry," Ash urged. "Understood." The two wasted no time and began their attempts at capturing Pokémon that caught their fancy. Lured by the promise of food and shelter, a Kabuto and an Ammonite willingly joined their ranks. Having successfully captured her desired Ammonite, Misty turned to Ash, who remained indifferent. "Ash, you don't plan on capturing any, do you?" "I'm not after them. There's a larger target approaching," Ash replied, his gaze fixed on the depths of the cave. "Charmeleon, I'll be counting on you soon." Charmeleon, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly, a fierce determination igniting in its eyes as it sensed the presence of the fossilized pterodactyl. "Large target?" Misty questioned, puzzled. However, the next instant, a rush of wind echoed from the cave's depths, as if something was soaring towards them at great speed. The ancient Pokémon, still feasting, sensed the impending threat and scurried into the shadows. In the blink of an eye, a gray-bodied pterodactyl with purple wings, equipped with 4 sharp claws and serrated teeth, materialized before the trio. Pokémon, fossil pterodactyl type, rock flying gender, male level, intermediate champion ability, intimidation qualification, near champion skills, bite, Origin Pulse, Sonic Wave, Dragon Breath, Inherited, Wing Attack, Rock Slide, Crunch, Stone Edge, Hyper Beam, Ultimate Impact. Chapter 71. Capturing the Fossil Pterodactyl. What a magnificent Pokémon. Misty was overwhelmed with fear at the sight of the menacing fossil pterodactyl. That was the fossil pterodactyl, a dinosaur Pokémon renowned for its ferocity in ancient times and once the sovereign of the skies. It's alive. Let us run. Brock shouted in terror. Ash grinned and commanded, Charmeleon, unleash your flames. Charmeleon, responding to the command, reared back and shot an orange flame at the fossil pterodactyl. The pterodactyl, taken aback by the audacity of Charmeleon's attack, flapped its wings fiercely, attempting to disperse the inferno. However, charged with abundant fire energy and empowered by the rainbow feather, Charmeleon's flames were not easily thwarted. The fire struck the fossil pterodactyl squarely in the chest, igniting a painful burn that provoked its primal fury. It lunged forward, crashing heavily into Charmeleon against a stone pillar, its expression mocking, as if to say, "You cannot even withstand a single blow and dare to challenge me?" Enraged by the pterodactyl's demeanor, Charmeleon ignited with a brilliant white light. "Oh, it's evolving!" Ash exclaimed joyfully. As the light faded, a robust Charizard emerged. Pokémon, Charizard type, Fire Flying ability, Blaze, Sacred Fire, doubles the power of Fire-type moves, with a chance to inflict a burn on the opponent, healing itself slowly while in flames. Level, Early Elite Potential. Level 2 God. Having evolved, Charizard compensated for its earlier shortcomings, restoring its potential to that of a Level 2 God, and its ability transformed to include a feature akin to the legendary Sacred Fire of Shiny Ho-Oh. Charizard, teach the fossil pterodactyl a lesson, Ash commanded. Charizard, with a resolute nod, flapped its wings and appeared right before the fossil pterodactyl. With a resounding crash, its fiery tail struck the pterodactyl's face, slamming it against the stone pillar below. Good. Charizard, seize it and execute Earthquake. Ash directed Charizard to unleash its ultimate move. Charizard, obeying, grasped the pterodactyl's tail, spiraled into the air, and then plunged downwards with tremendous force. Boom! The ground erupted into a massive crater, dislodging rocks from the cave ceiling. Ash swiftly activated a wave shield to protect Misty and Brock. As the fossil pterodactyl lay unconscious, Ash threw a luxury ball to capture it. Congratulations, Ash! You've captured another formidable Pokémon. Misty cheered. Ash nodded, saying, Yes, you two go ahead with Charizard. I'll look for Pikachu. It sensed something and went off to investigate. Pikachu is missing? It was only when Ash pointed it out that they realized a yellow mouse was absent from their party. Brock suggested, Should we go together? No need. I can ascend quickly with my aura power. Charizard, please take them up first. I'll follow shortly, Ash instructed. Charizard acknowledged with a nod and lifted the two towards the cave's entrance. Once they departed, Ash sensed Pikachu's location through his aura and soared into the air towards where Pikachu awaited. Minutes later, Ash arrived at an unknown Pokémon's nest, where he found Pikachu cradling a Pokémon egg, roughly the same size as itself. The shell bore a red and blue pattern design, and Ash instantly recognized it as a Togepi egg. Pokémon, Togepi type, Fairy gender, female level, 0 ability, Serene Grace potential, champion moves, Tackle, Growl, Charm, Psychic, Inherited. Pikachu, it's time to go. Ash called to Pikachu. Pika Pika. Look what I found. Pikachu showcased the Togepi egg proudly upon hearing Ash's voice. Oh, an egg. Quite the find. But Pikachu, you ran off without a word. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Ash feigned irritation. Pikachu's demeanor shifted to one of dejection. Never mind. Considering it's for this little one, I'll forgive you this time. Now, hand me the egg. Pika Pika. Pikachu passed the egg to Ash, looking somewhat sheepish as it scratched its head. Ash took out a hatching device from his backpack, placed the egg inside, and filled it with nutrient fluid, stating, We're off. With Togepi's egg now in hand, he had 2 eggs awaiting hatching, one from the Golden Gym, gifted by Nessa's father, along with this newly acquired one. Both Togepi and Kadabra were rare Pokémon with high growth potential, entirely reliant on the trainer's skill. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder. Ash then soared upward toward the cave's entrance. Pika! Oh no, Ash is really flying now. Pikachu's expression reflected disbelief. Ash, with a serious face, pressed down on Pikachu's head, saying, Pikachu, don't forget I can understand you. Pika Pika. Ash, you're amazing. Pikachu quickly changed its tune, offering praise. At least you're perceptive. By the way, Pikachu, Charmeleon has evolved into Charizard now, surpassing your strength. You currently rank as 6th. Ash chuckled. In any case, if he raises another elite-level Pokémon, Ash could also be hailed as an elite trainer. Pika. What? Pikachu was incredulous. It hadn't paid attention to these rankings until now, and Ash's words instilled a sense of urgency within it. Pikachu, aside from the ancient Dragonite and Zapdos, Pokémon like Shiny Galate, Steelix, and Charizard are all capable of Mega Evolution. You need to step up your game, or else. Ash continued to stoke the flames of competition. Pika Pika. Ash, I need a power similar to Mega Evolution. I've heard that the Alola region has Z moves. The Galar region has Dynamax, and Paldea has Terastallization. These 3 battling systems can enhance your strength. Unfortunately, I currently lack the necessary items, and some require visiting those regions. Therefore, Pikachu, you must strive to grow stronger through your own efforts. Can you do that? Pika. Pikachu nodded earnestly, determined not to remain in 6th place. Chapter 72. The Enigmatic Garden. 1. Before long, Ash emerged from the cave with Pikachu by his side. Upon seeing Ash's figure, Misty let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Ash, you finally made it out. I told you I'd be back quickly. The cave below has stabilized, but just to be safe, I had Miss Junshaw keep watch. Brock, I entrust this matter to you. I need to deliver the data I collected to Professor Oak and discuss the subsequent affairs regarding this cave. Absolutely. I'll go find Miss Junshaw, Brock replied, unable to contain his joy. 2 days later, Ash and his companions had finally extricated themselves from the events in the Great Fool Valley. The valley was ultimately designated as a key research area for ancient Pokémon, with the League appointing Pokémon caretakers to oversee it, and even establishing a police station and hospital. As the discoverer, Ash naturally garnered recognition for his contributions. Given that he currently lacked for resources and did not intend to claim rewards immediately, he decided to approach the League for any future needs. Time flew by, and a week had passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Ash engaged in a Pokémon battle with an elderly gentleman in the forest. Bulbasaur, Solar Beam. The Rhydon lunged forward with a tackle attack. The Solar Beam struck the Rhydon on the head, just as it charged forward, incapacitating it. Sir, your Rhydon is remarkably trained. Its strength is impressive. Ash complimented the old man. Your Bulbasaur is even better cultivated. Not only is it large in stature, but its power exceeds that of its peers. I had no chance to retaliate, the old man said, patting his head in admiration. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, by the way, young lad, are you here for the legends of this forest? The legends of the forest? Ash inquired, puzzled. What makes this forest so special? Isn't it to find an opportunity for Bulbasaur's evolution? The old man seemed surprised. Opportunity for evolution? What do you mean? Ash was even more confused. His Bulbasaur was indeed on the brink of evolution, yet there had been no response. After consulting the system, he learned that it required the essence of a dominant Pokémon, along with more battles and energy accumulation, but there were no further details. However, several days ago, Squirtle had evolved into Wartortle after battling a Blastoise. There exists an extraordinary garden within this forest, where numerous Bulbasaurs gather, alongside several Ivysaurs and a notably large Venusaur. Every year at this time, these Bulbasaurs congregate in the garden to hold an evolution ceremony. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but that's the local legend. Few have actually witnessed it. If you're interested, you could inquire at the Pokémon Center ahead with Nurse Joy. She has worked here for quite some time and might possess some insider information. After saying this, the old man waved goodbye to Ash and his friends. Shall we go take a look? Brock asked. Let us do it. The day is drawing to a close, and even if we learn nothing, we can stay the night. Ash replied. Wonderful. No need to camp out. Misty exclaimed joyfully. In all likelihood, It wouldn't be long before they could stay in a proper house, even while in the wild. Ash smiled mysteriously. A few days prior, Professor Oak had informed him that Team Rocket had successfully implemented capsule technology, and soon it would be in mass production. Furthermore, the gravity bracelet and smartphone were nearing completion. To be honest, without Team Rocket's interference, Ash felt this journey was becoming somewhat monotonous. Really? Misty's face lit up with excitement. Both she and Brock were aware of the capsule technology, having traveled together, and Ash had no intention of withholding information. Indeed, we owe much to those three from Team Rocket. It's baffling. Those three are so talented, yet they choose to engage in mischief, Brock pondered. Different personal pursuits. I suppose. Just the other day, didn't we see a missing person notice that bore a striking resemblance to James? I'll be candid with you. That notice was indeed referring to him. His family possesses wealth enough to last several lifetimes. Ash chuckled. Is that true? James is actually a rich heir? The two were astounded. Of course. Thus, the trio continued discussing Team Rocket as they journeyed onward, soon arriving at the Pokémon Center nestled within the forest. Nurse Joy, hello. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. I heard there's a garden here that attracts a multitude of Bulbasaurs. Is that correct? Ash inquired. Mr. Ash, it's such an honor to meet you. Nurse Joy exclaimed, her excitement palpable, her breath quickening. Oh, why doesn't that charming aura belong to me? Brock lamented, covering his eyes in mock despair. It must be the aftermath of the Great Fool Valley incident. Misty added, equally exasperated. She had initially thought she would have the upper hand being so close. It seemed Nurse Joy and Miss Junshaw shared similar thoughts, eager to forge a connection with Ash. Such uniform allure feels like cheating. Before long, Ash had gathered the relevant information. Misty, Brock, do you wish to explore that garden? Ash asked his companions. Is this garden really a thing? Misty queried, intrigued. It should be. Nurse Joy's information is quite reliable. I can sense many grass-type Pokémon gathering deeper within the forest and look outside. Ash pointed to the window. What was once a verdant landscape had transformed into a beautiful scene adorned with wildflowers. How lovely! Misty marveled. Bulbasaur, let us seek out your opportunity for evolution. Ash addressed his companion. Bulbasaur longed for evolution, having witnessed the might of Charizard and Squirtle's transformation, and its yearning for power fueled its desire to evolve. The only regret was that its size would significantly increase post-evolution, which troubled Bulbasaur. The group ventured deeper into the forest as night fell, encountering numerous Bulbasaurs lining up to enter. Chapter 73. Bulbasaur. The direction in which the pollen gathered was aligned with that of the Bulbasaurs. How astonishing! Exclaimed Misty. This might just be the secret of the incredible evolution in this garden. Stay close, everyone. The Bulbasaur clan here is quite wary of outsiders, Ash cautioned. In the next moment, numerous vine whips extended from the trees on either side, attempting to obstruct Ash and his companions' advance. To ensure the Bulbasaur wouldn't miss its opportunity, Ash instructed, Bulbasaur, you go ahead. We'll catch up with you shortly. Bulbasaur. The creature understood and hurriedly joined the other Bulbasaurs. Pikachu? Ash, is it really necessary for Bulbasaur to evolve? Pikachu looked at Ash, aware of the Bulbasaur's internal struggle, as it was his role as the elder brother to understand. Ash had seen an item in the system shop that allowed for the control of evolutionary forms, but it required the Pokémon to be at its highest evolutionary stage and was rather expensive, costing nearly 10 million points. Pika, is that true? Of course. However, Pikachu, you must also train diligently. Once Bulbasaur evolves into Venusaur, it can undergo Mega Evolution as well. Pikachu was instantly invigorated, swinging its iron tail vigorously and clearing the surrounding vine whips. Soon, the group beheld an open meadow, dominated by a massive dead tree at its center. No wonder this was merely a rumor. It seems the Bulbasaur clan has specifically encircled this area with vines to avoid disturbances, Brock observed, astonished by the towering wall of vines. The evolutionary ceremonies of Pokémon have always been solemn, particularly in instances of collective evolution. Ash's Bulbasaur was the most conspicuous among them due to its size. As the pollen gathered, the dead tree in the meadow revitalized. its withered branches regrowing until the entire tree was alive again, its leaves glowing a fiery red. Boom, boom. A series of heavy footsteps resonated from the hollow of the giant tree. What a magnificent Venusaur! A dominant Venusaur emerged from hollow. Pokémon, dominant Venusaur type, grass poison gender, male level, mid-king ability, overgrow qualification, champion skills. Not specified. The Venusaur stepped onto a tree stump, its voice growing louder. As its presence intensified, a soft glow emanated from most of the Bulbasaurs, signaling the emergence of the light of evolution. As the light spread, many Bulbasaurs began to evolve. In contrast, Ash's Bulbasaur remained still, with only the seed on its back emitting a faint glow. At that moment, the Venusaur noticed the situation of Ash's Bulbasaur and, seeing that it was also a dominant Pokémon, expressed confusion. Venusaur, you are also dominant. Why have I not encountered you before? Bulbasaur shook its head and replied, Bulbasaur, I am just passing through in search of an opportunity to evolve. Brock, it seems your Bulbasaur is unable to evolve. He furrowed his brow. I think I know the reason. Please wait here, Ash said before rushing toward Bulbasaur. Venusaur, Ash's sudden appearance caused the gathering Bulbasaurs and Venusaur to tense up. Apologies. We mean no harm. That Bulbasaur is my companion, Ash explained using his aura. Bulbasaur. Upon seeing Ash, Bulbasaur called out excitedly. The power of aura. Human. You are the Aura Guardian? The dominant Venusaur looked at Ash in astonishment. Hello, Venusaur. I wish for my Bulbasaur to evolve. Could you please assist me? Ash earnestly requested. You may speak. I would like you to unleash your dominant aura upon Bulbasaur. It is a special dominant Pokémon like yourself. I will be most grateful. The Venusaur glanced at Ash and then at Bulbasaur before finally nodding in agreement. Once the dominant aura was unleashed, the presence of the dominant Venusaur transformed dramatically, and the newly evolved Bulbasaurs gazed upon it with heightened reverence. Ash's Bulbasaur, however, only felt a slight pressure, yet the seed on its back began to shimmer more brightly. It's working, Ash concluded, growing more confident in his hypothesis. He continued to address Venusaur. It seems the pressure is insufficient. Could you please engage Bulbasaur in a battle with your full strength? Without further thought, Venusaur assumed a battle stance. Venusaur, bring it on. Instantly, the Bulbasaur's position between them retreated to the sides. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Storm, Ash commanded. Bulbasaur launched a flurry of leaves at Venusaur. Unfazed, Venusaur effortlessly waved its massive vine whips to counter the leaf storm. Now, Bulbasaur, let us use Vine Whip, Ash directed. The vine whips on either side of Bulbasaur extended, entangling with Venusaur's vines. Given Venusaur's superior level and size, it easily overpowered Bulbasaur, dragging it several meters forward with ease. Venusaur, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, Venusaur charged forward. Bulbasaur, don't let it defeat you. At Ash's urging, Bulbasaur surged forward defiantly. Duong. The two heads collided, initiating a new round of struggle. Bulbasaur fought valiantly, and gradually, the light of evolution surrounding it grew more intense. Bulbasaur, ultimately, in a final surge of energy, Bulbasaur was enveloped in the light of evolution, its form expanding dramatically, and the seed on its back began to blossom, indicating its transformation into Ivysaur. Venusaur, thank you. Ash expressed his gratitude. Although Ash was unaware of what the Venusaur referred to as the sacred relic, he understood it was undoubtedly something beneficial for his Ivysaur. Chapter 74. The Certification Examination Center. Ash understood that this certification examination was specifically established for trainers studying in schools, such as SHI Y10 and her classmates. Hey, Misty, are you sure you want to participate in this exam? Ash inquired, observing the two as they registered their information. Of course. This exam sounds quite interesting. Aren't you participating, Ash? Misty asked. Since you both are taking part, I might as well sign up too. Ash was not opposed to the idea. However, his aura sensing detected the presence of an individual he had blacklisted nearby, prompting him to devise a little mischief. Indeed, the prestigious Pokémon Academy, where Y10 SHI studied, organized students aspiring to participate in the Indigo Conference to partake in the examination. Meanwhile, a certain Hao was hitching a ride to undertake the trainer qualification assessment. Following the buff Ash had previously bestowed upon him, Hao had been placed on the Jado family's blacklist. The Jado family wielded considerable influence within the league. The young Miss Joy, seeking retribution for her beloved Happiny, had restricted Hao's trainer qualification assessment from the age of 20 to merely 16, allowing him a pitiful 3 attempts. The first attempt was thwarted by the intervention of the Rilong family, and now he faced his second assessment. The rationale behind the Jado family's restrictions was blunt. They deemed him unfit to be a trainer. Rather than squander years learning to become a Pokémon trainer, it would be more prudent for him to seek employment in a corporate setting. After all, how could someone who managed to irk such a docile Pokémon as Happiny possibly be suited for a trainer's life? Ash, the uncertain voice of Y10 Dai, reached him from behind as he completed his paperwork. Dai, long time no see. You're not here to take the exam for the Indigo Conference, are you? Ash turned to ask. 6. Is there a problem? Y10 replied, her confidence evident as she revealed she had already secured her qualification. Ash, you haven't yet. This revelation gave her a fleeting sense of triumph over Ash. Please, it's just an exam qualification. Your real-world experience is still effectively 0, so you'll need another 20,000 years to even think about defeating me. Ash expressed with a hint of disdain. How infuriating. Dai glared at Ash, clearly agitated. You have no gentlemanly demeanor whatsoever. What S with that expression? Do you want to fight? I'm always up for it. Just afraid you'll end up in tears. Ash raised his fist, large as a sandbag, confidently declaring that Dai would surely crumble under his might. You little rascal, I challenge you to a battle. Dai declared, grabbing Ash by the collar. Fine, but could you let go? Is Dai beautiful? That was undoubtedly true, especially with her charming uniform skirt. However, Ash was not one to easily succumb to such charms. After all, a boy must protect himself when out and about. Dai huffed in annoyance, realizing that Ash was rather dense. She, a girl, was willing to be close to him, yet he seemed to recoil. This is your badge, Ash from Palatown. At that moment, a staff member from the examination center handed Ash a badge inscribed with the number 7. Thank you. Ash accepted the badge, pinning it to his chest. According to the rules, please deposit your Pokeballs over here, the staff member instructed. Pokeballs? All right. Ash retrieved a few luxury balls, deciding to forego Master Balls for now. Miss Joy, Brock, noticing a nurse passing by, instinctively followed her. That is Miss Joy from Shallow Red City. She aspires to become a Pokémon Master, Dai explained. The Miss Joy she referred to had previously visited their school with her younger sister for an exchange program, leaving a lasting impression on Dai. After all, during that visit, a mischievous student had inadvertently upset Miss Joy's Happiny, leading to their school gaining unintended notoriety within the league, almost resulting in a misunderstanding that they were deliberately provoking the Jado family. Thankfully, the misunderstanding was eventually cleared up, as it was merely the actions of that one troublesome student. But they all look alike. How can you tell which city they're from? Misty remarked. I can tell. Brock asserted confidently. I can recognize every Miss Joy from all the Pokémon centers in the Kanto region. It's my unique skill. Ash and Misty exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, Ash spotted a rather unsavory figure at the entrance and said, I need to take care of something. You guys chat for a bit. With that, he dashed out the door. Meanwhile, Hao was feeling quite pleased with himself. He was confident that he would pass today's assessment. Dai Y10. And you too, Rilong. Just wait. My qualifications as a Pokémon trainer will undoubtedly surpass yours. He thought to himself. Ever since the incident with Happiny, he had become the target of animosity among his peers, bullied by fellow trainers, and periodically oppressed by the student council. This had sown seeds of resentment within him. Despite his grievances, he had to endure until he could regain his trainer qualifications. Today was meant to be the day he reclaimed his status, putting an end to his miserable existence. As Hao reveled in his inner triumph, Ash, who trailed behind him, was preparing to bestow upon him a different kind of buff. Poor fellow, you might never become a trainer in this lifetime. Ash conjured a 6-month streak of bad luck for Hao. believing that he would spend half that time in a hospital. This would ensure that Hao perfectly missed the assessment, allowing him to settle into a life as an ordinary person, a splendid script indeed. No sooner had he cast the buff than its effects manifested. Bang! Hao slipped on a banana peel and fell flat. Ouch! Who threw this banana peel? He clutched his backside while glaring at those around him. As he shouted, a Pidgey flew overhead, dropping its droppings precisely onto his mouth. Huh, what is this? Hao's mouth moved as he unwittingly tasted the unpleasant surprise. The next moment, he doubled over, retching uncontrollably. And this entire scene was captured by Ash, who watched from a distance, thoroughly entertained. Chapter 75. The Laughingstock on the Road. He stifled his laughter while reviewing the recorded footage. Xiaoxia, noticing Xiaoji's uncontainable amusement, inquired curiously, "Xiaoji, what is so funny?" "Nothing in particular," he replied. "It seems the recorder captured something rather amusing. By the way, Ache, don't you frequently submit to a certain journal? Do they accept videos of human misfortunes?" Xiaoji turned to the young man who had been filming all along. "Human misfortunes?" Ache pondered. "There's indeed such a category. I recall hearing the person in charge mention it. It originated from a child's mishap a few years ago, which the Pokémon League deemed to have significant educational value. They considered it a cautionary tale. However, as more media outlets began capturing amusing moments, the focus shifted from caution to entertainment. "Xiaoji, have you captured something extraordinary?" Ache asked, intrigued. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had discerned that Xiaoji's filming skills surpassed his own, along with the superior clarity of his equipment. "Take a look for yourselves." Xiaoji handed the recorder to the group, allowing them to watch in turn. A few minutes later, Shengdai's expression turned complex. The video featured the unfortunate protagonist from their school, an utterly humiliating moment. The others shared a similar sentiment. It was astonishing to realize that such misfortune still existed in the world. "What do you think, Ache? If you submit this, could it enhance your notoriety?" Xiaoji, eager to assist his friend, mused that since the poor trainer could no longer train, he might as well become a celebrity of sorts, even if just for his misfortunes. "That could work, but since you filmed it, I feel a bit guilty taking it," Ache replied. Xiaoji waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. We are all friends. If you feel uneasy about it, simply treat us to a meal." "All right then, once you all complete your exams, dinner is on me," Ache declared, promptly copying the video. Soon enough, the first examination commenced. "The first test will assess your grasp of Pokémon knowledge. Let's begin," the examiner announced from the podium. First question: the tongue of a Lickitung is twice its body length. True or false? Halfway through the first test, a peculiar individual, exuding an unusual odor, burst through the door in a rather comical manner. Indeed, this unexpected intruder was a Hao. Shortly after Xiaoji's departure, a Hao's unfortunate streak had fully unfolded. After tasting an unpleasant surprise, he sought to rinse his mouth, only to slip on a banana peel and tumble into a trash bin. After a laborious struggle to escape, he stumbled upon a mischievous monkey holding a bunch of bananas, mistakenly blaming it for the discarded peel. In a fit of anger, he kicked the monkey, resulting in the loss of its bananas, and in retaliation, the monkey hurled him into an even filthier trash bin. Clambering out once more, a Hao was mistaken for one of his own by a group of Grimers, who dragged him towards a sewer. Enduring one calamity after another, a Hao finally arrived at the classroom, only for fate to intervene once more. As he intended to knock on the door, he inadvertently tripped over his own feet and rolled in with a rather roundabout entrance. "Who are you? Do you not realize an examination is in progress?" The examiner questioned sternly, pinching his nose. The examiner frowned. "Examination? While there are no explicit regulations regarding attire, surely you cannot appear in such disarray." Suppressing his frustration, a Hao explained, "I encountered a few mishaps while trying to find the examination room." The examiner produced a Pokeball. "Water Sprite, assist him in cleaning up." Upon its arrival, the Water Sprite, dismayed by a Hao's ragged appearance, reluctantly obeyed its trainer's command, spraying a torrent of water to wash him down. "Due to your tardiness, the first round has concluded, resulting in a score of 0. Therefore, you must achieve scores above 90 in the subsequent rounds to pass the assessment. Now, take a seat over there," the examiner directed, pointing to an empty chair. As Ahau approached and sat, the chair collapsed beneath him, sending him crashing to the floor, his head striking the solid wood desk behind him. Ouch! Seeing Ahau's misfortune, Xiaoji could hardly contain his laughter, as did the rest of the room. Even the examiner found it difficult to suppress a smile. In the ensuing minutes, Ahau's blunders continued, distracting most of the candidates from their examination. Since these incidents were not intentionally caused by Ahau, the examiner had no intention of ejecting him. After all, monitoring an exam could be tedious, and who would want to miss such entertainment? The second examination commenced. The second test aimed to assess familiarity with Pokémon. A silhouette and part of Shiny BB's body would be shown, and participants must accurately identify the Pokémon. The first question was presented. What is this? Image 1. That is a Voltorb or a mischievous Electrode. Ahau answered confidently. Fool, that is a Jigglypuff viewed from above. Xiaoji scoffed. He had seen countless versions of this particular joke. How absurd. How could a Jigglypuff possibly be that round? Ahau's inner turmoil reached a peak of disbelief. Indeed, that is a Jigglypuff seen from above, the examiner declared without hesitation. Next question. Image 2. This is the eye of a fainted Pokémon. Ahau confidently proposed. Idiot, the examiner is asking which Pokémon it is. Writing eye is not the answer. Read the question carefully, little brother. A young man clad in a leather jacket mocked. Instantly, the room's occupants braced themselves for Ahau's impending embarrassment. Chapter 76. The Withering Chrysanthemum. The ground covered in wounds in the ensuing examination. Any utterance from Xiao Hao was met with merciless derision. Ultimately, he did not disappoint expectations, achieving a dismal score of 0, a remarkable feat that set him apart amidst the other candidates. Even Yu Tong Side-Eye, standing outside the examination hall, felt a deep sense of embarrassment. The fact that someone from their school could fail to answer a single question was a disgrace. Side-Eye began contemplating how to expel this shameful fool from their institution. After lunch, the true practical assessment commenced. Despite having scored 0 in the first 2 subjects, Xiao Hao remained undeterred, for he still harbored the theoretical possibility of passing, if he could secure a perfect score in the practical test. Xiao Ji and his companions, having received their respective battle Pokémon from the examiner, swiftly sought out the appropriate judges for their evaluations. The trio approached the assessment with a casual attitude, not overly concerned with their scores. Xiao Ji was merely curious to witness how Xiao Hao would falter. Xiao Ji, it's time to begin, the examiner announced. Go forth. Fire Sprite, Xiao Ji exclaimed, releasing his first Pokeball. Out emerged a Weezing. Oh no, this can't be. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Ji as he recalled that in the original narrative, the foolish character had indeed received a Pokemon from Team Rocket. Fire Sprite, unleash a flame attack. Obeying the command, the Fire Sprite opened its mouth and expelled a torrent of fire towards Weezing. Dodge, then use Smokescreen. Weezing evaded the flame and released a thick cloud of smoke that obscured much of the battlefield. Utilizing the cover, it stealthily approached the Fire Sprite. Excellent, Weezing. Now, execute a double strike. In a swift motion, Weezing lunged at the Fire Sprite, delivering 2 powerful blows, leaving the latter incapacitated. A commendable strategy, but it's insufficient. Go! Thunder Sprite. Damn, does the examiner only have evolved forms of Eevee? Xiaoji thought grimly. Out slithered an Arbok, its purple scales glistening ominously. Thunder Sprite. Move with great speed. Indeed, all the examiner's Pokémon were from Team Rocket. Xiaoji felt utterly hopeless. The third Pokeball was undoubtedly going to reveal a Meowth. Arbok, use Glare. With its eyes glowing a fierce red, Arbok fixed its gaze upon the approaching Thunder Sprite, paralyzing it with fear. Now unleash Poison Sting. Xiao Ji commanded again. Arbok opened its mouth and launched a barrage of purple needles, striking the paralyzed Thunder Sprite before it had a chance to evade. Fortune favored Arbok, for it successfully inflicted poison upon the Thunder Sprite. Realizing the dire situation, the examiner attempted to have Thunder Sprite unleash its ultimate move. Thunder Sprite, use Thunder. Arbok dig. Before the electric attack could land, Arbok burrowed into the ground, evading the onslaught. Arbok, finish it off with Mud Bomb. After a flurry of attacks, Thunder Sprite collapsed, The spectators were left in awe as they witnessed Xiao Zi's remarkable prowess in the realm of trainers. Side-Eye felt a pang of discomfort. Even with the Pokémon provided by the examination, Xiao Zi easily defeated the examiner's Pokémon, indicating that his skills were at least on par with those of a gym leader. After all, individuals capable of serving as examiners at the Alliance's Specialized Examination Center were typically those nearing or already at gym leader status. Side-Eye, who had previously participated in the examination, had struggled to defeat the examiner's two Pokémon, ultimately falling to the last one, which had triumphed against her despite a type disadvantage. That battle had firmly impressed upon her the notion that theoretical trainers could never match the prowess of practical ones. Equally distressed was Xiao Hao, clutching the examination-specific Pokeball he had just received, casting a gaze filled with envy and resentment toward Xiao Zi. At the same age, Xiao Zi had already blossomed into an exceptional trainer capable of effortlessly dispatching the examiner's Pokémon. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao had yet to attain the qualifications of a Pokémon trainer. This stark disparity fostered within Xiao Hao a growing sense of bitterness. In a fit of rage, he flung the Pokeball belt from his hand, inadvertently striking a resting Nidoking beneath the shade of a tree. The impact was minor, yet the insult was profound. Coupled with Xiao Hao's inherent misfortune, Nidoking was incensed. Upon realizing what had transpired, Xiao Hao turned to feign innocence, but the animosity was palpable. In a furious burst of speed, Nidoking charged at Xiao Hao, its horn perfectly positioned to strike him where it hurt most. Xiao Hao, being approximately 1.6 meters tall at 15 years of age, found Nidoking's horn uncomfortably positioned to make contact. As he faced away, he experienced firsthand what it meant to have a withering chrysanthemum, the ground littered with wounds and pain. Xiao Hao dashed into the center of Xiao Zi's battle, coincidentally colliding with the confrontation between Water Sprite and Arbok. Oh no, the examiner hadn't anticipated such an occurrence. However, the skills had already been unleashed, and he could only silently pray that Xiao Hao could withstand the impact of both moves. Naturally, Xiao Zi was somewhat prepared for Xiao Hao's unexpected entrance, but he had no intention of intervening. After all, it wasn't life-threatening. At worst, he might spend a few days in the hospital. Furthermore, with so many witnesses present, he wished to avoid exposing his psychic abilities. He and Xiao Hao were not particularly close. After having saved him in the Evergreen Forest, Xiao Hao had yet to express his gratitude. Why save him again? He feared the debt of gratitude would become too burdensome. Due to Xiao Hao's reckless intrusion, the battle between Xiao Zi and the examiner was abruptly concluded. Regardless, even without Xiao Hao's disruption, Xiao Zi could have commanded Arbok to defeat the examiner's Pokémon effortlessly. Ultimately, Xiao Zi achieved a perfect score in the practical assessment, and with full marks from the previous two subjects, he became the first candidate to achieve a perfect score at this examination center. As for Xiao Hao, his fate was far less fortunate. Not only had he suffered a humiliating blow, but he was also unable to continue with the remaining examinations. In the aftermath, the examination center contacted the trainer of Nidoking to verify the circumstances. It was discovered that the true instigator was none other than Xiao Hao himself, and the weapon that provoked Nidoking was the Pokeball belt provided by the examination center. Once the examination center and Nidoking's trainer understood the situation, they sought out Xiao Hao. In the end, Xiao Hao was not only required to compensate the trainer with over 50,000 Alliance coins, but he was also placed on the examination center's blacklist. Consequently, due to this incident, Xiao Hao lost his final opportunity to take the assessment. The rationale was clear. His poor temperament rendered him unsuitable to become a trainer. Chapter 77. The Red Lotus Dojo. Having witnessed Ash's formidable strength, Shinda ultimately refrained from battling him, instead concocting an excuse to make a swift exit. Following this, Kocho also chose to bid farewell to Ash and his companions, embarking on a solitary journey. In the subsequent days, Ash and his friends continued their journey toward the port leading to the Red Lotus Island. During this time, they encountered another duo from Team Rocket, Yamadou and Kusaburo. After apprehending the two and turning them over to the authorities, Ash sent the large flower belonging to Kojuro to Professor Oak's research lab. On the same day, The two Pokémon eggs Ash carried hatched. Due to its inherent characteristics, the newly emerged Kadabra required extensive sleep, prompting Ash to place it in a Pokeball. Conversely, Bakubi, which had more demanding evolutionary conditions, was not confined to a Pokeball. Instead, Ash cradled it in his arms, reminiscent of how Kasumi held her Togepi. Since Bakubi was discovered by Pikachu, it now added to Pikachu's daily responsibilities of caring for the little one. On this day, Ash and his friends finally boarded the cruise ship bound for Red Lotus Island. On board, they once again crossed paths with Shigeru. "Ash, are you still lounging about?" Shigeru remarked, dressed in casual attire, exuding a vacation vibe. "You are the one truly taking it easy. Have you completed your challenge at the Jitan Gym? I assumed you were off for a holiday." Red Lotus Island is renowned as a hot spring resort in the Kanto region, and with Shigeru's vacation attire, Ash needed no further clues to discern his intentions. Indeed, Shaba, the current strongest gym trainer in Kanto aside from Sakaki, was a scientist who had departed from Team Rocket, having participated in the creation of Mutuo, and was a trainer of elite-level prowess. "Is that true?" Shigeru questioned Ash, uncertainty clouding his expression. Soon enough, the cruise ship docked. "Ash, do you truly know where the Red Lotus Dojo is?" Kasumi inquired softly. Given that the entire island was dotted with hot spring inns, she began to doubt Ash's assurance about the dojo's existence. Before long, Ash identified the disguised gym trainer, Shaba. "Hello, Mr. Shaba." Ash greeted him. "Shaba? Young man, you have mistaken my identity. I am not Shaba," he instinctively denied. "Do not pretend, Mr. Shaba. I am aware that you're the trainer of the Red Lotus Dojo," Ash retorted, not allowing him a moment to feign innocence. "Oh dear, I've been uncovered. Young man, you possess keen insight. Are you all here to challenge the dojo?" Shaba ceased his pretense. "Only I shall be the challenger," Ash declared. Upon hearing that only one challenger was present, Shaba visibly relaxed. "Very well, follow me." Thus, the group followed Shaba to the inn he operated. Noticing Ash's success in locating the gym trainer, Shigeru could not help but join them. "Young man, since you have discovered my identity, you may stay here tonight. I will accept your challenge tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Before that, you must decipher my riddle to find the battle arena. Failing to do so will render your challenge void, and you may seek other gyms. Listen closely. The battle arena is located where there's a great flood above and a great fire below." "Not a problem. I will be there punctually," Ash assured, knowing precisely where the entrance to the battle arena lay, allowing him to fully enjoy a leisurely vacation thereafter. The next morning, "Ash, have you truly figured out the riddle?" Brock inquired. "Indeed. Last night we enjoyed the great flood. Let us proceed. The mechanism is this way." Cradling Bakubi, Ash activated the hot springs mechanism. The spout, shaped like a Gyarados, sank, revealing a passage before them. "Let's go," Ash urged, leading the way. As they descended, the temperature rose steadily, and before long, they encountered an iron door. Upon opening it, a battle arena, suspended over lava and bound by 4 chains, materialized before the group. "I see now. The great flood above refers to the hot spring, and the great fire below signifies the lava," Brock deduced. "Oh my, I did not expect you to guess correctly." Shaba's voice echoed from across the arena. "Now, as per our agreement, Ash, let the gym challenge commence." "Very well, Mr. Shaba. I look forward to your guidance," Ash replied, stepping into the trainer's designated position. In the Red Lotus Dojo, challengers could utilize 3 Pokémon, with the option to switch them out. "My first Pokémon is it. Go Ninetales." Pokémon, Ninetales type, Fire gender, Male level, Gym elite ability, Flash fire qualifications, Semi-elite skills, Confuse Ray, Sunny Day, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Quick Attack, Flamethrower. "Ninetales is it? Then you shall face my choice, Wartortle." Ash threw forth a luxury ball. "Such a large specimen," Shaba exclaimed, startled by Wartortle's size. "Ninetales, use Fire Spin." Seizing the initiative, Shaba commanded an attack. Wartortle utilized Water Gun. Although Wartortle's level did not progress as swiftly as Charmander's, it had reached the initial stage of semi-elite. And with a type advantage over the gym's Ninetales, it easily triumphed. A towering 2-meter canine emerged onto the battlefield. Pokémon, Houndoom type, Fire Gender, Male Level, Intermediate Sim-Elite Ability, Flash Fire Qualifications, Elite Skills, Fire Fong, Flare Blitz, Quick Attack, Flamethrower, Overheat, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Sunny Day. Houndom, is it? Come forth, Aerodactyl. Chapter 78. The Crimson Lotus Badge, is it a fossil pterodactyl? What a fortunate young lad. The establishment of the fossil Pokémon Sanctuary by Big Silly Valley is something that Sha Bo, the gym leader of this region, is privy to. Among those fossil Pokémon, the pterodactyl indeed resides. Rapidash, unleash a big flame attack. Upon hearing the command, Rapidash expelled a massive fiery assault shaped like a character. Pterodactyl, evade swiftly beneath it and counter with a wing attack. The pterodactyl dove at high speed, gliding under the flames, and struck Rapidash with astonishing velocity. Rapidash, dig quickly to evade. With its forelimbs digging rapidly into the ground, Rapidash managed to escape just before the pterodactyl's strike. Thankfully, Sha Bo's gym did not skimp on the battlefield's thickness. Otherwise, given Rapidash's size, it would have risked falling into magma below. Quick on its feet, Pterodactyl executed an earthquake, forcing Rapidash to emerge. With a powerful thud, Pterodactyl struck the ground, sending shockwaves outward, compelling Rapidash, which had nearly burrowed out of sight, to jump back into the fray. The earthquake's potency doubles against foes that are underground, and Rapidash sustained significant damage from the attack. This young trainer's Pokémon certainly proved to be a formidable challenge. It was Sha Bo's first encounter with a novice trainer like Ash. Pterodactyl performed Dragon Pulse to finish it off. That would be a jest, as even in peak condition, Sha Bo would not allow Rapidash to withstand such an assault, given its current injuries. Enduring a powerful Dragon Pulse could very well send Rapidash to the Pokémon Center for the night. With the tourism industry flourishing across Crimson Lotus Island, the Pokémon Center was perpetually packed, and he did not wish to trouble Nurse Joy. Mr. Sha Bo, what will be your next Pokémon? What is the hottest flame in the world? The molten fire moving within a magma? Sha Bo posed a riddle. The hottest flame is not necessarily your Magmar. My next Pokémon shall be you, Charizard. Ash did not wait for his Magmar to make an appearance before releasing Charizard. Oh, what a clever lad. Magmar. Emerge. Pokémon. Magmar type. Fire gender. Male level. Early champion ability. Flame body qualification. Near champion skills. Fire punch. Flamethrower. Fire spin. Flamethrower. Sunny day. Upon seeing a similarly leveled fire type Pokémon, Charizard's battle spirit surged. Magmar. It seems your opponent is eager. Go, Fire Punch. Charizard, do not lose to it. We shall use Fire Punch as well. With fiery fists clashing, they engaged in an intense struggle. After several exchanges, it became evident that Magmar could not withstand Charizard's flames. Even before its evolution, Charizard had consumed numerous firestones and donned Ho-Oh's rainbow wing, elevating its flames beyond the ordinary. Despite Magmar's long residence in magma, its flames could not compare to Charizard's. How is Ash's Charizard seemingly stronger than Pikachu and Gardevoir? Xiao Mao gritted his teeth. Even though he couldn't discern whether Magmar was a near champion or a champion, he was certain that both Magmar and the previous Rapidash far exceeded the gym level. This indicated that Ash's prowess surpassed the gym tier, and Xiao Mao increasingly felt the widening gap. Charizard has already attained champion level, although it has just entered this tier. Its strength rivals seasoned champions, Xiao Gang stated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mao could hardly believe his ears. How is that possible? It's true, Xiao Mao. You must have heard of Mega Evolution, right? The two gems on Charizard represent its two forms of Mega Evolution. Xiao Xia chimed in. Darn it. Mega Evolution is akin to cheating. Xiao Mao fumed. He too desired a Mega Stone, but they seemed scarce in the Kanto region, and he had yet to find one suitable for him. The only Pokémon with potential for Mega Evolution in his possession were his Ace Blastoise and his not yet evolved Scyther. Most crucially, the battle system surrounding Mega Evolution had yet to be fully developed. Those in the know could only discreetly collect Megastones. Large-scale collection would expose the factions, and the greatest losses from such conflicts would ultimately fall upon the common folk. Seeing Magmar injured, Sha Bo's expression turned grave. He had underestimated Ash's capabilities. Magmar, create distance and unleash Flamethrower. With a heavy punch, Magmar forced back Charizard, retreating while gathering intense flames within its mouth. Charizard, do not grant it an opportunity. Charge forth with Fire Burst followed by Thunder Punch. Charizard complied, enveloped in flames, its wings propelling it with remarkable speed. Magmar, clearly startled by Charizard's advance, faltered. Charizard's fist, crackling with fierce electricity, landed heavily upon Magmar's abdomen, causing the flames it had amassed to erupt skyward. Though the strike was solid, it did not conclude the battle. However, the Thunder Punch left Magmar paralyzed. Charizard capitalized on this moment with a final earthquake toss. Ash commanded. Charizard understood, gripping Magmar's arms and soaring into the air. After executing 2 loops, it dove down, using inertia to crash Magmar into the center of the arena. Consequently, Magmar lost its ability to battle. You got it right. Shabo patted Ash's shoulder. A commendable goal. With your strength, you might just prevail. Mr. Shabo, I will get my all. Daiditsi, a gym trainer of champion caliber, posed a significant challenge. Without resorting to his ancient Dragonite and Zapdos, Ash harbored no confidence in defeating the esteemed leader, Sakaki. He vividly recalled the transaction from 5 years prior, but summoning Mew would significantly deplete his alliance currency. For that creature was not only a rascal, but also a consummate foodie. Chapter 79. The Trade in the Flame Bird in the Volcano, this wave guide. Reminiscent of his previous encounter with the lightning bird at the abandoned power station in Withered Leaf City, indicated, as expected, that a legendary Pokémon resided within the volcano of Red Lotus Island. Ash surmised that this must be the flame bird among the trio of the 3 fools. He recalled that Summer had once been rescued by the flame bird during a mountaineering expedition. At the inn at the foot of the mountain, Green stealthily approached Ash and inquired, "Ash, do you have a channel for obtaining Mega Evolution Stones?" Ash cast a sidelong glance at him and asked, "What do you intend to do? Just help me out with a couple of them, no matter the cost." Green implored earnestly, "Why not just ask your grandfather? Why come to me?" Ash questioned, puzzled by Green's behavior. He was indeed capable of extracting Mega Evolution Stones through the system, but it was evident that Green had Professor Oak backing him up, making it unnecessary to seek his assistance. "I've contacted my grandfather, but the research materials on Mega Evolution are still incomplete. Even Professor Bratano from the Kalos region struggles to gather the necessary Mega Evolution Stones for research, let alone the ones I need for Blastoise or Scyther," Green explained. If it weren't for the difficulty of collecting the required Mega Evolution Stones within a short time frame, he wouldn't have resorted to asking Ash for help. Ash gazed thoughtfully at Green and mused. "It's not impossible for me to get the Mega Evolution Stones for Blastoise and Scyther." "Really?" Green exclaimed with delight. "In return, you must help me inquire about information regarding the sea god Lugia from the Sakuragi Institute. Additionally, you need to find me 2 useful pieces of information on legendary Pokémon." Despite the fact that the Sinnoh League was still over 2 years away, Ash needed to prepare for the collection task involving the mythical beasts. This task was compulsory, and failure would incur penalties, while the rewards were limitless. Thus, Ash intended to capture as many high-tier mythical beasts as possible. "Legendary Pokémon? You're not planning to capture them, are you?" Green asked suspiciously as he looked at Ash. "Don't concern yourself with that. Just provide me with the information, and I shall procure the Mega Evolution Stones for you." Ash replied dismissively, "All right, I'll get you the information on Lugia in a few days." "Deal." After Green left, Ash began to assess his current inventory. He indeed possessed a considerable number of Mega Evolution Stones, 4 from the original starter Pokémon, 2 belonging to Charizard, one of which he had recently purchased from the system mall for 50,000 points, while the other 3 were rewards from the system. Then there were Mega Stones for Gardevoir, Lucario, and Alakazam, which were also rewards from the system. The one for Alakazam was given after hatching an egg, a detail he had previously glossed over. He had also acquired one from Steelix and possessed an idle Mega Stone for the Swablu. Perhaps it was time to take a chance on a lottery draw, hoping to acquire a few more Mega Evolution Stones. As night fell, Ash entrusted Togepi to Misty for safekeeping and set off from the inn with Pikachu. "Pika, where are we going, Ash?" He then tossed out a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Charizard, come forth." "Pika, Pika, are we getting new partner?" Pikachu inquired, intrigued. "Let us see how it goes. If the opportunity arises, We shall make use of a new partner. Charizard soared toward the distant volcano. Ash pointed towards the most remote volcanic crater of Red Lotus Island and said, "That one." With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard shot into the sky. In no time, Charizard carried Ash high above the crater. Calming himself, Ash attuned to his surroundings and pointed at a cave entrance situated less than 20 meters from the lava layer, stating, "Charizard, do you see that cave below? Fly down there." Understanding the task, Charizard swiftly descended toward the entrance. Upon entering the cave, Ash did not venture far before discovering a hollow resembling a bird's nest. Inside the nest stood a magnificent bird, engulfed in flames and nearly 2 meters tall. Pokémon, flame bird type, fire flying gender, none level, elite role, none ability, flame body qualification, level 2 deity skills, mysterious guard, high speed movement, wing attack, feather rest. Origin force, divine bird strike, heat wave, overheat, sunny day, jealousy flame, inferno, flame vortex, flare blitz, ultimate impact. From a flame bird's stature, Ash could deduce that it had yet to reach full maturity. A fully grown flame bird would stand at least 2 meters tall. Nevertheless, this juvenile flame bird exhibited elite level prowess and a qualification that surpassed the lightning bird he had previously captured. "Flame bird, I shall capture you," Ash proclaimed loudly to the flame bird. With a furious cry, the flame bird responded, perceiving Ash's declaration as a provocation. "Charizard, Pikachu, I leave this to you," Ash instructed. "Pika." Pikachu, brimming with determination, prepared to enter the fray, but Charizard raised a finger and shook its head, indicating that it would handle this alone. "Pika, are you sure you can manage?" Pikachu questioned, puzzled. With a firm thump on its chest, Charizard pointed to the Mega Evolution Stone around its neck. Understanding Charizard's intent, Ash nodded and said, "All right, it's in your capable hands, Charizard." "Roar." "No problem." Charizard breathed a plume of fire into the sky, filled with confidence as it flew toward the flame bird. "All right, Charizard, greet the flame bird with flamethrower." At Ash's command, Charizard unleashed a searing flame toward the flame bird. The flame bird, undeterred by the oncoming flames, chose to confront the attack head-on with its own flamethrower. Chapter 80. Capturing the Phoenix. Just as the fire-breathing dragon was about to unleash its flames upon the Phoenix, the latter summoned an unexpected surge of power. With a resounding boom, a violent explosion erupted between the two creatures, cloaking the battlefield in a thick cloud of smoke that obscured their forms. As the haze began to dissipate, it revealed the fire-breathing dragon engaged in fierce close combat with the Phoenix, gripping its legs tightly in a struggle for dominance. Observing this, Ash commanded, "Fire-breathing dragon, unleash your inferno." The intensity of the dragon's flames surpassed those of the Phoenix, rendering escape nearly impossible in such close proximity. However, Ash was acutely aware of the risks involved in executing such a powerful move. Knowing full well that the fire-breathing dragon's resistance to flames was significantly superior to that of the Phoenix. After all, how could one activate the blaze ability without sustaining some damage? The dragon released a deep crimson wave of flames, prompting the Phoenix to flap its wings desperately in an attempt to evade the attack. Yet, the fire-breathing dragon was relentless, landing a direct hit to the Phoenix's abdomen with a well-aimed inferno. This blow, while not fatal, inflicted considerable burns upon the Phoenix, leaving it with numerous scars. In turn, the fire-breathing dragon also suffered some injuries. The sight of its wounds ignited a fierce rage within the Phoenix, which retaliated with a barrage of strikes using its wings and beak, forcing the dragon to release its grip. "Are you all right?" Ash inquired with concern. "Roar." The fire-breathing dragon let out a defiant cry, raising a finger to indicate that it was unharmed. "Then let's proceed with Mega Evolution in X form," Ash declared, producing the Evolution Keystone. "Fire-breathing dragon, showcase our bond. Mega Evolve." At his command, the Keystone erupted with a mystical light, which enveloped the X-shaped evolution stone adorning the dragon. As the energies intertwined, the dragon's body radiated an aura of evolution. Its once orange-red skin transformed into a sleek obsidian hue, and ethereal blue flames emerged from the corners of its mouth and its tail. Pokémon, Mega Charizard X-type, Fire Dragon level. Elite mid-tier abilities. Tough Claws increases the power of contact moves. Dragon's Body provides resistance to fire and dragon-type damage and grants immunity to attacks from weaker fire and dragon-type Pokémon. Enhances the power of its own fire and dragon-type moves, increasing the likelihood of inflicting burn status, while allowing self-healing through flames. With a chance to silence opponents with dragon-type moves. Upon reviewing the enhanced abilities displayed on the panel, Ash gasped in awe. The dual ability of the fire-breathing dragon post-evolution was already remarkable, but now, with the addition of the dragon type, its sacred fire ability had evolved as well. Immunity to damage from all fire and dragon-type Pokémon below its own bloodline level, although it may seem limited, was indeed formidable, especially considering that the dragon now possessed a second-tier divine quality, equating to immunity against all fire and dragon-type damage from those of lesser pedigree. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon roared at the Phoenix, its fighting spirit intensifying. The Phoenix, taken aback by the dragon's transformation, sensed a palpable pressure emanating from it. It was astonished to feel such weight from a mere mid-tier elite Pokémon, recognizing that it was indeed a formidable opponent. Fire-breathing dragon, use Flame Abyss. Flame Abyss, a 5th-generation fire-type move that envelopes the target in flames, potentially inflicting burn status. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flames that ensnared the Phoenix, subjecting it to a fiery spectacle. The flames, far exceeding the intensity of lava, left the Phoenix with no option but to endure the scorching assault. Now, capitalize on this with Dragon Claw. Ash ordered once more. The fire-breathing dragon concentrated its dragon-type energy into its claws, forming colossal azure claws made of pure energy. It then glided towards the Phoenix, now ensnared in flames, and struck down with an immense force. With no time to evade, the Phoenix desperately attempted to defend itself with its wings. Boom! The enormous claws crashed down, pinning the Phoenix to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Ash hurled a Master Ball at the Phoenix, perhaps dazed by the dragon's blow or caught in a state of silence. The Master Ball merely quivered before emitting a triumphant sound, signaling a successful capture. I've captured the Phoenix, Ash exclaimed, triumphantly lifting the Master Ball. Pikachu and the dragon joined in Ash's jubilant celebration. Ding! Detection of host capturing the Phoenix. Reward: 50,000 points, 1 rare candy, and a fragment of Sacred Fire. Sacred Fire, a divine flame from a deity. Absorbing it significantly enhances flame purity. Ding! Detection of host points exceeding 1 million. The system will upgrade to version 2. 0. Expected to take 24 hours. Version 2. 0 will unlock an exclusive point shop, point wishes, and designated item wishing functions. Is this truly 1 million points? Ash pondered, having nearly forgotten his point balance, as he had been primarily using League currency. Over time, he had neglected the points altogether. Nevertheless, he was keenly aware of the system's rewards, still clutching a lottery ticket for legendary mythical Pokémon, which he planned to use after the Quartz Conference. Having many baby-level Pokémon to attend to, the Pokémon drawn by the system were in their initial states, and he simply did not have the energy to care for another baby Pokémon until his current ones had matured. It's getting late. Pikachu, fire-breathing dragon. Let us go. Following his usual routine, Ash transferred the captured Phoenix to Professor Oak's lab and messaged him through the Pokédex, requesting assistance in healing and examining the Phoenix. At Professor Oak's lab, eagerly awaiting the culinary delights of Team Rocket's trio, he received Ash's message, dropping his utensils and rushing to the Pokémon transfer device. This unexpected behavior baffled Kanto, who had remained at the lab, as he had never witnessed such excitement from Professor Oak. Curiously, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks and followed suit. When he saw Professor Oak retrieve a Master Ball from the transfer device, he dropped his bowl and chopsticks in shock, rushing to the professor's side. Is it a Master Ball? Could it be? The arriving Team Rocket trio also realized the significance of the moment. We missed Zapdos, but we cannot let this one slip away. Jessie whispered fiercely to James and Meowth. Kanto glanced at the expression on the transfer device and then at Professor Oak. Professor, this Master Ball is. Ash has captured yet another legendary Pokémon. He truly is remarkable. Kanto marveled. Another one captured by that little brat? Team Rocket seethed with frustration at Ash's name. Had it not been for him, they would not be enduring this labor. Under the watchful eye of Genghis by day and Professor Oak's peculiar oversight during mealtime. Of course, despite their grievances, Jesse and James were living comfortably, having gained weight and gathered considerable intel, earning praises from Sakaki. Let us begin devising a plan to seize that little brat's Pokémon. You two need to work diligently these next few days to complete the current tasks, and then we shall confront that little brat to execute our plan. Meowth declared. Chapter 81. The Lottery of Mega Evolution Stones. On the following evening, Ash eagerly accessed the system panel immediately after the system update had completed. Host. Ash abilities, Aura Power. Super Newcomer, Psychic Abilities, Power of Eternity Title. Chosen 1 Skills. Photographic Memory, Masterful Energy Cube Creation, Advanced Pokémon Breeding, Culinary Mastery, Expert Fishing, Masterful Screenwriting. Grandmaster Level 8 Extremes Fist, Master Level Lyric and Melody Composition, Exceptional Singing Talent Items. Legendary Mythical Pokémon Lottery Ticket X1, Rare Candy X38, Master Ball X9. Points 1. 039, 912 Pokémon. Pikachu, Gardevoir, Beedrill, Milotic Identity. Pokémon Professor, Near Elite Trainer. Has he truly reached the status of a Near Elite Trainer? How astonishingly swift. Has he accomplished within a mere time frame what others spend a lifetime striving for? Pondering this, Ash glanced at the original interface, noting it remained unchanged, before shifting his attention to the notifications from the system update. The new section merely added a channel for point expenditures. The items within the point shop were of significantly greater value. It featured high-value merchandise from the Pokémon world, such as randomly refreshed eggs of Pokémon with qualifications above the elite level, tokens of legendary Pokémon, primal powers of mythical beasts, and items for altering traits. There were also goods from other realms, including special talismans akin to misfortune charms, life skills, martial arts techniques, and various advanced technological products. As for the 2 types of wishes, they were essentially lotteries, albeit superior to ordinary lotteries, as they featured a safety net and eliminated the possibility of receiving mere tokens of appreciation. However, the cost of participating in a single draw was rather steep, with designated wishes costing 100,000 points each and ordinary wishes 50,000 points each. Glancing at his points, which exceeded 1 million, Ash reflected on the deal he had made with Gary. Resolutely, he opted to exchange for the designated wish for a Mega Evolution Stone. Upon meticulously examining the designated wish's prize pool, Ash discovered the skill finishing touch, albeit with a dishearteningly low drop rate of 0.001. The drop rates for other Mega Evolution Stones were similarly scarce. His expectations were modest. He would be satisfied with merely obtaining a Blastoise or a Scyther. He did not anticipate receiving any legendary Pokémon, but he hoped for something he urgently required. The results revealed: Mega Evolution Stone Fragments for Gyarados X13, Mega Evolution Keystone Fragments X3, Mega Evolution Keystone Fragments X2, Mega Evolution Stone Fragments for Gengar X15, Mega Evolution Stone Fragments for Beedrill X1, Mega Evolution Stone Fragments for Alakazam X9, Mega Evolution Stone Fragments for Glalie X7, Mega Evolution Stone for Scyther X1, Mega Evolution Stone Fragments for Galade X14, Mega Evolution Keystone Fragments X40. What a stroke of luck. The system delivered precisely what he desired, although 9 were fragments. The presence of a complete Mega Evolution Stone for Scyther in the results caused Ash to beam with joy. Unlike typical lotteries, point-based draws would not yield a complete loss. They would instead provide item fragments. To redeem a complete item, one needed to gather the requisite fragments, 100 fragments for each keystone. The Mega Evolution Stones varied in requirements, with the least expensive, such as Beedrill and Shuppet, needing 200 fragments, while the higher-tier Pokémon from the starter series demanded 500 fragments, and the upper echelon ranged from 800 to 1,000, with values gauged according to base stats. Ash noted that the maximum number of fragments obtainable from a single draw was capped at 30, with the option to exchange points for additional fragments, albeit at a somewhat exorbitant rate of 4,000 points per fragment, meaning the most basic Mega Evolution Stone would require 800,000 points. After spending 3 or 4 days on Fiery Island, Ash and his companions set forth on their journey to the Eternatus Gym. Due to various circumstances, Gary had temporarily joined Ash's team. Ash, here is the intel you requested on the sea god, Lugia. It's hard to believe it has been sighted active in the port of Leaf Town, Gary said, handing Ash an envelope. This information had been acquired from Sakura, the father of his friend, by Gary. Indeed, this is the Mega Evolution Stone for Scyther. Your family should be able to assist you in obtaining the keystone. As for the other 2 pieces of intel, I trust you won't keep me waiting too long, Gary? Ash inquired, passing the Mega Evolution Stone for Scyther to Gary. Rest assured, consider this a favor owed to you. I have already set out to gather the information you seek, and results should be forthcoming soon. However, Ash, you don't truly intend to capture them, do you? Gary asked. You'll find out in due time. By the way, if the intel pertains to Zapdos or Moltres, I no longer require it. I seek information on other entities, Ash replied. Perplexed, Gary's curiosity deepened. What do you mean? Why not these 2? Well, if you have the time, you might inquire with Professor Oak. He could enlighten you. Chapter 82. The Return of the Rocket Trio to the Organization at a Pokémon Center. Hello, is this Ash? The 2 individuals you recruited for work, along with Meowth, have completed their tasks and departed last night. They left a note indicating their intention to seek you out. Professor Oak reached Ash through the phone. Upon hearing the news of Team Rocket's departure from the research facility, Ash remained unfazed. Professor, have those items been completed? Indeed, they have. I have never witnessed anything so extraordinary, a small capsule that can contain not only a car, but also a house. The applications of this invention are remarkably vast. In contrast, the gravity ring has considerable limitations. It is only suitable for a select few Pokémon for training and has limited applicability for humans. By the way, regarding the production of that communication device, I have already contacted Devon Company to customize the necessary equipment. However, the construction of signal bases and communication satellites has significant constraints. Their president Zifik has methods to resolve this, but their requirement is to make this aspect a condition for equity, with a revenue split of 70 to 30, your share being the larger one, while they will handle the maintenance of the satellites and bases. Professor, the mobile signal cannot be adapted to current standards, can it? It can, but doing so would yield results akin to the present situation. The programs in your documents would be challenging to implement and would require a complete overhaul, which is quite cumbersome. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Considering your current circumstances, Ash, it may be wiser to focus on technology as the core and expand this venture, incorporating other regional alliances for smoother communication between them. The Kalos and Galar regions are already developing similar communication methods, albeit at a slower pace, Professor Oak suggested. Ash was open to pursuing research and invention, yet he recognized the limitations of individual effort. As a Pokémon professor, he aspired to travel as a Pokémon master while managing a company, which seemed overwhelming. Instead of stretching himself thin, he deemed it more prudent to await the profit sharing. In Professor Oak's view, this was the most advantageous route. After all, Ash possessed the core technology, and his identity as a Pokémon professor held significant influence across various regional alliances. These alliances would eagerly seek collaboration with Ash, aiming to entice him to their side. Given this relationship, as long as the management of each regional alliance was astute, they would offer Ash the most equitable profit-sharing arrangement. In truth, Ash did not wish to oversee too many matters. He simply desired sufficient funds to sustain a multitude of Pokémon, and the excess was of little concern. This has been a consideration of mine for some time. Those 3 individuals participated fully in the RD process, so, of course, their dividends will initially be deposited into an account opened in their names and not dispersed to them immediately. Ash was not unscrupulous. The value of capsule technology and the related information paled in comparison to the worth of a Mega Evolution Stone, which only cost 50,000 points. The manufacturing capabilities of Team Rocket, especially Meowth, were crucial to materializing this information. Thus, granting them a modest share of the profits was reasonable. 5% total, with Meowth receiving an additional 0.5% for its prominent role. All right, I understand. You likely do not need to rush with the Moltres, correct? Upon mentioning molters, a peculiar smile spread across Professor Oak's face. Professor, have you not yet compiled the data? Ash inquired. I recall it has been nearly 10 days. Indeed, after capturing molters on Fire Island, Ash lingered for another 3 to 5 days before embarking towards Shurjima City. They have been traveling for about 4 to 5 days now. Is it really taking that long? However, Ash, the fact that you managed to defeat that molter suggests you have reached the champion level, correct? Professor Oak speculated. Professor, Pikachu hasn't even reached champion status yet. I'm barely at the threshold of being a champion. Defeating molters was merely a stroke of luck, thanks to Charizard's Mega Evolution. Oh, Charizard? Wait a moment. Did you just mention Charizard's Mega Evolution? Professor Oak's gaze intensified with excitement. He had recently consulted with Dr. Bratano from the Kalos region regarding the research on Mega Evolution and had not made substantial progress. To learn that Ash had managed to achieve Charizard's Mega Evolution was groundbreaking data that piqued his curiosity for further exploration. By the way, has Shinji made any new discoveries in the ancient ruins behind Pallet Town? Ash inquired, eager to know if the ancient Pokémon had been uncovered. If he could capture all 3 ancient Pokémon, he would have completed half of his tasks. That would be splendid. Ash, are you planning to challenge the Shurjima gym next? The gym leader, Daichi, is formidable and ambitious. You must exercise caution. Professor Oak warned. I will be careful, Ash assured, already mindful of the challenges ahead. In Shurjima City, at the Shurjima gym, boss, we have gathered intelligence on Zapdos and Molters, 2 of the legendary birds, Musashi reported. Oh, the legendary birds? Do tell, Sakaki expressed interest. Recently, with Mutwo's completion, he was eager to test the capabilities of powerful Pokémon, and the legendary birds seemed quite promising. Chapter 83. Mutwo in the quaint town of Masura. Ash pondered. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Sakaki felt a vague familiarity with the name, but could not quite place it. Yes, boss. The trio departed from Sakaki's office, their heads filled with dreams of promotions and raises. It must be noted that Team Rocket's flattened hierarchy is indeed commendable, allowing small teams like theirs to directly contact the organization's leader, Sakaki, which far surpasses the capabilities of villainous organizations in other regions. Earlier, Ash had lent a Milotic to the HN gym, so upon passing through the city of HN, the HN sisters refrained from orchestrating a mermaid-themed holiday. However, Misty still found herself unable to avoid leaving her Horsia and Starmie at the gym. Unlike in the original narrative, upon finding the manual for Psyduck, Misty nearly had her 3 elder sisters compel her to keep it, but fortunately, Psyduck's inability to swim saved it from that fate. At long last, the group arrived at the Tokiwa gym. Ash, Shigeru, who will challenge first? Brock inquired. I will. Shigeru interjected eagerly. Are you certain you wish to go first? Allow me to remind you that the trainer of Tokiwa Gym, Sakaki, is no ordinary person. He is the leader of Team Rocket and possesses a Pokémon not listed in the Pokédex, Ash stated somberly. He genuinely wished to confront Mutwo. Otherwise, he would have to wait for Mutwo's messenger, a hefty Snorlax, to deliver a ticket to New Island, which would indeed be a hassle. The leader of Team Rocket? The 3 exclaimed in astonishment. Brock swallowed hard, regaining his composure to ask, Ash, are you serious? Sakaki is the strongest trainer in Kanto. If he is indeed the leader of Team Rocket, the implications are significant. Of course, it's true. Not only Sakaki, but even Masakazu from the Kureha Gym and Mr. Aoki from the Akai Gym are also officials of Team Rocket. Even Shabaru from the Giran Gym once aided Team Rocket before withdrawing. Ash continued to divulge. Then I must challenge him first. A Pokémon not found in the Pokédex must be fascinating to battle against. Shigeru exclaimed as he dashed into the Tokiwa gym, leaving Ash and Misty momentarily stunned. Ash, how do you know all this? Misty asked curiously. Professor Oak informed me. It won't be long before the League catches wind of these matters, Ash replied, as he often did, deflecting the blame to Professor Oak. Half an hour later, Ash and his companions arrived at the entrance of Tokiwa Gym, addressing the 2 guards. Hello, I am Ash from Masura Town, here to challenge the Tokiwa Gym. May I inquire if the gym leader is available? Inside the gym, Sakaki had just received an urgent call and was about to leave when he heard about Ash's challenge, prompting him to reconsider. In truth, The call concerned Team Rocket's impending crisis, as both Kanto and Chengdu leagues were preparing to take action against them. When the news of Ash's challenge reached the guards, they promptly opened the gym's grand doors. Upon entering, Ash's gaze fell upon Shigeru, who lay unconscious in the battle arena. "Shigeru, are you all right?" Ash asked, gently tapping his face. Shigeru slowly opened his eyes, weakly replying, "Ash, you were right. That Pokémon named Mutwo is incredibly powerful." On the opposing platform, Sakaki recognized Ash's face, recalling that he was the boy who had thwarted Masakazu's attempt to capture Zapdos and had disrupted various other schemes. Previously, he had even asked Aoki to test Ash's strength, but had refrained from taking action, as the Mutwo project had reached a critical juncture, leaving him short-handed. "Hello, Sakaki," Ash greeted, meeting Sakaki's gaze with a smile. "Ah, little boy, you seem to know quite a bit. After thwarting so many of Team Rocket's operations, you dare to come here? Are you not afraid I might end you?" Sakaki replied coldly. "Sakaki, you're welcome to try," Ash retorted bravely. "Boldest indeed. Let us pit your strongest Pokémon against my Mutwo. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, we shall put an end to our grievances," Sakaki proposed. "I have no objections. After all, the League is currently purging Team Rocket," Ash replied. "Very well. This gym challenge will have no restrictions. Multiple Pokémon may be used simultaneously." As he spoke, a platform beneath Sakaki opened, and Mutwo, clad in a restraining armor, slowly ascended. The emergence of Mutwo radiated an overwhelming aura, a manifestation of its tremendous psychic power and innate traits, effective against all living beings. Pokémon. Mutwo type. Psychic gender. Genderless level. Near divine peak. Level 1 deity. Role. None ability. Pressure potential. Level 1 deity skills. Confusion. Telekinesis. Psycho cut. Life dew. Agility. Wide guard. Origin pulse. Psycho blade. Mystic guard. Psychic power swap. Guard swap. Break smash. Self recover. Future sight. Description. A highly potential artificial Pokémon. Note. The armor it wears not only limits its power, but also constrains its cognitive and power enhancement. "Charizard, Zapdos, come fort." "Pikachu, you too," Ash commanded, knowing it was time to utilize Pikachu's unique abilities against the restrained Mutwo. By channeling electricity, perhaps they could even elevate Pikachu to the level of a champion. After all, Pikachu's battle experience had grown significantly. It merely awaited the right opportunity. Noticing Ash's lineup, Sakaki's expression shifted slightly. "Boy, where's your Moltres?" "I did not bring Moltres." "This is sufficient," Ash replied confidently. After a lengthy recovery, Zapdos had regained its strength to that of a near champion, edging closer to actual championship status. "You still possess a Master Ball. Why not release it?" Sakaki's eyes narrowed, sharply observing the Master Ball at Ash's waist. "Release it, and your gym will be no more," he warned. Chapter 84. The uncontrolled Mutwo. Upon hearing Ash's words, Giovanni felt a surge of disdain towards him, prompting him to issue a command to Mutwo. "Mutwo, eliminate those 3 Pokémon." Mutwo emanated a formidable psychic force directed at Pikachu and his companions. Observing this, Ash's eyes shimmered with a glint of blue, and a protective wave enveloped Pikachu and his allies, nullifying Mutwo's psychic assault. Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, while Zapdos employed thunder to shield Charizard, who prepared to strike with Crunch. Simultaneously, Pikachu and Zapdos unleashed astonishing electrical attacks upon Mutwo. At that moment, Pikachu's voltage surged even more ferociously than Zapdos's. Under the cover of the 2 immense bolts of lightning, Charizard soared forward, mouth agape, ready to bite down on Mutwo. As Mutwo faced the impending onslaught, it calmly opened its barrier. However, the once invulnerable shield faltered under the impact of the 2 lightning strikes and was shattered by Charizard's fierce bite, leaving Mutwo visibly astonished. "Charizard, let us demonstrate our bond. Mega Evolve," Ash exclaimed as Charizard breached Mutwo's defenses. He retrieved the evolution keystone to initiate Mega Evolution. In a radiant flash, Mega Charizard X emerged resplendently. Mega Charizard X, Shadow Claw, with 2 obsidian claws infused with ghostly energy. Mega Charizard X unleashed a barrage of claw strikes toward the bewildered Mutwo. Giovanni remained composed, directing Mutwo, Use Stone Edge. The Team Rocket leader was well acquainted with the mechanics of Mega Evolution, particularly Charizard's X-Form. I command not just one Pokémon, Pikachu. Use Iron Tail to block the incoming attack, and Zapdos, employ Electro Cannon. Heeding the command, Pikachu darted forward, utilizing Iron Tail to shatter the Stone Edge aimed at Charizard, while Zapdos released a fierce current of electricity, striking Mutwo with precision during a brief moment of vulnerability. The intense electrical surge hit Mutwo's restraining armor, causing its electronic components to overload and emit sparks. Mutwo struggled against the onslaught, yet the Electro Cannon ensnared it in a paralyzed state, causing currents to ripple across its surface. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded, Charizard, go for another crunch. Pikachu, leap atop Mutwo and unleash thunder. Charizard tore away a significant portion of Mutwo's armor with its powerful jaws, diminishing its restraining effects. Pikachu followed suit with a thunderous strike, short-circuiting the device on Mutwo's head. With the restraining armor's effects nullified, Mutwo sank to its knees in agony, clutching its head as vivid memories of its creation in Team Rocket's laboratory flooded its mind. The name Mew resonated deeply within its consciousness, as Team Rocket instilled the concept of being a mere replica of Mew within it. Mutwo had inadvertently developed its own awareness even before its complete formation. The moment it became conscious, it ceased to be a mere substitute and emerged as a unique entity. Though it remained oblivious to this fact, Team Rocket's imposition of the restraining armor was merely a means of controlling its thoughts and abilities. Mutwo rise, Giovanni commanded, his brow furrowing. Yet Mutwo remained unresponsive. Ash, displaying shrewdness, held his attack, aiming to capture Mutwo if the opportunity arose, hence targeting the restraining armor deliberately. Mutwo suddenly let out a piercing roar, resonating telepathically within the minds of all present. Giovanni's expression darkened as he bellowed, Mutwo, I created you. You must obey me and eliminate those 3 Pokémon. Mutwo, you are mistaken. While some among humanity are indeed despicable, many regard Pokémon as partners and family. Ash countered, humans be damned. Mutwo's gaze turned cold and merciless, its psychic powers intensifying. Giovanni's departure did not prompt Mutwo to pursue. Instead, it yearned to confront Mew and ascertain who the true replica was, aspiring to establish a realm governed by Pokémon, liberated from human dominion. Casting a glance at Ash, Mutwo soared away. Observing Mutwo's departure, Ash urged, Pikachu, we must follow. He leapt onto Charizard's back, pursuing the retreating figure of Mutwo, much to the astonishment of Misty and Brock. Is he serious? How could Ash possibly fly? Gary exclaimed, gripping his spiky hair in disbelief. I must report this. Ash is clearly cheating. This fellow is straying further from humanity, Brock murmured. Now is not the time for astonishment. That Pokémon known as Mutwo is not something we can contend with. Ash's recklessness could lead to peril. Misty urged anxiously. Boom! Just as the trio pondered their next move, the roof erupted once more, and a corpulent figure descended from above, a red-haired man in a cloak leaping down from it. With his back turned to the trio, he called into the gym, Giovanni, surrender. Your subordinates have been apprehended. Giovanni. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, recognizing the figure. The Flying Type Elite Four member. You arrived too late. Giovanni has already fled. Gary cautioned, covering his face. Is he truly one of the Elite Four? Misty asked. Disbelief etched on her face. Judging by his hairstyle and that Dragonite, he likely is, Brock replied, albeit uncertainly. Though both were originally gym trainers, their paths diverged. Brock was a temporary stand-in due to his obligations at home, while Misty sought to reclaim her family's honor after her sisters tarnished their gym's reputation. Chapter 85. Dodo and Mutwo, who are you again? The Doduo turned to look at Green, momentarily unable to recall his name. I am Professor Oak's grandson, Green. He began to introduce himself, but the Doduo suddenly remembered. Ah, you are that snail trailing behind Ash, aren't you? I believe your name is either Meow or Mao. I am not the Flying King. I am the Dragon King, you snail. In his heart, the Doduo cursed Ash vehemently, before meeting Ash. He had indeed been the Flying King, but since then, Everyone seemed to have adopted that title for him. By the way, what were you saying just now? Has Sakaki run away? At that moment, the Dajuo finally recalled the purpose of his visit. He fled long ago. By the way, Ash is gone after a powerful Pokémon created by Team Rocket. You, the Flying King, should hurry and assist him. Green urged. You encountered that artificial Pokémon? The Dajuo asked in disbelief. They had scoured several of Team Rocket's major bases before confirming that Sakaki was indeed the creator of Team Rocket. They also learned that Team Rocket was using Mew's genes to create a powerful Pokémon, but unfortunately, the members of Team Rocket had destroyed all data before their retreat, leaving them with limited information. Moreover, they had not thoroughly investigated Sakaki's strength. Otherwise, the Dajuo would not have come alone. Meanwhile, curious as ever, it decided to follow the sensing signal towards the World Tree. On another front, Ash, tracking Mutwo's aura, swiftly soared over the ocean. At that moment, Mutwo, sensing Ash's pursuit, sought refuge on a secluded island. Before long, Ash arrived riding Charizard. Mutwo, let us battle. If you lose, you will accompany me. If I lose, I will take you to find Mew, Ash declared. Upon hearing this, Mutwo's excitement surged. Human, you know where Mew is? Indeed, Mutwo responded without hesitation. Ancient Dragonite, emerge. With that, Ash unleashed the final Master Ball, revealing the magnificent form of Ancient Dragonite before Mutwo. He detached from Charizard's back and commanded, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Zapdos, unleash Thunder. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Dragonite, Dance of the Dragons followed by Dragon Voice. These three attacks were intended to buy time for Dragonite to accumulate its power. Otherwise, Ash had little confidence in defeating Mutwo, even if Mutwo had not fully harnessed that power. The gap in their levels was still significant. Mutwo summoned a thick shield to block Pikachu and the others' attacks, simultaneously conjuring a wave of aura to thwart Dragonite's power accumulation. Observing this, Ash also produced an aura sphere to clash with Mutwo. Human, it was you who shielded them with this special ability back in that building. Mutwo recalled the mysterious barrier that had thwarted its psychic power during their previous gym battle. This is the power of aura, akin to psychic abilities, Ash explained. On the isolated island below, the curious Dajuo marveled at Ash's display of aura. Pikachu, Zapdos, use Thunder. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Pikachu hovered behind Zapdos, simultaneously executing Thunder. As the two attacks fused, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder roared, striking Mutwo with the full force of nature. In that moment, the might of the lightning shattered Mutwo's shield. This power feels off, Ash murmured, just as Charizard's Flamethrower struck Mutwo. Dragonite, now is the time to unleash Dragon Pulse. Empowered by the Pseudo-Dragon Plate and the Dance of the Dragons, Ancient Dragonite unleashed an enormous Dragon Pulse with tremendous force. Sensing the impending threat, Mutwo decided not to hold back. It executed a rapid movement, narrowly avoiding the Dragon Pulse, while a chilling aura emanated from its right hand as it charged toward Ancient Dragonite. Pikachu, intercept with Iron Tail. Pikachu valiantly swung a powerful blow, halting Mutwo's advance. Charizard, now use Shadow Claw. Zapdos, use Electro Ball to block Mutwo's escape route. Dragonite, unleash Draco Meteor. Ash's string of commands overwhelmed Mutwo for a moment. It began to falter, sustaining several injuries. Dragonite used its tail to drive Mutwo toward the island. With a powerful swing of its massive tail, Dragonite caught Mutwo off guard, sending it crashing onto the island. Excellent. Continue the onslaught. Below, on the deserted island, Ash had already used aura to scan the surroundings. Aside from a curious Dajuo, there were no other humans or Pokémon. Mew? Mew peeked into the pit where Mutwo had landed. In the pit, Mutwo shook its head and looked up. The eyes of the two Pokémon met instantly. Mew? Mutwo could hardly believe its eyes. Mew? Who are you? Why is your aura so similar to mine? Mew inquired, puzzled. Similar? Indeed, Mutwo replied, its tone solemn as a tidal wave of psychic energy surged toward Mew. At that moment, Mutwo had entirely forgotten its battle with Ash. It solely desired to engage Mew in a contest of strength. However, as a first-tier deity, Mew simply ignored Mutwo's psychic force, covering its mouth with a smile instead. To Mewtwo, Mew's smile felt like a dismissive gesture, amplifying its frustration. Chapter 86. The Struggle with Mewtwo. Mew, possessing formidable psychic abilities, observed Mewtwo expectantly, as if waiting for a surprise. Mew, it has been a long time. At that moment, Ash arrived with several of his Pokémon, standing behind Mew. My emissary, you have come. Mew felt increasingly convinced that choosing Ash as its emissary was indeed a wise decision. The aura of the wave had transcended the valiant warrior of yore, now blessed by the forests of Johto and Ho-Oh. An emissary? Why choose a human for such a role? Mewtwo, perturbed by the closeness between Mew and Ash, felt a pang of resentment. Mew's affinity with humanity seemed to cast Mewtwo in the shadow of a fool. There is no particular reason. Ash is unique among humans. You too must learn to control yourself as a mature Pokémon, Mew replied sagely. Indeed, Mewtwo, with its first-level godly power, could easily wreak havoc upon humans, potentially reigniting the age-old conflict between humans and Pokémon. Such a scenario was one Mew sought to avoid, for it had already borne the weight of guarding the World Tree, with little time to spare for battles. Mewtwo, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of Hyper Beam towards Mew and Ash. In response, Mew calmly erected a shield. The Hyper Beam merely glanced off, failing to even rattle the barrier. Seeing this, Mewtwo concentrated psychic energy into a blade, thrusting it forward. The clash between the psychic blade and the shield erupted in a cloud of dust, a sure sign of Mew's invulnerability. Mewtwo, you cannot defeat Mew. Continuing this will only bring humiliation upon yourself. Why persist? Ash urged. Mew, as a guardian of the World Tree, wielded the dual powers of its divine role and the tree itself, making it nearly invincible, even against multiple first-level gods. Mewtwo, however, remained obstinate, launching another psychic assault. It seems we must first subdue it, Ash suggested. Are you considering capturing it? Mew inquired. I do wish to, but it seems Mewtwo harbors some misconceptions about humanity. Fear not. As the Wave Warrior, I believe you can resolve its misunderstandings and complete the battle that remains unfinished. Mew encouraged. All right, Pikachu, use Iron Tail to shatter its barrier. Charizard, seize the moment for a final blow. Dragonite, employ Dragon Pulse. Zapdos, unleash Thunder Cannon. With Mew support, Ash commanded his Pokémon to launch a concerted assault on Mewtwo. Meanwhile, 200 kilometers away, the Flying Master Dodrio was aimlessly searching for Ash's whereabouts, unaware of the ongoing battle. Suddenly, Dodrio sensed something and directed its gaze toward the sea. Dragonite, have you found anything? Dodrio inquired, but its own uncertainty lingered. Never mind. Let us investigate. If it is not the one we seek, I shall enlist the help of the regional champions for further inquiry, Dodrio lamented, hoping fervently that Ash was safe, for failure would invite scrutiny from the League and potential retribution from Professor Oak and others. Pikachu, shatter its shield. Charizard, strike with your might. With Mew's assistance, Ash's noble assault finally wore Mewtwo down to its limits. Pikachu, growing stronger with each confrontation, not only ascended to the rank of champion, but also reached mid-champion status, effortlessly slicing through Mewtwo's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Charizard unleashed a flurry of strikes, culminating in a devastating blow that sent Mewtwo crashing into the ground. Ash, recognizing the moment, attempted to capture Mewtwo with a Master Ball. The ball shook briefly before exploding, revealing Mewtwo, panting with fierce defiance. Still defiant? Very well. Allow me to deliver the final blow, Ash declared, conjuring a blue orb and launching himself at Mewtwo. The wave projectile detonated against Mewtwo's chest, and Ash transitioned into melee combat, executing a series of powerful strikes. Mewtwo was bewildered by Ash's uncanny prowess, finding itself overwhelmed by the human's ferocity. Thus, a clash of titans unfolded, with Ash mercilessly pummeling Mewtwo. Despite Mewtwo's prowess, it stood no chance against Ash's mastery of martial arts. If it were Mega Mewtwo X, Ash would have refrained from close combat, knowing that psychic types were inherently stronger than humans, and he sought no unnecessary suffering. In this battle, Ash unleashed a relentless assault, employing every technique at his disposal, each strike landing with precision. Pikachu and Charizard watched in awe, fearful of the possibility that Ash might unleash such fury upon them. Approximately 10 minutes later, observing the incapacitated Mewtwo, Ash retrieved another Master Ball. Perhaps Mewtwo, cowed by Ash's relentless onslaught or drained of its strength, was swiftly captured without further resistance. Mew, thank you for assisting Pikachu and the others in subduing Mewtwo's abilities. Ash expressed his gratitude, holding the Master Ball containing Mewtwo. Chapter 87. Dream's assistance in capturing Mewtwo. We are friends, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. By the way, Ash, Mewtwo has not fully acknowledged you yet. Allow me to seal a portion of its powers. With a mere thought, Dream caused the Master Ball in Ash's hand to levitate, emanating a powerful wave from its being directed towards the unconscious Mewtwo within the Master Ball. Ash observed on the system panel as Mewtwo's strength plummeted from a level of divine to the latter stages of the Elite Four. There, its power has been sealed. Ash, you may utilize your own wave and the abilities I have granted you to collaborate in breaking the seal, or you may wait until it completely acknowledges you, at which point the seal will automatically dissolve, Dream explained. Ding! The system detected the capture of the artificial Pokémon Mewtwo, rewarding the host with 100,000 points, 5 Master Balls, 5 Rare Candies, and 2 Mewtwo Mega Evolution Stones. Hearing the reward notification in his mind, Ash nodded at Dream. Yes, I understand. He had anticipated that Mewtwo would not yield easily, and now that its strength was restricted to the latter stages of the Elite Four, he could easily suppress it, which barely counted as completing the task. Seeing Dream hesitate, Ash sensed that it was contemplating where to wander next, and he tempted Dream. Ever since our last parting, I have crafted many energy blocks tailored just for you. Would you care to visit my home? Dream circled around Ash, inquiring. Really? Of course. It is true. We're friends after all. Very well. I accept your invitation. With that, Dream transformed into the likeness of Pikachu, taking the place of the original Pikachu. Pikachu looked quizzically at Dream, wondering if it intended to usurp its position. Ash gently patted Pikachu, reassuring it before placing it on his other shoulder. At that moment, the Doduo arrived, albeit a bit late. Doduo, what brings you here? Ash inquired, perplexed by its presence. I heard from Professor Oak's grandson and your 2 friends that you went after the Pokémon created by Team Rocket. They were concerned for your safety and sent me to find you. By the way, did you capture that Pokémon? Doduo glanced around, observing the aftermath of the fierce battle. Ash preferred to keep the matter of capturing Mewtwo a secret. Rest assured, I will remain in Pallet Town awaiting the commencement of the Indigo Conference. With Professor Oak present, Giovanni would not be foolish enough to confront me there. However, Doduo, I must caution you. Giovanni's strength is formidable, so do take care not to fall into his grasp. After saying this, Ash signaled Charizard to take flight. Inside the Tokiwa gym, Misty and the others anxiously awaited Ash's safe return. Joji, Gyojibuli. The Togepi temporarily entrusted to Brock by Ash excitedly waved and called out at the small black dot in the distant sky. What is that? Brock followed Togepi's gaze and spotted the increasingly larger black dot. That cannot be the case. What if Champion Dodrio is merely handling an urgent matter? Brock suggested. Not quite. You are unfamiliar with that individual. You do not comprehend his character. Doduo has a tendency to clash with Team Rocket. Ash often mentions that Doduo is either capturing Team Rocket or on its way to infiltrate them. Ash, riding Charizard, called out to the group. At that moment, Gary felt superfluous. Oh, Gary, you're still here? Ash expressed surprise. Wait, am I seeing things, or has Pikachu gained a companion? Misty noticed an additional yellow creature perched on Ash's shoulder. It must be the one Ash just captured, Brock speculated hesitantly. Gyojihouji. Togepi wriggled free from Brock's arms and leaped into Ash's embrace. Togepi, I apologize for making you worry, Ash said, a hint of regret in his tone. Pika Pika. Pikachu greeted Togepi warmly. Dream cast a curious glance at Togepi. Ash, did you manage to catch Mewtwo? Gary asked. I did catch up with it. Why do you ask? Did you capture it? Guess. Ash wore a mysterious smile. That means you did not capture it. Huh? I knew it. That Pokémon is far too powerful for you to defeat, Gary quickly deduced the incorrect answer. Ash's previous captures of Zapdos and Moltres had been communicated to him through a call with his grandfather, both being of elite level. The power exhibited by Mewtwo, Gary surmised, was even greater than that of his grandfather's Pokémon. So, as long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Ash had no intention of correcting Gary's assumptions. However, both Misty and Brock noticed the Master Ball at Ash's waist, choosing not to reveal it. Chapter 88. Return to Professor Oak's laboratory. The group arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory in merely 2 hours. At that moment, Professor Oak was preparing to cook instant noodles in a beaker. Grandpa, Professor Oak. The voices of Shigeru and Satoshi echoed from outside. Upon hearing their voices, Professor Oak immediately discarded the noodles he had just set down into the trash without a second thought. After tidying his attire and opening a window for ventilation, he slowly exited the laboratory, locking the door behind him. Downstairs, Brock, noticing that no one had appeared despite their calls, expressed his confusion. Is the professor not here? That's impossible. Grandpa hardly ever leaves the lab, Shigeru replied. In this case, there's no need to speculate. Professor Oak is surely indulging in instant noodles again. Satoshi remarked with resignation. Instant noodles? Misty and Brock exchanged puzzled glances. What does that have to do with anything? Professor Oak is renowned as a Pokémon researcher. How could he fall to the level of eating instant noodles? It was indeed one of Professor Oak's peculiar hobbies to prepare instant noodles using lab equipment. Before Satoshi could elaborate, Professor Oak descended the stairs, countering, Hey, Satoshi, don't speak nonsense. I have no such hobby. Professor, at least clean the grease stains off your coat before you argue, Satoshi retorted playfully. Believing him, Professor Oak glanced down at his lab coat, only to realize he had been tricked. Satoshi, you remain just as you were before. By the way, I heard you defeated the Tokiwa gym? Professor Oak changed the subject. Is that so? I thought your skills had reached such heights. Professor Oak was aware of Sakaki's champion-level prowess, but remained oblivious to the fact that Sakaki was the leader of Team Rocket. After all, Professor Oak was a researcher, only having heard of Team Rocket without any direct involvement, save for those 3 individuals. Having said that, he turned to Satoshi and remarked, by the way, Satoshi, your Pokémon is in the backyard. Go check on it. Sure. And Professor, there's another one. If you have time, could you help me examine it? Satoshi handed Professor Oak a Pokeball containing Mewtwo. Professor Oak glanced at the Master Ball in his hand, secretly admiring the boy's remarkable achievements. After Satoshi and the others made their way to the backyard, Shigeru curiously approached Professor Oak and inquired, Grandpa, what Pokémon did Satoshi give you? You'll find out once you see it. Why don't you check on your collected Pokémon in the backyard as well? Professor Oak suggested, as he clutched the Master Ball and headed towards the laboratory. Mysterious and secretive, Shigeru couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. He was uncertain whether he was Professor Oak's grandson or if Satoshi held that title. Surely, there was no need for such preferential treatment. Professor Oak hurried towards the laboratory, and halfway there, for safety, he returned to his room to retrieve one of his own Pokémon. Upon entering the laboratory, he eagerly opened the Master Ball. As Mewtwo emerged, it immediately displayed a fierce hostility, unleashing its psychic powers with the intent to attack Professor Oak. However, a towering figure appeared behind Mewtwo, emanating an overwhelming presence that even Mewtwo, capable of only exerting its late champion-level power, felt a twinge of discomfort. A new psychic-type Pokémon? Satoshi, this child truly possesses remarkable luck. Hee, a new specimen. Here I come. Professor Oak revealed an enthusiastic yet sinister smile. The backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory was expansive. Upon arriving, Satoshi released all the Pokémon he had on him, channeling his aura to connect with those he had captured. The Pokémon, sensing Satoshi's aura, rushed toward him. During this journey, Satoshi had captured numerous Pokémon, most of which were of exceptional caliber. Excluding the ancient Dragonite, Zapdos, Moltres, and Mewtwo, Satoshi possessed several Pokémon of champion-level strength, including Pikachu, Gardevoir, Steelix, and Charizard. The remainder mostly range from gym level to quasi-champion level, with a few like Kadabra and Togepi still considered baby Pokémon for the time being. Kadabra, due to its species traits, required 18 hours of sleep each day, leaving little time for training. While Togepi had only recently hatched and was under Pikachu's protection, so Satoshi had yet to initiate any intensive training. Pokémon, Pikachu, level, mid-champion, Gardevoir, level, low champion, Milotic, level, mid-gym, Pidgeotto, level, high gym, Beedrill, level, high gym, Megastelix, level, low champion, Ivysaur, level, early quasi-champion, Charizard, level, low champion, Wartortle, level, early quasi-champion, Zapdos, level, high champion, Ancient Dragonite, level, low-tier god, Tentacruel, level, high quasi-champion, Ghastly, level, mid-gym, Shiny Riolu, level, high gym, Dragonair, level, early, quasi-champion Dratini, level, high excellent, Tauros, leader level, low gym, Infernape, level, high gym, Fury Punch, 13 times, Mook, level, low gym, Jigglypuff, level, high excellent, Aerodactyl, level, high quasi-champion, Togepi, level, low excellent, Moltres, level, high champion, Mewtwo, level, high champion, Tier 1 God, Chapter 89, The Rocket Trio in Action. Pokémon, Kingler level. Exceptional advanced. His objective before the onset of the court conference is to elevate the existing Pokémon levels to gym leader status, ensuring absolute certainty of victory. He does not believe that the will of the vast world can conjure an extraordinary deity to thwart his championship aspirations during the conference. Upon capturing Dragonair and Dratini, the late-blooming dragon-type quasi-deities, Ash meticulously devised a training regimen, seeking guidance from Professor Oak and subsequently from his own ancient mentor. He firmly trusts in double insurance, believing it improbable that he cannot nurture two promising candidates. Listen closely. Starting tomorrow, we will commence specialized training. Our goal is to become champions, Ash declared, outlining the training objectives for each of his Pokémon. Pikachu is to master the concentration of Thunder Armor, having already begun to form the prototype of Lightning Armor on its chest at the quasi-elite level. By the time he finished his instructions, over an hour had slipped away unnoticed. After organizing his Pokémon, Ash finally found the time to inspect the previous achievements of the Rocket Trio. Brock picked up a capsule, scrutinizing it closely, and inquired, Ash, is this the storage capsule you had those two Rocket fellows create? It should be, Brock. Just press the switch on the capsule and toss it to see what happens, Ash replied, somewhat uncertain, as this was his first encounter with such an item. All right. Brock activated the switch and tossed it into the nearby open space. With a resounding boom, a small house materialized before them. Remarkable. It can indeed contain a house, Misty exclaimed. With this, traveling will become significantly more convenient, Brock mused, envisioning the capsule technology becoming an essential item for trainers embarking on journeys. While Ash and his companions reveled in the marvel of capsule technology, in the backyard of Professor Oak's lab, a patch of grass concealed the Rocket Trio, comprising two humans and a Meowth, who were peering through binoculars at Ash's Pokémon. Wonderful. The little brat's Pokémon are all present. This time, we can capture them in one fell swoop. Promotion and salary increases await. The trio envisioned a shared scenario of success. All right, Meowth, quickly retrieve our tools, Musashi urged with impatience. Wait, aren't those tools with you and Kojiro? Meowth queried, confused. Kojiro gazed blankly at Musashi and Meowth, bewildered. Did you not bring them? Musashi asked, suppressing her frustration. You didn't ask. I thought Meowth had them, Kojiro innocently replied. What do you mean I have them, Meow? Meowth echoed, equally perplexed. Ugh. Are you two planning for me to fetch them? Musashi fumed, delivering her signature fist of fury to both Kojiro and Meowth, leaving them with swollen spots. Given Musashi's domineering nature, they chose silence over protest. Musashi, did you come prepared? Kojiro inquired curiously. Of course, Musashi replied, striding towards their specialized flying vessel. Meowth and Kojiro followed suit, only to discover a large net. Will this be sufficient? Just one net, and the lowest quality at that? I'm having second thoughts, Kojiro and Meowth pondered. Reluctant to become mere shooting stars again, Musashi unleashed another fist of fury upon them, and ultimately, they yielded to her intimidation and launched the hot air balloon. For them, Being sent flying by Ash's Pokémon posed no real danger, but Musashi's fists were another matter entirely. Upon seeing the Rocket Trio's standard flying vessel, Ash wore an expression of resigned exasperation. Here they come again, Misty sighed, raising her hands in defeat. Beedrill, go and bid our old friends farewell, Ash commanded his Beedrill, which was engaged in specialized training with Aerodactyl. Beedrill responded, soaring towards the Rocket Trio's hot air balloon. Kojiro Meowth, bring it down, Musashi commanded, as her Arbok was grounded and could only rely on Kojiro's Weezing and Meowth's weaponry. Seeing only Beedrill and no sign of Pikachu, Kojiro and Meowth breathed a sigh of relief and decided to feign incompetence. Kojiro pretended to search for Weezing's Pokeball, while Meowth pretended to aim, but ultimately, they did nothing to impede Beedrill's progress, allowing it to pierce a hole in the balloon effortlessly. With one additional whirlwind, the Rocket Trio found themselves once again soaring through the sky like shooting stars. After dispatching the Rocket Trio, Beedrill radiated a glow of evolution. As the radiance faded, a colossal Beedrill materialized before Ash. Congratulations, Beedrill, Ash exclaimed, attempting to reach out to pat its head, only to find that his Beedrill stood towering at 2 meters tall. Sensing Ash's gesture, Beedrill graciously bowed its head, permitting Ash to stroke it. Pokémon, Beedrill type, normal flying gender, male level, low quasi-elite ability, strong chest muscles potential, elite skills, none boom. At that moment, an explosion resonated from within the lab. Mew, disguised as Pikachu and snacking in the lab, curiously glanced at the source of the explosion, merely casting a glance before returning to its meal. Upon hearing the commotion, Ash instantly sensed trouble and dashed towards the lab. Soon, he encountered a disheveled Professor Oak, who was facing off against Mutwo. Mutwo's right hand crackled with electrical energy, while Professor Oak's own hands were enveloped in a swirling aura. Professor, what have you done this time? Ash inquired, knowing all too well that Professor Oak's professional curiosity had once again led to a mishap, triggering Mutwo's latent memories and resulting in an explosion. I was merely excited to encounter a new Pokémon and momentarily forgot to consult with it first, Professor Oak admitted sheepishly. Wait, Mutwo? At that moment, Gary approached, astonished by the sight of Mutwo. Chapter 90. Implications. Ash, how on earth did you manage to capture it? Did you not claim you were unsuccessful? Gary gazed at Ash with a resentful expression. I never stated I couldn't capture it. You merely dismissed the correct answer outright. Ash feigned innocence. Observing Ash's infuriating demeanor, Gary gritted his teeth in frustration. How vexing. Calm down, Mutwo. The doctor means no harm, Ash reassured Mutwo. Well, at least it seems somewhat obedient. He turned to Professor Oak and explained, Professor, Mutwo is a Pokémon cultivated from Mew's genes by Team Rocket. It has been in the laboratory since its inception, and Team Rocket has conducted numerous experiments on it, hence its aversion to experimental equipment. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder this child resists the instruments so vehemently, Professor Oak realized. I had suspected as much. Its affinity is unlike that of any other legendary Pokémon I have encountered. Why did Mutwo react so differently? It appears to be the fault of Team Rocket. He had already contemplated using Mutwo to confront Darkrai. A first-tier Data-level Mutwo should easily defeat several of Darkrai's legendary Pokémon. Shouldn't he? You see, just a few days ago, my mother called me, mentioning a surprise. Ash was rather perplexed by this so-called surprise. He had subtly inquired with Serena and discovered that this surprise was prepared by his cherished daughter, Shiny Gardevoir. Beyond that, he had little information. It truly is a delightful surprise. Bratano has examined it, and I believe you will appreciate it when the time comes, Professor Oak said with a mysterious smile. Ash felt speechless. So it turns out he was the only one left in the dark regarding this surprise, while everyone else seemed to know the details. Ash, could you Dragonite? Professor, let me first consult her to see if she is willing to assist with your research. Her abilities are significantly superior to your Dragonite. Indeed, the ancient Mega Rayquaza, restored to its second-tier deity level, is far more formidable than Professor Oak's champion-level Rayquaza. If the ancient Mega Rayquaza refuses to cooperate and causes a scene like Mutwo, It could spell trouble for Professor Oak. Understood. A little over 10 minutes later, Ash and his companions departed from Professor Oak's laboratory, while the professor wore a look of regret, clearly disappointed that the ancient Mega Rayquaza was unwilling to partake in research. Not even for a simple health check. As they exited the laboratory, Misty glanced back at the direction of the lab with concern. Ash, are you sure it's alright to leave things like this? Rest assured, Professor Oak is merely putting on a FA. He has numerous other projects to pursue. Ancient Pokémon are sleeping in the hills behind Pallet Town. Let us plan for specialized training there in a few days. Ash had already made arrangements for the training to take place in the hills, although for the next couple of days, he intended to stay home with his mother, Hanako, as he was to pick her up from the airport in Vermilion City the following day. Naturally, Misty and Brock would be staying at Ash's house, and with capsule technology, they had no concerns about lacking accommodations. The following morning, Ash arrived early at Professor Oak's laboratory. There was no way he could walk to the airport to fetch his mother, so he sought Professor Oak's assistance, as the professor had a car and was available, particularly since his mother had once been one of his students. If it weren't for his irresponsible father, who had been out of contact for years, Ash believed his mother would have been a top researcher, if not a doctor herself. After wandering around the lab without sight of Gary, Ash approached Professor Oak, who was having breakfast. Professor, has Gary gone for training? That child has been quite affected by your earlier encounter. After you left yesterday, he went to train, claiming he wanted to secure a spot in the top 2. Ash, about that Megacizer's Mega Evolution Stone. Gary had not only informed Professor Oak about their trade before leaving, but also assessed the Megacizer's strength, which barely reached the intermediate level of a quasi-champion after Mega Evolution. It's nothing, but Professor, have you encountered any obstacles in your research on Mega Evolution? Ash inquired. Not exactly an obstacle. It's just that Mega Evolution Stones are rather difficult to find. Even when discovered, there may not be compatible Pokémon or trainers available. According to your speculation, Ash, there must be a strong bond between the trainer and Pokémon for Mega Evolution to occur, which eliminates many candidates. You are aware that many of the regional leagues are quite utilitarian. Many view Pokémon merely as tools. I see. That indeed poses a significant challenge. After conversing for a while longer, they set off towards the airport in Vermilion City. 3 hours later, a multinational flight from Mier City to Vermilion City landed precisely on time. Ash and Professor Oak waited at the airport reception area for approximately 30 minutes before spotting Shiny Gardevoir using psychic powers to levitate numerous bags alongside Hanako. Upon seeing them, Ash raised his hands high and called out, "Mother, Gardevoir, I'm over here." Ash, Shiny Gardevoir exclaimed, quickening her pace upon seeing her long-missed caretaker. This child, Hanako, shook her head with a smile. "Mom, how was your trip to the Kalos region?" Ash asked. "It was quite enjoyable. It's far more bustling than the Kanto region." "Professor, this is a gift prepared for you by Serena," Hanako said as she handed Professor Oak a package wrapped in blue paper. "Oh, that Serena is truly thoughtful," Professor Oak praised. "Professor, I feel as though you are subtly mocking us," Ash remarked quietly. "Huh? Is that so?" "Certainly not," Professor Oak vehemently denied. Chapter 91. The Ralts Egg Welcome. Kasumi and Brock, it is a pleasure to have you as our guests, Hanako greeted warmly, as the three engaged in pleasantries. Shinado rummaged through her luggage and produced an incubator along with a Pokémon egg adorned with a white base and green patterns. Shauna, Ash, this is a gift." "This Pokémon egg?" Ash remarked, feeling a sense of déjà vu. He activated his system to scan it. Pokémon, Ralts type, Psychic Fairy gender, male level, 0 ability, telepathy potential, near champion skills, growl, charm, double team, confusion, magical flame, inherited. "So, it's a Ralts egg. Shinado, where did you acquire this?" Ash inquired. "This was obtained during an outing with my sister." Shinado recounted the circumstances of acquiring the egg. It turned out that poachers had targeted her and her sister, but those poachers were rather inept. Shinado swiftly subdued them, and this Ralts egg was stolen from a breeding facility in the Sinnoh region. The original customer who ordered the egg faced risks and high costs for interregional shipping to the Kalos region, leading these unfortunate poachers to attempt direct delivery, ultimately setting their sights on Shinado and Kirlia. As is well known, shiny Pokémon are highly coveted in human society, making the two shiny Shinado and Curlia their prime targets. Consequently, this egg arrived in Ash's possession. The breeding facility that had been robbed soon went out of business. Shauna? Where's Pikachu? Shinado suddenly noticed the absence of the little yellow rodent beside Ash. Upon hearing this, Shinado felt compelled to train as well. After all, her fellow Pokémon were diligently striving, and it seemed improper for her to be idle. There's no need to worry about it. Pikachu and the others are merely warming up for now. The serious training will commence in a few days, Ash reassured her. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, Pikachu and the others were training vigorously. The trio of Team Rocket, who had been sent flying the previous day, made yet another appearance. During their time at the lab, they had not only been working, but also scouting for weak points in the laboratory's defenses. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Musashi was much more cautious this time. Before even entering the backyard, she asked Meowth, "Did you bring the tools this time?" Yes. Meowth replied, though it felt uncertain. Having witnessed Pikachu and the others seemingly grow stronger, their preparations were mostly focused on countering electric-type skills. In a certain room of the laboratory, Ash's Jengars caught a glimpse of the trio outside, a sly smile playing on its lips as it recognized three familiar faces. Thus, it phased through the wall and approached Team Rocket's location. Meanwhile, a yellow dog in the backyard sensed Team Rocket's presence through its aura. Meowth, have you noticed that the temperature here is different from outside? Kojiro whispered. Meowth extended its tongue to feel the air, pondering, it is indeed a bit cooler than outside. Musashi, noticing the two whispering, reprimanded, this is a forest, sunlight can't reach here, so of course, the temperature is lower. You two stop dawdling and get to work. All right. Kojiro felt a nagging suspicion that the temperature drop was connected to a certain Pokémon he was familiar with. Above them, Jengars watched the trio with a mischievous grin. On another tree branch, Riolu had also approached, observing Team Rocket assembling a peculiar machine, instantly sensing their ill intentions. She prepared to unleash an aura sphere to blast them away. Wait, they might be good practice. They helped Pidgey evolve yesterday. In that moment, Infernape joined the scene. Riola nodded in agreement. The fiery ape leaped down, delivering a furious punch that obliterated the machine Team Rocket had meticulously prepared. Coughing amidst the smoke, Musashi glared at Infernape, questioning, who dares to sabotage Team Rocket's plans? Double Trouble, use Tackle. Kojiro hastily released his Pokeball to summon Weezing. Weezing charged forward, smashing through the remnants of the device. Infernape? This seems to be one of that brat's Pokémon, Meowth remarked thoughtfully. In response, Infernape taunted Team Rocket with a challenging gesture. What did he say? Musashi inquired of Meowth. He said to bring it on, that he is going to make us regret it today, Meowth translated. Such bravado. Go Arbok. Teach it a lesson. Musashi threw forth her Pokémon. Arbok. Arbok opened its mouth, ready to unleash a barrage of toxic needles. Just then, an aura sphere flew in, interrupting Arbok's attack. Riolu descended from above, landing beside Infernape. Meanwhile, Jengars above showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, it retrieved a camera from somewhere and began filming with telekinesis. Shiny Reel of Meowth, grab it, Musashi commanded, grabbing Meowth by the scruff and tossing it towards Riolu. I don't fight, Meowth protested, its face conveying sheer reluctance, as it was not a combat-oriented Pokémon. Seeing Meowth willingly approach, Infernape delivered a furious punch directly to Meowth's face. Ugh, Meowth, put in some effort. Before Meowth could react, Musashi threw it once more into the fray. Chapter 92, The Abandoned World Monkey and Lucario No. Meow. Upon witnessing the massive fists of the raging monkey hurtling towards him once more, Meowth's face was etched with sheer terror. Bang! Unfazed by Meowth's plight, Musashi seized the opportunity to execute another throw. Arbok, use Glare. Meowth scratched wildly. Recovering from the shock, Arbok straightened up, revealing the intricate patterns on its abdomen. The raging monkey's body stiffened, succumbing to paralysis. Meowth, now is your chance, Musashi shouted, her voice piercing the chaos. With eyes tightly shut, Meowth flailed its front paws in desperation. However, it only succeeded in tearing a small patch of the raging monkey's skin, which the latter perceived as a grave insult. Monkey? That wasn't intentional. It's all Musashi's fault. Meowth trembled, cradling its head as it felt the burning gaze of the enraged monkey. The raging monkey, disregarding all else, unleashed two powerful punches upon Meowth and Arbok. Following those blows, a brilliant white light enveloped him. Prior to this, he had accumulated 13 instances of his fury swipes, spending the night in the research facility's backyard, where he challenged many nearby Pokémon, accumulating 3 additional instances. Now, with the current 4, his fury swipes had reached a staggering 20. Evolved. Could the raging monkey continue to evolve? Kojiru, who possessed a fair amount of knowledge about Pokémon, was utterly baffled. To his understanding, the evolution line progressed from Monferno to Infernape, yet this peculiar monkey before him was undeniably an evolved form of Monferno. This unprecedented Pokémon held immense value for capture. Go Arbok, use Sludge Bomb, and forget about that yellow hair dog. Capture this peculiar monkey. Kojiru, where's your Weepin' Bell? Summon it now. Musashi was adamant. The uncharted abandoned world monkey was far more valuable than that yellow mutt. At that moment, Kojiru recalled he still had a Pokémon left. Go Weepin' Bell. As Weepin' Bell emerged from its Pokeball, it bit down on Kojiru's head. All right. The enemy is over there. Let go of me. Kojiru struggled to free his head from Weepin' Bell's grasp. However, having worked at the research facility and lacking the chance to command Weepin' Bell in battle, he had primarily relied on Arbok since the onset of the skirmish. Weepin' Bell. Use Leaf Tornado. Weepin' Bell spun its body, launching a barrage of leaves towards the abandoned world monkey. The abandoned world monkey countered with a rapid star punch to block the attack. With Arbok no longer restraining them, Lucario joined the fray. Meanwhile, Ash's other Pokémon noticed the commotion and flocked towards the scene. Lucario approached Weepin' Bell with a quick strike, seizing one of its leaves and executing a dazzling shoulder throw that left Weepin' Bell dazed. Arbok, use Smokescreen. Kojiru commanded. Yet, he soon regretted this decision. While the smokescreen obscured the vision of most Pokémon, for Lucario, who could sense aura, it served as the perfect cover. Lucario took advantage of the smoke, unleashing a flurry of punches at Meowth, Arbok, and Weepin' Bell. Amidst the chaos, Lucario began to glow with the light of evolution. Witnessing this, Musashi could only exclaim in frustration, "Damn it, we retreat." Pika Pika, Pikachu. A yellow figure surged forward, crackling with electricity from behind Team Rocket. Zap! With a surge of electricity, Team Rocket, along with their Pokémon, collapsed to the ground, immobilized. Are you alright? Pikachu inquired, glancing at the abandoned world monkey and Lucario. Both Pokémon shook their heads. They had evolved, and Team Rocket's Pokémon were of a considerably lower level, failing to inflict any significant damage. Seeing their response, Pikachu intended to launch Team Rocket into the sky, as had become customary. Monkey, Luca. The abandoned world monkey and Lucario hurriedly intervened, explaining the situation to Pikachu. As Pikachu processed the events, its expression shifted multiple times before settling into a mischievous grin directed at Meowth. Pikachu, what? What are you planning? Meowth's heart raced at Pikachu's grin. Pikachu. I hear you can be quite helpful in training. How about you stick around to assist us? Assist you in training? Meowth was bewildered. Pikachu. Ash is participating in the Indigo Conference, and we need your help to secure his victory. You could be our sparring partners. And no, I don't think so. Zap. Before Meowth could finish, Pikachu rubbed against it, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through its body. We agree. Meowth capitulated. What are you talking about? What have you agreed to? Musashi whispered urgently to Meowth. We agreed to help the little brat's Pokémon train. They said they would assist him in winning the Indigo Conference. And in our last 2 encounters, we helped their 3 companions evolve, Meowth replied, expressing evident unease. Given the current circumstances, refusing would only invite Pikachu's wrath, while agreeing could very well infuriate Musashi. Just as Meowth feared, Musashi exploded. What? Why would you agree to such foolishness? Kojiru hastily covered Musashi's mouth, saying, Musashi, look around. We'll comply with your request, but you must provide wages and injury compensation. Otherwise, we won't do it, Meow. Meowth asserted its conditions. Pikachu, without a second thought, readily agreed, knowing these individuals were easily satisfied and that Ash would surely concur if it meant enhancing their strength. With the agreement sealed, the training would commence the following day. Now, quickly take us to heal our injuries, Meow. Meow stood tall, asserting its demands. Pika, follow me. Pikachu led them toward Professor Oak's research facility. Meanwhile, Ash's other Pokémon dispersed, but not before casting lingering glances at Team Rocket and the abandoned world Monkey and Lucario, each plotting how to seize the opportunity for training from Team Rocket first. Chapter 93, Daily Life. The following day, Ash arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory accompanied by Shinado and a Larvitar egg. After exchanging a few words with the gluttonous Mew, Ash spotted 3 familiar faces from Team Rocket. Team Rocket, what brings you here? He inquired with curiosity. It's all thanks to your Pokémon, you little brat. Musashi gritted her teeth in annoyance. This only left Ash more puzzled. What did Pikachu do to you? Oh, Ash, you're here. It seems these 3 friends of yours are here to assist with special training. As Pikachu brought them yesterday, Professor Oak chimed in as he emerged from the laboratory, followed by Shiranui and a Lucario. Pokémon, Shiranui type, fighting ghost level, intermediate champion ability. Inner focus Pokémon, Lucario type, fighting steel level, intermediate champion ability, inner focus. Aura hard upon seeing these 2 Pokémon, Professor Oak was thrilled and immediately enlisted their help for his research, focusing primarily on Shiranui, as there was already ample data on Lucario. So, it was Team Rocket who helped the Infernape and Riolu evolve? Ash speculated. Indeed, little brat. Just how much are you planning to pay us for this monumental favor? Kojiru rubbed his hands together, eager to negotiate. They had suffered quite a beating yesterday, and although the medicinal supplies in Professor Oak's lab were potent, the machines they had damaged were quite valuable, leaving them financially strained. Without machines to assist in Ash's Pokémon training, Kojiru foresaw a grim fate of daily injuries. Money? As long as you can help my Pokémon grow stronger. That's not a problem, Ash generously declared. After all, once Capsule Technology Company was up and running, these 3 would be entitled to a share of the profits. And he was merely advancing a portion to them without their knowledge. Little brat, you better keep your word. Musashi's gaze was intensely serious. Naturally, I have compensated you well for your help in the past. We're old friends. I wouldn't deceive you, Ash reassured them. Once Ash dismissed Team Rocket, Professor Oak turned to him. Ash, did you just say that Infernape's evolved form is called Shiranui? Are you aware of its evolution conditions? Indeed, Infernape has a move called Fury Swipes. If it uses this move sufficiently, it will evolve into Shiranui. Doctor, since you just examined Shiranui, you should know it possesses both fighting and ghost attributes. The move Fury Swipes is learned as Infernape levels up and also counts as a ghost-type move. The required number of uses should be 20, Ash explained. Ah, I see. I found it peculiar that Infernape, which is purely fighting type, would gain a ghost attribute upon evolution, Professor Oak realized. However, this is merely a foundational understanding. Further research is needed to confirm this, he added, gazing at Ash. Sensing Professor Oak's intent, Ash quickly replied, Doctor, I currently lack the time for research, so. Very well. However, I will credit you in the research report. The discovery of Infernape's evolved form will be attributed to you, and the name will be Shiranui, Professor Oak concluded. In the Pokémon world, discovering a new Pokémon grants the discoverer the right to name it. Hey, we were the ones who assisted in its evolution. Shouldn't we have the naming rights? Musashi protested, visibly displeased. Although they had facilitated Infernape's evolution, the naming privilege still fell to Ash. She had hoped to use this opportunity to show her loyalty to Giovanni, even having a name in mind that honored him. Monkey? Upon hearing Musashi's words, Shiranui shot her a cold glare, fixating intently on her. Feeling the icy stare, Musashi hastily pulled Nyasu and Kojiru away, admonishing them. What are you 2 dawdling for? Get to work. Doctor, this Larvitar egg is the surprise you mentioned the other day, correct? Ash presented the egg he was holding. Yes, that's the one. But are you certain it's a Larvitar? Earlier, Professor Oak had been uncertain about the egg's identity, as Buritanos had also sought his verification. Eventually, neither could ascertain its nature, leading Oak to investigate the egg's origin. I'm confident The Pokémon within emits a wave response similar to that of Shinado when it hatches. Whether it is indeed a Larvitar or not, given your experience with Shinado, I believe this little one will soon become another valuable ally, Ash stated. Doctor, I hope to evolve it into Illuredo, he added. Once they reached the backyard, Musashi let out a long sigh of relief. Musashi, I think it's best for you to refrain from speaking for a while, Kojiru timidly suggested. Had it not been for Musashi's stubbornness the previous day, they wouldn't have found themselves in such a predicament. Knowing full well that Shiranui was not to be trifled with, she still chose to argue. Exactly, Nyasu chimed in agreement. What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm the one dragging you down? Musashi's gaze turned icy, sending shivers down Kojiru's and Nyasu's spines. No, I meant that you should take a break. Besides, talking too much can make one thirsty, Kojiru hastily clarified. Nyasu nodded vigorously in affirmation. What are you three conspiring about? Ash entered the backyard to find them whispering among themselves. At Ash's inquiry, the trio straightened up and quickly defended themselves. In nothing. Since it's nothing, you can start preparing. Work is about to commence. Ash commanded Team Rocket before turning to the nearby green-skinned toad, Bulbasaur, signal to gather everyone. Dakara. Upon hearing Ash's call, Bulbasaur's flower buds began to gather energy, culminating in a burst of concentrated sunlight that echoed through the air. Upon witnessing the signal, Ash's Pokémon instinctively gathered around him. Pika Pika. Knowing Ash had arrived, Pikachu was the swiftest, darting over in a flash of lightning. Shauna? Chapter 94. The suction cup puppet Pikachu tilted its head and cast a glance at Shinado, its face instantly lighting up with delight. Ash observed that nearly all of his Pokémon had gathered and said, Pikachu, let us introduce Shinado to the other companions. Pikachu nodded and trotted ahead of Shinado, embodying the role of the elder brother guiding a younger sibling to meet other comrades. After a round of introductions, Shinado confirmed her status as the matriarch of Ash's team. Subsequently, Ash devised a training regimen for his Pokémon, and for Team Rocket's trio, he arranged for them to assist the Pokémon that had yet to evolve into their final forms, namely Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Dratini, Dragonair, and Kingler. Given their extensive experience in facilitating Pokémon evolution, Ash decided to fully leverage their expertise, ensuring that he would provide the necessary funding for the training equipment. Once the arrangements were complete, Ash took Milotic, Jigglypuff, and Togepi with him and departed from the research facility alongside Shinado and Pikachu. Unlike the other Pokémon, Milotic and Jigglypuff had rarely been deployed in battles against formidable opponents since their capture, prompting Ash to include them in his journey. Togepi was present solely to increase its intimacy level for evolution. Shortly after exiting the research facility, Ash encountered Misty and Brock, who had come looking for him. Just as the three were about to unite, they collided with an invisible barrier. Ash instinctively touched the wall before glancing upward, discovering a peculiar clown-like creature hovering in the air. Pokémon, Suction Cup Puppet Type, Psychic Fairy Gender, Male Level, Gym Beginner Ability, Skilled Technician Qualification, Champion Skills, Pound, Telekinesis, Barrier, Yoga Pose, Double Slap, Mimic, Psybeam, Confuse Ray, Light Screen, Reflect, Substitute. On the other side of the air wall, Misty and Brock also noticed the floating Pokémon. Shinado, bring it down, Ash directed. Shauna. Shinado enveloped the suction cup puppet in telekinesis, forcibly lowering it before Ash. Hello there, suction cup puppet. Upon confirming their gaze, Ash recognized that this particular suction cup puppet was the one that had previously intruded into the home of the foolish character from the original story. Hello, human, the suction cup puppet exclaimed. How did you end up here? Ash chuckled and replied, I have a matter to discuss. Your recent barrier caused harm to my friends. How do you intend to address this issue? The suction cup puppet looked at Ash in shock. Meanwhile, Misty and Brock, having bypassed the barrier, stifled their laughter at Ash's antics. The suction cup puppet pondered for a moment and asked, What is a babysitter? Shinado nodded in understanding and promptly teleported away with the suction cup puppet. Just as they left, a blue-haired beauty rushed towards them, her expression tinged with disappointment upon noticing the absence of the suction cup puppet. Alas, I have arrived too late. Brock, captivated by the beauty, immediately entered simp mode. Miss, you appear to be troubled. How may I assist you? The blue-haired beauty glanced at Brock. Feeling her gaze, Brock confidently proclaimed, "Whatever it is, just ask. I'm more than willing to help." "Here we go again," Misty exclaimed, grabbing Brock by the ear and dragging him away. The blue-haired beauty was named Azin, the leader of the Pokémon circus, with her star performer being a suction cup puppet. However, due to her excessive pampering, the suction cup puppet had grown accustomed to a life of ease, neglecting its training. With the circus performance imminent, the absence of the suction cup puppet threatened the show's success, prompting her to seek another to stimulate the original's motivation. Stimulating it to improve can be achieved in various ways without capturing another, Ash advised. Azin's suction cup puppet was a classic case of being spoiled, and Ash was particularly adept at training rebellious Pokémon. The approach was simple, a good thrashing for defiance, and if it remained uncooperative, Ash had Team Rocket as a trump card. There is nothing that Team Rocket cannot resolve. If there is, it would be capturing Pikachu or any related endeavor concerning Ash. Under Azin's guidance, the trio soon arrived at the circus's encampment located on the outskirts of Pallet Town. As they approached a cozy caravan, they peered through the glass to see a somewhat pudgy suction cup puppet propped up on one hand while feeding itself snacks with the other. Misty compared the creature before Ash with the one currently in view and remarked, "This suction cup puppet is quite rotund, given its lazy demeanor. It's no surprise it's so plump," Brock whispered in agreement. "It is all my fault. I have spoiled it too much, making it overly headstrong." "Ash, do you truly have a way to rectify its bad habits?" Azin's eyes brimmed with hope. "I do have a method, but Miss Azin, you must be willing to allow your suction cup puppet to endure some hardship," Ash inquired. "As long as it leads to improvement, I believe it would not mind. Then I shall take charge of this matter. But Azin, you must promise not to interfere until it recognizes and corrects its mistakes." Agreed. With the performance approaching, Azin could only take a leap of faith. If the show were to fail, it would not be just her efforts wasted, but also the hard work of the entire circus and its Pokémon. Chapter 95. Completion upon securing a Jin's promise. Ash ventured into the mobile home of the Suction Cup Pokémon, accompanied by Pikachu and Togepi. The Suction Cup Pokémon, confronted with an unfamiliar face, questioned, "Who are you?" Although it voiced its inquiry, the creature remained seated, not even relinquishing the snack in its grasp. "I'm here to train you, you lazy couch potato," Ash retorted with biting sarcasm. Hearing Ash's scathing words, the Suction Cup Pokémon stiffened, its gaze fixated on Ash. "What are you staring at? I'm talking about you. Just look at your current state. To call you a couch potato would be an insult to couch potatoes everywhere. With your insatiable appetite, why haven't you bloated into a ball? Then you wouldn't even need to walk. Merely rolling would suffice. Wouldn't it be an improvement over your present situation?" "I'm not a couch potato," the Suction Cup Pokémon protested. "Oh, of course, you're not just a couch potato. You're a lazy couch potato. You should take a look in the mirror to see what you become." The Suction Cup Pokémon, now irate, stood up and glared at Ash. Unfazed, Ash returned the glare. "What is the matter? Do you wish to fight me? Do you truly believe you can win?" In a fit of rage, the Suction Cup Pokémon raised its hand, intending to strike Ash. "Pikachu, teach it a lesson," Ash commanded. Pikachu understood and unleashed a jolt of electricity that rendered the Suction Cup Pokémon paralyzed. "I know your rebelliousness is due to Miss A. Jin's overly stringent training, coupled with her indulgence. However, rest assured, my methods will teach you the price of defiance. Immediately proceed to the training ground, where you shall go hungry tonight and find no solace in sleep." The Suction Cup Pokémon twisted its head, determined to stand its ground. Yet, it soon realized it had encountered a formidable opponent. Ash was no Jean. While her little whip merely struck the air and ground, Ash's fists were merciless, delivering a shoulder throw followed by a barrage of blows. With fists raining down like a torrential downpour, the Suction Cup Pokémon begged for mercy. Ash rose, brushing off non-existent dust, and scoffed. "If you had just complied from the start, this could have been avoided. Why endure a beating?" At this moment, the Suction Cup Pokémon began to fear Ash. Its caretaker had never treated it so harshly. "Stop dawdling. Hurry down to the training." Outside, several onlookers who had witnessed the entire episode but had not heard the exchange were filled with curiosity, speculating what Ash had said to provoke such a confrontation. However, upon seeing the Suction Cup Pokémon obediently follow Ash off the vehicle, they approached. "Miss A. Jean, The upcoming training requires your cooperation. You will guide the performance training, while I will ensure it follows your instructions, Ash informed Jean. Understood. The group then made their way to the main tent for the performance. Suction Cup Pokémon. The next act is a mime performance. Jean produced her little whip, displaying a stark contrast in her demeanor. One moment, she was the caring older sister. The next, a strict dominator, the whip cracking audibly in the air. Seeing Jean in this light, the Suction Cup Pokémon felt increasingly anxious. It had been threatened by Ash's force, and now the whip was in play. Although it understood Jean would not harm it. The underlying fear caused it to falter during training. Jean's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment. Observing this, Ash addressed Pikachu. Pikachu, provide the Suction Cup Pokémon with a bit of motivation. Pikachu administered another electric shock to the Suction Cup Pokémon. As I mentioned earlier, if you do not take your training seriously, the consequences will be severe. Consider whether you prefer my discipline or Jean's guidance. Ash aimed to convey that he was far more formidable than Jean. This approach was akin to introducing a rival to instill a sense of urgency. After weighing Ash's warning, the Suction Cup Pokémon resolved to engage earnestly in Jean's training. Ultimately, Jean was its caretaker, and the circus provided far superior treatment than other trainers. It had its own vehicle, luxurious accommodations, and all its needs were met. Ash, your method is effective, Misty remarked. It's not my method that succeeded, but the Suction Cup Pokémon's realization, Ash clarified. However, Jean's training methods are quite inappropriate. They would frighten not only Pokémon, but humans as well. After the training concluded, Ash briefed Jean on the situation, and she expressed her willingness to amend her training style. This Suction Cup Pokémon can even cook? Misty and Brock exclaimed, astonished as they looked at the creature. It's quite intelligent. It learns quickly, Hannah smiled. Then, does that mean the Suction Cup Pokémon will stay at home? Hannah asked, surprised by Ash's remark. Don't you need it, Ash? I haven't caught it. Since it listens to you so well, perhaps you should be the one to capture it. I already have plenty of Pokémon stored at Professor S' research facility. That's more than sufficient for competitions. It seemed Ash had achieved his goal. In the future, he also intended to capture suitable Pokémon to accompany his mother at home. Chapter 96. The Ancient Jengar. After spending 2 days at home, Ash, accompanied by Brock and Misty, ventured towards the back mountains of Pallet Town with the intention of capturing the 3 ancient Pokémon. Shortly after entering the mountains, Jinghui arrived with several archaeologically dressed individuals to greet Ash. Jinghui. Ash waved in acknowledgement. Ash, you've finally arrived, Jinghui exclaimed, excitedly patting Ash on the shoulder. Just a few days prior, he had led a team to discover a shallowly buried ancient relic in a valley, and having witnessed the terrifying power of the ancient Dragonite, he ordered the excavation to cease and secured the site, awaiting Ash's arrival. Over the past few days, the archaeological team had been pressing him for when they could resume digging, but Jinghui had managed to placate them. However, they were not easily fooled, and as they sensed Jinghui was stalling, their impatience grew, given that this was a significant discovery in Pokémon history, and they did not wish to miss it. Ash, allow me to introduce you to Dr. White, a brilliant young archaeologist who, like you, solved the mysteries of Pokémon writing at the tender age of 6 and is now a prominent figure in academia. Jinghui gestured towards a girl with blue hair. Greetings, Dr. White. Ash politely extended his hand. You are the young Pokémon scholar Dr. Jinghui spoke of. It's a pleasure to meet you. Doctor. White returned a friendly handshake. Our camp is over there, Dr. Ash. Please follow me. Under the guidance of White and Jinghui, the group arrived at a camp situated in a small canyon, not far from which stood an ancient bronze bell beside a stone altar. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Ash inquired, White, Jinghui, I trust you did not remove anything from that relic? To await your arrival, we have not disturbed the relic's contents. However, we have uncovered several other artifacts from the mountain contemporaneous with that site. Please, Ash, come inside. White lifted the tent flap. Inside the tent were several intricately patterned Pokémon statues, the most striking of which was a golden spoon encased under glass. By the way, Ash, Jinghui and the team unearthed a slab inscribed with ancient information. Jinghui announced. White retrieved a dark brown stone slab from the corner of the tent, presenting it to Ash. Is this inscribed with Pokémon writing? Misty asked, gazing at the densely packed characters on the slab. What does it say, Dr. White? Brock inquired. White translated the inscriptions. It is precisely because I lack understanding that I wish to unravel this enigma. Dr. Jingwei mentioned that you possess considerable knowledge about the relics here. Her gaze turned to Ash, who had been forewarned by Jingwei about the potential dangers of the site. The slab's opening lines corroborated this concern. Thus, she had patiently awaited Ash's arrival, initially intending to commence work today to clear the remaining relics, with the intention of contacting the League for assistance if danger arose. I have some knowledge. The slab recounts two forces which are in fact two Pokémon, and the power that quells disaster refers to a specific Pokémon. Ash explained as he approached the golden spoon. Seeing Ash's movement, White immediately asked Ash, "Are you suggesting that this spoon is connected to one of the Pokémon mentioned on the slab?" Indeed, it is related, but it is merely one of the artifacts. There exists a more crucial one. Ash produced the spoon. Ash, do you know where the other artifact is located? Jingwei queried. It lies within the relic beside the camp, where two additional Pokémon are sealed. It may become perilous. Jingwei, White, I recommend you retreat to a safe location. Once I have dealt with the three Pokémon, you may return to excavate. With the spoon in hand, Ash made his way towards the relic. Realizing a fierce battle was imminent, Jingwei began instructing the archaeological team to temporarily withdraw. Meanwhile, Ash, clutching the spoon, discovered the true seal of the ancient Jengar, the Eye of Gold. Just one more to go, Ash murmured softly. He then activated his aura, scanning for unusual subterranean vibrations. 1 minute later, a subtle smile graced Ash's lips. He had located the ancient Jengar. Pikachu, dig to the left of that great bell at an angle. Shinado, keep a watchful eye on Pikachu. The creature below is rather unruly. Ash commanded. Compared to the ancient Hoopa, the seal on the ancient Jengar was already loosening, making it easy for any intruding organism to be absorbed into its form. With Pikachu and Shinado's teamwork, Ash swiftly peered through the tunnel Pikachu had dug, uncovering a similar chamber below, complete with an altar, atop which lay the token sealing Jengar. Sensing the external presence, the ancient Jengar ceased hiding, breaking through the rocky barrier. However, due to its invisible state, Misty and the others could only perceive 3 beads floating in the air, accompanied by bizarre large footprints below. As soon as the ancient Jengar emerged, it attempted to absorb Ash into its form, but with his aura shielding him, Ash was not so easily ensnared. After much effort, the ancient Jengar, unable to capture Ash, relinquished its attempt. It manifested its form and gazed skyward, as the atmosphere darkened ominously. Pokémon, ancient Jengar type, ghost poison gender, male level, near champion, level 2 deity, role, none ability, cursed body qualification, level 2 deity skills, black glare, shadow punch, song of doom, lick hypnosis curse, nightshade, ambush, dark pulse shadow ball, destiny bond, dream eater, magical shine, phantom ambush, light of ruin, ice punch. What a colossal Jengar! White and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Doctor, the markings on that Jengar bear a striking resemblance to those on the Pokémon statues we unearthed. Chapter 97. The Ancient Hoopa, Mega Evolution. Ash pressed the evolution stone in his hand. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. The dazzling magic of Hoopa shone brightly. With Ash's aura shielding him, Pikachu dashed towards Jengar, launching a close-range attack, with Hoopa following suit. The two simultaneous moves inflicted considerable damage on Jengar. Like the ancient Dragonite, had not yet regained its full strength after a long slumber. However, Jengar was not merely passive. It raised its arms and conjured 2 shadow balls, hurling them towards Pikachu and Hoopa. Swiftly, Pikachu and Hoopa evaded the onslaught with ease. Pikachu, keep it occupied, Ash commanded, inserting a spoon into the gap at the center of the golden eye. The 2 items melded together, unleashing a powerful psychic force from within the golden eye. Just before the surge erupted, Ash tossed the item away. In a flash of light, a colossal Hoopa adorned with strange patterns materialized before Ash. Species, ancient Hoopa type, psychic gender, male level, semi-champion, Tier 2 Deity. Role. None ability. Inner focus potential. Tier 2 Deity moves. Meditation. Bind. Illusion beam. Psychic. Teleport. Barrier. Nightshade. Substitute. Reflect. Psychic force. Hyper beam. Magic shine. Dream eater. Flame punch. The emergence of ancient Hoopa transformed the atmosphere of the mountain. Down below, Professor Oak gazed curiously towards the mountain's rear, recalling that Ash and his companions were up there. In the next instant, all of Ash's Pokémon, except those undergoing rigorous training with Team Rocket, rushed towards the back of Pallet Town. Among them was the gluttonous Gardevoir, drawn by the allure of exciting adventures. As he observed the retreating pink figure, Professor Oak's eyes widened in shock. No wonder Ash was so fond of that peculiar Pikachu. It turned out to be a Mew disguised as one. This realization sparked an inexplicable anger within him. Was he really so untrustworthy? After all, that was Mew. Ash was indeed quite unruly. Unlike Mew, who was merely observing for entertainment, Ash's Pokémon sensed an imposing adversary atop the mountain. Mewtwo, you shall be the one. To be on the safe side, Ash released Mewtwo. Upon emerging from its ball, Mewtwo cast a cold glance at Ash, then took 2 steps forward to place itself between Ash and Hoopa. Its disdain stemmed from feeling embarrassed by being overwhelmed by a human. Thus it maintained a stoic demeanor towards Ash. Fortunately, ancient Hoopa had no intention of attacking Ash. Upon spotting its old nemesis, ancient Gengar, it brandished 2 large spoons and delivered a hefty blow to Gengar. Caught off guard, Gengar crashed against the rocky wall. Lifting its head, it recognized Hoopa's ambush, and, disregarding Pikachu and Hoopa, opened its mouth wide, extending its massive tongue towards Hoopa. After being licked, Hoopa instantly teleported behind Gengar. Spoons crossed, unleashing an illusion beam. Gengar, baring its teeth, concentrated energy in its hands to retaliate with a Shadow Ball. The 2 attacks collided mid-air, astonishingly merging and extending into the sky, creating a bizarre rift in the previously dark expanse. Was that the portal to another realm recorded on the stone tablet? If this continued, it might be difficult to conclude. Ash decided it was time to take action. Mewtwo used Psychic Break to interrupt them. Mewtwo, with a look of disdain, unleashed its attack on Gengar and Hoopa. With a thunderous explosion, the clash between Hoopa and Gengar was forcibly interrupted, and the rift in the sky began to close once more. This time, I will capture you all at once. Dragonite, Zapdos, Moltres come forth. To swiftly resolve the battle, Ash unleashed all his Master Balls. Upon appearing, ancient Dragonite was moved to see its contemporaries before it. Ash had not deceived her. They were indeed companions from her era. Gengar and Hoopa, confused by Dragonite's presence, had no recollection of any Dragonite existing nearby. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Dragonite, Hyper Beam, Moltres, unleashed Flamethrower at Hoopa. Hoopa used Psychic Force, Zapdos, Thunder Cannon, Mewtwo, High-Speed Star against Gengar. Ash swiftly issued his commands. The 6 Pokémon unleashed their moves simultaneously upon Gengar and Hoopa, who, due to their size, had no chance of evading the assault. They were hit squarely by the barrage of attacks. Youch! Gengar, feeling the pain, retaliated with a Shadow Ball aimed at Ash. Mew, watching the scene unfold, swiftly appeared in front of Ash, erecting a barrier to protect him. In a defensive stance, Ash, who had yet to experience Gengar's attack, looked up in surprise. Mew, what brings you here? I sensed something exciting, so I came to see. Are you planning to capture those 2? Mew inquired. Yes, I'm confident I could defeat them. By the way, Mew, could you keep an eye on that large clock? There's an even more troublesome Pokémon sleeping inside, Ash replied, determined not to let Mew intervene. He wished to gauge his own capabilities in this battle. All right, but Ash, do be careful, Mew cautioned, genuinely concerned for Ash, who had proven to be a powerful Aura Guardian, far surpassing the one it had encountered in the past, possessing the strength of multiple deities. Rest assured, as long as the Pokémon within the clock doesn't awaken too soon, with Dragonite and Mewtwo by my side, victory is assured, Ash declared confidently. By the way, Ash, your other companions have arrived. Mew pointed towards the direction of Professor Oak's laboratory. Yes, I am aware. Chapter 98. Subjugating the ancient Pokémon in the distance. Along the mountain path, Misty gazed anxiously in Ash's direction. Ash, he should be all right, she murmured. Don't worry, Misty. Ash has the ancient Dragonite and other legendary Pokémon by his side. Those two ancient Pokémon pose no threat to him. Brock reassured her with unwavering confidence. The events that transpired at the Pewter Gym reinforced this belief. Even the formidable Mewtwo had been captured by Ash, and now he faced two ancient Pokémon. The forces that could potentially destroy the world had emerged, but what then would quell such chaos? White's heart was filled with uncertainty. Noticing White's furrowed brow, Jinghui urged, White, don't overthink it. Trust in Ash. He will handle this situation. I understand, Dr. Jinghui. Thank you for your insistence earlier. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves in dire trouble. White expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Jinghui's warning to refrain from disturbing the relics along the riverbank, they might have unwittingly caused a catastrophe. Pikachu, use Iron Tail, commanded Ash. The two near champion-level Pokémon, aside from Shinado, Dragonite, and Mewtwo, posed a significant threat, while Pikachu, Zapdos, and Moltres primarily provided cover. Pikachu swung its powerful tail, delivering a solid blow to the abdomen of the psychic Pokémon, Gardevoir, while Moltres unleashed a fiery vortex to obscure Gardevoir's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Dragonite advanced and unleashed a furious attack on Gardevoir. The relentless barrage left Gardevoir dazed. Fortunately, being an ancient Pokémon, it possessed robust resilience, or else it would have succumbed much earlier. Little did Gardevoir know that Ash had instructed Dragonite to hold back. Otherwise, it would have already been captured. Meanwhile, Gengar faced a graver situation, for it had targeted Ash directly. This reckless action provoked the ire of Shinado, who acted without Ash's command, unleashing a barrage of psychic attacks upon Gengar. Mewtwo and Zapdos, inspired by Shinado's lead, intensified their assault. As the battle escalated, an orange figure streaked across the sky, unleashing a searing pillar of fire and a pale blue orb upon the unsuspecting Gengar. Concurrently, a white beam and a flurry of sharp rocks struck Gardevoir from behind. Charizard, Steelix, Aerodactyl, and Lucario all joined the fray. With the addition of these powerful Pokémon, Ash found himself no longer needing to direct the battle. He merely had to use his aura to shield them from Gengar's absorption, allowing his Pokémon to unleash their full potential against Gardevoir and Gengar, who had no chance to retaliate. After several minutes, the two longtime rivals, Gardevoir and Gengar, found themselves battling back-to-back, their bodies marred with injuries. Gengar bore the brunt of the damage, limping on its short legs, visibly straining to execute its moves. In contrast, Gardevoir had sustained injuries, but was primarily exhausted from exertion. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Ash commanded through his aura, Dragonite, Mewtwo, deliver the final blow. Responding to the directive, Dragonite unleashed a Dragon Starfall, while Mewtwo conjured a wide-ranging force. A cloud of dust settled, and both Gengar and Gardevoir simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Ash threw a heavy Pokeball to capture them. All right, two captured. Just one more to go, Ash said, turning his gaze towards the bell that Mew was restraining. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Mew was using psychic power to hold down the ancient Jigglypuff, preventing it from emerging. Mew, you can let her out now, Ash instructed. Okay, Mew replied. Pokémon, ancient Jigglypuff type, normal fairy gender, female level, near champion, level 2 deity, role, none ability, competitive qualification, level 2 deity moves, sing, mimic, charm, hypnosis, lullaby, heavy slam, body slam, blizzard, magical shine, dark pulse, drain punch, energy ball, drain kiss. Could the force that would quell all chaos be Jigglypuff? But why? Upon witnessing the emergence of the ancient Jigglypuff, White began to question if the stone tablet had recorded the information incorrectly. So, the power to restore peace was indeed tied to Jigglypuff's lullaby. For some unknown reason, Misty felt a pang of disappointment. She had assumed that the Pokémon capable of restoring order would be rarer than Gengar and Gardevoir. All right, Jigglypuff, I intend to capture you. Ash conveyed his desire through his aura. Bully? Jigglypuff lowered its head, searching intently, and eventually spotted Ash by the riverbank. Bolly-bolly. As long as you can listen to my song without falling asleep, I will go with you. The ancient Jigglypuff was not inclined to battle Ash. Having sensed the presence of deities nearby, it sought to extricate itself from human requests peacefully. Ash took 2 steps closer to Mew and said, "All right, no problem. Sing your song." Uncertain whether his aura could withstand Jigglypuff's melody, he positioned Mew as a safeguard. Mew, perceiving Ash's cautious intent, unleashed its formidable psychic abilities to create an immense, soundproof barrier, enclosing Jigglypuff within. Oblivious to this, Jigglypuff sang with abandon within the soundproof dome. Once the song concluded, Jigglypuff noticed that Ash and his Pokémon had not succumbed to slumber. Its eyes sparkled with delight as if it had found its kin. Seizing the opportunity, Ash tossed a heavy Pokeball towards Jigglypuff. Upon being captured, Jigglypuff showed no resistance, and the ball emitted a satisfying capture sound. "Ash, your task is complete. I shall take my leave," Mew declared, having witnessed Ash capture 3 ancient Pokémon, and it soared away towards Professor Oak's lab. Mew nodded with excitement. After bidding farewell to Mew, Ash turned to Pikachu and the others. "Thank you all for your hard work." Pikachu, Shinado, and the rest of the Pokémon, aside from the overly proud Mewtwo, expressed to Ash that it was merely a trivial matter, unworthy of concern. Chapter 99, Departure, Destination, Quartz Plateau. After taming 3 ancient Pokémon, Ash engaged in extensive training in Pallet Town. With the assistance of Team Rocket Trio, his Bulbasaur and Squirtle evolved into their final forms. Venusaur and Blastoise, respectively, both achieving the formidable level of Elite Four. The Dragonair caught in the wild area also evolved into a Dragonite. It was unfortunate that this Dragonite required one more opportunity to evolve into a Dragonite. Kingler evolved into Kingler, and Abra transformed into Alakazam. In summary, Ash could now be considered a trainer of Elite Four caliber. As Ash and his companions journeyed toward the Quartz Plateau, Team Rocket departed from Professor Oak's laboratory with a substantial reward. This so-called reward was actually the dividends from the capsule technology company established by Ash. Regardless of the amount given, Team Rocket would invariably squander it on means to enhance their Pokémon's strength, and Ash was quite generous in this regard. One day, just as Ash and his companions were nearing the competitor's village at Quartz Plateau, Ash encountered an old acquaintance. While Ash was not particularly close to this individual, the man was of considerable age, and naturally, it was the esteemed president of the Kanto Pokémon League, Dr. Elm. "President Elm, long time no see," Ash greeted. "Oh, it's Ash. Are you here to participate in the Quartz Conference as well?" President Elm expressed his surprise at Ash's presence. Speaking of President Elm, Ash held a deep respect for him, as this venerable gentleman dedicated his life to the League, wholeheartedly working towards its development, maintaining world order, and advocating for the rights of amateur trainers, a figure of great integrity and esteem. "Is it true that this Pikachu and Gardevoir are your nurture companions?" President Elm inquired. Observing Pikachu and Gardevoir, with his keen eye, he discerned that their strength was undoubtedly at the elite level, and they were among the best. Ash nodded. "They are my initial partners, my family." "Indeed, Pallet Town is a place rich in talent," President Elm mused privately. He then asked, "Since you are a contestant, would you be interested in being a torchbearer?" It was President Elm who broke convention to confirm Ash's identity as a Pokémon doctor, while also ensuring the confidentiality of Ash's information. Now, as both a Pokémon doctor and a contestant in the court conference, Ash was more than qualified to be a torchbearer. "Absolutely, it would be my honor," Ash readily accepted. This so-called torch was derived from the legendary Moltres, and as Ash held the torch, a desire to release the Moltres he had captured surged within him. Ultimately, he restrained this thought, as the torch symbolized the prestige of the Quartz Conference. If he were to act upon this impulse, the event's profile might diminish significantly. Originally, the Quartz Conference was often regarded by outsiders as a mere baby cup, and if the emblematic torch were to originate from a newcomer trainer's captured Pokémon species, its stature would plummet. Perhaps due to the frequent encounters with Moltres, Team Rocket's infamous torch transportation did not cause any disruption, leaving Ash to prepare in vain. After the torch relay, Ash completed his contestant registration and settled down in the competitor's village with Misty and Brock. The Quartz Plateau lacked any cities, yet due to its proximity to the Kanto League headquarters, There were several buildings surrounding the venue. The conference grounds were extensive, and with several days remaining until the opening, Ash intended to familiarize himself with the environment in order to avoid any unforeseen occurrences that could hinder his performance. Unlike the foolish mishap seen in the original narrative, where Team Rocket's antics not only jeopardized the event, but also drained the stamina of the participating Pokémon. As time passed, the conference drew nearer, and the influx of visitors to Quartz Plateau increased. 2 days before the event, Ash followed tradition and visited the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon's energy. Ash. As soon as he entered, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, Ash saw Satsuki Yudo surrounded by a group of students. Satsuki, long time no see. Ash, did you just arrive to register for the competition today? Are you staying in a hotel or the competitor's village? We've been here for several days. Staying in the competitor's village arranged by the league. If conditions permit, you could opt for a hotel. Ash had no intention of spending money when he could enjoy the league's benefits for free, especially since he had been enjoying meals at the expense of Team Rocket. As for Misty and Brock, as trainers from Kanto, they would surely be well catered by the league while attending the conference, allowing Ash's group to revel in their free accommodations. Satsuki appeared somewhat disheartened. Oh, how unfortunate. She had hoped to find a place close to Ash, only to discover he had arrived so early. Don't misunderstand. Satsuki's primary objective was to discuss Pokémon training with Ash. Other motives remained unclear. This year's competitor's village seems rather vacant. Perhaps Miss Joy could provide you with more information, Brock suggested. Historically, the competitor's village had been criticized for its poor conditions, be it inadequate soundproofing or subpar meals. Fortunately, this year's arrangements showed improvement, and those who fancied themselves clever had opted for hotels instead. By the way, are all of you from your academy competing this year? Ash inquired. They indeed were, but compared to previous years, the number of participants was reduced by over 10 slots, all due to that unfortunate incident involving a certain individual. Speaking of that individual, Satsuki became agitated. The unfortunate fellow? Who is that? Misty asked with curiosity. The one who interrupted the competition between Ash and the instructor at the evaluation center. If it weren't for him, our academy would have nearly 40 participants this year. Satsuki gritted her teeth. What has he done this time? Ash, too, was intrigued by the exploits of this infamous character. Chapter 100. The opening that fellow is nothing short of a jinx. Anyone who comes into contact with him inevitably suffers misfortune. Ever since Ash bestowed a 6-month luck debuff upon Zio, the latter's notoriety has skyrocketed, dragging down everyone associated with him and causing great distress to his school. This endless cycle of calamity attracted the ire of all the wild Pokémon in the forest within a mere half-month, culminating in a catastrophic beast tide. The teaching building of Shang Dai's academy suffered substantial damage, with half of it collapsing. The dormitory was completely destroyed, and the laboratory had its very foundation uprooted. Not to mention the expensive experimental equipment that was lost. Upon learning the full extent of the situation, Shang Dai's grandfather took decisive action, expelling Zio from the school while he recuperated in the hospital. Consequently, Zio's notoriety reached new heights, with various leagues blacklisting him. All venues housing Pokémon in and around the city of Kureha, including gyms, research institutes, and Pokémon centers, hastily posted signs prohibiting his entry. His parents, upon discovering this predicament, placed all their hopes on his newly trained alter ego, leaving Zio to fend for himself. In the realm of Pokémon, being unable to possess or approach them is akin to being isolated from the world. Overwhelmed by this devastating news, Zio chose to run away from home on a pitch-black night. Such a person exists. Upon hearing Shang Dai's explanation, Xiaoxia was utterly astounded. If I had known that was the case, we should have expelled him when Ash passed through our academy. What a stroke of bad luck. Shang Dai's ire grew with each word, mirrored by the indignation of her classmates behind her. It was evident that Zio was indeed an unwelcome presence. After some discussion, Shang Dai completed her registration and inquired with Miss Joy, who had fortuitously found an empty house near Ash's residence. Thus, Shang Dai chose to settle in the house closest to Ash. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the Quartz Conference's commencement arrived. The opening ceremony, naturally, began with the ignition of the sacred flame. Before 9 o'clock that morning, Ash and his companions were roused from slumber by Shang Dai's enthusiastic knocking, urging them to witness the final relay of the sacred flame. Along the road leading directly to the main venue, throngs of people gathered on either side, cheering incessantly. Observing the overwhelming crowd, Shang Dai lamented, "We're late. There are so many people." The sacred flame isn't particularly remarkable. "We can see it again at tonight's opening ceremony," Ash replied nonchalantly. "Please, that flame is derived from the legendary molters. My grandfather told me it symbolizes the bond between Pokémon and humans, forged through a pact with the Kanto League. That flame is closely guarded by the League, and only during the relay can one observe it up close." Shang Dai's eyes shimmered with longing. It was understandable. As a representative of the academic elite, her exposure to the world was confined to the cold, hard facts and books. Thus, the opportunity to witness something legendary firsthand was indeed exhilarating. However, Ash and his companions exchanged peculiar glances, especially Ash, who thought Shang Dai's fascination made her seem naive. If merely seeing the flame of a molters could elicit such excitement, he wondered how she would react if she learned he had captured one himself. Similar sentiments echoed among the crowd flanking the road. Their sharp gasps filled the air as the sacred flame approached. "Why aren't you three excited at all?" Shang Dai questioned, perplexed by Ash and his friend's calm demeanor. The legendary birds are well known in Kanto and the Orange Archipelago, yet Ash and his companions appeared decidedly indifferent, gazing at the flame as one might at a mere stone by the roadside. "Wow, Ash, you truly are remarkable to be able to get so close to the sacred flame." Shang Dai's face lit up with surprise and envy. She quickly transformed into a curious child, asking Ash, "Is the flame very hot? Is it a deep red color?" And, as Shang Dai's barrage of questions overwhelmed them, Ash seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of feeding Togepi and made a hasty retreat. "Academics can be quite troublesome," Xiaoxia remarked with a sigh. "Fortunately, Ash doesn't share those habits," Brock added with relief. Having witnessed Shang Dai's relentless questioning, Xiaoxia and Brock finally understood why Ash sometimes appeared rather indifferent towards Professor Oak. "It's best not to mention the matters of Zapdos and Moltres to her," Ash cautioned, wary that Xiaoxia and Brock might inadvertently reveal his accomplishments in capturing them. "Rest assured, Ash, we will keep our lips sealed," Xiaoxia assured him. As night fell, at precisely 7 o'clock, Ash joined the other competitors in entering the venue. After all, this was a regional competition, and the requisite ceremonies must be upheld. Standing within the arena, Ash listened to the speeches of the league's higher-ups, culminating in the lighting of the sacred flame, marking the commencement of the main event, the drawing of lots for the matches. Ash's first match was set to take place in the water arena against his opponent from Jangle, Duo Wu, at 2 o'clock the following afternoon. As the ceremony concluded, Ash spotted Shang Dai approaching him. "Ash, when is your match?" Shang Dai inquired with curiosity. "The water arena, at 2 in the afternoon. What about you?" "The rock arena is in the morning." "Oh, the rock arena. That should be perfect for your Galarian Darmanitan," Ash remarked with a smile. "Darmanitan is my ace. I won let it battle so easily in the knockout rounds," Shang Dai replied, just as a familiar voice broke through. "Hey, isn't that Ash? What? Have you switched partners again? Blue, I thought you were going to forfeit." "I'm surprised to see you here," Ash responded, having heard no news of Blue's participation, assuming he had fled under the guise of training. "I'm the one who intends to defeat you and claim the championship." "There's no way I'd forfeit," Blue declared confidently. "You think you can defeat me? You still have a long way to go," Ash scoffed. Chapter 101. Utter Domination After a Brief Exchange. Ash learned that his rival, Gary, was set to compete on the ice arena at a similar time to his own match. The next day, after watching the battle at the rock arena, Ash began to prepare for his own confrontation. "Ash, who do you plan to send into battle at the water arena?" Misty inquired with curiosity. "Milotic, Kingler, and Dragonair," Ash responded, having made no specific tactical arrangements, confident that his strength could easily overpower most standard opponents, barring any extraordinary circumstances. As his match approached, Ash encountered a flamboyant young man with shoulder-length green hair, donned in an ensemble of pink attire, en route to the battlefield. "Hello. I hope we can have a splendid match," Ash greeted warmly, extending his hand. However, Dao did not reciprocate. Instead, he conjured a red and white Pokeball with an air of theatrics and remarked, "Apologies, but I prefer not to make contact with others." "What a jerk!" Misty exclaimed, indignation evident in her voice. Though the outcome seemed predetermined, an early conclusion would surely disappoint the audience. Nonetheless, she encouraged Ash, "Do your best." Having delivered his pre-match bravado, Dao turned and sauntered away. Observing Dao's retreating figure, Misty declared, "That annoying brat. Ash, you must teach him a lesson in the match." "Rest assured, I will sweep him clean," Ash replied, his determination unwavering. He was no fool, and he was prepared to deliver a harsh lesson to his arrogant opponent. The third match at the Water Arena was about to commence, featuring Ash from Pallet Town against Dao for Jiangzhou. Each trainer would utilize 3 Pokémon, and the battle began. "Showtime. Thank you for granting me victory, Ash. Go, Executor." Dao dramatically released his Pokémon. "Little brat. Make sure to teach this self-important fool a lesson," Ash thought as he prepared to send out his own Pokémon. From the spectator stands, the familiar voices of Team Rocket chimed in, having transitioned from their usual antics to that of reporters. "Your time has come, Tentacruel." In his quest to teach Dao a painful lesson, Ash unleashed the colossal Tentacruel. As Tentacruel took the field, the arena was filled to capacity, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the audience. "Wow, Ash's Tentacruel is extraordinarily impressive. Its immense size nearly overwhelms the arena. However, its opponent, Executor, possesses a grass type. One wonders if this mighty Tentacruel is merely for show," the commentator asserted, attempting to stir excitement among the crowd. "Tentacruel, use acid," Ash commanded, seizing the opportunity while Dao was momentarily taken aback. Tentacruel unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid toward Executor, which hissed upon contact, showcasing its destructive potential. "Don't be afraid, Executor. It's just a bit larger. Use confusion," Dao called out, steadfast despite the circumstances. Executor, following its trainer's command, launched a psychic attack at Tentacruel, but with its towering height, Tentacruel was nearly untouchable. Executor barely advanced before being struck down by Tentacruel's sweeping tentacles, leaving it unconscious against the wall. Ash swiftly rotated his Pokémon. "Seadra, use Water Gun." As Milotic submerged underwater, Seadra shot forth a stream of water, but Milotic expertly evaded the attack, inching closer to Seadra. "Now, Milotic, use Dragon Pulse," Ash commanded, witnessing Milotic's strategic positioning. Milotic unleashed a powerful wave of energy, sending Seadra soaring above the surface. Milotic utilized Hydro Pump to finish it. Ash instructed as Milotic leaped, delivering a powerful tail strike to the airborne Seadra. True to its reputation for grace and strength, Milotic triumphed over Seadra in mere moments. What Pokémon will Dao deploy next to withstand Ash's fervent onslaught? The commentator pondered aloud. This kid is surprisingly formidable. How did he amass such rare Pokémon? Team Rocket marveled, astonished at Ash's collection, particularly the colossal Tentacruel and Milotic, which they had never encountered during their time at the research facility. "Come forth, Zubat." Dao revealed his true ace. Truth be told, with your talents, making it into the top 32 would have been effortless. However, regrettably for you, you have met your match. Go, Dragonair. In adherence to his pre-established rule of 1 Pokémon per battle, Ash sought to invigorate his team. As the commentator noted the aerial standoff between Dragonair and Zubat, Dao made his move. Zubat used Wing Attack. Dragonair, Thunder. With a resounding crash, Zubat was struck by a bolt of lightning and fell into the water, leaving Dragonair victorious in a single blow. What a pity. Dao's Zubat has been defeated by Dragonair's Electric Attack. The commentator sighed, recognizing Dragonair's rarity and its potential to draw significant attention to the event. Chapter 102. The third round of competition. In the second round of the competition, Ash, as in the first round, effortlessly dominated his opponent, successfully advancing to the third round. Both Shigeru and Satoshi, unwilling to be outdone, also progressed to the third round. In the third round, following the rotation of venues, Ash entered the icy arena, where his opponent awaited him, an individual named Koji. In the second round, Xiaozheng sent out his Steel Shell Pokémon. Pokémon, Steel Shell, type, Water Ice, Gender, Male. Level, Gym Beginner, Ability, Continuous Attack. Upon seeing his opponent dispatch a Gym Beginner Pokémon, Ash smirked. It's decided. You're up, Tauros. His Tauros, a leader among his Pokémon, had advanced from Gym Beginner to Gym Advanced before the special training began, although it lacked type advantage. Its level far surpassed that of Steel Shell. Tauros, Unleash Thunderbolt. Tauros concentrated electric energy at its two horns and unleashed a powerful electric strike against Steel Shell. Oh no! Ash's Tauros has executed an electric-type move. Xiao Zheng is in peril. The commentator exclaimed passionately. Steel Shell, retreat into your shell and hold on. Xiao Zheng commanded, somewhat flustered. He had anticipated that Ash would instruct Tauros to use Tackle, but instead, it was an onslaught of electric-type moves, quite unexpected. He had never encountered such a strategy of sending out a standard type only to unleash powerful moves of another type immediately. Though Tauros was not an electric-type Pokémon, Thunderbolt could somewhat counter Steel Shell, yet the damage was limited and did not defeat the opponent in one hit. Recognizing that his Pokémon still had fighting spirit, Xiao Zheng hurriedly counterattacked. Steel Shell, use Ice Beam. Tauros, don't give it a chance to recover. Flamethrower. Ash commanded once more. Tauros' Flamethrower not only dispersed the Ice Beam, but also struck Steel Shell, rendering it dizzy. Steel Shell lost its fighting capability, prompting the referee on the sidelines to wave a flag, signaling Xiao Zheng to send out his next battling Pokémon. Damn it! Xiao Zheng gritted his teeth and threw out his trump card. Go, Rapidash! Brock noted the sleek and shiny fur of Rapidash, saying, a fire-type Rapidash, well-trained. I wonder what Pokémon Ash will send out. In an ice field, against a fire-type opponent, Ash will likely choose Blastoise, Misty speculated. Pokémon, Rapidash type, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, Gym Intermediate. Ability, Flash Fire. Is the strength of the third-round opponent already this formidable, or has he encountered an elite contender? Ash pondered, surprised by Rapidash's prowess. Go, Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff landed gracefully on an ice pillar, microphone in hand. Huh, Jigglypuff, is it really okay for Ash to do this? Misty expressed her confusion over Ash's choice of Jigglypuff. Trainers who reached the third round typically possessed considerable strength. Brock acknowledged that most of Ash's Pokémon were indeed quite powerful, yet such a random choice could lead to disaster. Wow, Ash has sent out Jigglypuff. I wonder if Xiao Zheng's Rapidash can defeat it? The commentator remarked. Rapidash, use Flamethrower. Jigglypuff, dodge. Rapidash spewed a fiery onslaught towards Jigglypuff, who inhaled deeply, puffing up like a balloon and then quickly escaping the flames as if it were deflating. Jigglypuff's evasive maneuver left everyone astonished. What kind of peculiar tactic is this? Jigglypuff is a balloon Pokémon. Its body structure is quite different from other Pokémon. It's very light, Ash explained. He wasn't entirely sure where Jigglypuff had learned such a technique, but it undoubtedly had something to do with Team Rocket, as the principle was somewhat akin to that of a deflating balloon. Jigglypuff, sing Rapidash to sleep. Jigglypuff began to serenade from another ice pillar. Rapidash could hardly withstand it, its eyelids drooping, succumbing to slumber within mere seconds, along with Xiao Zheng and the referee beside him. Seeing Rapidash's lack of respect, Jigglypuff, in a fit of frustration, pulled out a pen and began to doodle on Rapidash's face. This spectacle left the audience in shock. Even the commentators were momentarily speechless. They had anticipated Ash's imminent defeat, waiting for Rapidash to be knocked out, but within a single song, it was down for the count. With Jigglypuff riding on its face, doodling, and the trainers too hypnotized to give commands. The outcome of this match was clear, and with the temporary referee's announcement, Ash triumphed in the third round, advancing to the next stage, which would be set in a grass arena. During dinner at a restaurant, Brock remarked, Ash, your strategy today was far too haphazard. In an ice arena, if Jigglypuff had lost, Tauros might not have guaranteed victory over Rapidash. Brock, I understand your concerns. Sending a fire-type Pokémon into an ice arena is a strategy aimed at changing the battlefield. As for abilities, Tauros wouldn't necessarily lose, Ash replied, confident. Upon seeing Rapidash, he understood his opponent's thoughts. Had it not been for Rapidash's speed and high burst, he He would have considered sending out Togepi to demonstrate the benefits of Serene Grace. Once we get through another round, it will be a 6v6 battle. I think Ash should play it safe. Those who have made it through 3 rounds are unlikely to be weak, Misty added. Don't worry. I'm well aware of my next opponent in the grass arena. I have everything under control, Ash assured confidently. Having read the original story, he knew that the Pokémon he needed to watch out for was the one that excelled in using gentleness to overcome strength, Bellsprout. The others, Beedrill and Scyther, were not particularly well trained. Ash, I'm looking forward to our battle. Just don't mess it up, Gary warned as he approached. Gary, you should be the one to worry. Your next opponent is formidable, adept at rock-type Pokémon in the rock arena, Ash cautioned. He recalled that in the original story, Gary had been overly complacent during the 4th round and narrowly lost to a foe using Geodude. I don't need your reminders. I'm already prepared, Gary scoffed. Let us hope you truly are prepared. Otherwise, our official match might have to wait until the Silver Conference in the Johto region. Wait, Ash. Have you already decided on your next travel destination? Both Misty and Brock were taken aback by Ash's statement. Not exactly. The nearest major regional championship is next year's Silver Conference in Johto. I still plan to explore the Orange Archipelago, especially since that Snorlax that can swim is quite enticing, and so is that Lapras. Chapter 103. Advancing to the top 16 on the 5th day of the Quartz Conference. The 4th round of the elimination matches commenced. Early in the morning, Ash called upon Misty and Brock to witness Gary's battle. For whether Gary could defy fate hinged upon this match, as victory would secure him a place among the top 16. Upon seeing Ash, Gary, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, Ash, are you already plotting on how to defeat me? Frustration brewed within him. He vowed he could not afford to lose this match. Soon, the battle commenced. Gary and his opponent engaged in a fierce contest for 2 rounds, with both sides evenly matched, deploying Pokémon of gym-level strength. However, Ash discerned that Gary was holding back. His first 2 Pokémon were not his trump cards. As they approached the final showdown, Gary's opponent summoned a formidable Graveler as their last Pokémon. Let us go, my darling. To ensure success, Gary sent forth his true ace, Blastoise. Pokémon, Blastoise, Gary, type, water, gender, male level, intermediate champion ability, Rain Dish Blastoise, use Rain Dance. Gary commanded, striving to seize control of the weather and activate its ability. Graveler, interrupt it with Tackle. Gary's opponent quickly instructed, knowing his Pokémon was 4 times weak to water. Should Rain Dance succeed, Blastoise would be virtually invincible. I'm sorry, but I must win this battle. As anticipated, Rain Dance was successfully executed, and Gary ordered Blastoise to unleash a Hydro Pump directly at Graveler, decisively ending the match. After the battle, Gary approached Ash, beaming with joy. Ash, look, I've pulled ahead of you again, into the top 16. Well, I wonder who just moments ago was in such a dire predicament, Ash retorted. Gary tossed his head defiantly, asserting, mind your own business. This is my match, and I'll use whichever Pokémon I choose. Such bravado. Just wait until I face you. I'll show you, Ash replied with mock severity. However, he felt a sense of relief that Gary had finally come to his senses and deployed Blastoise. Otherwise, he might have faced disappointment. That's enough for now. My match is about to begin, Ash declared as he strode towards the grass arena. Announcer, in the 4th round of the elimination matches, we have the 3rd battle at the grass arena. In the green corner, representing Pallet Town, we have contestant Ash. In the red corner, from Celadon City, we welcome contestant Sun. As Ash took his place as a trainer, a red carpet unfurled from the opposing tunnel, revealing 2 figures. One was a girl adorned in a kimono with a bow in her hair, while the other, a flamboyant individual, scattered flower petals with great flair. With Sun's entrance, her supporters erupted in cheers. In the audience, Brock was captivated by Sun's beauty, eliciting a look of disdain from Gary, who sat beside him. Go, Beedrill. Sun summoned her first Pokémon. Pokémon, Beedrill type, bug poison gender, female level, early gym ability. Swarm Beedrill? Very well, you shall be my opponent. Ash responded, sending forth his own green Beedrill. An alternate colored Beedrill? Sun exclaimed in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. Beedrill, use Fury Attack. Beedrill, use Swords Dance. Sun's Beedrill charged forward, while Ash's Beedrill gracefully danced, evading the assault. Observing this, Sun commanded, Beedrill, use Twin Needle. Beedrill, we shall also employ Twin Needle. The two Beedrills, one yellow and one green, engaged in a fierce melee. Ash's Beedrill, being of a higher level and larger in size, naturally gained the upper hand. Finish it with a pin missile. Ash seized the opportunity, directing his Beedrill to pierce through Sun's Beedrill, knocking it down with a single blow. Next up, let us go. Scyther, Pokémon, Scyther type, Bug Flying gender, male level, early gym ability, Technician O, Scyther, Beedrill, use pin missile. This time, Ash chose not to switch Pokémon. Beedrill unleashed a barrage of energy needles. Scyther flapped its wings, wielding its blades to block while advancing towards Beedrill. Scyther, use Double Team. With a swift motion, Scyther created two clones, attempting to confuse Beedrill. Beedrill, aim for the left one and strike with a quick attack. The clones were mere distractions against Beedrill's prowess. Following Ash's command, Beedrill, without a glance at the other two, launched a powerful jab, leaving Scyther severely injured. Seeing this, Sun stepped back in disbelief. How could this happen? If you don't focus, you might lose. Beedrill, use Twin Needle. Scyther, perform a series of slashes. Beedrill retaliated with a furious twin jab, while Scyther, having only managed 2 slashes, was swiftly overpowered and knocked out of the battle. Is Ash's Beedrill really that formidable? Gary pondered uneasily, witnessing Ash's Beedrill triumph over 2 opponents. This Beedrill is one of Ash's weaker Pokémon. If you wish to defeat Ash, Gary, you'll need to conduct thorough research. Brock cautioned.